Alana regarded Voldemort as no significant concern. Since the Riekman family resided in Germany, Voldemort's influence was confined solely to England. However, who could have anticipated that she would develop an affection for that little bat? To prevent the little bat from falling into the clutches of the Dark Lord, one must take the initiative. Chapter 1. The First Encounter. The sun does not favor this nation. Despite a snowfall that had persisted for a day and a night, the warmth by the fireplace remained inviting. Great-grandmother, could you regale me once more with tales of our family? The little girl leaned against her grandmother, soaking in the warmth. It is the story of the Snapes. She was utterly intrigued by the tale of the world's youngest master of potions. Merlin's trousers. My dear, you have heard it countless times. When will you ever spare your poor grandmother? Father, when will grandfather recover? The little girl, with her golden locks, nestled by the bedside, her large black eyes filled with concern. Sweetheart, we have sought the finest healers and potion makers, yet still there is no improvement. The tall man embraced his wife, his brow furrowed in worry. Perhaps we could journey to England to seek the Prince family. They are renowned as the most illustrious lineage of potion makers. The girl's mother, Margaret, remarked, they possess considerable knowledge regarding the effects of dark magic. St. Mungo's Hospital. Mr. Prince, I sincerely apologize for disturbing your convalescence. In the wards of St. Mungo's, Roman Riekman, the current head of the Riekman family, arrived with his wife and daughter to consult the head of the Prince family. The unfortunate Prince family had been left with only the ailing patriarch since their sole heiress eloped with a muggle and was disowned, not counting the house elf, of course. What assistance can this frail body offer you? Old Mr. Prince had no intention of being helpful. I'm on the verge of death myself. Why should I care about the fate of the Riekman patriarch? He pondered. Upon exiting the hospital, Mr. Riekman encountered a business associate and had no choice but to abandon his wife and daughter to discuss matters of commerce. For the Riekman family was among the wealthiest in Europe. Mother, do you think if we help Mr. Prince find his daughter, he would assist us in crafting potions? The little girl gazed up at her beautiful mother. Alana, my darling, the Princes are a pure-blood family. Their heiress, I believe, is named Eileen Prince, who became lost to us after marrying a muggle. However, during her time at Hogwarts, her potion-making skills were quite remarkable. Lady Margaret Riekman responded to her daughter. Being a daughter of a British pure-blood wizarding family, she found it difficult to comprehend Miss Prince's choice to marry a muggle who did not accept magic, which seemed an unwise decision. Shall we go find her, mother? I wish for grandfather to recover, Alana earnestly proposed. Having been in this world for several years, she cherished her grandfather, who had always showered her with affection. Unfortunately, he had sustained injuries while researching dark magical artifacts and had been bedridden for a month. Alana could not bear to see her beloved grandfather suffer. It is regrettable that we are currently in the era of familial bonds. Professor Bat was still a mere child, likely enduring torment in Spider Alley. Otherwise, with his proficiency in potions, he could undoubtedly save his own grandfather. However, the Muggle world is vast, and we do not know her current whereabouts, do we, dear? Would you like to accompany me to Diagon Alley? They have delicious ice cream that I am certain you will adore, Mrs. Riekman responded. I know where she is, mother. I can take you there, Alana said with a beaming smile, having long desired to seek out the professor. Upon entering the world of Harry Potter, Alana's primary ambition was to alter the professor's life trajectory. He should not perish, should he? How do you know this, my dear? Mrs. Riekman inquired with a perplexed expression. The Riekman family was a pure-blood wizarding lineage from Germany, while she herself was a pure-blood witch from England, and Alana rarely visited the country. It is a secret, mother. You will come to know in due time, Alana replied mysteriously, refusing to divulge further details. After Mrs. Riekman and her daughter apparat to Spider Alley, she was taken aback by the environment. In her youth, she had been a pure-blood witch from England, marrying the heir of the German pure-blood Riekman family after graduating from Hogwarts. She had never encountered such a filthy, dilapidated place reeking of foul odors. The mother and daughter ventured deeper into the alley, and Mrs. Riekman waved her wand to cast a confundus charm, as she could hardly endure the malicious glances directed at them. From a house at the end of the alley came the sounds of violent banging, accompanied by a woman's cries and a man's curses. Suddenly, the door burst open, and a scruffy man rushed out without looking back. Alana followed her mother into the dilapidated house. A woman lay on the floor, bruised and battered, while a young boy in the corner was unconscious, his face smeared with blood. Miss Prince, are you not going to check on your son? He may be on the brink of death. Mrs. Riekman expressed her anger. As a mother, she could hardly fathom how the witch before her could weep over her son, yet remain unmoving, if she could still be called a witch. Hearing herself addressed as Miss Prince, Eileen Snape flinched and instinctively shrank her shoulders. Worry soon compelled her to rise and check on her son. Alana retrieved a vial of blood-replenishing potion from her bag and offered it to her. I believe you need this, madam. After Eileen administered the potion to Severus, she retrieved her wand and cast several healing spells upon him. The unconscious Severus soon regained consciousness. Thank you for your assistance, but please leave. I am no longer a prince, Eileen replied, her concern transforming into numbness as she witnessed her son awaken. Mr. Prince is on the verge of death, Mrs. Riekman declared, her lovely crimson lips uttering the words. He has lost the will to live. I believe the Prince family requires an heir, and you're still a child's mother, are you not? You must learn to protect your son and your family. I think you should go check on your father, should you not, madam? Family is our most treasured possession, Alana gently suggested, her gaze fixed on Severus Snape, who sat on the stairs. He looked so pitiful, so thin and short at the age of 8. She approached him softly and offered him 2 candies. I'm no longer a member of the Prince family, Eileen replied, her eyes reddening. Since marrying Tobias, her father had removed her from the family tree, and she could never return to the Prince family. Everyone makes mistakes, do they not? Yet family is always the most forgiving. I suggest you gather yourself. There is still time to visit St. Mungo's. Mrs. Riekman spoke slowly. I trust you can still apparate. I recall you were among the first girls in Slytherin to master the art. Were you not? We shall meet at the entrance of the ice cream shop in Diagon Alley in 2 hours, Miss Prince, Mrs. Riekman said, glancing at the magical clock. We must go, Alana. We cannot keep your father waiting. Farewell, Mr. Snape, Alana said, winking at the dazed Severus.
Chapter 2. The Riekman Manor. When Severus Snape encountered Alana again, she was cheerfully clutching 2 ice creams, trailing behind the Riekman couple, her smile radiant. Hello, Mr. Snape. Here is some ice cream for you. The flavors of your British ice cream are truly peculiar. In truth, Alana meant to express that Britain was a culinary desert. Thank you. Severus, feeling quite ill from his first use of apparition, found his body reacting faster than his mind, and he swiftly accepted the vibrant red ice cream. I am Alana Riekman. You may call me Alana. She chuckled and resumed her enthusiastic consumption of the oversized treat. Severus Snape, he thought, captivated by her beauty. Miss Prince. Greetings. I am Roman Riekman, and this is my wife Margaret and my daughter Alana. I trust you have met them already. Mr. Riekman regarded the gaunt woman with a gentle demeanor, displaying impeccable noble etiquette. Good day, Mr. Riekman, Mrs. Riekman, Miss Riekman. Erin's hands nervously clutched her worn wizarding robes. Nearly a decade had elapsed since she had left home, and she vividly remembered the fury with which her father had cast her out. Let us depart, I believe, Mr. Prince will be delighted to see you. The group linked arms, and poor Severus was once again compelled to apparate. The Riekman family waited for a brief moment outside old Prince's hospital room, until young Snape opened the door and invited them in. Erin's eyes were reddened, yet old Prince appeared to be in significantly better spirits. Thank you for bringing back my daughter and grandson, Mr. Riekman, old Prince remarked, glancing at his daughter. Erin's health requires restoration. Please return for her in 3 days. I have faith in her potion-making abilities. Despite her nearly 10 years in the Muggle world, the Prince family's innate aptitude for potions remains unchanged. Thank you for your willingness to assist, Mr. and Miss Prince. Until we meet again in 3 days, Mr. Riekman said with a gracious smile. Goodbye, Severus. You will come to my house with Aunt Erin, one to you? Alana called back to Snape as she walked behind her parents. After bidding farewell to the Riekman family, Erin engaged in a lengthy conversation with old Prince. Upon returning to Spinner's Inn with young Snape, old Snape had still not returned. Erin gazed at their dilapidated home, where she had resided for 10 years. In earlier years, Tobias Snape had been her emotional anchor. To escape her oppressive family and pursue love, she had forsaken her family and her father. They had once experienced a sweet life. But everything changed after Tobias lost his job. He became a different man, succumbing to alcoholism, verbally and physically abusing her and their son, treating them like adversaries. Solely because she was a gifted witch and their son was also a wizard, which led to Tobias feeling humiliated in his unemployment. Faced with Tobias' abuse, Erin had contemplated divorce, yet fear held her back. She dreaded her father's rejection. However, She had forgotten that she was still a witch, a skilled potion maker. And even if her father did not accept her, she should have the ability to protect her son and herself. It was thanks to Mrs. Riekman's arrival and her father's willingness to accept her anew that Erin felt hopeful. Erin rummaged through a pile of belongings and unearthed a few ancient tomes, remnants of her past regarding magic and potions that she had taken when she fled home. Since Tobias disapproved, these books had remained untouched for many years. 2 days had passed since Erin had divorced old Snape and returned to the Prince Manor with her son. The divorce proceedings had been remarkably smooth. Old Snape, weary of poverty, recognized his wife and son as witches and wizards, monsters in his eyes, but witches with wealth. He extorted a sum from Erin and signed the divorce papers without hesitation, leaving the house on Spinner's Inn to Erin as Severus Snape's alimony, a requirement imposed by the judge. Upon their return to the Prince Manor, the house elves, Cobby and Nina, appeared with a pop. Young Snape was startled by their odd appearance. The two house elves greeted Erin with sharp voices, but when confronting young Snape, their demeanor turned less amiable, muttering about filthy half-breeds not deserving to tread upon the sacred grounds of the Prince family, though they remained somewhat civil for Erin's sake. At Riekman Manor, Erin Prince held Severus's hand as they approached the Riekman residence. Initially, she had not intended to bring her child, but after Alana had told Severus they would meet again in 3 days, Erin, fond of Alana, wished for Severus to befriend the delightful girl. Due to his childhood misfortunes, Severus had grown too somber. Alana and her mother stood by the fireplace, awaiting Erin and Snape's arrival. When Snape emerged from the fireplace, he beheld Alana in an elegant white silk gown, her golden curls cascading over her shoulders, her large, dark eyes sparkling with joy, exuding impeccable grace. He thought her the most beautiful girl he had ever seen. After exchanging pleasantries, Alana eagerly took Severus to play while Erin followed the Riekman couple to meet old Mr. Riekman. Severus, you're a year younger than I am. Haha, can you call me sister? I don't have any siblings. Alana exclaimed, pulling Severus onto the swing, playfully teasing the delicate, yet somewhat melancholic boy. Severus was born in 1960, while Alana was born in 1959, although their age difference was slight. It placed her a year ahead of him, a pity for him to have transitioned from the 60s to the 50s. Severus gazed at the lively girl beside him, yearning to retaliate against the children who had bullied him as he had in the past, yet he recognized Alana's kindness. She bore no malice. In your dreams, he shot her a glare before retreating into contemplation. In the preceding 8 years, the first 4 had been blissful, with loving parents. But the latter 4 had been marked by his mother's fragility and his father's abuse, forcing him to scavenge for food and leaving him perpetually bruised. The other children labeled him a monster, refusing to play with him, leaving him friendless. He believed his life would persist in this manner until he turned 11 and could escape to Hogwarts. Little did he know that his mother would divorce his father, leading him back to the Prince family. He turned to observe the chattering golden-haired girl beside him, feeling the candy in his pocket. Her arrival had transformed his life dramatically. Chapter 3, Riekman Manor 2. Severus, will you be attending Hogwarts to study magic in the future? Alana inquired as she swung back and forth, aware that Severus's tragic tale likely began with his acquaintance with Lily, his affection for her, and the bullying he endured during his time at Hogwarts. Of course, Hogwarts is the finest magical institution in Britain. My mother is a Hogwarts graduate. She was a Slytherin. At the mention of magic, Severus's eyes sparkled with excitement. My mother is also a Hogwarts alumna. Alana continued, she was a Slytherin too. Really? Severus exclaimed, exhilarated. His mother had shared some stories about Hogwarts, albeit vaguely, as she tended to avoid the subject due to his father. His understanding of the magical world had largely stemmed from secretly perusing his mother's books. Indeed, my mother is English, her surname is Greengrass. She mentioned she was 2 years below your mother, who was an outstanding Slytherin during her time at Hogwarts. Alana spoke languidly, expressing her own bewilderment at Erin's actions. Had it not been for her pursuit of love and her desire to please Tobias Snape at the expense of her own son, Severus Snape would not have developed such an awkward disposition. Well then, Severus, I shall take you to a special place. Alana, contemplating that the professor would one day become a master of potions, having invented spells at a tender age, resolved to take Snape to practice incantations. Severus followed Alana into her room, marking the first occasion in his life that he had entered a girl's quarters. The room was adorned with opulence and refinement, a stark contrast to the dim and squalid conditions of Spinner's End. Alana retrieved 2 second-hand wands from her drawer, handing one to Severus. Severus, this is for you. It's a second-hand wand. I know children in Britain who have yet to enroll in school lack wands and cannot wield magic, but we can use it in secret. Alana beamed, resembling a little squirrel that had pilfered a sweet. Gazing at the wand before him, Severus hesitated. What if your parents ask about it? Oh, that has no concern. I shall simply say I gifted it to a friend. My parents will be delighted that I've made a friend. Thank you, Alana. I truly need a wand. Severus solemnly accepted the wand from Alana, recognizing that with it, he could practice spells. No need to thank me. We are good friends, aren't we? Alana gently remarked, already anticipating that Severus would swiftly research the silencing charm, which she intended to employ against the loquacious Sirius Black, who was undeniably bothersome. Let us learn spells together. My father has taught me several incantations, but I have yet to master them. Alana produced a book titled Basic Spells and laid it open between them. While the two practiced their incantations, the adults from both families devised a targeted treatment plan for old Riekman's situation. Due to the severity of the recent dark magic injury and the prolonged time it had taken, old Riekman would have to consume potions crafted by Aaron daily until he recovered, a process that could take over a year. Mr. Riekman, here is a list of some rare potion ingredients that need your attention. Aaron provided Mr. Riekman with a list filled with potion materials. Not a problem, Miss Prince. Thank you immensely for your assistance. I truly appreciate your help with my father's illness. Knowing that his father's issues could be resolved, Mr. Riekman finally exhaled in relief. By the way, Miss Prince, our family has some potion business in Britain. I wonder if you'd be interested. Mr. Riekman held great confidence in the Prince family's potions, believing that if his potion shop could offer products from the Prince family, business would surely flourish. Thank you for your confidence. However, I believe I should discuss this with my father first. Erin had just returned to the Prince family and was not well acquainted with the family's affairs. She needed to consult her father before responding to Mr. Riekman's invitation. After Erin escorted Severus away from the Riekman estate, they first visited St. Mungo's hospital to see her father. Old Prince was quite advanced in age, having been a late father to Erin. Although he had once forcefully expelled Erin from his life, years of solitude and betrayal by his daughter had drained his vitality. Erin's return rekindled a flicker of hope for survival in Old Prince, yet new worries soon emerged. After a private conversation with Old Prince, Erin returned to Prince Manor with Severus. She needed to promptly prepare the potions for old Riekman and also produce a batch of high-quality potions for collaboration with the Riekman family. Meanwhile, that gentleman had begun covertly recruiting pure-blooded aristocrats in Britain to serve him. The Prince family had been excluded due to old Prince's health issues, biding their time for his demise to claim the Prince estate. Now, although Erin's return had not yet been made public, it would inevitably come to the attention of those with ulterior motives. As a family of potion masters, the Prince family wished to steer clear of such matters, thereby necessitating a formidable ally, and the German Riekman family presented itself as an opportune support. Erin, once again visiting the Riekman estate, presented a month's worth of potions to Mr. Riekman, followed by several vials of her newly brewed potions, which served as capital for her discussions about collaboration. Meanwhile, young Alana had taken Severus to her room. Alana, in the past few days, I have learned to brew 3 kinds of potions with my mother. Would you like to see them? Severus cautiously glanced at the golden-haired girl, his fingers nervously clutching the potion vials in his pocket. Wow, Severus, that's amazing. Can you show me the potions you've brewed? I still don't know how to brew potions. Alana exclaimed with delight, her enthusiasm evident. Severus, quickly show me. Under the sparkling gaze of the girl, young Severus felt a wave of relief wash over him as he retrieved 3 potion vials from his pocket. This is the glamour potion, a calming draught, and a cold remedy. Young Severus felt a flutter of anxiety as he focused intently on Alana, fearing that the pure-blooded noble girl might utter something disheartening. Wow, you brewed a glamour potion on your very first attempt? Severus, that's incredible. Could you possibly give me this potion? Alana hadn't anticipated that Severus would have already succeeded in brewing the glamour potion, and she felt it essential to latch onto this burgeoning potion master for future endeavors. Of course. I intended to give it to you, Alana. Alana's praise caused Severus's face to flush a deep crimson. This is splendid, Severus. You shall undoubtedly become the youngest potion master, Alana exclaimed, downing the glamour potion in one gulp. Chapter 4. The Friendship with the Future Potion Master. Confronted with the unexpected praise from the girl, Severus's pale complexion turned a vivid shade of red. Severus, as my dear friend, you must ensure my supply of potions, Alana declared, taking hold of the shy young Severus's hand. He remained a child at heart, despite his somber demeanor, and at 8 years old, he desperately craved recognition. Certainly. You are my best friend, Severus replied excitedly, not attempting to withdraw his hands from Alana's grasp. The sensation of being needed and validated enveloped this sensitive young boy for the first time, making him reluctant to escape. However, joyful moments are fleeting. Erin soon finalized the potion business with the Riekman family and returned to the Prince family with young Severus. The Prince family resided on a secluded island, and the Prince Manor dominantly occupied the entire isle. Upon returning home, Old Prince also came back from St. Mungo's hospital to recuperate on the island. His bodily functions had deteriorated significantly, and the location of his recovery made little difference. In order to expedite the provision of potions to the Riekman family, Erin devoted most of her time to the potion room, while Severus, accustomed to being overlooked, was inevitably placed under old princess tutelage. Perhaps fearing that the ancient lineage of the prince family would cease to exist, old prince commenced an intensive training regimen for his 8-year-old grandson. For Severus, his affinity for potions flourished. His typically somber demeanor transformed as he absorbed vast amounts of potion knowledge like a sponge under old prince's instruction. Amidst the monotonous routine of potion studies, the happiest moments for him were receiving letters from Alana. Letter 1, Alana, Snape. Dear Severus, greetings, it is Alana. It has been nearly a month since you departed from my home, and I wonder if you still remember me, your good friend. The effects of the Radiance potion you gifted me were truly remarkable. My mother was so impressed that she expressed her desire for one as well, though I refrained from disclosing that it was from you. You are my dearest friend, and your exquisite potions should be prioritized for me. Please do not accuse me of being selfish. An elegant and beautiful noble maiden must always maintain her allure. I have recently attended several soirees, and to my dismay, my cousin Mike remarked that I had gained weight. How vexing. His hair, slicked with gel, is so unkempt that even a fly would slip off it. I do adore meat and sweets, which are indeed the culprits of my slight increase in size, but dieting is truly a torturous endeavor. You cannot fathom how those aristocratic girls sustain themselves on merely a sliver of cake or a few bites of salad. Who would believe they are satiated? How have you been faring lately? Is there anything entertaining at the prince estate? Has the house elf's attitude towards you improved? If you truly find them disagreeable, I could send you a friendly house elf. Oh, and enclosed is a spell book. According to my grandfather, it belonged to his cousin during their time at Durmstrang. I have made a copy for you. Let us study together and compete when we meet again. Do take care not to be bested by me. By the way, remember to eat well. I believe boys appear more handsome when they are tall and robust, though you are quite charming as you are. Do write back. I miss you, Alana. P.S. When is your birthday, dear Severus? I recall you are a few months younger than I, so it should be approaching. I must begin preparing your birthday gift. What would you prefer? Upon receiving Alana's letter, Severus had just finished brewing a potion assigned by his grandfather. He sat at his desk, holding the letter sent by Nina. The envelope bore the emblem of the Riekman family, and the thick vellum paper exuded a subtle scent of roses. Severus read Alana's correspondence with great attention, and a faint smile involuntarily graced his lips. Nearly a month had passed since Alana received a reply from Severus, and Christmas was fast approaching. Along with the letter came a large package. The Riekman couple eyed the parcel with curiosity, surprised to discover their daughter corresponded with the brooding boy from the prince family. Mom and Dad, I'm going to my room to open the package, Alana exclaimed, clutching the large parcel, overwhelmed with an indescribable joy. Inside the package were 2 small boxes wrapped in dark green paper and a letter. She first opened the thin letter, which emanated a faint scent of potions, revealing that the writers spent their days surrounded by brews. Letter 2, Severus, Alana. Dear Alana, greetings, I am delighted to have received your letter. Thank you for your appreciation of my potions. I have been studying under my grandfather's guidance for these past months, and the art of potion making is truly captivating. I assure you I will eat regularly, and I hope you will do the same. A mere few bites of salad cannot satisfy your hunger. By the way, my birthday is on January 9th. I am still unaware of yours, so I have enclosed a belated birthday gift along with a Christmas gift. If it does not please you, that is quite all right. There is little of interest at the prince estate. For me, the most intriguing endeavor is the brewing of potions. I am grateful for the profound spell book you sent. It contains many fascinating spells, and I look forward to our next meeting to exchange insights. Missing you, Severus. Alana opened the 2 small boxes. The smaller one contained 3 vials of potion, labeled weight loss potion. P.S. Birthday gift. You are not at all overweight. Alana gasped at the sight of the weight loss potion, a coveted item for any food lover. She pinched the slight excess at her waist, deliberating but ultimately deciding against consuming a vial just yet. Perhaps she would wait until she gained a little more weight. The larger box contained several vials of the Radiance potion, of even finer quality than the last. A little note read, Improved Radiance potion, peach flavor. Overjoyed at the sight of the numerous beautiful potions, Alana could hardly contain her excitement. Severus must think me stingy for providing me with so many. She took a few vials of the Radiance potion and hurried downstairs to show her mother. After all, her mother was a quintessential noble lady, never prone to overindulgence and therefore had no risk of gaining weight. She would keep the weight loss potion for herself. How could she not adore such marvelous potions? Severus truly was an enigmatic character. Chapter 5, 1970. Letter, Alana, Snape. Dear Severus, greetings, how have you been? Your potion-making skills are becoming increasingly impressive, and the potions you send have been immensely helpful. By the way, I have a rather delicate request, and I wonder if you might be willing to assist me. You see, my mother is English, and thus my maternal family resides in England. This summer, our family has been invited to a ball. In the past, I would play with cousins of my age, but this year I will be turning 11, and I must have a partner to dance the opening waltz. This predicament weighs heavily on my mind. My mother is attempting to persuade Sirius to be my partner, but I do not wish for him to fulfill that role. Of course, I need a partner, and I wonder if you would be willing to accompany me. I am aware of your family's circumstances, and this may pose some inconvenience, but I cannot endure Sirius's incessant chatter. If only there were a spell to silence him. Yours in distress, Alana. After reading the letter in his hands, Severus carefully returned the parchment to its envelope and placed it into a small wooden box, which already contained a thick stack of letters. He took out some parchment and an envelope, swiftly replying to Alana, expressing his willingness to accompany her. Watching the owl take flight, Severus felt a smile tug at the corners of his mouth. Over the past year, he and Alana had been corresponding, yet they had not met in person, which did not hinder their rapid camaraderie. Although Alana often dominated their exchanges, Severus's replies were always concise and to the point. Fortunately, Alana did not seem to mind. Contemplating Alana's mention of Sirius, Severus held his second-hand wand thoughtfully. Upon receiving Severus's reply, Alana was elated. Her efforts to cultivate a friendship with the potion's master had not been in vain. She had subtly inquired about Severus's acquaintance with Lily, and it seemed he had yet to meet her, a splendid beginning. As she prepared to invite Severus to be her partner, Alana had already arranged for a matching male outfit to be sent to him that complemented her own gown. Given the circumstances surrounding the Prince family, Alana surmised that it was unlikely anyone would instruct Severus in the art of dance. Therefore, a fortnight prior to the ball in August, she persuaded her parents to accompany her, with 2 large trunks in tow, dismissing the insistence of a house elf to follow, and took residence at Prince Manor. Oh, esteemed miss. Nina welcomes your arrival. Your presence brings a radiant glow to the Prince family, chirped the house elf in a high-pitched and peculiar voice. Silence. Nina, return to the kitchen. Severus commanded, casting a glance at Alana, awkwardly urging Nina to depart. As he beheld the beautiful young lady who reappeared after a year, Severus felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. Please forgive me, Alana. Grandfather has gone to St. Mungo's for recuperation, and you know how my mother, Eileen Snape, can be rather embarrassed. She tends to remain in the potions chamber, reluctant to emerge. It's quite all right, Severus. Your company is enough for me, Alana replied, unbothered by Eileen's absence. She believed that the mere fact of Eileen's well-being served as the greatest comfort to Severus. Observing the girl before him, Severus felt a twinge of nervousness. Counting their encounter in Spinner's End, this marked their 4th meeting, yet their frequent correspondence had fostered a sense of familiarity. Severus, please take me to the guest room. I must change out of this wretched gown immediately. Alana tugged at Severus's sleeve. In order to present the image of a noble pure-blood heiress in public, she had been compelled to don the infuriatingly elegant gown fitting of her aristocratic status. Heaven knows how inconvenient it was to maintain decorum in such a sweltering summer, despite the cooling charm. Alana transformed into the attire she had previously arranged for her house elf to alter. The originally long-sleeved, high-collared gown had been fashioned into a sleeveless, V-neck dress. Though only 10 years old, her figure had yet to fully develop, but her slender legs were beginning to take shape. Severus, upon catching sight of the girl's pale, delicate legs, felt a flush of heat rise to his cheeks, turning his gaze away. In the conservative wizarding world, never had he encountered a noble lady dressed in such a manner. He had only seen unruly girls clad like this in Spinner's End. Alana, how can you wear such an outfit? Severus voiced his disapproval. Oh, Merlin. Severus, must you be so conservative? Alana exclaimed, rushing over to hug his arm. Disregarding his startled protests. Doesn't it look lovely? One must dress this way in summer. Severus hesitated to respond. All right, Severus, let's not dwell on this. The ball is merely 2 weeks away, and you need to master various dance steps within a week. I have other plans for the remaining time, Alana interjected, outlining her intentions. I trust you won't refuse my wishes, dear Severus, she added, her eyes gleaming with anticipation as she clung to his arm. Alana had always enjoyed teasing Severus in her letters, yet witnessing his face flush for the first time brought her a peculiar delight. She had exerted considerable effort convincing Mrs. Riekman to allow her to come to Prince Manor 2 weeks early. Of course, she needed to teach Severus to dance swiftly to realize her plans of visiting Muggle London. After all, this was London during the Great Depression. Naturally, this period would also require Severus to brew ample age potions. Alana mused quietly. Hey, Severus, you're a person, not a zombie, okay? Relax a bit. Alana, not particularly adept at dancing herself, always hoped her partner would excel, allowing her to follow his lead without excessive anxiety. Oh dear Merlin, if you step on my toes one more time, I may need a prosthetic limb. My dear Severus, Alana exclaimed once more in exasperation. Severus was exceedingly stiff. The moment his hand rested on Alana's waist, he became rigid as a statue. Have you been struck by a petrification curse? Has the wretched Wiggentree taken over the dancing section of your brilliant mind? For heaven's sake, if you don't learn soon, I may have to abandon you for Sirius as my dance partner, she declared, wielding her trump card. She understood how fiercely proud this boy was. He had made significant progress, yet it was still insufficient. Severus, I need a partner who can lead me at the ball, Alana stated, observing the boy's flushed face. Beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The proximity required for dancing allowed them to perceive each other's features intimately. Chapter 6. The Ball. Along the banks of the Thames in August, strolling couples, exuberant children, and picnicking crowds filled the air. Under Alana's relentless tutelage, Severus met her demands a day in advance. They spent an entire day brewing enough age potions and some essential potions, with Severus taking the lead while Alana provided encouragement. Thus, upon their arrival in London, they appeared as two youthful adults in their 20s. Alana secured a hotel room for them, and after a brief respite, their first destination was shopping. For a young girl who had lived in a digital economy in her past life, it had been a decade since she had last indulged in serious shopping in this world. Why, you ask? Shouldn't a noble heiress revel in bespoke services? Moreover, her current wealth afforded her the luxury of purchasing whatever she desired, which was rather exhilarating. The result was that both returned to their hotel room utterly exhausted, incapable of carrying another item. Severus had spent the day in a daze, perplexed as to why Alana traversed the same street 3 times, emerging from the same shop each time with different purchases. Though he could not discern the differences in the lipsticks, Alana insisted they were of different shades. All right. Perhaps there are some differences, but they are fundamentally similar shades of red. Severus, don't you enjoy shopping with me? Alana asked, plopping onto the sofa beside him while holding a large hot dog. No, I just cannot discern the differences among those lipsticks, he replied, finding the matter utterly beyond his comprehension. He truly could not fathom the purpose of such trivial Muggle inventions, yet he would never voice such sentiments in Alana's presence. Oh, but there are significant differences. You are still young. You'll understand when you grow older, Alana laughed mischievously, realizing little Severus had yet to catch on. As a staunchly traditional boy, it was possible Severus might never truly understand. Also, Alana, don't you think your skirt is a bit too short? Severus remarked, his cheeks flushing as he turned his gaze to his potion book, avoiding her appearance. Of course not. However, this is the only time I can wear Muggle clothes. Once we return to the magical world, I'll be confined to those dreadful gowns and robes, Alana explained. Today, she had taken Severus shopping for a plethora of Muggle attire, shorts, short skirts, tank tops, and dresses, all in the latest styles. She even purchased him jeans and short-sleeved shirts, though he seemed reluctant to expose his skin, prompting her to settle for long-sleeved shirts. Oh, Merlin, with jeans and a white shirt, you would undoubtedly be the quintessential school heartthrob, she concluded, blissfully disregarding the fact that this heartthrob was still under 10 years of age. After Severus returned to the Prince family, Eileen still did not devote much time to him. However, with the daily care of house elves, his diet became more regular, and he no longer appeared as gaunt and emaciated as before. With proper nutrition, he had also grown taller, reaching a height comparable to that of 10-year-old Alana. Furthermore, having consumed the aging potion, he had nearly attained the stature of a 20-year-old, making his height advantage quite pronounced. Alana estimated him to be about 185 centimeters tall. She resolved that he must wear his campus heartthrob ensemble to accompany her for a picnic by the Thames the following day. Alana, clad in a pearl-colored satin princess gown and adorned with a pearl tiara, had her golden hair intricately braided and cascading down her back. She languidly reclined on a plush sofa, while Severus sat upright beside her. In her hand, she held a glass of crimson juice, her face illuminated by a flawless smile. In contrast to Severus's rigidity, she appeared far more at ease. Are you jesting, Alana? Who is this lad? You dare reject me as your dance partner? Sirius Black, the eldest son of the Black family, lounged on the opposite sofa with his legs crossed, venting his displeasure. His younger brother, Regulus Black, who was a year his junior, looked somewhat awkward and tugged at Sirius's sleeve. Huh, Sirius, might you kindly shut that foul mouth of yours? He is Severus Snape, the son of my father's business partner. Alana retorted, rolling her eyes, unable to hold back. Snavellis? That name suits him well. Sirius erupted into laughter. But my esteemed Lady Alana, Snape is hardly a common surname in the magical world. How could you possibly find him appealing? A glint of mockery flickered in Sirius's eyes. Mind your own business. You would do well to show some respect, lest I teach you a lesson. Aren't you the one who despises your family's obsession with pureblood ideologies? How is it that the noble heir of the Black family looks down upon a half-blood? Alana's words were sharp and unrelenting, yet her expression remained impeccable. Humph. After more than a year, You still carry on with your pretense, Sirius remarked, casting a disapproving glance at Alana, who relished in portraying the flawless noble lady before adults, a role model for many children from aristocratic families. But who could fathom that Alana's true self was so different behind closed doors? Hypocritical, immature, affected, arrogant, and dim-witted. Having uttered her thoughts, Alana noticed Sirius's eyes widen in shock, rendering him speechless. She turned her gaze in confusion towards Severus, who had just retracted his wand. Sirius glared at Severus with palpable anger, while Regulus, concerned for his brother, contemplated calling for an adult but hesitated, unwilling to leave Sirius alone. Sev, did you do this? Alana's face brightened with surprise. It seemed Severus had indeed devised a silencing charm. Severus responded, somewhat bashful, before muttering another spell to release Sirius from his spellbound silence. Snavellis, how dare you? Sirius bellowed, his voice attracting the attention of many. Alana spotted a younger of the two platinum-haired gentlemen approaching, and quickly interjected, be quiet, Lucius is coming. She wished to keep Severus out of Lucius's notice. In the original story, it was Lucius who had drawn Severus into Voldemort's ranks. Despite having a cordial relationship with Lucius in this lifetime, his mother being her aunt, she could not shake off her wariness of him and the Malfoy family. Alana, Sirius, what are you discussing? Lucius Malfoy, though only in his second year, exuded the poise and refinement characteristic of the prestigious Malfoy lineage, nodding at Severus. Ah, Lord Lucius. How fortunate you are to grace us with your presence. Alana stood to embrace Lucius, affectionately chiding him for his absence. I have arranged for Sirius to join me in a few days for some leisure. You know I seldom visit England. I require a guide. Do I not, Sirius? Alana concluded, casting a glance at Sirius. Indeed, that is correct. Care to join us, Lucius? Sirius quickly grasped Alana's intent and continued her line of thought. Oh, Merlin above. It is my fault for neglecting my dearest Alana. You see, I have important guests arriving today, and my father has tasked me with welcoming them. Lucius explained with a mix of reluctance and anticipation. He wished to say more, but the crowd began to stir with excitement. The mysterious guest had likely arrived. All right, Lucius. Your awaited guest has arrived. Do not mind us. You mustn't delay, for the esteemed Malfoy must not be remiss. Alana urged him to hasten along. While she and the others adjusted their attire in preparation for the ball, Alana was well aware of who this guest was, and she was surprised at how soon she would encounter the infamous Voldemort. It was said that before his disfigurement, he was remarkably handsome, and Alana felt a twinge of curiosity to see him. However, recalling her parents' admonitions and Severus's presence beside her, she reluctantly set aside this thought. As a noble family from Germany, their attendance at the Malfoy gathering was merely due to the familial ties between Lady Riekman and Lady Malfoy. The Riekman family wished to remain uninvolved in the disputes of the British wizarding world. Moreover, Lady Abraxas Malfoy had passed away the previous year due to health issues, leading to a cooling of relations between the Riekman and Malfoy families, a situation further exacerbated by the mysterious guest. As an ancient pure-blood family from Germany, despite their blood ties to Grindelwald, the Riekman family had never become followers of the dark arts, a stance deeply intertwined with their unwavering neutrality and the family's unshakable economic standing. They were unlikely to become supporters of the next generation of Dark Lords, now or in the future. Following an invigorating opening address from the guest, the ball commenced. Severus led Alana into the dance floor for the first waltz, after which Alana was forcibly invited by Sirius for the second dance. Watching his partner being whisked away by Sirius left Severus feeling disheartened, though he concealed his emotions well. After 2 dances, Alana declined to continue, as she had never been fond of dancing. Had it not been for her family's reputation, she would not have attended the ball at all. Come along, Sirius. I have a grand plan. Surely you wish to hear about it? Alana beckoned Sirius and Severus back to the room prepared for her, while Sirius considered calling Regulus to join them. Though he found his younger brother dull and tedious, he still held affection for him. Yet Alana opposed the idea, deeming Regulus too young and already showing signs of being brainwashed by their parents. Sev, Alana glanced at Severus, who understood her intent to stir things up. Reluctantly, he waved his wand, casting protective and silencing charms around the room. Ah, Snavellis, you are quite skilled in magic, Sirius observed, feeling indignant as he watched them act so mysteriously, while Severus easily performed spells he could not. Very well, Sirius, you may leave. My plan does not accommodate an arrogant and inept individual such as yourself. Alana interjected before Severus could speak, unable to tolerate Sirius's spoiled demeanor. Sirius is not a malevolent individual. Rather, he epitomizes a child whose upbringing has gone awry, with insufficient parental care and an inherently awkward disposition. He has been further influenced by those around him who instilled in him a set of obsessive beliefs. Consequently, during the sorting ceremony, he naturally chose to defy his parents by joining Gryffindor, leaving the familial mess for Regulus to handle, which ultimately culminated in the tragic downfall of the Black family. In her previous life, Alana had delved deeply into the original narrative, finding great fondness for Sirius's character. Moreover, in this incarnation, her slight familial connection to him fuels her desire to prevent both brothers of the Black lineage from meeting an untimely demise. She does not perceive herself as the protagonist of this tale, yet she yearns to alter certain outcomes she wishes to avoid. With a defiant glare directed at Severus, Sirius obediently silenced himself. Alana was always brimming with stimulating ideas, and he could not afford to miss out. Excellent. However, I must establish a few preliminary rules. First, you are to adhere to my directives, especially you, Sirius. Alana cast a glance at him, stifling any retort he might have had. Second, internal discord is strictly prohibited. We are a team, and naturally, I am the captain. No sooner had Alana spoken than Sirius interjected with exuberance. I shall be the vice-captain. Very well, Alana replied, glancing at Severus, and Severus shall serve as the technical vice-captain. Humph, little brat. We are all vice-captains, Sirius retorted. Thus, the intrepid life experience team, led by their captain, ventured into the streets of Muggle London, a band of 10-year-olds pondering what they could possibly accomplish. The illustrious technical vice-captain generously offered an age enhancement potion, though Sirius was vexed by the notion of a fee, deeming the potion maker excessively stingy. At the airport in London, the trio transformed into individuals in their 20s, brandishing a piece of white paper bewitched with a confundus charm, successfully boarding a flight to Germany. Muggles can fly. The revelation that Muggles could ascend to the skies left the two gentlemen in a state of disbelief. In the magical realm, travel is primarily accomplished via apparition, portkeys, or the Flu network. They had long assumed that Muggles relied on carriages or the automobiles prevalent on the streets of London, which granted them a sense of superiority. Yet, the first stop in Alana's exploration of Muggle life shattered their preconceived notions. Disembarking from the plane in a daze, Alana proceeded to rent a car, taking them for a leisurely drive through the streets of Berlin. Following this, they visited a bookstore, where she procured several tomes, including a documentary film about the atomic bomb dropped on Japan, which they later viewed back at their hotel. Sitting opposite the two gentlemen, observing their vacant yet youthful expressions as the age enhancement potion wore off, Alana smiled enigmatically. Now that our first day's adventure has concluded, may I inquire, my esteemed vice-captains, what insights have you gleaned? Alana cleared her throat and crossed her arms, fully aware of the profound impact the day's itinerary had on these two children raised in the backward wizarding world. Nonetheless, she was at a loss for a more effective means of introducing them to the non-magical realm, and thus chose to remain untroubled by the absence of a better plan. Alana, Muggles can actually fly. How is that possible? And what of those people moving on the white cloth? Is that a more advanced form of magic? Moreover, that film we just watched, did an entire city really get reduced to rubble by a Muggle weapon? How utterly astounding. Within Sirius's perception, Muggles were a representation of inferiority and ineptitude. Although he harbored significant dissent towards the pure-blood ideology espoused by his parents and family, it did not preclude him from harboring a certain disdain for Muggles. Chapter 8. Impact. That is not magic. It is the ingenuity of Muggles, Alana gently remarked. Muggles may lack magic, yet they are numerous. How many wizards reside in the British wizarding community? 3,000? 5,000? Do you have any idea how many Muggles inhabit Britain? Several million. Both of their gazes were fixed on Alana as she continued. The wizarding world has fallen behind considerably. Our laws were established centuries ago, and our educational textbooks and potion recipes are archaic. Muggles, on the other hand, are in a constant state of innovation. They are not inferior. They possess boundless creativity, utilizing their intellect to lead fulfilling lives. They simply lack magical abilities. In fact, some Muggles are more formidable than wizards. And there are even those among them more terrifying than dark wizards. Aside from the airplanes and automobiles we witness today, they have an abundance of other ingenious inventions. Alana regarded the two boys before her. The longest lived among them was Severus, yet he too had met an untimely end at the age of 38. They should not perish. Tomorrow, I shall take you to a hospital to observe how Muggles treat illnesses, as well as their weaponry. Alana rose, gesturing toward the books on the table as she continued. These volumes pertain to Muggle inventions and innovations. I encourage you to peruse them. With that, she turned and retreated to her room. It was a modest suite with 2 beds, yet as the sole female, she naturally claimed the inner bed and the private washroom. After indulging in a luxurious bath, Alana drifted into a deep slumber, leaving the 2 boys in the outer room to exchange glances in bewilderment. Severus was the first to sift through the stack of books, selecting 2 that piqued his interest: Modern Medicine and Biological Pharmacology, both substantial tomes of a scientific nature. Sirius, Unwilling to be outdone, seized 2 volumes, The Great Transformations in Film History and the Evolution of Motor Vehicles, along with a few eye-catching film magazines. In the late hours of the night, the two temporarily set aside their grievances and immersed themselves in the captivating magazines. When Alana awoke, she was greeted by the sight of 2 boys sporting dark circles under their eyes and disheveled hair, summoning room service for breakfast. The trio tidied up before embarking once more. Alana led them, cloaked in invisibility, to the hospital's operating room. They watched in astonishment as the doctor performed a cesarean section, extracting the baby and subsequently stitching the mother's abdomen closed, miraculously keeping her alive. They then witnessed the doctor amputate a patient's limb, although it could not regenerate. It was said that a prosthetic could be affixed. They observed as the doctor excised a portion of a patient's liver, stitching it back up afterward, with the assurance that the individual could continue to live despite the removal of the damaged tissue. The trio emerged from the hospital, utterly nauseated. They clandestinely toured a military factory, witnessing the powerful shockwaves produced by explosive experiments and observing bullets penetrate a cow during firearms tests before striking the target. Alana, eyeing the 2 boys, discreetly purchased 2 handguns. The 3 then boarded a flight back to London. Alana took them to a villa owned by the Rookwoods in London. As she needed to return home for her birthday, summoning her house elf, she utilized apparition to make her way back to Rookwood Manor. 3 days later, Alana returned to the villa, clutching 3 acceptance letters. "Oh, my dear little brothers, your captain has received acceptance letters from the magical school. 3 of them," Alana exclaimed, hands on her hips and laughter bubbling forth. "By the way, you didn't forget to prepare a birthday gift for me, did you?" "Surely not." She huffed dramatically, raising her chin high. Severus shyly produced a small box from his pocket, presenting it to her. "Happy birthday, Alana, I hope you like it." Alana accepted the box, unwrapping it to reveal a vial of golden potion, the liquid shimmering brilliantly in the sunlight. "Felix Felicis. Oh my Severus, have you truly mastered the art of brewing Felix Felicis?" Alana marveled, her excitement palpable. "I failed several times before finally succeeding," Severus replied, a faint blush creeping onto his cheeks. The potion of good fortune requires a 6-month brewing period, and Severus had undoubtedly begun preparing her birthday gift since January. "Damn it, Snape, you didn't even remind me." Sirius huffed, exhaling through his nose. "I'll make it up to you when we get home." "What's so great about the potion of good fortune? Huh? By the way, where will you be attending school?" Severus stared blankly at the 3 admission letters on the table. The letters were from Hogwarts in the UK, Durmstrang in Northern Europe, and Beauxbatons in France. Unsurprisingly, "I'll be going to Hogwarts. Are you and Snape headed there as well?" Severus would likely be attending Hogwarts too, but he was uncertain. His father had already taken him to Gregorovic's wand shop to procure his wand. However, he had yet to respond to the school. Alana was also somewhat unsure. The British magical community is indeed quite tumultuous in the coming years. Nevertheless, it is undeniable that Hogwarts is a splendid magical school. "Where is Durmstrang, anyway?" Sirius posed a question, as several ancestors from the Black family had studied at Durmstrang. "My father says Durmstrang is on a particularly high mountain, from which he graduated. But he couldn't specify exactly where it is. All I know is that it's said to be quite cold," Alana replied. "Are you going to Durmstrang? Will the owls even be able to find you?" Sirius chuckled. "I don't know. My father wants me to go, but my mother prefers Beauxbatons or Ilvermorny. You know how some people in Britain are. My mother hopes I can stay away from England." Alana expressed her frustration. As Severus listened to their discussion, his heart swelled with unspoken words. He wanted to tell Alana to come to Hogwarts. He wished to attend the same school as her, but he felt he lacked the standing to say so. Perhaps Sirius could voice it, considering they were relatives. Alana, noticing Severus' hesitation, thought to give him a chance. "Sev, what do you think? My parents only provided suggestions. I need your advice too. You're my best friend," she gently inquired. Severus was taken aback by Alana's question and hesitated before speaking. "Hogwarts is also quite good." He glanced at Sirius. "We will all be going to Hogwarts." He felt nervous, yet was imbued with anticipation, hoping to share the magical experience with Alana. "Of course, Hogwarts is the finest magical institution," Sirius interjected, surprisingly aligning with Snape. "I mean, Dumbledore is the headmaster there. You all know Dumbledore, right?" Sirius became animated. "All right, Sirius, let us not discuss Dumbledore right now. What we need to do is respond to the letter." Alana rolled her eyes. "You don't understand Dumbledore, Alana," James said, but upon catching Alana's piercing gaze, Sirius wisely fell silent. "Excellent. Now what we must do is promptly reply to Hogwarts, as school begins tomorrow, and I have a lot to prepare," Alana declared. Clutching the Hogwarts acceptance letter, she penned a response and summoned a house elf to find an owl to deliver it. "Alana, the letter says to respond by July 30th. And it's already August 30th. Does that mean your enrollment will be next year?" Sirius scratched his head. For a moment, the three exchanged wide-eyed glances. What the hell? Alana snapped, glaring furiously at Sirius. Why didn't you say anything sooner? I was already planning to enroll this year, when you two start next year. You'll have to respectfully call me senior. You're not that much older than me. It's one thing to want to be the big sister. But do you really think you'll overshadow me at school? Sirius looked at Alana in disbelief. This was the first time Severus had seen Alana so furious. Her flushed cheeks made her look utterly adorable. Sirius rolled his eyes. Speaking of which, Alana, which house do you think you'll be sorted into? Sirius asked with keen interest. Of course, Slytherin. Alana replied, playfully waving her wand at the other two acceptance letters. But honestly, I'd prefer to be in Hufflepuff. I've heard their common room is right next to the kitchen, though that's highly unlikely. Goodness, don't go to Slytherin, Alana. They're all bad people, like Death Eater wannabes. I think you'd be better off in Gryffindor, Sirius said incredulously. Severus frowned and blurted out. I will also be attending Slytherin. Only the exceptional get to go there. Shut up, Snavellis. My entire family is Slytherin, and I don't think they're exceptional at all. Pureblood supremacy? Huh. How ridiculous. Slytherins are all wicked. Sirius exclaimed, growing agitated. James says Slytherin produces the villains. They look down on everyone else, torment muggles, and take pleasure in practicing dark magic. How laughable. Alana became incensed, realizing that Sirius had already been brainwashed by Potter. You say Slytherins are all evil? Have you considered your own family? They are evil, and what about you? How pure can someone raised by evil people be? The very people you deem wicked raised you, provided for you, and gave you a comfortable life. Do you think I'm evil too? My mother came from Slytherin, and my father is well versed in dark magic. Are they wicked as well? If Slytherin breeds only villains, why does Hogwarts allow this evil house to exist and permit these malevolent little wizards to enroll? Is it to create a stepping stone for arrogant, self-righteous individuals like you? And as for dark magic, what of it? I can wield dark magic. My entire family can. Students graduating from Durmstrang can as well. So what? Are we all dark wizards? Only those from Hogwarts are virtuous, while everyone else is irredeemably wicked. If I were attacked by dark wizards, and those I wish to protect were harmed, how would I confront them? With your so-called light magic? A levitation charm, or a silly bat bogey hex? Without waiting for him to respond, Alana continued, Yes, you are noble, a good person, and remarkable. The heir of the Black family looks down upon his own kin. True, you do not wish to follow Voldemort. You disdain your family who do, and you scorn your father, mother, and younger brother. You believe all Slytherins are wicked. So you wish to join Gryffindor to associate with your idiotic friend, self-righteously, while simultaneously tormenting Severus for your amusement, allowing that wretched werewolf to bite him. All the while watching your pitiful younger brother sink deeper into darkness, witnessing the extinction of the Black family, watching your unfortunate sibling perish. Doing nothing as you mock their foolishness with your equally brainless friends, simply because they are despicable Slytherins. Then, the Black family will be left with only you. A traitor to your family, betraying your kin, solely focused on your own amusement. The two boys stared at Alana, who was on the verge of an emotional collapse. Somewhat taken aback, they had never seen her like this before. Moreover, they couldn't fully process her words as the magic surrounding Alana began to ripple. Alana despised nothing more than when others attacked those close to her. And it was astonishing to realize that Sirius had already befriended that wretched Potter and had been swayed by him. Is there any value in what I have done? After Sirius enrolls, he will still join Gryffindor, form a quartet of marauders with James and Peter, and continue to torment Severus. Alana's mind was overwhelmed with the narrative she had witnessed in her past life, and a sharp pain pierced her head. She gazed at Severus with a sense of despair. Would he still fall for Lily, be manipulated by Dumbledore, and endure a life of suffering until meeting his demise at the jaws of Nagini? The tumult of emotions caused chaos within the villa, triggering the protective enchantments. Severus quickly drew his wand, attempting to channel the surging magic. But due to his wand being second-hand and his inexperience, he could only watch helplessly as blood began to flow from Alana's mouth and nose. He embraced her tightly, striving to soothe her. He caught her last murmurs, Nagini? Lily? But he could not afford to ponder further. With a loud crack, the Riekman couple, accompanied by two house elves, appeared in the villa. Merlin, my dear Alana, what has happened to you? Mrs. Riekman exclaimed, rushing to embrace Alana, her heart filled with concern. Mr. Riekman swiftly brandished his wand to contain Alana's magical upheaval while instructing the house elves to escort Severus and Black back home. Once the children departed, Mr. Riekman managed to stabilize the surrounding magic, and he and his wife, cradling their unconscious daughter, disapparated away from the villa. Chapter 10, Nurmengard. When Alana awoke again, she found herself in an expansive room lined with shelves filled with potions and alchemical materials. She lay upon a bed made of jade. A throbbing pain engulfed her head, leaving her uncertain of what had transpired. Barefoot, She stepped down from the bed and curiously surveyed her surroundings. Suddenly, with a pop, a familiar house elf appeared. Vicia, the elf who had always tended to her in the Riekman household. "Oh, my dear young mistress, you have finally awakened." Vicia failed in her duty. "And it was all Vicia's fault that your magic went awry," the elf lamented, tugging at her large ears with tears glistening in her big eyes. Her high-pitched voice filled with remorse. "Enough, enough, Vicia. Where am I? Can you fetch my parents?" Alana asked, still feeling a lingering ache in her head. After stopping Vicia's self-reproachful actions, she returned to the bed. Mr. Riekman arrived promptly, accompanied by a silver-haired man. "Alana, how are you feeling?" Mr. Riekman rushed to her side, embracing his daughter. "It is such a relief to see you awake." "Calm down, Roman. The situation regarding her magical disturbance is rather severe. She needs to remain here for some time," the silver-haired man interjected. Alana thought to herself how weathered he appeared. It dawned on her that she was in Nurmengard. As she gazed at the elderly man before her, her eyes sparkled with admiration. This was none other than Gellert Grindelwald, the first Dark Lord and the significant other of Albus Dumbledore. Despite being in his 80s, he still exuded a captivating charm. Why, she wondered. Had her father not taken her to a magical hospital for her magical disturbance, but instead brought her to Nurmengard? Shortly after Alana regained consciousness, Mr. Riekman had to leave. As it was inappropriate for him to linger in Nurmengard, the prison famed for its stringent security, housing the defeated dark wizard Grindelwald. As Alana gazed at Grindelwald, she could hardly believe that he was her grandfather's cousin, suggesting that she bore the bloodline of the Grindelwald family, which brought her a flicker of delight. However, the thought that this first Dark Lord would eventually be slain by Voldemort filled her with a melancholic emotion. Grindelwald, observing the fluctuations in Alana's magic corresponding to her emotional state, marveled at her innate talent. Yet, when he noticed her expression of regret, he found himself perplexed. Seizing the opportunity while the young girl was lost in thought, Grindelwald employed the legilimency spell. Alana felt another wave of pain wash over her, as if her mind had been tossed into a washing machine and then jostled in a dryer. She attempted to resist, striving to free herself from the clutches of this mental turmoil. But her feeble attempts were inconsequential against a great dark wizard's prowess. Once Grindelwald had thoroughly sifted through Alana's memories, she succumbed to unconsciousness once more. Fortunately, Grindelwald exercised a degree of gentleness during the legilimency, considering her to be his young relative, and she soon awakened again, understanding that he had invaded her thoughts. Her most profound secret lay bare before this elderly man. "Sir, Mr. Grindelwald, how incredibly rude of you to use legilimency on me, a mere child. If you had mismanaged it, I could have been left a fool," Alana chastised him. "You ought to trust me, Alana. You should have complete confidence in my capabilities," Grindelwald replied with an enigmatic smile. "Ah, capabilities? Your prowess is undeniable, sir. However, you must refrain from employing such impolite magic on your kin," Alana retorted, pursing her lips. She reflected on Grindelwald's eventual fate at the hands of Voldemort. By that time, he would be over 100 years old, devoid of his wand, and emotionally shattered, his will to live extinguished, making his demise at the hands of a madman not indicative of his abilities. "From where do your memories originate?" Grindelwald inquired, rubbing the wine glass in his hand, intrigued by how this 10-year-old girl possessed such recollections that included insights into the future. Alana hesitated, unsure of how to respond to his question. After a moment of contemplation, she realized that she could not deceive the astute elder before her, especially if she wished to alter the fates of certain individuals. If this man could assist her, it would be most fortuitous. She resolved to speak the truth. "I have carried these memories since birth," Alana confessed, gazing into Grindelwald's eyes. "In the East, specifically in China, their legends state that after death, souls journey to the underworld, consuming the Mengpa soup to erase their memories before being reincarnated as new beings." Grindelwald listened intently, silent and contemplative. "In my past life, I resided in the East. Perhaps I did not traverse to the underworld after my death, but, for some strange reason, was directly reincarnated into my mother's womb, which is why I retain these memories." Alana's expression turned troubled as she considered the kindness bestowed upon her by the Riekman couple in this life. She feared that her memories might cause them to reject her, leading to her losing her parents. "Then how did you come to know about matters concerning the British magical community? From your memories, it appears that you did not exist there, did you, Alana?" Grindelwald, ever perceptive, seized upon the crux of her narrative without being sidetracked by her astonishing claims. "Indeed, those memories are derived from films and books. Your stories have been transcribed into literature and adapted into cinema. Of course, your romance with Albus Dumbledore is quite well known." Alana teased, a playful glint in her eye. "Cough, cough, do continue," Grindelwald said, his demeanor slightly faltering. "What are you talking about? As you can see, Voldemort sliced his own soul like one would slice a cucumber," subsequently creating Horcruxes. Many lives were lost in his quest for power, and a prophecy foretold that his body would be vanquished by Harry Potter, the Savior. His soul then wandered into the Albanian forest, biding its time for resurrection many years later. Dumbledore, in a bid to destroy his Horcruxes, succumbed to a curse, orchestrating his own demise. You too fell victim to his machinations, seeking to uncover the secrets of the Elder Wand. Alana shrugged, her body relaxing against the back of the chair. Speaking of these secrets was a tremendous relief. Chapter 11, Untitled. Grindelwald sat on the couch, facing the girl before him, his gaze gradually losing focus. He had been confined here for nearly 30 years, during which he incessantly penned letters to Albus. Most of these missives were returned, and Albus had never responded, not even with a single word. The thought of the rejected letters weighed heavily on the once mighty Grindelwald, who never believed his convictions were flawed, despite his failures. Reflecting on the scene Alana had witnessed, the moment Albus fell from the astronomy tower, struck by the killing curse, his heart twisted painfully. So, what do you intend to do, my dear Alana? Grindelwald posed the question to the girl before him. Alana rolled her eyes in silence upon hearing his inquiry. Was this a question of what I wish to do? Shouldn't it be you considering this? Surely, you don't desire Dumbledore's tragic end. Alana's merciless words pierced through his facade of calm. What is there to contemplate? After all, I too shall perish shortly after his demise. According to Eastern beliefs, perhaps we shall meet again in the afterlife. Furthermore, we have several decades of life ahead of us before that fate befalls us. Grindelwald chuckled, completely unfazed as he discussed his own mortality. He feared not death. Rather, it was solitude and regret that tormented him. Indeed. One wonders if Dumbledore suffered greatly after being cursed. You show no concern for your own life, nor for Dumbledore's? Grindelwald's tone shifted to a darker timbre. Is this a threat? Alana retorted, shifting to a different armchair, the dull ache in her head finding solace against the cushions. You don't wish for Dumbledore's death. Nor do I wish for the demise of my friends, she continued. None of them should die. No one should die. Yet, knowing everything is of little use. I am not the protagonist of this world, and it shall not revolve around me. Alana felt a wave of despondency wash over her. Recalling her argument with Sirius before her unconsciousness, and Severus's unwavering declaration that he would attend Slytherin. In the original narrative, he had made this statement on the train to Lily, word for word, and Sirius, just as in the books, aspired to join Gryffindor and had befriended James Potter with unyielding loyalty. She now found herself at a loss on how to face them. She was a being that should not exist. According to the original story, the head of the Prince family should have long since passed, and Eileen had not divorced Tobias. This meant there were no members of the Rookwood family seeking them out, suggesting her mother would have no way to find Eileen in Spinner's End, likely leading to her grandfather's ailment remaining untreated. Hence, Alana from the original world would not know Severus, who would follow the established plot to meet Lily, leading to their inevitable conflict on the train and step by step toward his destined conclusion. As for her, she would not attend Hogwarts. Yet her mere presence had altered Severus's trajectory. Although he still expressed a desire to join Slytherin, he did not know Lily, and the rift with Sirius was not as profound. Had their paths truly changed? Alana was plagued by uncertainty about the impact of her involvement. If her actions could indeed change their fates, she would embrace the opportunity. Yet, if the narrative remained unaltered, if they were still destined for conflict and death, then her efforts would be rendered futile. Should she continue to insert herself into their lives? Alana pondered, her heart heavy with doubt. Observing Grindelwald, she voiced her concerns. You've already made a change. Do you wish to withdraw now? Grindelwald regarded her turmoil with disdain. But if it is all for naught, why should I strive to change anything? Wouldn't it be better to simply step away? Alana scratched her head. Speaking of withdrawal, there is an odd feeling in my heart. How can you be so certain of no change? Just because of an altercation with that dashing young man? Your future double-agent friend has yet to meet the Savior's mother. Does that not signify a promising beginning? Grindelwald observed Alana with a half-smile, indicating that once certain events commenced, there would be no turning back. Humph. You wish for me to bring about change, perhaps even to alter Dumbledore's fate. Alana blurted out, Oh dear great-grandfather, I hope you are not angered with me. I am but a child, speaking without much forethought. She smiled sweetly, her bright eyes sparkling. Is that so? It seems you met an untimely end in your previous life. Grindelwald retorted. Indeed, I perished just past 20, my innocent heart being my greatest treasure. When discussing her death, Alana displayed no emotion, as if speaking of another. How much cunning could an ordinary girl from the 21st century possess? Then you must have died foolishly? Grindelwald questioned, puzzled by her apparent indifference to her demise. I scarcely recall how I died, though I am grateful for my current parents. They are wonderful, and I love them dearly. Alana genuinely did not remember how she had died, or perhaps she had not died at all, but merely traversed realms. Who could say? She had long ceased to care. Yet, she harbored a profound fear of death. If you intend to alter the fates of certain individuals, I believe you must learn the art of clemency. Otherwise, with your current mental capacity, Grindelwald remarked, finding the young girl quite endearing yet lamenting her naivety. Having said this, Grindelwald produced a vial of potion, tossing it to her before rising to leave. Alana held the vial in her hand, questioning if the green, viscous liquid was truly safe to consume. Alana spent another fortnight in Nurmengard before Grindelwald unceremoniously expelled her. Upon returning to the Rookwood Manor with her mother, she was confined to her room as punishment for venturing into the Muggle world without her parents' consent, a grave irresponsibility concerning her personal safety. She was required to reflect upon her actions, naturally rendering her unable to receive letters from her friends. Chapter 12, Untitled 2. After sending Alana a belated birthday gift along with several veiled letters of reconciliation, and receiving no birthday gift in return as she had in previous years, Sirius truly began to panic. According to past custom, he and Alana would exchange letters annually, and she never failed to remember his birthday. However, since being returned to the Black household by the house elf, he had not heard from Alana again and felt too awkward to inquire with his parents about the aftermath of her last magical outburst. Sirius took a considerable amount of time to untangle the words Alana had spoken that day, astonished by the revelations they contained. He had never heard of the Riddle family possessing prophetic abilities, nor had he ever come across such a legacy within the Greengrass family. Yet, it was undeniable that Alana's words alluded to events that might transpire in the future. Rael would perish, he too would meet his end, and the downfall of House Black was imminent. For this reason, he had refrained from seeking out Uncle Alfred to accompany him to Godric's Hollow to visit James, as he needed to comprehend the implications of her statements. When Severus received Sirius's letter, he was meticulously organizing his potion cabinet. He had brewed numerous beauty potions for Alana, knowing full well her fondness for them, and was also experimenting with potions that boasted delightful flavors, certain that Alana would appreciate them. Like Sirius, upon returning to the Prince family, he had dispatched several letters to Alana, yet none had elicited a response. The letters had not been returned either. He was aware that someone had accepted them, but why Alana had chosen not to reply remained a mystery, a situation unprecedented since their acquaintance. Severus felt a wave of anxiety mixed with anger, convinced he might have been abandoned, as he beheld an unfamiliar owl delivering a letter marked with the Black family crest. He found himself internally mocking the foolish heir for sending him correspondence, all the while leisurely unsealing the envelope. Upon reading the letter, Severus's mood brightened considerably. Alana had not replied to him, nor had she responded to that foolish heir, had she? However, a lingering feeling in his heart hinted that Alana was genuinely upset. If her silence stemmed from the quarrel with Sirius, it might be understandable, but what about him? Severus felt a twinge of injustice. Yet the memory of Alana's final murmurs tightened his brow in contemplation. Lily? A spy? He had never known anyone by the name of Lily. When the house elf guided Severus to a cafe deep within Diagon Alley, Sirius was already waiting inside. I've been waiting for ages. Can't you even wash your sticky hair? Sirius began to mock as soon as he laid eyes on Severus. Fool, take better care of that empty head of yours. If you have something to say, spit it out. I haven't the time to waste with a troll here. Severus felt no inclination to engage in banter with him. Were it not for Alana, he would never have consented to meet with this insipid heir. It seemed they were destined to clash, their energies clashing upon meeting. Let me guess what you're busy with, stirring your repugnant slime. Sirius continued, but as Severus rose to leave, he interjected. All right, let us discuss serious matters. He prevented Severus from exiting, ushering him into a private booth. You haven't received a reply from Alana either, Sirius stated affirmatively, without waiting for Severus to respond. He pressed on, what are your thoughts regarding that day? The mention of that day ignited a flame of anger within Severus. He felt burdened by Sirius's actions. Had it not been for him, Alana would not be ignoring him. How dare you bring that up? If it weren't for you, Severus's countenance darkened, his black eyes brimming with malice, a demeanor he would never reveal in Alana's presence. Sirius, undeterred, retorted, is it just because of me? What about Miss Lily? He cast a mischievous glance at Severus. Alana's last words had not been lost on him. Sirius had heard them too. So, what exactly is the purpose of summoning me here, Lord Black? Severus snapped, his agitation palpable at the mention of Lily. Have you visited the Riddle house? Sirius queried. My mother forbids the house elf from taking me there. That wretched creature, he muttered angrily, cursing the disobedient elf. I sent an invitation to the Riddle family, but the response was that it was inconvenient. Severus replied, weighing his words carefully. In contrast to Sirius, he enjoyed a degree of freedom within the Prince household. As no adults were preoccupied with overseeing him, old Prince's health had deteriorated further. We must meet with Alana. I need to inquire about what she meant that day. Sirius deliberated. He observed Severus, noting that he had never displayed such an expression before Alana. A spy? It would not be surprising if someone so adept at acting were to become a spy in the future. Don't you want to go? I refuse to believe you are not the least bit curious, Sirius pressed, his frustration mounting as Severus remained silent, staring daggers at him. Then let us depart. Noble Lord Black, my house elf is far more obedient than yours, Severus replied. He indeed had many questions that he wished to clarify, and after his invitation was declined, he hesitated to try again, yet the desire to see Alana was overwhelming, especially when recalling her bloodied state that day. The house elf transported the two boys to the entrance of Riddle Manor, and Sirius wasted no time in knocking on the closed door. Soon, a house elf named Vicia appeared, glaring at the two boys, for they were the cause of young Alana's magical outburst. She shot them a fierce look before retreating to report back. Shortly thereafter, Vicia escorted them to a small reception room. The Riddle couple had gone to France for a business partner's ball, leaving only Alana at home. Dressed in a nightgown and engrossed in a romance novel, Alana was momentarily taken aback when the house elf informed her of visitors, wondering who would come to visit during her afternoon rest. Upon seeing the two dark-haired boys enter together, she felt a surge of excitement. However, Severus caught a fleeting hesitation in her gaze, causing him to clench his hands hidden within his sleeves. Good day, Severus, Sirius. Welcome to Riddle Manor, Alana greeted them warmly. Hey Alana, you actually remember us. I thought you might have forgotten me, Sirius lamented with a hint of reproach. Of course not, Alana replied, feeling slightly guilty. She had indeed contemplated withdrawing from the lives of the protagonists. Then why didn't you reply to my letters? I was worried for so long. Sirius complained as he settled onto the sofa. Alana shot him an exasperated glance before turning to the slightly stiff Severus standing by the door. He remained as awkward as ever. Alana approached him, took his arm, and gently urged him to sit beside her on the sofa. Are you angry with me too, Sev? She inquired softly, her dark eyes fixed on him, sensing his tension. Yet, before long, the boy relaxed. Before Alana could savor the moment, Severus unleashed a torrent of his scathing words upon her. How could I, Miss Riddle? A person of such insignificance as myself could never harbor anger towards you. I would consider it a privilege that someone of your stature remembers my name. Ha ha, so you do know you are insignificant, Snape, Sirius interjected. Alana shot a glare at the meddlesome Sirius. How could you possibly be insignificant? You are my best friend, I merely. With a soft thud, Vicia entered the small parlor, bearing a tray of delicate pastries. Master Black, Mr. Snape, please do not be angry with the little master, she implored, her enormous eyes brimming with tears. It is all my fault. I hid the letters you sent to the little master. It is entirely my wrongdoing. She tugged fervently at her large ears, and Alana worried that if she continued, they might tear away completely. Enough, Vicia. Why did you intercept my letters? Alana swiftly halted Vicia's self-punishment, a flicker of irritation crossing her face. This little elf had cared for her since her birth, as her parents often had to attend social engagements, leaving Vicia as her constant companion. You did this because they caused the little master's magic to spiral out of control, which was exceedingly perilous. The little master nearly did not wake up. Vicia's voice trembled with sorrow. Fear not, Vicia, that was merely an accident. You must not intercept my letters again, all right? Alana reasoned with her, instructing her to bring forth the letters. Before long, Vicia appeared again, her petite frame struggling under the weight of a large bundle of letters and parcels. Alana surveyed the assortment before her, noting the stark contrast between the black and dark green envelopes. It was clear, the black belonged to Sirius, while the dark green was from Severus. In their presence, Alana began to open the letters and packages. She examined Sirius's awkwardly penned apology, which, upon closer inspection, was nearly indecipherable, alongside the gemstone jewelry he had sent. Her lips twitched. Then she turned to Severus's letter, still as succinct as ever, subtly revealing a cautious concern from the writer, with potions enclosed that boasted a delightful array of flavors. My dear boys, you are indeed quite alike, Alana sighed, collapsing onto the sofa beside Severus, propping her feet up on the coffee table. The two boys glared at each other fiercely upon hearing Alana's observation. Sirius, are you attempting to apologize in that letter? I could have sworn you were berating me, she quipped. And you, Severus, if you care about me, why not just say it outright? Your roundabout ways are baffling. Had I not been exceptionally clever, I might never have deciphered your intentions. Alana's merciless taunts flushed both boys' faces crimson. They exchanged glares before turning away, though Severus's once stiff posture had relaxed somewhat. Observing their reactions, Alana's lips twitched. Had she not known from the original text of Severus's deep affection for Lily, and that Auntie had once mentioned Sirius's secret admiration for Lily as well, she might have thought these two were engaged in a love-hate relationship. A silence enveloped the trio, punctuated by Sirius's inability to remain subdued. Alana, he began hesitantly. glancing at the reticent Severus beside her, about what you said that day. I'm not quite sure how to approach it. After another furtive glance at Severus, who seemed oblivious to his gaze, he gritted his teeth. Do you possess some prophetic abilities? Upon hearing this, Alana exhaled in relief. She turned her head to Severus, then back to Sirius, feeling a wave of conflict wash over her. Severus sensed the tightening grip of Alana's hand on his arm, indicating her anxiety. After a moment of hesitation, he gently placed his hand over hers. Feeling the coolness of his touch, Alana looked up to meet Severus's gaze, his deep eyes reflecting her own face, revealing his concern. Alana was unsure whether to share the troubling truths with these two young men. She grappled with how to explain it. To lie? A single deception often necessitated a web of further lies, and if Severus were to discover her dishonesty. Alana frustratedly raked her fingers through her hair as Sirius and Severus exchanged silent glances. Do you truly wish to know? Even if it is terrifying? Alana asked uncertainly. Alana, we are friends, are we not? I will always stand by your side, Severus affirmed, tightening his grasp on her hand. Huh, Snape? Shouldn't you be supporting Miss Lily instead? Sirius taunted, provoking a dark scowl from Severus. Speaking of Miss Lily, Alana, I am genuinely curious, Sirius persisted. Undeterred by Severus's ire, he sought to lighten the heavy atmosphere, and Severus's anecdotes were sure to amuse him. Lily, Alana stammered, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. Had she not appeared, Severus would likely have already met Lily. A pang of guilt washed over her, yet she soon regained her composure. Severus not meeting Lily was a boon. He wouldn't fall for a girl who did not return his affections. Nor would he engage in a bitter rivalry with the Marauders, and he would never join the Death Eaters. He could simply pursue his craft as a master potioneer. Taking a deep breath, Alana drew her wand and cast a spell to shield their surroundings. She was not one to keep secrets for long, and it was better to reveal the truth, though she neglected to mention her own time travel. Chapter 14, The Truth. So my animagus form is a great black dog? Sirius exclaimed, a hint of joy in his voice, reveling in the fact that he could become an animagus. Isn't your focus a bit misplaced, Master Black? Severus remarked, his brow furrowed in disapproval. Huh, Snape. Hurry along to find your beloved Lily and stop being an eyesore here, Sirius retorted, his disdain for Severus intensifying after Alana's revelations, confirming his suspicions about Severus's eventual allegiance to the Death Eaters. Enough, Sirius. Seeking power is not inherently wrong. Severus merely chose a misguided path, but he realized his errors, did he not? Alana shrugged. Now that you both are aware of this matter, you have two choices, Alana declared, rising to face them with a grave expression. 1. I can prepare a potion of forgetfulness or a memory-erasing charm, allowing you to remain blissfully ignorant. 2. You must learn the art of mental occlusion with me. I choose option 2. Both Sirius and Severus spoke simultaneously, then exchanged a glare. These two truly were quite juvenile. Given your childish behavior, I must state that we are now a team. You two can no longer harbor animosity towards each other. Do you not feel a sense of camaraderie now that you share a secret? Alana said, hoping to alleviate the tension between them. Stay here tonight, send a letter home, and tomorrow we shall begin our lessons in mental occlusion. You will both accompany me, she instructed, flopping onto the soft sofa, her feet resting on the armrest. The three lapsed into silence. Both Sirius and Severus needed time to adjust to the revelations, while Alana closed her eyes, soon drifting into slumber. When she awoke, the evening had deepened, and Sirius and Severus remained in their original spots. Will you still join the Death Eaters, Severus? Alana inquired softly, gazing out at the setting sun. Never, but I do wish to remain in Slytherin. I will continue to seek power, Severus replied resolutely. I hope you stay true to your word. Sirius let out a cold scoff at the mention of Snape's fate by Alana, feeling a twinge of sentimentality, though it didn't deeply affect him. What left him truly astonished was the outcome of Regulus. A lone hero? His foolish brother had actually dared to undertake such a bold act. Sirius was intensely curious about the place Alana spoke of where one could learn the art of mind shielding, yet no matter how he inquired, she remained tight-lipped. Once the apparition concluded, Sirius and Severus were confronted with the ominous phrase for the greater good, their faces betraying their apprehension. Alana, are you certain that your house elf isn't plotting our demise? Sirius questioned, gripping Alana's arm as she attempted to step forward into the dilapidated building. Severus simultaneously grasped her other hand. No, indeed, this is the place, Nermingard. Alana turned, pulling both of them along, assuring them, fear not, we shall not be discovered. The individual who instructs us in mind shielding is not whom I presume. Nermingard only confines that one person, Sirius protested, feeling resistant. After all, that was the most perilous dark wizard. Nobody is forcing you if you are hesitant. I never imagined the illustrious Black Heir was such a coward. I do wonder if you've forgotten to take your intelligence-enhancing potion, Severus remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Sirius, venom dripping from his words. As they approached the entrance, a house elf opened the door for them, and before they reached the sitting room, they encountered 3 individuals emerging from within. Alana recognized them. They were former followers of Grindelwald, now managing some of his clandestine enterprises, enjoying a solid rapport with the Riekman family. In her view, Grindelwald's imprisonment in Nurmengard was hardly that. He resided in luxuriously understated quarters, attended to by house elves, with ample time to read, practice alchemy, and brew potions at his leisure. He could even come and go as he pleased. It was merely his own unwillingness to leave that kept him there. Poor old man. Never to lay eyes on Dumbledore again before his demise. As they entered, they spotted Grindelwald seated at the dining table, and the 2 men beside him visibly stiffened. "What's this? You brought guests? Is this a playground?" Grindelwald, with his meticulously groomed silver hair, donned a crisply ironed suit for the occasion, complete with a tie, leisurely slicing into a tender steak, while occasionally savoring a sip of red wine. "Oh, the old charmer, how devilishly alluring," Alana murmured, appreciating the dapper old gentleman. "Do share some with us. We haven't had lunch yet." After admiring the well-dressed elder, she settled herself at the dining table. "Please, join me. This is my great-grandfather. You needn't stand on ceremony. His name should be well known to you, Gellert Grindelwald." Alana observed the 2 bewildered youths, her eyes gleaming with mischief. Grindelwald shot Alana a disapproving glance, clearly displeased with her jest at the expense of her friends. "This is Sirius Black. And the long-haired one is my dear friend Severus Snape." "Good day, Mr. Grindelwald." Severus managed to recover first, bowing respectfully to the elder at the head of the table. A wave of excitement coursed through him. The man before him was none other than Grindelwald, the dark wizard who had made waves across Europe, rivaled only by the great white wizard Dumbledore. He suddenly recalled that Alana had once gifted him a spell book belonging to her great-grandfather, likely sourced from the very man before him. After lunch, Grindelwald led the 3 youngsters to the basement to practice mind shielding. "Don't you think it would be more convenient to give them a forget-everything charm?" Grindelwald nonchalantly inquired, twirling a twisted wand in boredom. "Perhaps not. Once we're at Hogwarts, we'll undoubtedly spend a lot of time together, and I cannot guarantee I can keep it a secret." "I'm certain Severus would find out," Alana confessed, unsure whether informing them was the right course of action, especially considering Sirius' impulsiveness. However, the die was cast, and she had to ensure Sirius mastered the mind-shielding technique. Yet, upon witnessing Sirius's practice, she quickly concluded that Grindelwald's suggestion was indeed prudent. It seemed British parents never taught their children spells before attending school, as Sirius could only manage a few simple prank charms. Watching Severus learn faster than him only heightened Sirius's anxiety. He certainly didn't wish to be outdone by a mere Slytherin. The only silver lining was that Sirius possessed considerable magical strength, demonstrating a natural talent for spellcasting. Chapter 15, The Station. September 1st, King's Cross Station. "Hey, Walburga, it's been ages," Mrs. Riekman exclaimed as she embraced Mrs. Black. Mr. Riekman and Mr. Black exchanged cordial handshakes. Nearby, Alana greeted Sirius and Regulus, maintaining a friendly demeanor. Everything appeared harmonious. "Except for you, foolish Sirius. Might I inquire if you are still as vacant-headed as a dim-witted troll with no progress whatsoever?" Alana's merciless taunt was delivered with a perfectly poised aristocratic smile. Sirius shot her a defiant glare, but remained silent. He had found it impossible to practice mind shielding at the Black household. Not far off, a tall Malfoy and a smaller one spotted the Riekman and Black families, striding over with elegant, synchronized steps, accompanied by Malfoy's girlfriend, Sirius's cousin, Narcissa Black. "My dear sister, have you come to see Alana off to school?" Abraxas spoke in a deliberate tone, exuding aristocratic flair. Sirius jabbed Alana in the arm with an elbow, his exaggerated expressions comical. Alana subtly nudged him back. "Lucius, Sissy, how I've missed you both." She embraced Narcissa and Malfoy, then exchanged playful glances with them. Narcissa flushed slightly, while Lucius confidently draped an arm over Narcissa's shoulder. "You'll soon be able to attend our engagement party, my dear Alana," Lucius declared, flicking his platinum hair. Narcissa turned a deeper shade of red. All right, Alana, cease your jesting," Narcissa interjected, noticing Alana was poised to continue. "Lucius has been appointed head boy this year, and he has a private compartment. You and Sirius should join us on the train." "Thank you for the invitation, Narcissa, but we have made plans to meet with friends," Sirius quickly interjected, tugging at Alana. He decisively chose Severus over Malfoy, despite the annoyance of the Slytherin. Alana cast an apologetic glance at Narcissa and Lucius. "Congratulations, Lucius, on becoming head boy. That is simply splendid. You must look after me, dear cousin," she winked, then glanced at Narcissa. "We wouldn't want to intrude on your romantic tete-a-tete in the head boy's compartment, so have a pleasant journey, sissy." With that, Alana bid farewell to the adults engaged in conversation and dragged Sirius aboard the train. Severus was likely waiting for them in their compartment. They walked to the end of the train before finally locating Severus, who was seated in their compartment, engrossed in a book. "Ah, Sev, I've missed you," Alana exclaimed as she bounded over, clinging to his arm and shaking it playfully. Severus remained impassive, but the tips of his ears, hidden beneath his hair, betrayed a flush of crimson. He calmly retrieved a small cake prepared by a house elf from his belongings and offered it to Alana. "You merely seek to curry favor with Alana," Sirius glared at him. "So, has the illustrious black heir perfected his brain-blocking charm?" Severus closed his book and leaned back lazily in his seat. The current Severus bore little resemblance to the frail, pallid figure described in the texts, with his sallow complexion and greasy hair. Despite the persistent absence of maternal affection, his improved living conditions had rendered him subtly taller than Alana, his complexion slightly wan, indicative of a deficiency in sunlight's warmth. At 11, his shoulders had begun to broaden, exuding a certain gravitas as he sat there. Together with Sirius, the two black-haired youths presented a striking contrast. One, a charmingly roguish boy basking in sunlight, and the other, a brooding, enigmatic bat. Simply captivating. "Mind your own business, Snape," Sirius retorted, his voice laced with irritation as he struggled to mask his own frustration. He begrudgingly acknowledged the remarkable abilities of this so-called snot-nosed brat, who had mastered numerous spells over the past few months, far surpassing his own skills. It was infuriating. With Severus having bested him, Severus felt quite pleased. Continuing to peruse a potions book while Sirius, unwilling to be outdone, retrieved his spell book to study, refusing to be left behind. Alana, indulging in a small cake, observed Severus intently. Feeling her unwavering gaze, he began to stiffen. Suddenly, the compartment door swung open, revealing two young girls, one with red hair, the other brunette. The brown-haired girl surveyed the trio within the compartment and naturally pulled her sister to sit across from Alana. "Hello, may we sit here?" The previous compartment was far too noisy. The brown-haired girl, clad in her school uniform, was evidently a returning student. "I am Penny Evans, a second-year Ravenclaw. This is my sister, Lily Evans. She is a new student this year," she introduced. Upon hearing her words, Sirius's book tumbled from his hands. He glanced at Alana, then began to blink furiously at Severus. Severus understood what he was implying, none other than Lily Evans. Alana shot a warning glare at the exuberant Sirius, signaling him to remain silent. "Hello, it's a pleasure to meet you, Miss Evans. I am Alana Riekman, a new student this year." Alana smiled politely, recalling that in the original text, Penny was a muggle. "Greetings to both of you, beautiful Miss Evanses. I am Sirius Black. It is a delight to make your acquaintance. Isn't it, Snape?" Sirius's peculiar grin was impossible to suppress. Severus Snape, he merely stated, devoid of any pleasantries. Penny remained unfazed by Alana's introduction. But upon hearing the names of Sirius and Severus, a peculiar expression crossed her face. "Hello, hello? Ha ha ha, how strange. Sirius is actually sharing a compartment with Snape. It appears you are acquainted," she exclaimed. "Are you two brothers?" Lily, the redhead, observed the two dark-haired boys, noting their shared hair color. Who would be related to him? Disgusting, they both retorted in unison, their mutual disdain evident. Penny silently mused that this was as it should be. There was no way these two could be friends. What was the noise about in the previous compartment? Alana tactfully diverted the conversation, sensing something off about Penny. "It was that Potter. He wouldn't stop talking to my sister. But I wanted to read for a moment. It was simply too noisy." Penny decided to cultivate a rapport with the girl before her. Clearly, the fact that Sirius and Snape could coexist without conflict had much to do with Alana. Chapter 16, Penny. Along the way, the three girls chattered animatedly, while Severus and Sirius remained engrossed in their books. Sirius had initially intended to eavesdrop on what the Evans sisters were discussing, remembering Alana's mention of Lily's muggle sister, now transformed into a witch. However, as Alana praised Severus's diligence to the Evans sisters, Sirius begrudgingly returned to his spellbook, battling against his own competitive spirit. By the time they disembarked, Penny and Alana had failed to glean any information from one another. Penny took the lead in a carriage, leaving the remaining four to form a small boat. As dusk descended and the September chill set in, Alana, inadequately dressed, began to shiver in the small boat. Severus, seated across from her, quickly noticed her discomfort and discreetly waved his wand to cast a warming charm. Feeling the warmth envelop her, Alana blinked appreciatively at Severus. Upon disembarking, they still had to walk to the castle, a distance that was not insignificant. Alana found herself slightly out of breath as she and Lily supported each other in their forward march, the two boys trailing behind them. Lily, anxious about the sorting ceremony, whispered to Alana throughout their walk. Seizing an opportunity while Alana was distracted, Sirius maliciously remarked to Severus, "Snot-nosed, your goddess has appeared." Seize the chance and do not allow yourself to be overshadowed by James Potter. My affairs are of no concern to you, you foolish mutt. You ought to focus on perfecting your brain-blocking charm instead of seeking Alana's assistance later, Severus replied, his gaze fixed on the two girls ahead, his expression inscrutable. Sirius shot him a venomous glare, resolving that one day he would find an opportunity to teach the snot-nosed brat a lesson. The sorting ceremony proceeded as described in the texts. Sirius was the first to be sorted, and Alana felt a twinge of anxiety, fearful that he might be placed in Gryffindor, just as the book indicated. However, after a prolonged silence, the sorting hat declared his house. Slytherin. The Slytherin table erupted in thunderous applause, and Narcissa exhaled in relief. Black would indeed be a Slytherin. In the first-year cohort, James Potter cast a surprised glance at Sirius, recalling that Sirius had once assured him he would never join Slytherin. Meanwhile, Penny Evans, a second year at the Ravenclaw table, turned sharply to stare at Sirius, as if witnessing something extraordinary. Soon it was Alana's turn. Upon donning the sorting hat, she conversed with it. Mr. Hat, please place me in Hufflepuff. I've heard their common room is conveniently near the kitchens. Oh no, dear lady, you are ill-suited for Hufflepuff. I suspect you would prefer Gryffindor or Slytherin. The hat pondered hesitantly. Then I shall opt for Slytherin, for I have no fondness for that impulsive pride of lions, Alana pouted, imagining the incessant chatter of Gryffindors. Her 7 years at school would surely be rather arduous. Slytherin, the hat finally proclaimed loudly. Lucius and Narcissa, seated at the Slytherin table, were the first to applaud as Alana gracefully removed the hat and handed it to Professor McGonagall before taking a seat beside Narcissa. Severus had achieved his desired placement in Slytherin, while Lily and the others were sorted into Gryffindor, just as in the book. Once the sorting ceremony concluded, Dumbledore began his address. Alana scrutinized the elderly wizard with his white beard, thoughts drifting to Grindelwald, feeling a twinge of nostalgia. She wondered if Dumbledore ever reminisced about Grindelwald in solitude. Perhaps not, considering he had never replied to any of his letters. This year, Slytherin boasted a mere 7 new students, 4 boys and 3 girls. Thus, when the dormitories were assigned, the esteemed Lucius Malfoy, as the head boy, allocated Alana a single room, much to her satisfaction. Heaven knows how despairing it would be to have a roommate who might potentially become a Death Eater. In stark contrast, Sirius and Severus were decidedly displeased, as they found themselves sharing a dormitory. Sirius attempted to leverage Narcissa's name to persuade Lucius for a room change, but to his dismay, he was met with refusal. This left Sirius in a state of gloom for quite some time. Early the following morning, the three met in the common room and made their way to the Great Hall for breakfast. Throughout their journey, Sirius wore a sullen expression, and Severus appeared equally discontent. It was not until they reached the Transfiguration classroom that they exchanged not a single word. Alana found herself puzzled. Was it truly necessary for these two to sulk for so long merely because of their dormitory assignment? Such strange boys. Transfiguration was a joint class with Slytherin and Gryffindor, and upon entering the classroom, they spotted Lily, surrounded by the ever-looming figure of James Potter. Potter, attempting to persuade Lily to partner with him, soon realized she was already accompanied by her friends. Upon seeing Sirius, he settled for second best, pulling him over to sit behind Lily. He needed to inquire why Sirius had not sought him out for companionship this past year, and why he had chosen to align himself with the nefarious Slytherin. Alana, taking Severus by the arm, sought a corner to sit down, glancing at the podium, where Professor McGonagall was notably absent in her animagus form. Alana felt a twinge of curiosity. Had it not been agreed that Professor McGonagall would transform into her animagus during the first lesson for the newcomers? Severus, oblivious to Alana's fixation on the podium, absent-mindedly toyed with a gift box in his pocket. Alana's birthday fell on August 31st. But due to the commencement of school the following day, she had decided to celebrate with him once they arrived at school, along with Sirius. The gift he had prepared was crafted by his own hands, and he wondered if Alana would appreciate it. As his thoughts wandered, he recalled the peculiar Penny Evans. Why had this muggle suddenly acquired magical abilities? He did not believe Alana would deceive him, yet it was certainly unusual, and he resolved to observe her closely. The first transfiguration lesson for the newcomers was quite simple, transforming a matchstick into a needle. For Severus, this was exceedingly easy, but he refrained from performing the transformation immediately, not wanting to draw undue attention to himself. This was the plan he had set for himself. Alana, too, wished to avoid the spotlight, and thus both worked diligently, completing their tasks at a moderate pace. Lily, unsurprisingly, was the first to complete the transformation, earning 10 points for Gryffindor. The only one feeling particularly vexed was Potter, who, sitting beside Sirius, had hoped to engage him in conversation, only to be met with Professor McGonagall's stern gaze, which admonished him for his lack of diligence. Chapter 17. Potions class. On the Friday of the new term, the long-awaited potions class finally arrived. The instructor, Horace Slughorn, was a renowned master of potion making, and Severus eagerly anticipated learning from him. In this class, students paired up, and Slytherin was once again teamed with Gryffindor. Alana, without hesitation, abandoned Sirius to partner with Severus, for he was destined to become a master potion maker, and she thought that by working alongside him, her own potion grades would surely achieve an outstanding. Potter, however, was still unable to partner with Lily, leading to the rather odd pairing of Sirius and Potter. Dear children, our task for today is to brew the Scabbers potion. The steps and necessary materials are on the blackboard. If there are no questions, let us begin, Professor Slughorn cheerfully announced as he ambled about the classroom, his twinkling eyes searching for promising talent among the young students. Alana volunteered to retrieve the required materials from the supply cabinet and commenced her work. As she gazed at the glutinous mollusk in the jar, she found herself in a bit of a quandary. While she was not particularly frightened or disgusted, she noticed that nearly everyone else in the room wore grimaces of distaste at the sight of the slug. Severus, however, was the exception, seemingly entranced by the venomous snake fang he held. Isn't that just a slug with horns? How ridiculous! Alana scoffed inwardly at her foreign classmates. Yet, as a proper lady, she felt compelled to exhibit a reaction befitting her status. Clearing her throat, she exclaimed, "Oh, Merlin! Severus, this is utterly revolting. I require your assistance." Alana feigned distress, pointing at the slug in the jar with an exaggerated look of panic. Severus, having just ground the snake fang into powder, was admiring his own skill. He was somewhat perplexed by Alana's sudden theatrics, as she only behaved this way in necessary situations. However, noticing Professor Slughorn approaching their station, Severus quickly tugged at Alana's sleeve and took over handling the slug. "Are you afraid of slugs?" he whispered once the professor had moved on. He recalled how Alana had once held a slug up to his face to frighten him. "You wouldn't understand. All girls find slugs disgusting. If I don't react like them, it will draw too much attention, which contradicts my principle of being low-key." Alana replied with a mischievous smile as she watched Severus diligently prepare the potion. As they neared the final steps, Alana lifted her gaze to observe the progress of other pairs. Most were only halfway through. A mischievous thought crossed her mind as she watched Severus stir the potion with focused intensity. Seizing the opportunity, she stealthily tossed a porcupine quill into the cauldron. Instantly, the liquid within began to boil violently, as if it were about to explode. Severus, still in the process of drawing his wand, barely registered the change before the cauldron erupted, the failed Scabbers potion transforming into a toxic substance that splattered all over Alana and Severus. The students in the classroom were left in shock, while Professor Slughorn, due to his line of sight, was unable to intervene in time. Severus and Alana found themselves honorably dispatched to the hospital wing following their explosive mishap in potions class. After the lesson, Sirius brought their bags to the hospital wing to check on them, though his primary aim was to mock Severus, with Alana's well-being being merely an afterthought. "I hear someone here is destined to be the youngest potion master. Seeing is believing," Sirius taunted, settling beside Alana's bed while directing his jibes at Severus. Alana quickly grasped his sleeve, attempting to deter Sirius from digging his own grave. Since leaving the potions classroom, Severus had withdrawn from her, ignoring her every utterance as if she were invisible. This time, Severus was genuinely angry. He had not anticipated that Alana's prank would result in her own misfortune. And thankfully, it was merely the simplest of potions. Had it been something more volatile, the consequences could have been dire. Simultaneously, he chastised himself for his slow reaction, regretting his inability to stop the incident in time. With a resentful glare aimed at both Sirius and Alana, Severus resolved to ignore her for the entire evening. She needed to grasp the gravity of the situation. After Sirius departed, Penny Evans stealthily made her way to the hospital wing. The infirmary was deserted, with Severus lying in bed, his eyes closed in slumber. Alana, engrossed in a book of indeterminate origin, was lost in her reading. "Alana, are you well?" Penny inquired, observing Alana, swathed in bandages like a mummy, and suppressing a chuckle. I'll be discharged tomorrow. Thank you for visiting me, Penny," Alana replied, squinting her eyes. Though her expression was obscured, Penny surmised she was smiling. A moment of silence enveloped them. "Why aren't you a muggle?" Alana directly posed her question, gazing at the hesitant Penny. Penny's eyes widened, her cheeks flushed. "You can speak Chinese?" "No, wait, how do you know I should be a muggle? A fellow countryman?" Penny exclaimed, her voice rising in excitement as she furtively glanced at Snape, relieved to see he remained undisturbed. Severus, with his eyes closed, listened as the two girls conversed in a language he could not comprehend for some time, until Penny reluctantly took her leave. As Alana watched Penny depart the infirmary, she caught Severus's dark eyes fixed upon her. "I knew you weren't asleep, Sev. The little bat is quite the pretender." Severus had initially resolved to ignore Alana for the entire night, yet his curiosity regarding their previous conversation piqued. Noticing his hesitation, Alana grinned. If you promise to bring a cauldron to celebrate my birthday tomorrow, I shall tell you. Severus contemplated this and nodded in agreement, albeit perplexed as to why a cauldron was necessary for a birthday celebration. She, like me, has glimpsed fragments of the future, Alana mused, finding it the only plausible explanation. For traversing realms was too fantastical to articulate. However, she refrained from explaining why. In her view, Penny should have been a muggle and now was a witch, bypassing that peculiar detail. In truth, she had just discussed with Penny that the most reasonable explanation was that the essence of one's soul might be the decisive factor in possessing magical abilities. What language were you speaking just now? I've never heard you use it before, Severus inquired again. It was Chinese. We both have a fondness for Eastern culture. Alana replied awkwardly. Chapter 18. The birthday party the following day was Saturday, and Alana and Severus discharged from the infirmary early in the morning. They first ventured to the Great Hall for breakfast before returning to the dungeons for some much-needed rest. By the time Alana awakened, lunch had already passed, prompting her to head straight to the kitchen. That evening, Alana intended to host a belated birthday celebration for herself, so she planned to prepare some food while resolving her lunch dilemma. Oh, esteemed Miss Alana, is there anything I can assist you with? Dobby, the beloved house elf of Hogwarts, exclaimed as he bounded before her, his large eyes wide with anticipation. Alana had met Dobby on her first night at Hogwarts when she came to the kitchen for a midnight snack, and he was adorned with a red tea towel, much like Winky. Dear Dobby, I wish to hold a birthday party this evening and require some food. Could you assist me in preparing it? Alana gently ruffled Dobby's head. Miss Alana actually patted Dobby's head. Miss Alana patted Dobby's head. Dobby squealed in excitement, tears glistening in his eyes. The other house elves looked on enviously. All right, Dobby. While you're preparing, do make a bit extra. Let your friends sample it as well. Alana quickly interjected to temper Dobby's exuberance. After detailing her requests to the house elf, Dobby hurriedly delivered an assortment of desserts from the kitchen, uncertain of Severus' whereabouts. Alana pondered how to adorn the room of requirement for that evening as she made her way back to the dormitory. Upon her return to the Slytherin common room, she was greeted by a throng of students gathered together. Peering into the crowd, she spotted Sirius and Severus, wands drawn, facing off against one another. It feels like a fight is about to break out. Black, take him down, that filthy half-blood, Rocher incited from the sidelines. Alana rolled her eyes, thinking how these Slytherins truly embodied the essence of future Death Eaters, relishing the chaos. She hastily pushed through the crowd, interjecting, Do you wish to spend tonight in the infirmary, my dear friends? Alana took a deep breath, her voice sweet as honey, with emphasis on the word tonight. The onlookers remained largely indifferent, merely watching the spectacle unfold. However, the tone of her voice reached the ears of the two adversaries, and they understood Alana was issuing a warning. Today was the day Alana planned the gathering, and if they were to engage in combat now, they would inevitably find themselves in the infirmary and unable to attend the celebration later that evening. They exchanged glances and silently sheathed their wands. I still Haven team mastered the transfiguration spell Professor McGonagall taught us. Would you mind helping me practice? Alana disregarded the expressions of those around them, pulling the two boys out of the common room. Once outside the dungeons, Alana released their hands, and Sirius and Severus trailed her as they made their way to the 7th floor. Upon arriving at the entrance to the room of requirement, Alana paced back and forth 3 times before the door materialized before them. Where's this, Alana? Sirius exclaimed, astonished at the sight of the door that had appeared. Severus remained silent, drawing his wand and stepping ahead of Alana and Sirius to enter the room first. Inside, there was, of course, no danger. But Alana felt a swell of satisfaction at Severus's caution. Truly, he was a Slytherin at heart. Alana conjured numerous cushions along the walls of the room of requirement, and after closing the door, she addressed the two boys, though I am unaware of your reasons for wanting to fight. It would be best for you to refrain from doing so in front of others, all right? We are a team, united against the outside, understand? The room was quite private. And thus, she added, now, you may commence your duel. Alana conjured a sofa in the corner, lazily reclining on it as she pulled out the small cake she had taken from the kitchen earlier and began to indulge. Come on, Snavelis. Let me see just how many spells you know, Sirius taunted, raising his wand. Severus, undeterred, retorted, I certainly know more than you, you foolish mutt. With pent-up grievances and mutual disdain, the two began to unleash spells at one another, interspersed with a fair share of curses. For over a year, Sirius had been diligently practicing spells, yet he still could not match Severus. One of his malevolent curses was deflected by Severus's protective charms, sending him crashing onto the cushions behind. Rising to his feet, Sirius was eager to continue, but Alana quickly interjected, All right, enough. Let us take a break. It was imperative to prevent them from fighting indefinitely. Sirius was inherently competitive, and Severus was equally unwilling to concede. If these two truly clashed relentlessly, it would undoubtedly result in a bitter stalemate. While some spirited sparring could foster camaraderie, it was crucial that their rivalry did not breed animosity. Both boys collapsed onto the sofa, panting heavily, as Alana presented each of them with an apple pie, a dessert favored by Severus, with just a hint of tartness. Severus appeared quite pleased with the outcome of their duel, having sent Sirius sprawling, whereas Sirius's expression darkened. After all his relentless practice, it was disheartening to be bested by this so-called snotty one. Deep down, Sirius was reluctant to acknowledge Severus's prowess. You two should rest. We'll practice the mind closure charm later. I've begun working on the legitimacy, so we must accelerate our progress, Alana instructed, casting a meaningful glance at Sirius. Especially you. Your situation will only become more precarious, so it's essential that you hone your skills. The trio spent the afternoon in the room of requirement until Dilly, the house elf, arrived with the ingredients Alana had requested. Chapter 19, Hot Pot Dilly, accompanied by several of her little elfin friends, meticulously arranged all the ingredients on the table. Sirius gazed curiously at the raw meat slices and the unfamiliar vegetables, intrigued. He had heard of a Far Eastern country that relished sashimi. He wondered if tonight's gathering would involve raw meat. Sev, could you help me set up the cauldron? Alana beckoned, retrieving a shrunk cauldron from her pocket and enlarging it with a spell, directing Severus to position it properly. If Severus remained oblivious to Alana's intentions at that moment, his mind must have been stuffed with thistles. Alana, cauldrons are meant for brewing potions, not for cooking food, Severus protested, emphasizing the mystique of potion making and the significance of a cauldron in that craft, only to have Alana disregard its intended use. Perhaps we could use a different pot for cooking? Severus attempted to persuade Alana to abandon her culinary plans with the cauldron. However, when he observed Alana's big, pleading eyes and felt her gentle tug on his arm, the master of potions and mind closure, Severus Snape, shamefully relented. Noticing Severus's reluctance to use the cauldron for cooking, Sirius eagerly produced his own cauldron to set up, willing to do anything that might irk the snotty one. Alana mentioned that Penny Evans would also be joining them that evening, and one cauldron would not suffice. When Penny entered with Lily, they discovered Alana orchestrating the boys at the cauldron, preparing the hot pot broth. Sirius, stir it well, or it will burn. Sirius scrambled to mix the contents while adding the seasonings Alana had instructed. In contrast, Severus maintained his composure. Sev, splendid. Now add water, and wait for it to boil. Hey Alana, happy birthday. Penny and Lily presented their gifts to Alana. I hope you don't mind that I brought Lily along. I couldn't leave my sister behind. Not at all. The house elf has prepared plenty of ingredients, Alana replied nonchalantly, though she instinctively cast a glance in Severus's direction. As Lily curiously approached the cauldron, Penny whispered in Chinese, you don't want to disrupt the pairing, do you? Despite knowing Potter could be a bit arrogant, she felt Severus's personality was not compatible with Lily's. I wouldn't dream of it. I just don't want Sev to develop feelings for Lily. It breaks my heart, Alana mused, observing Lily's fascination with the two cauldrons, while Sirius mischievously exchanged glances with Severus, who was also watching Lily. Alana suddenly felt a twinge of discontent. The door to the room of requirement swung open once more, revealing Potter and his two friends. Looks like someone's throwing a party here. Potter, with his disheveled hair, was followed by a thin, pale boy and a timid one. Potter, what are you doing here? Lily exclaimed upon seeing him enter. I saw you come in and didn't leave. I was worried you might be in danger, Potter explained, his voice a bit shaky. You were following me? Lily asked incredulously. No, I genuinely feared for your safety, Potter stammered, feeling guilty as he had indeed followed Lily and Penny. I didn't invite you, Mr. Potter, or your friends, to my birthday gathering, Alana stated, stepping closer, her smile turning insincere as she gently patted her impeccably clean robe. Don't flatter yourself, you repulsive Slytherin. Who would want to join your gathering? Come on, Lily, let us go. Potter was incensed by Alana's words, while the pale boy behind him tugged at his sleeve, attempting to restrain him. Then you should leave. No one wants you here, Severus interjected, brandishing his wand with an annoyed glare directed at James Potter. You snotty one. You have no right to speak here. James had heard from Sirius that Severus Snape was a rather unpleasant individual. Alana swiftly seized Severus's wand before he could cast a spell, and in her haste, she used the wand as a hairpin, placing it in her hair, making it awkward for Severus to retrieve it. I believe no one is less qualified to speak than you, Mr. Potter. Surely your parents taught you how discourteous it is to appear uninvited at someone else's gathering. Alana held no particular animosity towards James, yet his audacity to insult her on her birthday was intolerable. Sirius, Mr. Potter is your friend, isn't? Perhaps you would prefer to leave with him? Alana raised her eyebrows at Sirius, who was watching the spectacle unfold, clearly uninterested in dealing with James. James, stop it. Today we are celebrating Alana's birthday. You must not create a disturbance here, Sirius admonished, aware of Alana's displeasure. Though he too was frustrated, Slytherin had its share of unsavory characters. He was still a Slytherin himself. James's comment about Slytherin being repulsive encompassed him as well. Albeit James did not explicitly state it. Alana, along with Severus, and Penny with Lily, took their seats by the cauldron, where the water was already boiling. Lily felt terribly embarrassed about Potter's actions. She had not anticipated him following her. Alana and Penny exchanged glances, both realizing that such incidents would only proliferate, leaving them exasperated. They each occupied a cauldron, beginning to add the meat slices. Alana even produced the chopsticks she had prepared, for eating hot pot without chopsticks was simply unthinkable. Alana and Penny instructed Lily and Severus on how to cook the meat slices and how to use the chopsticks, and the four of them laughed and chatted, creating a delightful atmosphere. Unsurprisingly, the conversation was predominantly among the three girls, while Severus stared blankly at the cauldron, lost in thought as the meat simmered. Sirius, realizing there was no place for himself, touched his nose and, along with James and his two companions, set up a cauldron anew. Due to the scarcity of ingredients, the four of them could only utilize a single pot. In contrast to Severus and Lily, who were taught how to use chopsticks, Sirius and his friends were at a disadvantage. Their clumsy attempts made it nearly impossible to retrieve food from the pot, resulting in a meal characterized by 3 cauldrons and 2 worlds. After their meal, James Potter and his friends reluctantly approached Alana to present her with a belated gift. Thank you for the intriguing food, Miss Riekman. I am Remus Lupin. Remus felt a genuine sense of joy that evening, as it was his first time attending a birthday gathering with peers, and Miss Riekman did not appear as malevolent as the other Slytherins. Chapter 20. The Room of Requirement and the Bet. I'm glad you liked it, Mr. Lupin. Thank you for your gift. Sated. Alana chose not to dwell on the earlier conflict. Riekman, this is my gift. James awkwardly presented a feather quill he had fished out of his pocket. Gazing at him, Alana suddenly thought of the invisibility cloak. Potter, you just insulted me and my friends. James was taken aback by Alana's sudden remark, his face flushing with embarrassment. He felt an urge to explain, but was reluctant, knowing he was at a disadvantage. How about this? You duel with Severus, and if you win, we'll overlook your insults. But if you lose, you must agree to one favor of mine, Alana proposed earnestly. Are you afraid, Mr. Potter? Your brain isn't as large as a troll s, is it? Severus, eager to teach this arrogant fool a lesson, interjected. What did you say, you snot-nosed brat? James's volatile temper flared at Severus's taunt, causing him to lose his composure. Before long, the dueling arena was prepared. The two combatants stood facing each other, while the audience divided into 2 factions behind them. Alana and Penny naturally supported Severus, while Lily stood with her sister, inciting James's ire. The girl he fancied was backing that snot-nosed brat. Behind James stood Sirius, Remus, and Peter Pettigrew. The two bowed with their wands, and then swiftly retreated to opposite ends of the arena. Having just started their first year, the students had yet to learn any advanced magic. Though Sirius stood behind James in support, he knew that James stood little chance of winning. Severus was formidable. Perhaps even 7th-year students would struggle against him. Why, then, did Alana propose this duel? Sirius watched as James unleashed a series of prank spells, all easily dodged by Severus, who swiftly countered with a disarming spell that sent James flying. Surprisingly, Sirius felt a twinge of delight. Was it because he was not the only one being humiliated? James rose, eager to continue, but Alana intervened just in time. Mr. Potter, you've lost. Humph, what do you want from me? James glared at Severus, acknowledging the latter's strength, but resolutely told himself that he would not lose to him next time. The invisibility cloak, please lend it to me for a while tomorrow, Alana whispered in James's ear. James's eyes widened in surprise. How do you know about it? Shoo, a bet's a bet, Mr. Potter, I will return it to you. Alana turned to grasp Severus's arm. Sev, your moves were astonishing. Severus felt warmth spread through him at her praise as he looked into Alana's sparkling eyes. After the duel concluded, everyone dispersed. On their way back to the common room, Sirius inquired about Alana's motives for organizing the duel. For the invisibility cloak, of course. I want to compare the genuine article with my imitation. Genuine? Sirius was puzzled by her choice of words. Are you saying Potter's invisibility cloak is one of the 3 Deathly Hallows? Severus was taken aback. They all knew that the Potter family possessed an invisibility cloak, but Alana had once shown hers too. While expensive, it was not particularly rare. However, an invisibility cloak that was one of the Deathly Hallows was a different matter entirely, as all market versions were mere imitations of this legendary artifact. Precisely. I wish to borrow it for study. My great-grandfather is quite interested in this topic. I intend to take it to him for his examination. Perhaps he might even improve upon the current imitations. Alana was aware that Grindelwald had ventured to Godric's Hollow to investigate the invisibility cloak, which led to his acquaintance with Dumbledore. Upon hearing of Grindelwald's interest in the invisibility cloak, Sirius felt pity for his friend. Poor James might lose his precious cloak. Despite his reluctance, James dutifully presented a brown paper bag to Alana during breakfast the next day, looking as though he were saying goodbye to a beloved. "Don't worry, Potter. I will return it to you." Alana rolled her eyes and cheerfully concluded her breakfast. The weekend at Hogwarts was bustling with students. Alana invited Sirius and Severus to the library to work on their assignments since they had blown up a cauldron, resulting in Professor Slughorn requiring them to extend their 5-inch essays to 8. That irritating old coot. When the trio arrived at the library, Penny was already there. "Over here, Alana." Penny waved and beckoned them with her lips. Madame Pants, the librarian, abhorred loud conversations and would ruthlessly expel any student who attracted her attention. Just as they settled down, Lily and her friend Mary entered the library. "How long?" Alana quietly asked Penny. "A bet?" 3 minutes. Penny glanced toward the entrance. "All right. An apple pie." 1 minute. Alana fixed her gaze on the library door. Sirius and Severus observed the two girls betting, their expressions inscrutable. Just as Alana counted to 100, James Potter and his two companions appeared at the library entrance. "Looks like neither of us won," Alana shrugged. "Next time." Penny remained undeterred. Before long, the 9 of them filled a large table. "Sev, have you finished the history of magic assignment?" Alana intended to tackle the most tedious subject first. "I have, but I shan't share it with you." Severus was aware of Alana's intentions, yet was unwilling to indulge her. "Snot-nosed brat, why are you so stingy?" Sirius mocked from the side. "Why not let Alana copy your history of magic if you're not stingy?" Severus shot him a disdainful glance. "I wouldn't dare. He completed it." He intended to copy Alana's, but must now write it himself. Heaven knows why Professor Bin's history of magic lectures were so soporific. "Sev, please." Alana attempted to sweet-talk him. Seeing Lily's demeanor, it appeared she had finished, but Alana was reluctant to borrow from her. "Not a chance, Alana. You must write it yourself. I will supervise you." Severus firmly resisted her charms, but he conceded on the potions essay. "I can assist you with that, but you owe me another favor." All right, Snape." Alana conceded with a hint of disappointment. Yet the potions assignment was indeed more pressing. At least she could copy the history of magic. Chapter 21, Snape's Side Story. When Severus awoke, he was greeted by the sight of a finely dressed lady accompanied by a girl clad in an opulent princess gown, standing in his dim, filthy, and chaotic abode. He found himself somewhat perplexed by the unfolding situation. Perched on the staircase, he listened to the lady coldly informing his mother of the demise of the head of the Prince family, leaving her in tears. He was acutely aware that his mother bore the surname Prince before her marriage. This revelation implied that her father must have held a significant status. After all, how could such a noble lady be acquainted with the filth of their surroundings? Severus scoffed inwardly while a flicker of anticipation ignited within him. He accepted the suite offered by the girl, who, in his estimation, surpassed the red-haired witch from several streets away in beauty. After the two visitors, so out of place in Spinner's End, departed, his mother retrieved her wizarding robes and wand, tidied Severus up, and then transported him via apparition. This marked the first time he felt the extraordinary wonder of magic so intensely. In comparison, the ability to levitate objects seemed laughable, while the sheer power of this teleportation spell captivated him. Severus took the ice cream from the princess-gowned girl once more. A day filled with gifts unlike any he had ever experienced. The events unfolded with remarkable ease, just as he had hoped. His mother divorced the filthy drunkard and returned with him to the Prince family. Bereft of her husband, his mother channeled all her emotions into potion-making. Aware of her fears regarding her father's acceptance of them, she needed to demonstrate her worth to him. His grandfather, obsessed with potions, soon disregarded any dissatisfaction with Severus's mixed heritage once he displayed his remarkable talent. The Prince family was in dire need of a potion prodigy to rejuvenate their legacy. When his mother inquired whether he wished to adopt the surname Prince, Severus declined. He did not want to forget his past. He intended to carry the name Snape as a constant reminder of those dark years. He yearned for power, for success, and for the opportunity to prove himself through his own abilities. Thus, he became Severus Snape Prince. He even visited the home of the princess-gowned girl, Alana Riekman. She possessed dark eyes, reminiscent of his own. In the lavish, palace-like Riekman manor, Princess Alana proclaimed that he would undoubtedly become a master of potions, marking the first time someone had affirmed his potential. She gifted him a second-hand wand, leaving him perplexed as to why she would bestow such an item upon someone she had only met twice. Severus felt a surge of irritation, vexed by the princess's unwarranted friendliness, damned friendliness. Thanks to his mother's potion-making prowess, Severus often encountered Alana while she assisted Mr. Riekman with his ailments, laying a solid foundation for their subsequent correspondence. Knowing that Alana had a penchant for beauty potions, he dedicated time to study such concoctions after enduring his grandfather's devilish tutelage. Imagining her delighted reaction upon receiving the potions, Severus felt that losing a few hours of sleep was inconsequential. Alana gifted him a spell book, purportedly belonging to her relative. As he perused its contents, he was astonished to discover numerous dark spells within. In England, studying the dark arts was met with disdain. Although both his mother and grandfather practiced dark magic, they never intended to impart that knowledge to him. Severus felt a mix of joy and irritation at having acquired such a book, questioning Alana's recklessness in giving it away. Surely, her mind must have been muddled by a troll's kick. Why was she so unguarded with others? When Alana invited him to be her dance partner in a letter, he briefly contemplated refusing. He was not adept at dancing. Yet, having not seen Alana for a considerable time, he acquiesced. Although learning to dance under her tutelage proved arduous, Severus found joy in the experience, even if it meant he could not brew a single potion during those days. Alana indeed adored muggle things and wore short skirts more fitting for rebellious girls, exposing her arms and legs. Severus struggled to comprehend this. But after futile attempts to dissuade her, he wisely abandoned the endeavor. In truth, she looked quite lovely, and thankfully, she did not dress this way in front of others. The Malfoy ball was the epitome of extravagance. At the gala, Severus encountered Alana's distant cousin, who was described in her letters as peacock-like, along with Sirius Black, who Alana deemed too loud and nearly became her dance partner. He had to admit that Black possessed an exceptionally handsome visage. Fortunately, Severus had been diligently studying a silencing charm, perfect for experimenting on that insufferable Black. Severus scoffed at the notion of venturing into the Muggle world, yet seeing Alana's excitement, he wisely expressed support for her enthusiasm. This journey proved fruitful. He discovered the formidable nature of Muggle weaponry and returned with a book on basic Muggle medicine. Though Muggles could not brew complex potions, they could perform surgeries, cutting open a person's abdomen to remove necrotic tissue and sew them back up without fatalities. It appeared that not all Muggles were as inept as those he had encountered in Spinner's End. After learning of Alana's prophecy, Severus grew to despise Sirius even more. Alana had subtly inquired in her letters whether he knew any wizarding friends or had encountered any magical children during his time in Spinner's End. Severus instinctively lied, concealing the fact that he had secretly observed a red-haired girl whom he suspected possessed magic. However, before he could get to know her, he followed his mother back to the prince's residence and never saw the girl again. Severus did not want Alana to discover that he had once spied on someone. Later, when he heard Alana mention her premonition of falling in love with a red-haired, green-eyed witch, only to be unable to attain that love, and even dying to protect the witch's son, Severus felt a profound relief over his earlier reticence. He accompanied Alana to meet the infamous dark wizard Grindelwald. Despite having lost his wand, he remained formidable. To Severus's astonishment, the spellbook Alana had gifted him was indeed Grindelwald's own, and he resolved to safeguard it for the future, intending to pass it down to his children. On the eve of the new school year, Severus found himself unable to sleep for a long time. His thoughts lingered on Alana's prophecy, which foretold that he would become the youngest master of potions, the head of Slytherin House, and a professor of potions, destined to be the youngest headmaster of Hogwarts. But what of her? What of Alana in the prophecy? Tomorrow, they would embark on their journey at Hogwarts together, learning side by side for 7 years, and he would unravel all mysteries. As he lay in bed, the moonlight cascading upon the floor, his black eyes swirled with mystery and determination. Chapter 22, Sirius's Side Story. Sirius Black, the beloved heir of the Black family, grew up in a world of privilege. At a family ball, he encountered a distant relative named Alana Riekman, a girl with golden hair that shone like sunlight. As he gazed at the little girl, who was nearly his age and greeted the adults with an air of nobility, Sirius thought to himself, another foolish, sheltered noble girl. However, after countless attempts to tease Alana, only to find himself outwitted by her, he began to realize that she was far from the simpleton she appeared to be. Alana reveled in the adults' praise while secretly delighting in cleverly tormenting others, particularly Sirius. Nevertheless, Sirius found joy in their playful interactions. Every encounter with Alana brought forth new amusements. He perceived Alana as distinct from the self-proclaimed aristocrats surrounding him. She harbored no disdain for Muggles and was not a purist. She respected everyone, even the bothersome house elf from the Black family, Creature. Alana and her family embodied the nobility that Sirius envisioned. Sirius detested his family's upbringing. Nearly all members of the Black family, including their portraits, incessantly boasted about their pure bloodline, their repugnant notions of purity and nobility, except for Uncle Alfred. From a young age, Sirius had admired Uncle Alfred, who, due to his frail health, seldom returned to the Black ancestral home. Yet, whenever he did, he would secretly bring serious Muggle items. such as a model motorcycle, which became Sirius's most cherished gift. At the age of 8, Uncle Alfred took Sirius out for an outing to visit a friend in Godric's Hollow. Sirius spent 2 months there, forging a deep friendship with James Potter. James was a vibrant person, and Sirius's days in Godric's Hollow were filled with their shared adventures. The Potters were exceptionally hospitable, inviting him to their home, where he delighted in causing mischief alongside the amiable Mr. Potter, disrupting Mrs. Potter's meticulously tended garden. Though she feigned anger, her eyes sparkled with laughter, and the family radiated warmth and life, embodying the essence of home. Sirius envied James for having such wonderful parents, as his own home was perpetually shrouded in darkness and strictness. His mother and father were relentless in their harsh teachings, threatening him with confinement in the small, dark room under the watchful eye of that detestable creature if he misbehaved. Sirius confided in James about his family's ignorance, incredulous that they resorted to intermarriage to preserve their bloodline's purity, as his father, Orion, and mother, Walburga, were cousins. That summer, while frolicking with James, the rebellious spirit that had long simmered within Sirius erupted forth, and he vowed to resist the family's oppressive ideals. He refused to inherit their notions of pure blood, nor would he harbor animosity towards Muggles or inflict harm upon them. Never. At the Malfoy family's ball, as a young lord in the aristocracy, Sirius was expected to find a partner for such significant occasions. Naturally, he thought first of Alana, with whom he felt a remarkable rapport. Yet, to his dismay, Alana rejected him, claiming she had invited someone else, who could possibly be more suitable than himself. This left Sirius with a rather poor impression of the unseen partner Alana had chosen. The sight of the snot-nosed boy, with hair akin to his own, filled him with disdain, especially since the boy possessed a multitude of spells that left Sirius speechless. To his humiliation, his timid brother witnessed his inability to speak, deepening his sense of embarrassment. Had it not been for Malfoy's intervention, he would have certainly confronted the boy. The words Alana had spoken before the magical outburst lingered in Sirius's mind for a long time. To uncover the truth, he begrudgingly wrote to the snot-nosed boy for assistance. But the loathsome creature refused to escort him to meet Alana. Upon learning that the boy had not received a reply from Alana either, Sirius felt a twinge of relief. At Riekman Manor, they encountered a pale-faced Alana, revealing the severity of the prior magical upheaval. It was then that he discovered Alana's prophetic abilities, a suspicion he had harbored. Alana foretold that he would eventually master the Animagus transformation, becoming a robust black dog. She proclaimed he would rebel against his family, join Gryffindor, and form a band of marauders with James. She spoke of his cowardly brother sensing the dark evil of Voldemort and sacrificing himself for family and justice, embodying a true lone hero. She foretold that the Black family would be left with only Narcissa, who had married out. She warned Sirius that he would betray his family, leaving the burdens of their legacy upon Regulus. She prophesied that he would perish at the hands of Bellatrix while protecting James's son, his godchild. She recounted how he had once maliciously tormented the snot-nosed boy, nearly leading to his demise at the hands of a werewolf. Lastly, she revealed that his arrogance and folly would lead him to waste years in Azkaban. Sirius could hardly believe it. He remained motionless on that sofa for an entire afternoon. Later, he encountered the infamous dark wizard Grindelwald, who, to his astonishment, turned out to be Alana's great-grandfather. In Sirius's mind, Grindelwald was a malevolent sorcerer, not the elderly gentleman seated before him. Indeed, the white-haired old man, clad in an exquisite suit with his tie impeccably arranged, dined elegantly on steak from his plate, occasionally sipping a glass of red wine. He epitomized aristocracy more than any other nobleman. After all, the Grindelwald family hailed from German nobility. Sirius studied mind-closing techniques under Grindelwald to shield Alana's prophecies from prying eyes. During this time, he realized that the snot-nosed boy was indeed diligent in his studies, far more capable than he had anticipated, almost uncharacteristic of a 10-year-old. I must not be outdone by him, Sirius resolved, intensifying his efforts. Grindelwald, once charmingly mischievous, had once questioned him and the snot-nosed boy about their thoughts on Alana's prophecies. Sirius found himself at a loss. The boy, however, noted that Alana's predictions never included her own fate. Indeed, in all the future events Alana described, she was conspicuously absent. Why? Sirius fixed his gaze on Grindelwald, convinced that he held the answers. Yet, the cunning old man refused to divulge any information, stating he would share it, but not yet. Sirius exchanged a glance with Severus. They were woefully inadequate. Chapter 23, Halloween. The history of magic was the favorite subject among all students, and Severus was no exception. The ghostly professor of history of magic did not concern himself with whether the students paid attention. Thus, Severus often devoted his time in class to exploring new potions rather than succumbing to slumber like Alana, Sirius, or the other students. Alana had mentioned that the only student in Hogwarts history to achieve perfect scores in every subject was none other than Voldemort himself. Initially, Sirius boasted that he too would attain perfect scores across the board. However, a month later, he relinquished that ambition, for he consistently found himself among the earliest to fall asleep in History of Magic class. And he was part of the group that caused the most explosions in Potions class. Although Sirius wished to blame James Potter for their frequent pairing, he regrettably failed to shift the blame onto James. The curriculum for first-year students is relatively straightforward, particularly in the subject of charms, as they have already self-studied numerous spells prior to their enrollment. However, courses such as History of Magic, Transfiguration, and Potions, which require detailed explanations, prove to be considerably more challenging, especially when lengthy essays are involved. Of course, Severus has no need to fret about his Potions class. All he must do is restrain his innate talent to avoid drawing Professor Slughorn's attention. This conclusion was reached collectively by the three of them. Neither too good nor too bad. Maintaining a state of inconspicuousness is the ideal scenario. After classes, the trio now spends a couple of hours in the library, engaging in amicable academic exchanges with their respective friends, the Marauders and the Evans sisters, before proceeding to the room of requirement on the 8th floor to practice spells. Alana's occlumency has reached a satisfactory level. Now she must focus on perfecting legilimency. Partnering with Severus, while Sirius is currently only capable of achieving a state of mental emptiness, rendering him unnecessary for paired practice. One weekend before Halloween, Sirius sought out James to play gobstones, leaving the room of requirement occupied solely by Alana and Severus. "Sev, would you mind practicing with me once more before we brew potions?" Alana inquired. Her progress in legilimency had been sluggish, which perhaps stemmed from her lack of a strong desire to delve into others' minds. "Alana, you are already quite fatigued. I recommend you rest on the sofa. Overexerting your magical abilities can hinder your growth," Severus replied, his gaze fixed on Alana, his brow furrowed in disapproval of her insistence. Alana observed the boy before her. His complexion remained excessively pallid as Severus had never been fond of basking in sunlight. His hair appeared less greasy, likely due to sharing a dormitory with Sirius, and he now took great care in maintaining his cleanliness. Unable to resist, Alana reached out to smooth the furrowed lines on his forehead. Severus froze. Seizing the opportunity while he was momentarily distracted, Alana swiftly employed legilimency. Severus had honed his occlumency skills adeptly, which had previously thwarted Alana's attempts during practice. However, this time proved to be an exception. Thus, when Halloween arrived, Sirius suddenly noticed that the insufferable snotling had been absent from his and Alana's vicinity for an entire week. Much to his delight, "Alana, the snotling has finally ceased to cling to you," he remarked, joy radiating from him as he sat next to her in the library instead of across the table. "Have you angered him?" Penny inquired, glancing at Severus, who sat alone at another table, exuding an undeniable aura that demanded attention. Alana turned to observe Severus, who remained aloof with his straightened back, dark robes, and gaunt figure, emanating a palpable air of displeasure that created a bubble of space around him. Sighing, she thought, "Alas, too much has been said. I must quickly devise a way to placate him, lest his irritable nature prevails." Penny's teasing gaze was too overt, causing Alana to blush. "Need me to teach you, little sister?" Penny offered, adopting a tone of a seasoned veteran, which made Alana want to retaliate. Feeling somewhat disheartened, Alana lamented, "He keeps avoiding me. I've even sought him out. I can't find an opportunity to apologize face to face." "Humph, isn't it better that he doesn't follow us? You have me. Isn't that enough?" Sirius interjected, eager to prevent the two girls from seeking out the snotling to apologize. In Sirius's view, life without the snotling was nothing short of blissful. He found Severus's demeanor too brooding, convinced that the snotling could harm him from behind, a thought he kept to himself for fear of Alana's wrath. "Enough of that. You are my brother, and he is my friend, so there is no competition between you two," Alana retorted, casting an eye at Sirius, who was attempting to charm her with his hair. "Speaking of brothers, your familial connection is rather tenuous. Considering the intermarriage among pure bloods, it seems that in this generation, aside from the smaller families, the only pure-blooded noble girls of your age are you and Sirius," Penny remarked, her expression one of amusement. "Just imagine. The union of the wealthy Riekman family from Germany and the esteemed Black family from England. What a splendid match that would be." Sirius was momentarily taken aback by Penny's unexpected comment. Once he regained his composure, his face flushed crimson. "How could we possibly be engaged?" he exclaimed, his voice rising in agitation. Severus, overhearing this, pondered internally. Is that foolish dog truly considering an engagement? With whom? Across the table, James, who was trying to forge a closer bond with Lily, also caught wind of Sirius's declaration, looking up in shock. "Oh, my dear brother, are you actually contemplating engagement? Isn't it a bit premature? I mean, You're still quite young. The rest of the onlookers turned their attention to the blushing Sirius and Madame Pants, the librarian. Noticed the commotion, directing her gaze toward them. The group hastily fell silent, feigning ignorance to avoid being expelled from the library. Once Madame Pants had departed, James exchanged knowing glances with Sirius, eager to learn who might be engaged to his dear friend, while Remus and Peter watched with curiosity. This only served to deepen the crimson hue on Sirius's cheeks as he shot a glare at Penny, who was clearly enjoying the spectacle. Once he confirmed that no one was paying attention to their corner, Alana elbowed Sirius in the stomach, leaving him both pained and flustered. I have no desire to become engaged to you, she declared, then turned to Penny. Although our familial connection may be distant, we are still relatives. And I cannot fathom marrying a relative. What if we were to have a child with deformities? Alana paused, continuing, moreover, I am the sole daughter of the Greengrass family in this generation. Alana struggled to comprehend the practice of intermarriage among pure-blooded families, especially given her own lineage. Chapter 24, Engagement? You may not be aware, but soon the Blacks of Slytherin are to be engaged to the Riekman family. A brown-haired boy at the Hufflepuff table whispered conspiratorially to the two girls beside him. What? How do you know? One of the flaxen-haired girls asked, her complexion paling slightly. Devin told me. He heard it straight from the library, the boy replied. You might as well give up, Eliza, although your family is pure blood. The Riekman family is evidently far more powerful, and the heir of the Black family will undoubtedly choose to align with the Riekmans, he advised sagely. Though upon noticing Severus passing by, he wisely fell silent. Meanwhile, Severus's expression darkened further. So, the one to be engaged to that foolish dog is Alana. This rumor spread throughout Hogwarts within a single day, reaching both the younger and older students. In the Slytherin common room, Lucius and Narcissa were reading together after dinner when a red-haired girl returned from outside. Upon seeing them, she hesitated, took a deep breath, and approached. Blake Sr. Is it true? Is it true that Blake is really going to be engaged to Riekman? Her eyes were slightly red, and she appeared on the verge of tears. Lucius, disturbed from his reading, frowned in annoyance, while Narcissa lifted her gaze to regard the girl. This was second-year Teresa Bone, both of whose parents were purebloods. Narcissa was taken aback by the inquiry. Is Sirius truly to be engaged to Alana? This doesn't concern you, does it, Miss Bone? Narcissa was somewhat displeased, after all. It was merely a small pureblood family that had been passed down for only a few generations. The heir of the Black family would never condescend to become engaged to someone of such humble stature. Yet, the girl still wished to say something, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. The door to the common room swung open once more, and Alana and Sirius entered from outside. Upon seeing the two of them, the girl shot a glare at Alana, her eyes unable to contain the tears any longer, and she hastily wiped her face with her sleeve before fleeing. Sirius, somewhat perplexed, nonetheless found no hindrance in teasing his cousin. What is this? Is this the poor soul who was scolded for confessing to Lucius? He quipped, addressing his dear cousin Narcissa. Leaning against a nearby bookshelf, he regarded Lucius with a playful smirk. This isn't a confession directed at me. This is your emotional burden, Sirius. Lucius shot a glance at Alana and jested with Sirius. Ever since you started school, over half the girls trailing behind me have turned their attention to you. Hearing Lucius's words, Narcissa forced a smile. What is the matter, Lucius? Are you displeased because those girls favor Sirius? Not at all. You know I never regard them. Lucius quickly clarified upon seeing Narcissa's discontented expression. I heard you are to be engaged, Sirius, to my beloved cousin Alana. Damn Hufflepuff, Sirius muttered, his handsome face visibly reddening at Lucius's jest. You believe such nonsense? Alana scoffed. If my parents are unable to provide me with a brother, the Riekman family might select someone to marry into their lineage rather than choosing an heir from relatives. Lucius remained noncommittal. The Malfoy family had always been a single line of descent, thus understanding the predicament of the Riekman family, which had but one daughter in this generation. Aunt Mary, pressed by familial pressure and bloodline issues, was striving to bear a son, but wizarding childbirth was notoriously difficult. Hence, Alana's notion of marrying into the family was indeed plausible. Yet the chosen one would certainly not be Sirius, for he was the heir of the esteemed Black family, which would never permit such a union. Cece, are you all going to Hogsmeade this week? Alana gathered her hair, preparing to return to the dormitory, when a thought struck her, and she turned back. Of course. Do you need me to buy you some sweets? Narcissa had a fondness for this distant cousin and always brought her treats from Hogsmeade. No. Could you get me some yarn instead? Alana replied, a bit shyly. She wanted to knit a scarf for Severus, as his had been burned with a hole, and he had since ceased to wear one. Surely, a hand-knit scarf would help mend Severus's anger, she thought, as she sat on her bed, painstakingly stitching the scarf. Though it was proving to be quite challenging. While magic could be employed, Alana felt that using it for an apology gift would lack sincerity. Severus had been enduring a rough patch lately. The surname Snape, which was distinctly not pureblood, had led many pureblood purists within Slytherin to harbor discontent towards him. However, since his entry into school, Severus had always been found in the company of the Blacks and Riekmans, serving as their little shadow. Thus no one was foolish enough to target him. Yet, since before Halloween, poor Mr. Snape had evidently been cast aside by the heirs of two pureblood families. Coupled with his generally mediocre academic performance, and having no friends other than those two, he had become the target of mockery for those self-proclaimed noble purebloods. For instance, Lucius's lackeys, Goyle and Crabbe. These two bumbling brutes, accompanied by the Caro siblings, were idly preparing to take pleasure in tormenting this half-blood. In truth, they feared encountering a formidable opponent. Thus they waited for over half a month before making their move. During this time, they had ascertained that Severus's spell work was average and that he was merely a first-year student, rendering them confident that 4 against 1 posed no challenge. Their caution stemmed from their own lack of magical prowess, leading them to typically choose younger students as their targets. And Severus had become the unfortunate selection. When Severus spotted Goyle and Crabbe blocking his path in a secluded corridor on the lower level, along with the Caro siblings behind them, he understood that today would not unfold peacefully. They had been hovering around him for some time, and Severus had sensed their intentions. Though he had not anticipated their attack would come today, he had been brewing a sophisticated potion in an abandoned classroom and needed to rush back to proceed to the next stage of the intricate brewing process. Missing the timing would render all his prior efforts futile. Severus felt a surge of frustration. Why did it have to be today? Chapter 25. Perhaps a Felix Felicis is in order. After swiftly dispatching the 4 troublemakers from the upper years, Severus hurried towards the abandoned classroom where he had left his cauldron. Despite his hurried pace, by the time he arrived, the potion had clearly been overcooked. A failure. Staring at the green liquid in the cauldron, which should have been colorless, Severus furrowed his brow, unable to suppress the frustration etched on his face. Drawing his wand, he exited the classroom and returned to the very spot where he had encountered the 4. They remained sprawled on the ground, and with a sense of satisfaction, Severus levitated them to the astronomy tower, casting them into the wind's embrace. In November's chill of England, let them enjoy a slumber atop the tower. Severus resisted the urge to employ dark magic against them, recalling their taunts moments prior. Dirty half-blood, Snape, have your recent days been rather bleak? How does it feel to be cast aside by the young master and lady? The Caro brothers' face was twisted with envy. Ever since Sirius's arrival at school, he had sought to align himself with the young master of the Black family, but Sirius had never acknowledged him, fueling his resentment towards Severus, who trailed behind Sirius every day. Humph, look at that sullen expression. The news of the Riekman heiress's engagement to the young master of the Black family must have you, a lowly wretch, green with envy. Goyle mused, contemplating whether to use a blasting curse or a Snape's potion on this pitiful creature. What right do you have to be in Slytherin? The Caro sisters' words were cut short by Severus's spell. He was truly pressed for time. That potion was of utmost importance. Enveloping himself in a protective charm, he swiftly cast a sleep-inducing spell on the 4, bringing them down before they could react. Yet their words had struck a deep blow. Now everyone was saying Alana was to be engaged to that foolish dog. After tossing the 4 into the astronomy tower, Severus returned to the abandoned classroom. Seated at the desk, he opened a book, though he could not absorb a single word. He was not truly angry. But ever since Alana had witnessed his memories through the use of the Patronus charm, Severus had been avoiding her, not out of anger, but from embarrassment. He did not know how to face Alana, even though he understood she would not distance herself from him due to those uncomfortable memories. She had once attempted to apologize. Yet Severus could not overcome the psychological barrier within himself. The feeling of being stripped bare, exposed, tormented him endlessly, as he remained shackled by the weight of his shame. Upon receiving the news of Alana's engagement to Sirius, Severus felt as though his heart was being twisted. He did not pause to ponder why such news unsettled him so. He contemplated inquiring Alana about the veracity of this announcement, yet hesitated. Musing perhaps he could benefit from a vial of Felix Felicis, Severus gazed at the cauldron, lost in thought. Standing outside the dilapidated classroom, Alana felt a twinge of anxiety. She feared Severus might still be avoiding her as he had before. After inadvertently witnessing a multitude of his distressing memories, she understood he was a man of considerable pride and extreme sensitivity. Consequently, following that incident, Alana dared not press too hard, relying instead on the passage of time for Severus to gradually come to terms with her glimpse into his memories and eventually offer an apology. Thus, after completing her scarf, she learned of Severus's recent fondness for this forsaken classroom. Gently pushing open the door, she found Severus seated at a desk, engrossed in a book. She approached quietly, unaware that he was lost in thought. The soft sound of her placing the scarf on the desk startled Severus from his reverie. "Alana?" he murmured. bewilderment flickering in his dark eyes upon seeing her. "Severus, I brought you a scarf," Alana said, gesturing to the black scarf resting on the desk. "It took me a week to finish, though I fear it lacks elegance." Severus examined the scarf, noting the uneven stitches and occasional dropped loops. "Do not scorn it. This is my first attempt at knitting a scarf," Alana replied, her cheeks flushing slightly, acknowledging its mediocrity. "About the last incident, you and Sirius?" They both began simultaneously. "Do not heed what those fools say. There is no way I would marry Sirius. We share blood ties," Alana quickly clarified. She had explained this to those around her numerous times, yet many disregarded the significance of their kinship, given that Sirius's own parents were cousins. Offspring of blood relatives are prone to complications, which is why I believe that the intermarriages among pure blood families will ultimately lead to their downfall, Alana added earnestly, fearing Severus might doubt her. Thus, the two friends, who had scarcely spoken for over a month, reconciled. Alana promised Severus that to compensate for him witnessing her memories. When they reached adulthood, she would allow him to see her memories if he desired. By then, Voldemort should have been dealt with, and it would likely pose no significant risk. As they exited the abandoned classroom, they found that curfew had already passed. The distance from the dilapidated classroom to the Slytherin common room was considerable, and the newly appointed caretaker, Filch, still bore the appearance of a middle-aged man, devoid of Mrs. Norris by his side, yet the consequences of being caught by him were generally dire. On their first day, the prefect had informed all new students that while rules could be broken, capture was unacceptable. Thus, as they stealthily made their way to the Slytherin common room, they unfortunately encountered Filch patrolling the dungeon. Hearing the heavy footsteps approaching, Alana felt exasperated. It was her first time out past curfew, and she had the misfortune of crossing paths with Filch. Severus grasped Alana's arm, attempting to shield her behind him. But this did little to obscure her from Filch's view, for Alana had recently grown to match Severus's height, if not surpass him slightly. "Ah, unfortunate souls, I have caught you two lovebirds, and I must impose a fitting punishment to ensure you recognize my authority," Filch rasped, his tone laced with a hint of excitement. Fortunately, as a caretaker, Filch lacked the authority to deduct points from the houses, or they would have faced a loss of at least 20 points for their nocturnal escapade. Filch sentenced them to clean the Ollery for a week, forbidding the use of wands, having confiscated them prior. Despite owls being magical creatures, they could not escape the inherent challenges of their nature, making the Ollery one of the most arduous places to clean, especially without wands. If magic were permitted, a simple cleaning spell would suffice, but Filch, being a squib, could not wield magic. Thus his punishments were invariably laborious tasks. "I regret this immensely. Had I known, I would have brought my invisibility cloak," Alana lamented, covering her mouth and nose with the scarf as she crouched against the wall, scrubbing the grimy surface. Severus followed suit, using his scarf for the same purpose as he cleaned the floor of droppings. "Severus, how do you plan to spend Christmas?" Alana inquired, seeking conversation as the Christmas holiday approached shortly after Halloween. However, when silence ensued for a lengthy period, Alana turned to find Severus mechanically cleaning while murmuring to himself. She stealthily approached, straining to catch his words. "Stir clockwise, porcupine quills, essence of devil's snare." Severus's true passion lay in potion making. Even during the most mundane of tasks, Alana chose not to interrupt him, returning to her own task of cleaning the wall in silence. By the time they finished, it was nearly 8 o'clock, and they had missed dinner. Together, they headed to the kitchen near the Hufflepuff common room to pack some food, realizing that manual labor was exhausting for those accustomed to magic. As Christmas arrived as anticipated, students boarded the Hogwarts Express, journeying back to their long-missed homes. Alana was reluctant to return to the Riekman family, for returning home meant attending the family ball, an event she found tiresome and pretentious. Thus, she penned a letter to Lady Riekman, informing her that she would be spending Christmas with friends and would not return to Germany. Lady Riekman's swift reply expressed her dissatisfaction with Alana's decision to spend Christmas elsewhere, yet she refrained from disallowing her daughter. Instead, she admonished Alana to behave and even sent a parcel containing gifts from the family. In her letter, Lady Riekman inquired about the Radiance potion Alana had previously gifted her, wishing to procure more in preparation for the Christmas ball. Upon receiving her mother's letter, Alana sought out Severus, asking him to brew a potion for her mother before they departed from school in 2 days. "Please, Severus, this ball is important to my mother. McGonagall's mother will surely attend, and mine cannot be outshone," Alana implored, harboring a strong aversion to McGonagall's mother, the current matriarch of the Vizimel family, and her own aunt. Ever since the news of the engagement had circulated widely, Sirius had diminished his time spent with them, opting instead to join James and the others for homework or mischief. While the Slytherins expressed their discontent, who could truly reign in the illustrious black air? Did one not observe that even Narcissa seemed indifferent? Alana and Severus ascended to the 8th floor, bearing the ingredients necessary for potion brewing, and entered the room of requirement, where they set up a chamber for concocting the elixir of radiance. Alana settled onto the sofa, her gaze fixed upon Severus as he executed each movement with fluid grace, slicing, crushing, and stirring the components with precision. Severus, your potions are exquisite. You must be an exceptional cook as well. Whomever you marry will undoubtedly be exceedingly fortunate, she remarked. Severus, engrossed in his task, nearly faltered at her words, almost ruining the potion. Fortunately, its complexity was manageable, and he swiftly rectified his error, though a flush crept across his cheeks. Alana, might you refrain from being mischievous whilst I brew? He admonished her, each syllable deliberate. Do not be so easily embarrassed. Alana mused, contemplating the type of girl Severus might be drawn to. In the original tale, he favored someone like Lily, bright, upright, and warm-hearted, enveloped by her kindness. Yet, in this life, his circumstances had shifted. His demeanor was no longer the brooding, cruel figure of yore, and he had not encountered Lily. Though they were acquainted now, their paths scarcely crossed. Lost in her thoughts, Alana gradually dozed off on the sofa. Upon completing the potion and bottling it, Severus noticed Alana sleeping soundly with her head tilted back, a faint sheen of drool at the corner of her mouth. Checking the time, he chose not to disturb her slumber. Removing his robe, he gently draped it over her and seated himself beside her. Severus regarded the sleeping Alana, her fair visage framed by her tousled golden locks. In his presence, Alana remained unguarded, revealing her most authentic self. This girl had entered his life with a formidable presence, having helped him escape the confines of Spinner's End, allowing him to embrace a life previously deemed unattainable. Thanks to her, he began to form friendships, and she never shunned him for his troubled past or dark thoughts. Realizing his feelings for Alana transcended mere friendship struck him profoundly when he learned of her impending engagement to Sirius. Though he had not heard the confirmation from her directly, it felt as though his heart had been viciously struck, causing him greater pain than any blow from Tobias. Upon hearing Alana's resolute declaration that she would not marry Sirius, his dark mood dissipated as if a storm had cleared, leaving him invigorated. Yet, Severus was acutely aware of his affection for Alana, a possessiveness he found difficult to articulate, leaving him uncertain of her sentiments. He resolved to prepare himself thoroughly, admonishing his impatience. Observing Alana's peaceful slumber, her delicate lips, Severus felt his nascent Adam's apple bob with intensity. Leaning down, he placed a gentle, fleeting kiss upon her enticingly soft lips, a sensation both exquisite and exhilarating. When Alana awoke, she found her head resting on Severus's arm, his robe draped over her, and a trace of moisture at her mouth. Realizing she had drooled in her sleep, she hastily wiped her lips. Well then, Miss Alana, may I request that you relocate your noble head from your unfortunate friend's arm? Severus stated, engrossed in a book, unceremoniously withdrawing his arm from beside her. Alana felt a twinge of embarrassment as she pondered how long she had been resting on him. Had his arm grown sore? Chapter 27, Christmas. The Prince Manor remained as desolate as ever. According to the house elf, old Prince's health had deteriorated significantly, confining him to St. Mungo's hospital for recuperation, with Eileen by his side. Over the past year, Eileen had shown considerable improvement. Though still reticent, her constant presence beside old Prince had uplifted her spirits. Thus, apart from the essential potion brewing times, she preferred to remain at St. Mungo's with her father. Old Prince found this somewhat vexing but felt powerless to change it. Eileen's heart had been shattered by Tobias, yet she continued to harbor affection for the Muggle, compelling old Prince to keep her busy to divert her attention. Consequently, the Prince family doubled their potion supply to the Riekman household. Voldemort had begun to emerge into the open, actively courting various pureblood families, with the vulnerable yet valuable Prince family at the forefront of his recruitment efforts. However, Eileen's previous marriage to a Muggle and her half-blood child drew disdain and even hostility from many self-proclaimed pureblood families. Old Prince felt immense relief at having allied Eileen with the powerful Riekman family. Should war become inevitable, merchants would always be the safest bet. When Eileen confided in Old Prince about Severus spending Christmas with Alana rather than returning home, Old Prince was elated, completely ignoring his daughter's troubled heart. This grandson of mine is quite remarkable, he thought gleefully. Where, one might wonder, were Alana and Severus? Indeed, they were at Neumont. Alana had initially intended to come alone, but Severus and Sirius insisted on accompanying her. Professor Grindelwald was to assess their progress. Indeed, during his idle moments, he would teach them spells, which is why both referred to him as Professor Grindelwald. However, due to the constraints of the Black family, Sirius could only return home to celebrate Christmas before rejoining them at Neumont, leaving Alana and Severus to journey there directly. Neumont was significantly colder than London, and upon arrival, Alana donned thick sweaters and coats, even occasionally wrapping herself in a heavy woolen cloak. Despite the warmth charm, she felt that only thick clothing could provide her the comfort she sought. Grindelwald expressed his strong discontent at the intrusion of these two young ones into his Christmas solitude, stating, "I believe it is basic courtesy not to disturb others during the holiday, Miss Riekman and Mr. Snape." "Oh, it seems my dear great-grandfather has plans this Christmas?" Alana quipped, immediately pulling Severus to the sofa beside the fireplace. "Let me guess. If my memory serves me right, it must be Lady Wendell Rocher?" At the sight of Grindelwald's twitching lips, Alana, undeterred, added, "But surely it is not our esteemed headmaster Albus. I wager he is preoccupied procuring copious amounts of candy worldwide. Why does he have such a penchant for sweets? I recall he preferred his coffee without sugar." Grindelwald's attention was diverted by Alana's remarks. "Who knows? Perhaps he has tasted the bitterness of love," she teased, while Severus, seated beside her, repressed his expression, inwardly reflecting, "You know that Dumbledore has experienced the pangs of love?" Christmas at Newmontgard was profoundly monotonous. The cold was relentless. And apart from a house elf overseeing their basic needs, the castle housed two exceedingly dull men, one immersed in the study of invisibility cloaks within the alchemy chamber, the other busy brewing potions in the potions room. Grindelwald displayed immense enthusiasm for the invisibility cloak Alana had brought, a deathly hallow he had never possessed, while he had also been deprived of the resurrection stone from the Gaunt family. The only artifact he had, the Elder Wand, had been taken from him by Dumbledore. Although he no longer harbored aspirations of world domination, his fascination with the deathly hallows remained undiminished. "Perhaps I could concoct a superior imitation." This was what Grindelwald remarked when he took the invisibility cloak from Alana, after which she saw little of him, save for mealtimes. Meanwhile, another gentleman, the first-year student Severus Snape at Hogwarts, was diligently brewing advanced potions that others would only tackle in their 7th year. Without serious boasting about his handsome appearance in front of him daily, he naturally forgot to wash his hair. Alana, feeling rather bored by the fireplace, lamented that spending Christmas here was a regrettable decision, vowing never to return. "Oh dear Teddy, do you know how to prepare Chinese cuisine?" she inquired, fiddling with her thick woolen scarf, addressing the house elf who brought her water. Teddy was the house elf who tended to Grindelwald, apart from the occasional visiting saints. He was the sole companion to Grindelwald in Nurmengard, with even the previous Miss Winda only visiting once or twice a month. "Oh, does Miss Alana wish for Chinese food?" "Teddy cannot make Chinese food. Teddy is simply too clumsy to fulfill Miss Alana's desires," he replied, a hint of anxiety creeping into his voice as he expressed his frustration over his culinary limitations. "Oh, Teddy, it's quite all right. You're so clever. Let me teach you how. And I believe you'll master it in no time. So you can cook for me, all right, Teddy?" Alana gently stroked Teddy's head. In truth, these house elves were not aesthetically pleasing in the slightest, yet the more she observed them, the more she found their awkwardness endearing. She cherished the habit of patting their heads, a practice that had won her the friendship of most house elves. In the kitchen of Nurmengard, Teddy insisted that Alana not assist, so she perched herself at the bar, directing Teddy in the preparation of Chinese dishes. After all, with just the three of them and Teddy eating in the kitchen, even a roasted turkey would be too much. And besides, turkey was rather unpalatable. Thus, when the two famished gentlemen finally sat at the dining table, they were greeted with 4 dishes, a soup, and rice. "Oh, have the two busy bees finally remembered that you need to eat?" Alana teased, sipping her cup of red tea, aiming to cleanse her palate before indulging in a feast. "Isn't it for your sake, so that you can have a new invisibility cloak without a time limit?" Grindelwald's reasoning was sound and compelling, prompting Alana to momentarily forgive him. "And what about you, Severus? Have you not leapt into the cauldron to bond with your wretched potions?" Chapter 28, Post-Meal Conversations. All right, Alana, Severus simply adores potions. He did not mean to disregard you," Grindelwald quipped, pouring himself a glass of red wine, preparing to savor these unfamiliar dishes. "I apologized, Alana. I am on the verge of success," Severus said, feeling a flush creep to his cheeks at Grindelwald's words. He had indeed been somewhat neglectful of Alana lately, but he needed to complete that potion swiftly, so that when Sirius arrived at Nurmengard, he would not be preoccupied with brewing, leaving them alone together. All right, I concede to you both. Let us dine. This is the result of an afternoon's labor between Teddy and me." Alana introduced the Chinese meal she had prepared. "This beef is delightful, a tomato-flavored beef, a rather unique concept," Grindelwald and Severus both declared, enjoying the tangy tomato-braised beef. The meal left all three quite satisfied. Consequently, this Christmas holiday forced poor Teddy to learn numerous Chinese recipes. The trio, feeling rather stuffed, nestled by the fireplace with a cup of red tea each. Alana mused how wonderful it would be to have a television playing a sitcom, creating a cozy ambience. Regrettably, there was no such entertainment available. How is life at Hogwarts? Grindelwald, clad in loungewear, reclined on the sofa, holding a book that had yet to be opened. Quite well, actually. I indulge in many sweets daily, attend to some official duties, and meet with mischievous students now and then, Alana replied with ease. Severus, seated nearby, pressed his thin lips tightly together. If he were still unaware of who Alana was referring to, he ought to cast an Avada Kedavra on himself. I was inquiring about you, you insufferable girl, Grindelwald said, exasperated. He should not be consuming so many sweets. Then you ought to manage him yourself. I cannot be of assistance, Alana chuckled, reclining against the armrest of the sofa, propping her feet on the opposite armrest. However, have you truly considered how to handle that boiled egg? Oh, it seems it has yet to transform into one. Alana's voice trailed off, the fullness from the meal making her drowsy. Why the rush? Surely a great savior will come to vanquish him? Grindelwald replied nonchalantly. Oh, Merlin, how unfortunate for Headmaster Dumbledore, destined to be burdened by this boiled egg for many years to come, Alana retorted, not believing for a moment that Grindelwald was not anxious. What else can be done? No one can lead me out of this prison, Grindelwald said, a hint of melancholy in his tone. His letter to Albus had once again been returned. That infernal owl must have misdelivered it. It is your heart that remains imprisoned. Yet Alana refrained from voicing this thought. Observing Grindelwald's somewhat despondent silhouette, she pondered how to devise a plan to summon the old bee to Nurmengard. Once Christmas passed, Sirius sent an owl to Alana, informing her that he would not be able to visit Nurmengard during the holiday. Before enrollment, the black couple had been quite anxious about whether Sirius would be sorted into Slytherin, given that he had explicitly stated his desire to join Gryffindor, prompting his mother, Walburga Black, to confine him in a small dark room for a week. However, the Sorting Hat's decision brought immense joy to the black couple. They believed their son had matured and was no longer rebellious. Thus, upon returning home for Christmas, Sirius felt an unprecedented sense of paternal and maternal love he had not experienced in years. Walburga and Orion had high hopes for their eldest son since childhood. Yet at some point, he began to rebel against the black family's traditions, leaving the portraits of their ancestors and relatives utterly disappointed. Walburga could not comprehend how she and Orion, staunch advocates of blood purity, had raised a son with such a character. However, since Sirius's enrollment, they had finally been able to hold their heads high in front of the portraits. Once Sirius entered Slytherin, I knew he was destined to be a Slytherin. Thus, on the second day of Christmas, the black couple took their two sons to France for a vacation, hoping to mend the somewhat strained parent-child relationship with Sirius from the past 2 years. After spending a week in Nurmengard, Alana found herself utterly bored, feeling as though she might sprout mushrooms. However, there was still a week until the new year and 2 weeks until school resumed. Severus, perhaps I should just return home to attend those dreadful balls. I am unbearably bored. Alana sulked on a sofa in the potion room, contemplating going upstairs. Yet she had promised Severus to stay and accompany him while he brewed potions. Severus paused in his handling of potion ingredients. Alana, when will you ever change this capricious nature of yours? He said, tossing the prepared ingredients into the cauldron. I am not capricious. I am merely terribly bored. Alana wrapped her scarf tighter around herself. And this potion room is far too chilly. Severus waved his wand, casting a warming charm upon her. If you find yourself bored, you might as well learn some new spells. If you feel cold, I can always cast another warming charm. Alana felt a wave of exasperation. This was Severus during the holidays. Did he even comprehend what a holiday entailed? Who would continue to study incessantly during such a time? Severus was simply too diligent. As she observed his complexion becoming increasingly pale, she mused that he must be lacking in calcium. Alana resolved to ensure he spent more time in the sun. Is it too dull here with me? I don't mind being alone. You could go upstairs and rest for a while, Severus remarked in a flat tone. Yet somehow, Alana detected an undertone of grievance within his words. Even a little bat could feel aggrieved. Severus noticed that Alana did not rise to leave, and he fell silent. He retrieved a small book from his pocket and tossed it to her before returning to his work. Alana caught it and enlarged it for a closer look. It was a Muggle novel, Wuthering Heights. Having something to read was certainly better than nothing, even if it was a tragedy. She settled on the sofa and began to read, while Severus's thoughts drifted away from potions. Ever since he had realized his feelings for Alana were different, he had yearned for her company. He wished there was something about himself that could captivate her, but upon reflection, he felt that aside from being adept at potions and quick to learn spells, he possessed no particularly remarkable traits, especially when compared to Sirius, whose looks overshadowed his own. However, the good news was that, thus far, Alana had not displayed any particular interest in any boys at school. Therefore, Severus decided to take his time, aiming to make Alana accustomed to his constant presence. Chapter 29, First Year. As the new term commenced, Alana sought opportunities to meet with Dumbledore, but her efforts proved futile. He was often absent from the school, apparently occupied with numerous matters at Weisengamot. Despite her attempts to linger near the headmaster's office on several occasions, she never managed to enter. Even her discreet inquiries to Professor McGonagall yielded unclear responses. Her plan to assist her great-grandfather in reclaiming his love was temporarily shelved. Soon, the end of the term approached, and with the impending holiday came the looming specter of final examinations, pressing down upon all the students like a mountain. Even Severus, who usually exerted great effort, felt the strain, let alone Alana, who tended to float through her studies. The trio once again gathered in the library with the Evans sisters and Potter, and at this juncture, Penny, now in her second year, had become the center of attention. As everyone hoped to glean some insights about the upcoming exams from her, Penny was an exemplary student. Being aware of the storyline, she studied magic diligently, knowing that it could be a matter of life and death at crucial moments. Penny, what topics will be covered in the History of Magic exam? How does Professor Binns create the exam papers? Mary McDonald, despite studying alongside Lily daily, felt anxious about the exam, particularly in a subject where most struggled. Mary, don't fret. Everyone tends to score similarly in History of Magic, Penny reassured her, though she felt a twinge of guilt, as her own score had merely been an A with a few T's. As long as one wrote diligently, Professor Binns seldom awarded T's. Having studied the vast expanse of Chinese history, Penny had initially thought the History of Magic would be a breeze. However, reality proved to be a harsh wake-up call. No student could maintain focus in a class taught by a professor who recited from the textbook as if chanting a mantra. Absolutely none. Penny even believed that the illustrious Tom Riddle, who achieved O's across the board, did so solely due to his intelligence. He could secure O's just by reading, regardless of the teacher's influence. In truth, the ones who truly needed to buckle down for review were Alana, Sirius, and Potter, while Severus merely needed to brush up on the memorization-heavy History of Magic, as he could handle everything else. Given that his current academic goal was to maintain an average standing, Lily and Mary had always been synonymous with academic excellence, beloved by their teachers across various subjects. Penny, a Ravenclaw, was no exception. Thus, in the lead-up to the final exams, Alana and the beleaguered Sirius endured a grueling review session under Severus's stringent guidance, though only Sirius found it torturous. Severus stated bluntly, "You are a dog. You do not require compassion." The week following the exams was a true respite for the students, during which they needed only to await their results and pack their belongings. With time on her hands, Alana once again summoned her trio, along with Penny, into the room of requirement. Alana sat opposite the three of them, her expression grave. Sirius felt perplexed. Had Alana discovered his recent lack of diligence in practicing spells and was about to reprimand him? Severus had been forcibly brought along by Alana. Prior to this, he had been immersed in the enchanting world of potion knowledge, and had it not been for the knowledge that Sirius would also be present, he might have found it hard to tear himself away from his potion formulae. Only Penny remained unconcerned, munching on the sunflower seeds Alana had provided. Ever since she learned that Alana had also traveled through time, she had ceased to ponder the trajectory of the plot. Having arrived in this world, she had no intention of opposing the storyline. Her only desire was to alter Lily's fate, ensuring she did not meet an untimely demise. She had never attempted to change any other plot points. Small characters had their own awareness, and thus she had consistently tried to thwart the romance between Lily and Potter, albeit with little success. Alana cleared her throat to capture their attention and earnestly stated, "I need to meet with Dumbledore. Do you have any suggestions?" Meeting Dumbledore? Is there something that necessitates such a meeting? Sirius scratched his head, hoping it didn't involve rebuking him. "You don't understand. You simply need to help me devise a plan," Alana replied, unwilling to divulge the details regarding GGAD to Sirius. Aside from herself and Penny, only Severus had gleaned bits and pieces from their sporadic conversations. Given Grindelwald's tragic tale, Alana felt it prudent to refrain from sharing his love story with someone known for their loose tongue. She fancied herself possessing a modicum of moral integrity. After considerable discussion, Alana concluded that not every trio of hapless individuals could rival a master strategist like Zhuge Liang. For instance, Sirius was the type who would create chaos if not informed, while Penny seemed content to spectate and nibble on snacks, and Severus's mind was solely occupied with potions, leaving little room for other concerns. Listening to their suggestions, Sirius proposed throwing a ball and inviting Dumbledore to attend. "Your family openly supports Voldemort. Do you really think Dumbledore would grace your gathering?" Then Penny suggested lurking along Dumbledore's usual path and pretending to stumble into him. "Are you sure that's not a plot from a palace drama? That tactic has been outdated for years." Lastly, Severus suggested writing a letter detailing everything she wished to convey and sending it via owl. If sending letters were effective, then what about Grindelwald's mountain of returned letters? Alana sighed, envying Voldemort for having so many loyal followers to utilize. Her current trio was utterly out of sync. Ultimately, Alana resolved to take matters into her own hands, opting for the simplest approach, to wait outside the headmaster's office, hoping for an opportunity to see Dumbledore come and go. Gazing at the statue guarding the entrance, Alana conjured a chair beside it and promptly seated herself. Before she could retrieve a snack from her pocket, the guardian statue automatically opened to reveal a spiral staircase behind it. Dumbledore's voice echoed from within, "Miss Riekman, please enter." As Alana stepped inside, she pondered the likelihood of some form of surveillance at the entrance to the headmaster's office. After all, how could Dumbledore have known she was waiting there? The office, reminiscent of a cinematic portrayal, was circular in design. Dumbledore sat behind an ornate desk, a quill poised in his hand as he inscribed something. Upon her entrance, he set down the quill and regarded the girl through his half-moon spectacles. He mused silently, preferring the golden locks paired with blue eyes. As Dumbledore assessed Alana, she in turn scrutinized the venerable figure before her. Nearly a century old, with his long white beard, he had a spread of confections on his desk, and his spectacles lent him an air of geniality rather than sternness. A moment of silence enveloped them until Alana, unable to contain herself, broke it. "Thank you, headmaster, for agreeing to meet with me," she said, her smile radiant. Surely, even if her forthcoming words provoked his ire, he would not dare to act against her. "I have a fondness for lively and delightful students such as yourself, Miss Riekman. Would you care to sample the new sweets sent to me by the house elves?" Dumbledore gestured, using a levitation charm to send a selection of confections to the table beside her. Unable to resist the temptation, Alana picked one up and took a bite, deliciously sweet. She hastily sipped some of the accompanying red tea to temper the sugary taste. Indeed, the moniker Old B was well-deserved. Such saccharine treats had not eroded his century-old teeth. A testament to Merlin-esque grace. An air of silence fell over the office once more. With newfound courage, Alana finished her tea and decided to strike directly to the point. She was adept at that. "Professor, I have a distant relative who has been struggling in recent years. He appears haggard, ragged, and devoid of spirit, with a diminished appetite." Alana faltered mid-sentence, unsure how to proceed. "Ah, Miss Riekman, I am sorry to hear this distressing news," Dumbledore replied, somewhat puzzled as to what this first-year girl sought to convey in his office. Professor McGonagall had previously mentioned that this student had inquired about him during his absence from the school. "Perhaps you might consult Professor Slughorn regarding any potions that could aid him," Dumbledore suggested, albeit uncertainly. Alana felt her cheeks flush, struggling to articulate her thoughts. Should she confess to Dumbledore that an old man was so consumed by longing for him that he could not sleep, resorting to alcohol to numb his pain? Did he miss his beloved? Alana felt a pang of frustration towards Grindelwald, thinking it foolish for him to expect Dumbledore to come to him. He could simply emerge from Nurmengard and pursue a meeting himself. It was all quite awkward. Noticing Dumbledore's silence, Alana resolved that she had come here for a purpose. Steeling herself, he has had his letters returned to him, and he has been imprisoned by his beloved. He lives in profound solitude, with no one to converse with, drowning his sorrows in drink. She paused, her heart racing. "I believe his beloved does not love him at all. What do you think, Professor?" Dumbledore was taken aback. Was it truly that dire? He sat there, lost in thought, oblivious to Alana's departure. When he finally regained his senses, he realized curfew had long passed. After a moment's reflection, he returned to his quarters to don a white robe embroidered with stars, then disapparated from his office. June in Nurmengard was remarkably cool. The castle perched precariously upon towering cliffs overlooking the tumultuous sea that relentlessly battered the steep stone walls. Dumbledore gazed at the dilapidated castle standing upon the precipice. Lost in contemplation, he dared not approach too closely, lest he be discovered. Over the years, he had made a point to visit this place annually. Those unaware might assume he lamented the decline of a once grand castle. In truth, he was simply afraid to enter, to confront the person who occupied his thoughts day and night. Dumbledore was well aware of the letters Alana had mentioned, letters he longed to accept and read, to discover what Gellert had written. Yet, he had always hesitated. Upon returning home, Alana received a letter from Grindelwald. After reading it, she felt somewhat speechless. Had it not been for Grindelwald's concern for his image, the correspondence would likely have been a furious shout rather than mere words. It was said that on a stormy night, after savoring a meal prepared by the house elves, Grindelwald noticed Dumbledore approaching. Before he could react, Dumbledore entered, greeted by the lavishly decorated castle and the remnants of a feast yet to be cleared away, along with the wine that had accompanied it. In that moment, Dumbledore realized he had been deceived by the young girl. Whatever ailments she had described, loss of appetite, malaise, and disheveled appearance, were far from the reality before him. The man stood impeccably groomed, with silvery hair and an exquisitely embroidered silk shirt. Was this truly the image of someone in disarray? Dumbledore turned to leave, but Grindelwald was quicker, enveloping him in a tight embrace. "Albus, do not go." Alana, shaking with laughter, imagined their reunion. Undeterred by Grindelwald's plan to send a house elf to fetch her to Nurmengard in a week's time. After all, Was it not merely an embellishment of his plight? If she did not portray him as tragic, how could Dumbledore possibly be motivated to visit? My dear great-grandfather, she thought. Yet, with Grindelwald's mention of Nurmengard in a week, it implied he would indeed be preoccupied with Dumbledore, leaving little time to attend to her. The Riekman family, like any typical aristocratic household, was incessantly embroiled in various soirees and balls. By the third day of the holiday, Alana finally managed to catch her busy parents. Seated on the sofa, pouting with her arms crossed, she expressed her discontent. Father, Mother, have you forgotten you have a 12-year-old daughter at home eagerly awaiting your return? The Riekman couple exchanged embarrassed glances. The multitude of events had drawn them away from their daughter. Mrs. Riekman approached Alana, embracing her. My dear, I apologize. Next week, your father and I will carve out some time for a holiday in France. How does that sound? She yearned to spend quality time with her daughter, who had scarcely returned home since starting school the previous year. Unfortunately, Mother, I will be visiting Nurmengard next week and may not return until just before the term begins. Alana replied, giving her mother a hug. You and Father need to try a little harder. I am eagerly anticipating the arrival of a little brother or sister. Alana desperately wished for a sibling, not only for the sake of the Riekman family, but also for her parents' happiness. My friend is a potion prodigy, if you require assistance. He could provide potions for you, Alana offered tentatively. The Riekmans had a strong relationship, yet the prospect of welcoming another child remained elusive. When Alana arrived at Nurmengard, Dumbledore and Grindelwald had just finished their lunch and were seated on the terrace, enjoying the breeze. Good afternoon to you both, Alana greeted, taking a seat beside Grindelwald on the sofa without any pretense. The summer heat was typically oppressive, yet Nurmengard was an exception. Its high latitude and elevation rendered it refreshingly cool. Dumbledore discreetly observed the girl before him, finding it hard to believe she was a soul from another realm had he not witnessed that particular memory. Perhaps Dumbledore's scrutinizing gaze was too overt, for Alana struggled to maintain her outward composure. Heaven knows her heart was screaming like a groundhog upon seeing Dumbledore and Grindelwald. If Penny had been there, they might have embraced each other, moved to tears. But why was Dumbledore looking at me in such a way? Alana shot a glance at Grindelwald, silently questioning. You didn't tell Dumbledore about that, did you? Of course not. How could I possibly keep that from Al? Grindelwald retorted defiantly. Dumbledore, observing the exchange of furtive glances, quietly retrieved a lemon sherbet from his pocket, only to have a large hand grasp his arm. Al, you cannot have any more sweets today. Alana stifled a laugh at Grindelwald's protective hold on Dumbledore, preventing him from indulging in sugar. Grandfather, I heard that Headmaster Dumbledore has a particular fondness for sweets. He is a super member of the Honeyduke's candy store, Alana reported to her headmaster. Although it was unclear how they had spent the past week, Dumbledore had remained at Nurmengard for nearly a month before departing, a period during which Grindelwald's demeanor had noticeably brightened. Furthermore, the letters Grindelwald sent to Dumbledore were never returned, and he received replies, which filled Grindelwald's gaze towards Alana with affection. What a useful protégé she was. Before the school term commenced, Dumbledore returned to Nurmengard. Sirius and Severus also arrived mid-August to participate in their 2-week summer training camp. When Dumbledore arrived, he found Sirius and Severus engaged in a duel, exchanging spells back and forth, occasionally casting minor curses. Alana had established rules for their duels, which they were obliged to follow. Otherwise, she would erase all memories they should not possess. Rule 1. No fighting in front of outsiders. Duels must be conducted privately. Rule 2. Malicious and dark magic may be employed, but irreversible curses are forbidden, and one must take responsibility for healing any injuries inflicted. This stipulation led to the invention of corresponding healing spells for every offensive spell devised by Severus and Sirius. Thus, when Dumbledore appeared in the garden, Sirius and Severus hastily discarded their wands and feigned camaraderie. The two frantically signaled Alana, who was blissfully unaware as she slept under the sun. Oh no, we were using wands in Nurmengard, and Dumbledore must have seen us. We're doomed. Sirius complained to Severus beside him. What do we do? Severus, somewhat flustered, pondered why Dumbledore was there, knowing Grindelwald was confined by him. Although he had surmised from Alana and Grindelwald's conversation that they had once been acquaintances, Dumbledore's sudden appearance puzzled him. Severus did not respond to Sirius. He was lost in thought, a fleeting idea flashing through his mind, yet he could not grasp it. Noticing Severus's silence, Sirius assumed he was frightened. Scared, are you? Such a coward, he teased. They then saw Grindelwald laughing as he emerged from the castle to embrace Dumbledore, who followed him inside without casting a glance at the two boys watching. As they stood beneath a tree, gazing at the sleeping Alana, Sirius felt an irritable surge. Fresh water like a spring. A stream of water splashed onto Alana's face, awakening her. Sirius, you little brat, you're done for today? Alana shouted, grabbing her wand and chasing after Sirius, vowing to singe his hair. Severus, observing the two in pursuit, hurried after Alana, determined to assist her. In the basement, Grindelwald and Dumbledore sat on a sofa, while the three young witches and wizards occupied the opposite side. Dumbledore had come to Nurmengard at Grindelwald's behest to assess the results of their mental occlusion exercises. In the realm of legilimency, Dumbledore and Grindelwald were nearly equals. Auntie Rowena had once remarked that Dumbledore, Voldemort, and Snape were all masters of legilimency, and as the first Dark Lord, Grindelwald would certainly not be inferior to them. Dumbledore still wore his crescent-shaped glasses, but he had traded his wizarding robes for a shirt and trousers, similar to Grindelwald's attire. It was Alana's first time seeing Dumbledore in a shirt. "Children, who would like to go first?" Dumbledore asked kindly, regarding the three youngsters before him. "I'll go first, Professor." Both Severus and Sirius chimed in simultaneously, while Alana instinctively shrank back at Dumbledore's inquiry, a reflexive action of students before their teacher. However, Severus and Sirius misinterpreted her retreat as fear of Dumbledore's assessment, knowing she detested examinations, and so they volunteered to shield her. Luckily, Alana was unaware of their intentions, otherwise she would have shouted at them. How could Lady Alana be scared? Dumbledore observed the eager boys and the hesitantly retreating girl before him, a hint of amusement glimmering in his eyes. For a long time, he had favored Gryffindor students over Slytherins, despite his attempts at impartiality, which inevitably bore traces of personal sentiment. Yet, in the presence of these three, he found it difficult to ascribe the less favorable traits of Slytherin to them. Recalling his summer investigation, Dumbledore's eyes twinkled at the thought of the child named Penny, regardless of their origins, as long as they posed no threat to the wizarding world. They were merely children with some prophetic abilities. Chapter 32. The inelegance of broom riding upon entering their second year. Young witches and wizards were permitted to bring their own brooms to school, as they could now try out for the Quidditch team. Both James and Sirius were particularly excited about this, especially James, whose father, Mr. Potter, had bought him the latest model of broomstick to support his passion. On the day of the tryouts, a strong wind blew early in the morning, and before the selection could begin, a light rain began to fall. Alana, along with Penny, formed part of Sirius's cheering squad in the Slytherin stands, with Severus dutifully holding an umbrella for them. Penny, a Muggle-born, received many unfriendly glances while standing in the Slytherin section, but for the time being, no one voiced any objections, given her close association with Alana and Severus, as this Ravenclaw Muggle-born had long been friendly with the three Blacks. Moreover, following the earlier mischief by Goyle and his three companions against Severus, the students of Slytherin grew increasingly wary of the trio. The seemingly unremarkable Snape had boldly taken on four older students. With a stoic countenance, Severus sat beside Alana, shielding the two girls nearby from the rain with his wand. One could only wonder why he chose to cheer on that foolish dog, Black. Meanwhile, Alana and Penny munched on snacks while awaiting the selection trials. The trials for the four houses commenced simultaneously, starting with Ravenclaw, followed by Gryffindor and Slytherin, with Hufflepuff scheduled last. Lily, Mary, and Remus were cheering for James Potter from the Gryffindor stands, as James, a second-year student, competed for the position of Seeker against a fourth-year student. The competition swiftly began. The two contenders mounted their brooms and ascended slowly into the air. At the sound of the whistle, they embarked on a thrilling chase through a series of hoops. Remarkably, James, as a second year, did not lag behind the fourth-year student. In fact, he began to outpace him. The final challenge for the Seeker position was to catch the golden snitch. The aerial pursuit intensified following the snitch's appearance, culminating in a spectacular display of skill as James successfully captured the golden snitch, securing his place as Gryffindor's Seeker. Following Gryffindor's trials, it was Slytherin's turn to compete. The two houses held a long-standing rivalry, and sparks flew as they encountered each other at the entrance to the field, almost escalating to physical confrontation. Sirius sought the Seeker position as well. However, the current Slytherin Seeker, being a robust fourth year, showed no intention of stepping down, forcing Sirius to vie for the Chaser position instead. After Slytherin's trials, Alana and her companions returned to the castle, dismissing the Hufflepuff match due to the rain. Upon entering the Great Hall with his team, Sirius spotted Alana and Severus seated at the Slytherin table, engrossed in their studies. He dashed over, eager to embrace Alana. "I made the team, Alana. Did you see my prowess on the broom?" Severus quickly intervened, shielding the drenched Sirius from Alana. "Foolish dog. It seems you can't even master the drying charm." Sirius shot a glare at Severus, pondering if he was oblivious to the water drenching him. "What good is it to embrace Alana when you're soaked? You meddlesome nose." "Ah, yes, the ever-charming Mr. Black. Have you completed your history of magic assignment?" Alana waved him off, uninterested, and refocused on her work, having finally persuaded Severus to let her copy his notes. "That pales in comparison, Alana. This year, Slytherin is destined to win the House Cup." Sirius was still basking in the excitement of joining the Quidditch team. That is splendid, Sirius. Best of luck. I believe you should dash back and change. You're beginning to emit an unpleasant odor. Alana dismissed him without looking up from her work. Alana, you truly ought to ride a broom more often. It's an exhilarating experience. Sirius sincerely advocated for the sport before departing. He wasn't wrong. Soaring through the skies was indeed thrilling, though Alana felt that flying on a broom lacked elegance. She remarked to Severus as she watched Sirius's retreating figure. I wonder how Riddle, the Dark Lord, invented the spell for flight. It is said that only Severus has mastered this advanced flying charm he devised. Had Alana not been averse to any association with Mr. Riddle, she might have considered urging Severus to act as an undercover agent to learn that spell. Glancing at Severus, who was engrossed in concocting a new beauty potion, Alana sighed, deciding it was best to pursue her own research. Severus's second year proved remarkably favorable. He felt Alana's gaze upon him more frequently, and she relied on him increasingly. The only source of his displeasure was that, during Valentine's Day of the second year, someone dared to send Alana love letters and chocolates. Fortunately, he intercepted them beforehand, and they ultimately ended up on Professor McGonagall's desk. Severus resolved to confess his feelings to Alana on Valentine's Day of the third year, thus beginning to brew a new Felix Felicis during the summer of his second year. His 2 years of studies significantly improved his potion-making skills. In his quest to win Alana's affection, he even researched various beauty potions, convinced that opening a beauty potion shop in Diagon Alley would yield him a fortune. What puzzled him, however, was Alana's peculiar behavior throughout the second year, often whispering in Chinese with Penny from Ravenclaw about matters he could not comprehend. Severus decided he, too, needed to learn some Chinese or develop a spell to translate their conversations. While he busied himself brewing Felix Felicis and reprimanding those foolish enough to express their affections for Alana, she and Penny investigated how Mr. Riddle devised that flight spell. They frequently visited the library to borrow relevant materials, yet after nearly a year of research, they remained at a deadlock. During the Christmas holiday of their third year, while Severus was brewing potions in the Prince family's laboratory, his owl returned with the Christmas gift he had sent to Alana, accompanied by a letter and parcel. It was the first time a package sent to Alana had been returned, and Severus sensed something was amiss. Before the holiday, he had inquired with Alana, who mentioned she would be staying at the Riekman residence throughout the break. So why was the letter returned? Chapter 33, The Bloodline Curse. Upon the return to school in January, Alana did not attend classes. That evening, Severus, Sirius, and Penny gathered in the room of requirement. From Professor Slughorn, they learned that Alana's parents had arranged for her to take an extended leave, reportedly due to illness. As a fourth year, Penny had finally escaped her classmates and sister to join the boys in the room of requirement. Penny, you're always whispering with Alana. Do you know what is truly happening with her? Sirius inquired irritably, as the package he had sent to Alana had also been returned by the owl. Once again, they had lost contact with Alana. Isn't it peculiar that Dumbledore didn't appear for dinner in the Great Hall today? Severus suddenly spoke up, his face pale, brows tightly furrowed, and his thin lips pressed so firmly together they were nearly invisible. His comment startled Sirius and Penny, who indeed had not seen Dumbledore. But what could that imply? You can't possibly think Alana's situation is linked to Dumbledore, can you? Sirius expressed disbelief. Could it be that Dumbledore and Grindelwald have once again fallen out, thus endangering Alana? Who is Grindelwald's niece? It shouldn't concern Professor Dumbledore. Penny replied uncertainly. Over the past year, she had been studying occlumency with Dumbledore, and coupled with her natural fondness for him, she held a firm belief in his integrity. He may not have been a particularly good person, but he was certainly not a villain. Do you have any reasonable theories left? I inquired with Professor Slughorn. And it appears Dumbledore was absent from the school throughout the Christmas holiday. Severus cast a serious glance at the two. As far as I know, Alana lost contact with us right at the beginning of the Christmas holiday. Could it be that something went awry while she was practicing spells? Penny spoke uncertainly, recalling that before the holiday, Alana had mentioned her intention to return and investigate the dark magic tomes to see if they could assist in unraveling the levitation spell. If the issue stemmed from practicing the spell, then they ought to at least visit the Magical Maladies Hospital. Certainly, there would be someone at the Riekman estate, especially since the packages they had sent were all returned. Sirius countered. After a lengthy discussion among the three, they reached no conclusion and decided to return to their dormitories, agreeing to continue their investigation. Meanwhile, Alana was confronting Teddy, who was holding a large cup of potion alongside Vicia. Oh, Teddy, oh Vicia, I truly cannot drink any more. If I do, the potion will surely poison me. Alana's voice remained feeble. Vicia gazed at her little master with tearful eyes. Yet she could not defy the commands of her elder master. The little master must consume the potion to recover. Vicia felt remorseful for insisting that her little master drink the potion, yet she could not disobey her elder master's orders. Vicia tugged at her large ears in distress. Teddy, holding the potion, also had tears welling in his big eyes. Alana had just awakened 2 days prior, and this time her unconsciousness had endured far longer than during her previous magical surge. Thus, Mr. Riekman, along with Mrs. Riekman and Vicia, had come to New Mongard, which explained why the owl could not locate anyone and return the packages. In the New Mongard reception room, Dumbledore sat beside Grindelwald on the sofa, having come from the school to celebrate Christmas with him. They were by the fireplace when, unexpectedly, Mr. Riekman burst in, cradling Alana, followed closely by his wife, his elderly father, and 2 house elves. He immediately began collaborating with Grindelwald to study the blood curse afflicting Alana. Mrs. Riekman's maiden name was Greengrass, a surname known throughout England. Unlike the Malfoys, who were wealthy, or the Blacks, who maintained their blood purity, the Greengrass family was renowned among the aristocracy for their blood curse. Each generation, a girl from the Greengrass lineage had a chance to inherit this bloodline curse, which, while not always fatal, could manifest at unpredictable intervals. If the affliction occurred in childhood, the girl was unlikely to reach adulthood. However, if it manifested after adulthood, she might live for an additional 20 to 30 years. There were also fortunate children who developed the ailment later in life and lived into their 80s or 90s. The shortest-lived Greengrass girls had lived into their 40s, and since only 1 girl per generation inherited this blood curse, coupled with the fact that Greengrass daughters possessed beauty rivaling that of the most enchanting maidens, these girls had never struggled to find suitors. Moreover, this curse only afflicted girls bearing the Greengrass name. There were no reports of children with other surnames suffering from it. Among the last generation of Greengrass daughters, the unfortunate Mariana, who married Abraxas Malfoy, had recently succumbed to the blood curse. Alana was not supposed to bear this affliction. However, perhaps due to the fact that, besides Lucius's mother, Alana's uncle had only sired 1 son, she remained the sole girl in the Greengrass lineage. This was also why Alana had longed for her parents to have another son. A son would not inherit the curse and could continue the Riekman legacy. While the Riekman family did not have a throne to inherit, their considerable estate would quickly be divided among other nobles if left without an heir. Furthermore, a son could accompany her parents, providing them with companionship. When Alana returned to school with Dumbledore, it was already late January. Her recent fainting spell had indeed been severe, and upon awakening, Alana could only rest in bed, unable to harness her magic initially. Mr. Riekman had believed that Alana's collapse was a manifestation of the blood curse, but the reality was somewhat less dire. Alana had simply misdirected her internal magic while studying dark magic, narrowly avoiding triggering the blood curse within her. Alana deeply regretted her actions. She had drawn inspiration from a dark magic tome in her family's collection, attempting to channel her magical energy to lift herself into the air. She recalled the martial arts novels she had read, where inner strength concentrated in certain areas unleashed tremendous power. Convinced of the practicality of her idea, she began to experiment as envisioned. However, unfortunately, the normally docile magic within her suddenly rebelled violently. Before Alana could comprehend the situation, she coughed up blood and collapsed. Yet unbeknownst to her, she had already managed to elevate her feet off the ground by a mere centimeter. Chapter 34. Upon returning to school. When Alana returned to Hogwarts, she was lively and full of energy. Thus, faced with the inquiries of her 3 dear friends, Alana attempted to resist, but was ruthlessly subdued. Severus, it hurts so much. Please let them go. Alana pleaded as Sirius and Penny held her arms behind her back. She cast a pitiful glance at Severus, knowing that he typically softened at such a sight. However, this time was different. Severus nearly spoke but restrained himself. It was imperative that Alana understood that her recent actions could not simply be dismissed with a display of charm. Alana, gazing at the somber boy before her, found herself momentarily distracted. After a month apart, he seemed to have matured significantly. Acknowledging her futile resistance, Alana sensibly confessed to the 3 her injuries resulting from her dark magic studies. Severus immediately voiced his objections. Miss Alana, perhaps the Sorting Hat was mistaken when it placed you in Slytherin instead of Gryffindor. Severus had always known of Alana's interest in dark magic, but was taken aback by her recklessness this time. Sirius chimed in. You've actually started learning dark magic? You never mentioned it to me. Penny added with a look of resentment. And me? Didn't you say you were just referencing it? Upon hearing this, Alana exchanged a guilty glance with Severus. It appeared they had indeed not mentioned their dark magic studies to them during this time. Ahem. You all know who my great-grandfather is, so my studying dark magic shouldn't be that shocking, Alana retorted defensively. Is that the crux of the matter? Alana, you and Snape have been secretly studying dark magic behind my back. Sirius felt betrayed. We thought you might not want to learn it, he added. In the original story, Sirius harbored a deep disdain for dark magic, which prompted Alana to assert her position. We're doing this for our friendship. What if you decided not to play with us because we were studying dark magic? As they began to engage in their childish quarrel once more, Penny interjected, "Stop. Our priority tonight is, despite your severe injuries, why did you take so long to recover, and why could we not contact you? Even if you were at St. Mungo South or your family estate, sending and receiving letters shouldn't be difficult." Penny interrupted their childish debate, adding, "I also feel like there's something you're hiding from us. You're not acting right." Penny observed Alana's slightly evasive gaze, adjusting her glasses. It was true that due to her diligent studies, Penny had developed nearsightedness by the third year. Alana was taken aback by Penny's perceptiveness. What was there to be suspicious about? "Ha ha ha, you are far too sensitive, dear Penny." Alana's fingers gently stroked, while Severus regarded her with a curious gaze. This was an unconscious gesture of Alana's, typically manifesting during moments of deceit. Severus exchanged a knowing glance with Penny and Sirius, indicating that they would let it slide. For they were good friends, and would always be there to assist Alana. Penny softened her tone, offering gentle reassurance. After escorting Alana back to her dormitory, the trio reconvened in the room of requirement. The atmosphere felt somewhat stifling. In the past, Alana's presence always enlivened the mood, her conversations adeptly considering everyone's feelings. Yet, in her absence, the trio found the air thick with an unusual tension. Penny often regarded Severus and Sirius with an odd expression, finding excitement in the sight of these sworn enemies sitting together. Sirius, however, was not inclined to converse with Snape, still harboring a subtle disdain for Penny, the Muggle-born. As for Severus, he simply struggled with social interactions and his aversion to black. It was Penny, the most mature of the three, who shattered the silence. "Alana must be hiding something from us." Her tone was resolute. Sirius, somewhat perplexed, glanced at the pensive Severus, wondering if he had overlooked any signs of Alana's unusual behavior. "Have you noticed anything, Penny? Alana often has whispered secrets she is willing to share with you," Severus inquired. He had observed the way Penny and Alana frequently conversed in hushed tones in Chinese. Despite his efforts to study the language, it remained daunting, and his progress was far from satisfactory. "She seems considerably pale," Penny hesitated. "She has been ill for over a month, so her pallor seems rather normal," Sirius countered. Penny fell into deep contemplation, feeling as though she had forgotten something crucial, striving to recall details from the original text. She noted the absence of any mention of the German Riekman family. Her thoughts wandered to Sirius, and she found it astonishing that he was distantly related to Alana. Oh, and Lucius was also her cousin. In a few years, little Draco would be born. Had it not been for the elder sister, would it not have been Astoria's fortune? Suddenly, a thought struck Penny. "Sirius, didn't Alana mention that she is the only girl among the children of the Greengrass family?" "Indeed. Her mother is a daughter of the Greengrass family, which is allied through marriage with the Black family. Thus, we are distant relatives," Sirius replied, puzzled by Penny's sudden interest in Alana's mother. "Is Lucius's mother also from the Greengrass family?" Penny continued, sensing a thread of clarity. Severus recalled Alana once telling him that her aunt, Lucius's mother, was an unfortunate woman. Yes, the surname is indeed Greengrass. Next year, Alana's cousin, the young master of the Greengrass family, will arrive at Hogwarts, Sirius reminisced. Then it makes sense. "Do you know about the blood curse of the Greengrass family?" Penny clenched her fists. Astoria Greengrass, Draco's wife, succumbed to the family's blood curse illness, passing away while their son, Scorpius, was still in school. "Do you know why Lucius's mother died?" Penny felt she was onto something, her gaze intensifying on Sirius. Severus seemed to sense a shift in the atmosphere, focusing intently on Sirius. "I believe it was due to illness. I remember she had been unwell for several years. After her funeral, Bella remarked that she had only lasted this long," he recalled. "Blood curse? Are you suggesting that Alana may also bear this blood curse?" Severus questioned hesitantly, his throat tightening as he posed the inquiry. "Impossible. Alana belongs to the Riekman family," Sirius exclaimed incredulously. "This is merely my conjecture. Please do not overreact. We still need to verify," Penny urged, noticing Severus's expression growing increasingly ominous. She quickly reassured her two companions. "This is just a theory, a mere theory. Severus, do not worry too much." Chapter 35. Valentine's Day. Valentine's Day fell on a weekend, and the students were abuzz with excitement. Bright and early, the trio made their way from the Slytherin common room to the Great Hall for breakfast. The long tables of all four houses were overflowing with students. Regardless of their year, no one would miss breakfast on this festive occasion. As soon as they sat down, Severus sensed eyes upon them. Initially, he assumed the attention was directed at Sirius, as since their first year, the letters and chocolates sent to him from girls across all houses had piled up like a small mountain in their dormitory. Even the Gryffindor girls, who typically held disdain for Slytherin, could not resist the allure of Sirius's handsome visage. However, Severus soon realized that the gazes were not solely from girls. Numerous boys were also fixated on Alana, a revelation that displeased him immensely. Notably, none of the onlookers hailed from Slytherin. Within Slytherin, Severus was quick to discipline anyone he caught attempting to woo Alana. Soon, a brown-haired Gryffindor boy stood up, clutching a small box, and with encouragement from his friends, made his way toward the Slytherin table. This action drew the attention of nearly everyone in the hall. Approaching Alana from behind, he greeted, "Hello, Riekman." Alana, engrossed in her toast while perusing the Daily Prophet, turned at the sound of her name, only to find a Gryffindor boy before her. "Oh, hello. Hi. I'm Sal Branton, a fifth year from Gryffindor," the boy stammered, his face flushed as he extended the chocolate and a letter toward Alana. "May I invite you to Hogsmeade with me tomorrow?" After speaking, he observed Alana's momentary surprise and added, "You don't need to answer right away. Take your time." With that, he hurriedly exited the great hall. "Branton, I'll remember you," Severus muttered, narrowing his eyes at the boy's retreating figure. Beside him, Sirius erupted in laughter. "Alana, is this your first love letter or chocolate in 3 years?" He cast a sidelong glance at Severus, who looked rather displeased, reveling in the irony. Sirius was well aware that Snavellis had previously warned any Slytherin boys against pursuing Alana. Without her lineage and beauty, it was inconceivable that no boy had dared to approach her until now. As long as he could vex Snavellis, Sirius felt a sense of joy, sincerely commending Gryffindor's bravery. "Indeed, with my beauty and charm, why did it take until my 3rd year to receive a love letter? Are those boys blind?" Alana pondered aloud, having utilized numerous beauty potions over the years. "Perhaps you should ask Severus," Sirius suggested with a mischievous glance at Snape. Severus returned the look, his eyes brimming with provocation and menace. "Severus?" Alana turned towards him, about to say more, when yet another boy from Hufflepuff approached, red-faced, tossing a letter before fleeing. His actions seemed to ignite something, and a throng of girls began to converge towards them, casting their love letters towards Sirius. Alana, seated beside Sirius, found herself jostled aside by a Miss Bennet, a year their senior. Wiping non-existent sweat from her brow, Alana tugged Severus along towards the library, as they needed to complete their assignments before heading to Hogsmeade in the afternoon. Before they could reach the library, a girl came running from behind, blocking their path. Alana looked at the girl clad in Ravenclaw robes in confusion. Surely, Sirius was still in the Great Hall. What was this girl doing in their way? Out of breath, the girl turned to Severus and said, "Mr. Snape, I am Lila Lister from the 3rd year Ravenclaw. I've noticed you for quite some time, and I would like to invite you to join me in Hogsmeade this afternoon, if that is agreeable to you." As she gazed at the girl's flushed face and hopeful eyes, Severus stole a furtive glance at Alana, his heart filled with disbelief. Could it be that even someone as brooding as he could be liked by a girl? Each year, he had watched as Black received an avalanche of love letters. It would be disingenuous to say he was not envious. These girls, regardless of their reasons, pursued the boys they fancied. Yet the girl he admired seemed never to have shown any special interest in any boy. Contemplating this, Severus felt a pang of despondency. Seeing Severus remain silent, Lila's eyes glistened with unshed tears. She had mustered her courage for quite some time to confess to Snape, though her friends had all deemed him unworthy of affection, preferring the dashing Sirius Black instead. Yet Lila was drawn to Severus. Despite his gloom, she sensed a depth in his dark eyes, convinced he was a boy of substance. Alana was taken aback by the unexpected declaration of affection for Severus, but after her initial shock, she felt a twinge of disappointment upon hearing Severus's silence. He had not rejected this Ravenclaw girl. "Alana, let us go?" Severus's voice broke through Alana's thoughts, and Lila had vanished. The two of them proceeded to the library, each lost in their own musings. Alana, quill in hand, was writing her transfiguration essay when she paused to glance at Severus, who was diligently working on his own. He was so earnest. Perhaps the assignment was particularly challenging, as his brow occasionally furrowed. His sharp, hooked nose was slightly reddened, likely from the chill of February, which had yet to warm. Though his complexion was pale, it still bore a hint of color. His lips were pressed tightly together, and his raven hair fell across his forehead, often needing to be brushed aside to prevent obscuring his vision. His fingers, pale and slender, bore faint calluses, hinting at his dedication to his studies. Severus's hair was not at all greasy. Rather, it had a natural volume, and his clothing fit him well and appropriately. Alana found herself staring at this boy she had known for several years, struggling to reconcile him with the Severus Snape of the original narrative. It seemed only fitting that someone would confess to him. Any girl who failed to see his merits was simply blind. A blush crept onto Alana's cheeks as she reminisced about the past years, when Severus had always been by her side. When she impulsively traveled to Muggle London, he brewed age potions to accompany her. He would unhesitatingly consume the food she offered, even when he knew she was teasing him. He walked ahead of her on their nighttime adventures, and he stayed up late researching beauty potions that piqued her interest. Chapter 36. Hogsmeade. This Valentine's Day, aside from breakfast, Sirius had spent the entire day with Regulus, tutoring him in spells. For other than that, he could not find a suitable companion to accompany him to Hogsmeade. Alana had left with Snape, Potter had invited Lily, and even the usually gluttonous Muggle-born Petunia had received an invitation to join someone for butterbeer. How astonishing. Naturally, the handsome Mr. Black had also been invited by many girls, yet he had no desire to join them. As Alana walked through the streets of Hogsmeade with Severus, her mind was elsewhere. Seated in the three broomsticks, both felt somewhat disoriented. Severus was still contemplating whether to confess his feelings to Alana today. He had prepared a gift for her. Yet seeing her lack of enthusiasm throughout the day left him uncertain about presenting it. Indeed, he felt a twinge of cowardice. Severus drained his mug of butterbeer in frustration. Meanwhile, Alana was preoccupied with thoughts of Miss Lister. The girl appeared quite lovely, radiating a sense of innocence. Did Severus have feelings for her? Yet he had never expressed anything, much like Potter's pursuit of Lily. Why, then, had Sirius suggested that she inquire of Severus regarding love letters? Alana's thoughts were a jumbled mess. Love letters. Alana. The two fell into silence, both speaking simultaneously. You go first, Alana. Severus. Why did Sirius imply that you might know why I have never received any love letters? Alana voiced her question, a swell of anticipation rising within her, though she was uncertain of what exactly she was hoping for. Yes, it is I, Severus said, retrieving a small, dark green box tied with a silver ribbon from his pocket. I warned them to keep their distance and not to entertain any notions regarding you. His tone was somewhat brusque, and his words came out in a rush. He seemed ready to continue, but at that moment, Petunia and Lily entered the three broomsticks. Severus hastily tucked the unbestowed box back into his pocket. Well, just the two of you? Petunia winked at them. The boy who had invited her was a member of the Gryffindor Quidditch team and had dashed off with his teammates the moment they encountered one another. She had just run into Potter, who had upset Lily, and decided to snatch Lily away from him, initially intending to take Lily back to school. They had passed the three broomsticks and spotted Alana and Severus seated by the window, their expressions not particularly joyful, leading her to assume they were quarreling. Severus felt a sense of relief at being interrupted by Petunia. He had spoken sharply and wondered if Alana would be upset. Stealing a glance at Alana, who was laughing and chatting with the Evans sisters, he felt a pang of regret for not having given her the gift. The four made their way back to Hogwarts, and Severus excused himself, claiming he needed to brew potions in the small classroom prepared by Dumbledore specifically for him. Ever since Dumbledore and Grindelwald had reconciled, he had taken an interest in Severus. After all, not everyone could improve the Wolfsbane potion, could they? Thus, Dumbledore had discreetly arranged for Severus to have a room in the hospital wing dedicated to his research on the potion. After parting ways with the Evans sisters, Alana slipped into the dormitory, needing to reflect on matters concerning Severus. Recalling Severus's words in the three broomsticks, Alana felt her cheeks flush, astonished to discover a hint of a domineering charm in him. She crumpled the blanket on her bed into a ball and rolled around on it for a moment. Did Severus like her? Alana mused. If he did not, then why had he warned off other boys? Once again, Alana found herself reflecting on her encounter with Lily during their return from Hogsmeade, as well as the confession made by Miss Lister in front of the library. A sense of agitation washed over her. In truth, she had become aware of her own feelings. She had developed an affection for the boy who always stood by her side. Since the moment she met Severus, the thought of him being accompanied by another girl had never crossed her mind. Hadn't she observed his indifference towards Lily? Alana had grown accustomed to the idea that Severus's company would forever be hers alone, excluding Sirius, of course. She had indeed fallen for this little bat. But should she confess her feelings? Alana found herself in a quandary. Given her nature, once she liked someone, she would charge forward without hesitation. Yet, contemplating her own frail condition, she hesitated. What if she did not survive into adulthood? The thought of leaving Severus alone was unbearable. In fact, the Riekman family had long concealed the truth about the blood curse afflicting Alana. She had inadvertently overheard it during a childhood visit to the Gringlass estate. Ever since that day, she had yearned for a younger brother. Remarkably, she had never sensed anything amiss with her health until she fainted while studying flying spells. That incident had sparked a fleeting awareness of something peculiar residing within her. Alana believed that she would not meet her demise anytime soon. But what if she was wrong? After a full day of classes on Monday, Alana finally found an opportunity to be alone with Severus that evening. Sirius had gone to Quidditch practice, while Penny and her sister, along with Potter and others, had retreated to the library to complete their assignments. Alana seized Severus, who was heading toward the hospital wing, and led him to the room of requirement. She transformed the room into a replica of her chamber at the Riekman Manor, where she felt a greater sense of security. As Severus gazed upon the sanctum of the girl he had cherished for years, A wave of indescribable shyness surged within him. The room was an exact replica of her childhood sanctuary. "Sev, I wish to seek your counsel on something," Alana said, perched upon the bed, addressing Severus, who occupied the sofa. They were separated by merely a carpet's breadth, yet Alana leaned forward, struggling to discern the expression on Severus's face. "One of my friends has developed feelings for a boy," she confessed, a hint of guilt creeping into her voice, believing that the boy might reciprocate her friend's affections. Her cheeks flushed as her cool fingers brushed across her face, attempting to mitigate the heat. "However, my friend is unwell and is somewhat fearful," Alana faltered, realizing that Severus understood she was speaking of herself. "Friend? What friend could Alana possibly have that I am unaware of?" he mused, knowing she confided everything in him. Severus remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on Alana. She had expressed her fondness for a boy, but who could it be? Severus's blood surged with a fervent urgency. Was it that Gryffindor? Or that foolish dog? Or perhaps someone else entirely? Regardless, one thought consumed him. He wished to tear him apart. "Who?" Severus managed to utter, struggling to extract the word from his lips. "Your friend. Who does she fancy?" I cannot disclose that without her consent," Alana thought fervently. Wishing to declare, "It's you, Severus, it's you." Yet, she hesitated, feeling a twinge of trepidation. Wasn't he the more pressing concern the potential of her incurable affliction? Alana sat on the bed, her fingers tracing the fabric of the sheets. "Are you referring to the blood curse?" Severus inquired, voicing the troubling question that had lingered in his mind. "How did you know?" Alana replied, astonished yet accepting of Severus's perceptiveness. "Indeed. I must be woefully cursed to inherit this blood malady, which explains my delayed return to school," she admitted, feeling a pang of distress. "I was recuperating at Numengard." "It's all right, Alana. I've researched it, and it's not necessarily fatal, is it?" Severus replied awkwardly. He rose and approached her, looking down upon the girl he had cherished for years. "I believe that regardless of the outcome, you should allow that boy to make his own choice. Don't you think?" Severus resolved not to press Alana for the identity of her crush. As long as she chose to confess, he would eventually discover the truth. Deep within, he trembled with anticipation, yearning that the boy in question was himself. Alana gazed up at the dark-haired boy. He had grown taller, she mused. His shoulders had broadened, and the voice that emerged post-adolescence had deepened to a tone that was almost intoxicating. His eyes were an abyss of darkness, as if they could draw her in. Enraptured, Alana stared at him, and suddenly, she felt an overwhelming loss of control over her body. She reached out, tugging at the tie that hung from his lowered head, pulling him closer until their lips met in a gentle kiss. Severus, taken aback by Alana's boldness, barely registered the rose fragrance wafting through the air before their lips touched. It was so soft, that singular thought consumed him. Before he could react, the warmth had departed. A sense of longing coursed through Severus. He wished for more. An awkward silence enveloped them, and suddenly Alana recalled something. "Sev, would you blame me for intruding upon your life?" Alana had long harbored guilt over altering Severus's childhood, believing she had deprived him of the chance to know Lily. As if she had stolen him from her. "Encountering you has been my fortune, Alana," Severus replied, perplexed by her turmoil. To him, Alana's presence had ushered in a new chapter in his life. He could never resent her for that. Alana licked her lips, in my visions. "You and Lily are meant to be good friends." Her words were abruptly halted as Severus's lips silenced her. They clumsily kissed, their breaths mingling until they finally paused. Panting, "Alana, do not dwell on such thoughts. Visions are but visions, not necessarily reality," Severus murmured, caressing her hair and enveloping her in his embrace. He did not believe he could ever love Lily. As Penny's sister, she often joined their small circle. From Severus's observations, Lily's Gryffindor nature was far too divergent from what he desired. A pure Slytherin and a pure Gryffindor. Such disparate temperaments were destined to remain apart. Nestled in Severus's arms, Alana found herself enveloped in a bubble of pink bliss. "Hey, you two seem off," Penny remarked from the library, keenly observing the shifted atmosphere between Alana and Severus. Alana felt her cheeks flush under Penny's scrutinizing gaze. "It's just as you think," she retorted playfully, shooting a mock glare at her friend before leaning against Severus's shoulder, wrapping her arms around his. Severus, too, felt a touch of embarrassment, yet that discomfort was swiftly supplanted by exasperation as Sirius's loud exclamation nearly drew Mrs. Pants's attention. "What? Alana, you actually let Snape take the lead?" A sudden exclamation reverberated through the hushed confines of the library, akin to a clap of thunder. Madame Pants, brandishing her wand, was poised to eject the intruders, but her attention was diverted by the cacophony of a collapsing bookshelf on the other side. The cause of the bookshelf's downfall? Perhaps it was the Hufflepuff newspaper reporter, overwhelmed by the excitement of uncovering a sensational scoop, who inadvertently toppled it. The poor Hufflepuff journalist clutched her parchment detailing the momentous news as Madame Pants callously expelled her from the library, resulting in a reprimand. The following day, an article titled "Shocking. The Ravenclaw Goddess of the Serpent House is Taken" graced the front page of the newly established Hufflepuff Entertainment Gazette. When the trio made their appearance in the Great Hall for breakfast, they felt the discerning gazes of students from various houses subtly landing upon them. It was not until the bewildered trio settled at the Slytherin table that Regulus passed a newspaper to Sirius. Upon reading the headline that occupied the front page, Alana's fury erupted as she furiously kicked Sirius beneath the table, chastising him for his loose lips, recalling how his previous indiscretion regarding her engagement had also caused trouble. It appeared that the esteemed black heir would never learn to keep his mouth shut. Severus was incensed. The hostile, judgmental stares directed at him made his typically reserved demeanor feel thoroughly exposed. Mulsaber, a classmate of theirs, harbored jealousy towards Snape and Black. The fact that the illustrious black heir had fallen for a half-blood only intensified his resentment, especially since the vast fortune of the Riekman family would soon be in the hands of a half-blood. He whispered to his companion, Rogier, but his words were unmistakably audible to the trio. Sirius was ready to explode when Alana restrained him, urging him to remain composed, calling him a foolish dog. It seemed the Slytherin lot could only learn through harsh lessons. Initially, they believed the matter would quickly fade, yet the next day, their names once again graced the front page of the Hufflepuff Entertainment Gazette, this time with the article titled "Two Men Compete for One Woman. What Lies Ahead for the Defeated Black?" The unfortunate Sirius became the subject of relentless mockery from James and his friends. "What is this nonsense? What do you mean I am pursuing you? This is utterly absurd," Sirius bellowed in frustration within the Slytherin common room. On the third day, the situation escalated further as some overzealous students resurrected the rumor of the potential union between Riekman and Black to corroborate the scandal. The Serpent House goddess had allegedly abandoned her fiancé to pursue a half-blood. Yet, the devoted Black did not cast blame upon his betrothed. Instead, he remained by her side, attempting to win back the heart of Miss Riekman, whom many deemed unworthy. These reports transformed Alana into the most detested figure among the majority of the female student body. After all, most girls harbored affections for Sirius, and Alana Riekman's apparent disregard for his feelings was deemed unforgivable. Chapter 38, Played. Sirius learned from a Slytherin girl that Mulsaber and Rogier had been punished by Filch for breaking school rules and were sent to clean the trophy room. Thus, he and Severus decided it was time to teach these two fools a lesson. Don't ask why wouldn't he confront them himself. Though he was confident in his ability to take them on single-handedly, Severus was always watching him. Moreover, avenging Alana was something her boyfriend should definitely partake in. After confirming that Alana would be in the dormitory for a beauty treatment that afternoon, they set their plan into motion. From lunchtime onward, Sirius and Severus occupied themselves in the common room playing gobstones, and once they saw the two culprits leave arm in arm, they rose to follow. Upon awakening from her nap, Alana intended to proceed with her beauty regimen, only to discover that her time basking in the sun by the Black Lake had left her with two unsightly spots. Consequently, she resolved to concoct a lightning mask. While she was busy mixing various ingredients, a knock sounded at her dormitory door. Curious about who might seek her out, aside from Lucius, the Three Blacks, or Severus, she was unfamiliar with anyone else. She opened the door to find a girl standing there, whom Alana vaguely recognized as Miss Lucretia Lockwood from the 4th year. "Miss Riekman, someone asked me to deliver a message. Snape and a Gryffindor student are fighting in the astronomy tower," Nia Lockwood panted, as if she had just sprinted back from outside. After delivering her message, she turned and departed. Alana was perplexed. Hadn't Severus mentioned he had business with Sirius this afternoon? Why would he be brawling with a Gryffindor? However, there was no time for contemplation. Seizing her wand, she hurried towards the astronomy tower. That afternoon, most students had no classes, resulting in a bustling corridor. Alana raced to the tower, only to find no sign of a fight, but rather two Hufflepuffs engaged in a romantic tete-a-tete. Realizing she may have been duped, she turned to head back. As she climbed the stairs, a sharp voice rang out. "What's this? The illustrious blonde goddess of Slytherin, Miss Riekman, is already leaving?" The speaker was a 4th year named Teresa Ben, Sirius's most devoted admirer, accompanied by 5 other girls, including Nia Lockwood, as well as 2 unknown Gryffindors. This group had clearly conspired to confront her, timing their ambush for when she was alone. Excluding Miss Lister, all were admirers of Sirius. It seemed they had come to teach the bad girl a lesson after reading the newspaper. The 2 lovebirds had wisely fled upon witnessing the scene, leaving only the 7 of them in the astronomy tower. "What? Scared? You only just realized fear, you wretch?" Teresa taunted as Alana remained silent. Emboldened by her own disdain for the Riekman name, she had long harbored a grudge against Alana since Sirius Black's arrival at school. having been rescued by him from bullies during her first year. From that moment, she aspired to become stronger. Dreaming of marrying Sirius and becoming the lady of the Black family, she diligently practiced magic and eventually turned the tables on her tormentors. Yet, Sirius had never acknowledged her. He was always at the side of that insufferable Riekman. When she heard of the impending union between the Black and Riekman families, jealousy consumed her. Now that Riekman had cast aside Sirius for the half-blood Snape, her envy intensified. What you discard so easily, I cannot have. What could be more maddening for an unrequited girl? She secretly rallied those from various houses who shared her disdain for Riekman, embarking on this retaliatory endeavor. Miss Lister raised her wand, declaring, "Riekman, you should not toy with two boys. If you do not love them, you ought not to play with their hearts." Her righteous tone only provoked Alana's laughter. "Whom I love or do not love is of no concern to you," Alana retorted, dismissing the foolish Lister. "Ben, was it you who lured Sirius and Severus away?" This Teresa Ben had always viewed her with disdain, and now she had escalated matters to this extent. "Indeed. I too heard Mercer's words that day, as well as your intentions to teach him a lesson. Hence, I seized the opportunity to separate you." Teresa, as if struck by a sudden thought, burst into laughter. "No one knows you're here. Those two have gone to confront Mercer, and it won't be over any time soon. Riekman, can you guess how we shall entertain you?" Teresa's laughter was manic, and Alana couldn't help but think the girl had lost her mind. One could only wonder if those two Hufflepuffs who had fled would summon assistance. The astronomy tower lacked railings, and as Alana peered down, she felt the dizzying height, a perfect place for nefarious deeds. After all, old Dumbledore had met his end here. A shiver coursed through her. It was still early March, the wind biting and chill, and she had rushed out without her cloak, now dripping with sweat. If she lingered too long in this breeze, she would surely catch a cold. Yet, amidst the cold, a flicker of excitement surged within her. Despite her extensive studies in magic, she had never truly engaged in a duel with another. Though she had learned numerous spells, her practice had been limited to training dummies. The sensation of battling a real opponent was altogether different. Had she known, she would have sparred with Severus or Sirius, both of whom were accustomed to the rough and tumble of combat, as they often found themselves in the room of requirement for just such purposes. Little did Alana realize that the two boys possessed far more practical experience than she assumed. Even though Sirius was the heir of the Black family, many sought to challenge him within the confines of Slytherin. Thus, it was common for Sirius and Severus to be cornered by older students. "Enough chatter, Teresa. Get on with it," Luke Wood urged nervously, knowing she had relayed false information to both Riekman and Black. Alana observed the unremarkable Luke Wood, although pure blood. Her presence in Slytherin was nearly non-existent. No one bullied her, and she had scarcely any friends. Upon her command, 6 girls simultaneously raised their wands at Alana. Teresa was the first to cast a shattering curse towards Alana. Such a powerful spell right from the outset indicated Teresa's deep-seated animosity towards her. As Teresa moved, Alana quickly fortified herself with a protective charm, causing the spell to ricochet off and strike the wall. Without hesitation, Alana retaliated with a sandstorm spell, deftly evading the incoming curses. Though she dodged too, she was caught off guard by a leg locker curse and found herself immobilized. In retaliation, she hurled a hanging curse at Teresa, suspending her in midair. Alana promptly cast a stasis charm. Teresa's screams filled the air as Alana disregarded the others, weaving skillfully to evade their spells. Her sole focus was to subdue Teresa, whose seniority rendered her a greater threat than the rest. Silence. Teresa was rendered voiceless and suspended, losing her combat effectiveness. At that moment, Alana too was afflicted by numerous spells. One must never underestimate a woman's jealousy. She sensed that her left arm had likely been fractured, utterly immobile. "Another down," she exclaimed, dodging yet another curse. But her predicament was dire. The hem of her dress had been scorched, nearly exposing her. Her hair bore charred patches. Her left arm was broken, and her abdomen had sustained a deep, bleeding gash. The remaining 4 girls were equally disheveled. Miss Lister glanced at Alana, whose pallor was alarming, and fear began to creep in. This violent altercation would surely reach the ears of the faculty. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed from the staircase. Before they could react, Sirius and Severus rushed in, followed by Penny, Lily, and her suitor. The astronomy tower felt rather cramped with such a multitude. As Alana surveyed the gathering crowd, she mused that the 2 fleeing Hufflepuffs had indeed spread the word. Now the entire school likely knew of the altercation involving Riekman and the 6 girls. Perhaps many female students found a sense of vindication in the chaos. Just before losing consciousness, Alana found herself cradled in Severus's arms, tears glistening in her eyes as she looked up at Sirius, her expression one of pure grievance, while her hand clutched Severus's robe tightly. Having struck the perfect pose, she surrendered to the darkness. When she regained consciousness, she was lying in a hospital bed in the infirmary, with Severus slumped at her bedside in slumber. The night had fully descended, and Alana noticed she held a bandage in her left hand. It seemed her arm had indeed been broken. The bone growth potion would not mend her fractures instantly. She would likely have to wait until morning. She gingerly lifted her hospital gown to inspect her abdomen, where a wound, likely inflicted by a cutting curse, had been treated, the skin newly healed yet tender. As she stirred, Severus awoke, his gaze immediately drawn to Alana lifting her garment. Her slender waist and fair skin made his cheeks flush with warmth. "Ah, Severus, you're awake," Alana said, her voice soft as she affectionately ruffled his hair, relishing the texture. Severus, his face reddening, shot her a disapproving look. "How do you feel?" he inquired, mentally noting that his hair was likely greasy after an afternoon of exertion. "I'm all right. How was everything handled?" Alana replied, her injuries feeling far less severe, thanks to the marvels of magical potions. Severus retrieved a vial of potion from the drawer of a nearby table and handed it to her. "I brewed this myself." He gestured for her to drink, then produced a prepared snack from his pocket. "You're the best, Severus," Alana exclaimed, downing the potion in one go and hastily grabbing an apple pie to mask the lingering taste of the potion, though she had no fear of the potion itself. The flavor was indeed unpalatable. "Your father has rushed over from Germany, accompanied by Mr. Malfoy. They are currently in the headmaster's office," Severus stated, collecting the empty vial. This crystal bottle, a birthday gift from Alana, was a cherished possession. "The parents of those girls have also arrived," he continued, his brow furrowed. Sirius is waiting in the headmaster's office for news, as those girls' actions were primarily in response to him. "Has Aunt Walburga come?" Alana inquired, knowing that if she learned of so many girls fighting in defense of her son, she would be insufferably pleased. "Not yet, but I've heard a howler has been sent," Severus recalled, a smile crossing his face as he remembered Sirius's mortification upon receiving the howler. Madame Pomfrey had come to examine Alana. Aside from the need for her bones to heal, she was otherwise in good condition. Thus, Alana was instructed to remain in the infirmary until the following day. Soon, Dumbledore entered, accompanied by Professor Slughorn, Mr. Riekman, the Malfoys, both senior and junior, and Narcissa. The hour was nearing curfew, or else Penny would have joined them. Mr. Riekman settled beside Alana, gently stroking her hair. "Sweetheart, are you all right?" he asked, having rushed over when he received the news while in a business meeting with a partner, bringing along his brother-in-law, Abraxas Malfoy. The influence of this board member was of little consequence. He and Malfoy advocated for the expulsion of the girls involved. Yet Dumbledore remained opposed to such measures. Mr. Riekman merely deducted points from their respective houses and imposed some labor as a punishment. However, for the omnipotent Riekman and Malfoy families, dealing with these girls and their families was an effortless task. Just wait and see. Mr. Riekman was seething with anger and felt compelled to pay a visit to Newmontgard. Little did Dumbledore know that his leniency towards those girls would bring him a slight inconvenience. Mr. Riekman comforted his daughter for quite some time. Alana, blushing profusely, poked her father in the side, feeling embarrassed in front of so many onlookers. "All right, I must return home now, sweetheart. When you come back for the summer holiday, prepare for a surprise." Mr. Riekman affectionately stroked Alana's long hair. "Lucius, good lad. Please take care of your sister for your uncle, will you?" Lucius was equally infuriated. It was utterly humiliating for him to see those girls bully Alana right under his nose. As the eyes and ears of his lord at Hogwarts, Lucius was furious. Without Mr. Riekman's prompting, he was determined to teach those girls a painful lesson. Chapter 40, Aftermath. Before the Easter holiday, Teresa from Slytherin was taken home by her parents, reportedly due to a severe illness. Alana immediately suspected this was connected to the prior attack against her. Over the course of nearly a month, the 6 girls involved in that incident faced varying degrees of retribution. Some experienced broomsticks breaking during flying lessons and plummeting from the sky, while others had their cauldrons explode during potions class, resulting in facial disfigurements. Though treatable, these incidents inflicted significant psychological trauma. Some even faced calamities at home, with Teresa suffering the worst fate, leading to her expulsion. Following this event, the entire school became aware that Riekman was a cousin of Malfoy, and the grim fates of those girls made others wary of Alana. Alana felt the need to have a conversation with Lucius. He was urgently seeking to establish his footing within the Death Eaters, as the Dark Lord had begun to lose trust in his father. Avenging Alana against those girls was also a means for him to assert his authority within the school and Slytherin. When Alana approached Lucius, he was engaged in a discussion with Narcissa regarding their engagement plans, which they intended to formalize over the summer. "Sissy, Lucius, oh Merlin, am I really already preparing engagement gifts for you?" Alana seated herself beside Narcissa, wrapping her arms around her. Narcissa's cheeks flushed. Their original plan was to wait until 7th year for the engagement and marriage thereafter, But given the recent troubles with the Malfoy family, Lucius required her support, prompting her to suggest an earlier engagement ceremony. Lucius sent Narcissa back to the dormitory, leaving just the two of them in the common room. Alana anxiously regarded her cousin. She felt a closer bond with Lucius. Ever since old Malfoy and Mr. Riekman had spoken, the Riekman family had explicitly stated their refusal to support the Dark Lord, resulting in diminished contact between the two families to shield the Riekmans from entanglement. Thus, Alana and Lucius had also reduced their interactions. Yet, in truth, both remained deeply concerned for one another. The Malfoy family sought to ascend to greater heights by joining the Death Eaters and supporting the Dark Lord. Alana had subtly advised Lucius against this in their childhood, but the Malfoys, prioritizing family interests, would never relinquish their chance at power. However, Lucius was beginning to grasp Alana's warnings. The Dark Lord now exhibited signs of losing control, and old Malfoy, once a trusted peer, was no longer held in the same esteem. Yet, the Malfoy family could not turn back. Lucius had to rely on his own abilities to regain the Dark Lord's trust and favor. He tirelessly courted every promising student within Slytherin to expand the Dark Lord's influence, with Severus Snape being his primary focus. Despite Snape's efforts to conceal his talents, Lucius, with his network of spies throughout Slytherin, could not be deceived. Initially, Lucius believed Snape merely possessed a decent aptitude for potions, but was surprised to discover his exceptional spellcasting skills. He had privately approached Snape to recruit him, only to be rebuffed. Though initially disheartened, upon learning that Snape was involved with Alana, Lucius abandoned any plans to persuade him to serve the Dark Lord. For Alana's sake, Lucius would never allow her boyfriend to pledge himself to the Dark Lord. "Are you still so resolute, Lucius?" Alana whispered. "He will undoubtedly fail." Lucius could not fathom why Alana was so certain of the Dark Lord's impending downfall, especially given his current strength and the widespread influence of the Death Eaters, which had even infiltrated the Ministry of Magic. "The Malfoy family has no path of retreat, Alana. Turning back would mean death," Lucius said, fear dawning in his eyes. "You cannot imagine how he treats those wizards. Have you ever sought out Severus?" Alana inquired, knowing full well that Severus' talents could not escape Lucius' notice. "Yes, he refused me." "Perhaps you could attempt to reach out to Sirius," Alana suggested before rising to leave. Aside from Narcissa, and the two engaged in conversation, no one was privy to this exchange. Lucius was puzzled by Alana's suggestion to approach Sirius. As the heir of the Black family, Sirius' parents had repeatedly attempted to urge him to meet with the Dark Lord, only to be met with refusal. Dumbledore sat on the sofa in his office, a plate of assorted chocolates and a strangely colored cup of red tea on the small table beside him, the hue indicative of excessive sugar. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from the fireplace, and a well-dressed man emerged. His indigo suit, impeccably pressed, was striking. "Oh, poor Teddy," Dumbledore murmured, deftly concealing items in his sleeves. Since reconciling, Grindelwald had willingly emerged from Neumontgard. Once Grindelwald had tidied up after himself, Dumbledore's desk was left devoid of anything except for a copy of the Daily Prophet. "Al, if you are so fond of Teddy, how about I send you his head?" Grindelwald teased, fully aware of Dumbledore's sentiment for the creature. "Do not be so irate. Gellert." Dumbledore, donned in a pastel pink robe, stood beside the cobalt-clad Grindelwald, creating a strangely harmonious yet inexplicably odd visual. "I hear you are favoring the girls at school and making things difficult for Alana." Grindelwald perched himself on Dumbledore's desk, legs crossed, narrowing his eyes at the rosy-hued headmaster. When Mr. Riekman had come to him with complaints, he mentioned that Alana had nearly been killed by those girls. Among the descendants bearing the bloodline of the Grindelwald family, only a few from the Riekman household remained, and he felt a protective instinct toward them. Dumbledore returned briefly to his bedroom to pour Grindelwald a glass of red wine. Grindelwald followed closely, recalling that he favored French wine. Soon enough, a glass of red wine quelled his simmering anger. Had Alana been present, she would undoubtedly have given Dumbledore a thumbs up, appreciating his resourcefulness. Grindelwald settled into Dumbledore's bedroom, harboring some reservations about Dumbledore's fondness for wizard robes, yet refraining from voicing his discontent, instead opting to commission numerous tailored suits for him. With each suit, the wizarding robes were meticulously pushed aside in the wardrobe. Alana remarked, "Old Dumbledore, you've shaved off your beard. Why are you still donning those wizarding robes?" Consequently, the students of Hogwarts observed that Dumbledore, who had always favored wearing wizarding robes, had begun to don suits. This peculiar event was featured as an unsolved mystery on the front page of the Hufflepuff Entertainment newspaper. Chapter 41, concerning Horcruxes. The end-of-term examination month for the third year swiftly approached. Alana and her companions once again became frequent visitors to the library, cramming at the last moment, a notion Alana often espoused. At Hogwarts, students began to increase their elective courses in the third year. In her quest for credits, Alana opted for care of magical creatures. Muggle studies, and divination. Severus, on the other hand, selected an additional course in ancient runes, as it provided a foundation for the study of alchemy. Severus was particularly enthusiastic about crafting various small items, second only to potions in his interests. Sirius, like Alana, chose courses that required minimal effort. In the realm of slacking off, their thoughts were remarkably aligned. In the penultimate lesson of the semester dedicated to the care of magical creatures, Professor Kettleburn assigned each student a magical creature to adopt, a puffskein. The student's task was to care for the puffskein and subsequently submit a 10-inch observation report as part of their final assessment. Alana, would you help me take care of this fluffy creature? Don't girls typically adore such furry things? Sirius asked, handing Alana the trembling puffskein. Alana gazed at the quivering ball of fluff and, with affection, accepted it, gently cradling it in her hands. How do you know girls have a penchant for fluffy things? Sirius, have you taken a liking to someone? Absolutely not. James told me that Lily is quite fond of puffskeins. I'm too lazy to care for it. So why not let you handle it? Sirius replied, a hint of blush creeping onto his cheeks, inexplicably reminded of Penny from Ravenclaw when Alana mentioned a girl he fancied. Alana had no intention of caring for his puffskein. She already had her own, which she fed daily alongside Severus, creating a harmonious scene with two beloved fluffballs. The sudden addition of another seemed rather odd. Moreover, assisting Sirius would surely provoke Severus's ire. In the room of requirement, Severus frequently accompanied Alana to receive additional potions tutoring this semester. He suspected that Alana's claim of needing to conceal her talents was merely an excuse for her lack of diligence. Aside from transfiguration, charms, and defense against the dark arts, Alana practiced diligently after classes. However, she held herself to a high standard in all other subjects. Particularly in potions, she often argued, merely passing is a feat granted by having the finest potions master, in the form of you, to rescue me. This line of reasoning caused Severus's ears to redden. Ultimately, after much persuasion from Severus, Alana reluctantly devoted 2 evenings each week to study advanced potion brewing in the room of requirement. Following the conclusion of the final examinations, students found themselves aimlessly wandering the hallways and the castle grounds. Alana and Severus were seated beneath a beech tree, enjoying each other's company when Lily approached from a distance. She halted in her tracks, observing the scene. A boy leaning against a tree, engrossed in a book, while a girl reclined on his lap. Her golden hair cascading over his dark robes, an image of unparalleled beauty. A twinge of envy washed over Lily as she regarded Alana. Since their arrival at school, Alana had consistently been the center of attention. Her noble lineage and striking beauty, despite being a Slytherin, made her the object of admiration for most boys. Penny also held Alana in high esteem. Whenever Lily accompanied Penny to their gatherings, she found herself unable to interject. A radiant and beautiful girl like Lily was the focal point of any crowd, except in the presence of Alana. Taking a deep breath, Lily approached the two. Alana, Severus, Professor Dumbledore requests your presence in his office. Do you know where Black is? I still need to inform him. Lily dismissed her wandering thoughts, focusing on fulfilling Professor Dumbledore's task. We'll let him know. Thank you, Lily, Alana replied, rising from Severus's lap, slightly irked at having been roused from her unintentional slumber. However, upon hearing that Dumbledore wished to see them, her spirits lifted. Upon reaching the door to Dumbledore's office, the spiral staircase opened automatically. Penny had already arrived before them, seated on a couch, sipping sweet honey tea. Dumbledore and Grindelwald were seated together, politely inviting the trio to join them for a cup, though regrettably, all three declined the overly saccharine beverage. The circular office felt somewhat cramped with 2 adults and 4 children, while Fawkes dozed in the corner. Dumbledore commenced with his customary small talk, and the only one truly engaged was likely Penny. Alana found herself at a loss for conversation with the elderly gentleman, while Severus struggled to navigate the social dynamics of the occasion. As for Sirius, it was best not to mention him. Since entering, he had been starry-eyed, having idolized Dumbledore since childhood. All right, Albus, let us get to the matter at hand, Grindelwald interjected, a hint of impatience creasing his brow as he longed to expedite the departure of the youngsters and resume his tete-a-tete with Dumbledore. Black, how goes your Animagus training? Grindelwald directed his inquiry first at Sirius. Caught off guard, Sirius replied, I believe I am nearly there. With enthusiasm, he stood, a flash of white light enveloping him. And in an instant, a large black dog stood in his place. Alana, unable to resist, reached out to stroke the sleek fur of the dog. I had no idea you had mastered your Animagus form. The black dog barked twice and, with a series of grunts, transformed back into a human. He shot an accusatory glare at Severus, who was daintily wiping Alana's hands with a handkerchief. Snotty, you're just jealous, aren't you? Very impressive, young man. Dumbledore nodded in approval. Are you ready? His smile remained as warm as ever, reminiscent of a gift-giving Santa Claus addressing Sirius. Yet, everyone present understood the deeper implications behind his question. The role of infiltrating the Death Eaters was shifting from Severus to Sirius. This soon-to-be fourth-year student was about to embark on a path laden with burdens. Without hesitation, Sirius affirmed, "I am ready, Professor Dumbledore. This is what I must do." Perhaps from the moment he learned the secret from Alana, Sirius had been awaiting this moment. Chapter 42, Concerning Horcruxes 2. Alana had previously discussed Voldemort's Horcruxes with Dumbledore. This era was hardly an opportune time to seek them out. The diary had likely not yet found its way into the Malfoy household, and the Hufflepuff cup was probably still absent from Bellatrix Lestrange's vault. Likewise, Slytherin's locket had yet to be hidden away by the house elf of the Blacks. The Horcrux, Harry Potter, and Voldemort, having lost their corporeal forms, had not yet encountered Nagini in the Albanian forest. Thus, the only Horcruxes they could currently locate were the Resurrection Stone ring belonging to the Gaunt family and the diadem of Ravenclaw. These two artifacts had already been retrieved by Grindelwald alongside Dumbledore. Alana had taken the time to examine Dumbledore's hand and found no traces of a curse, which allowed her to exhale in relief. Grindelwald had mocked her for this, asserting that with a Dark Lord like him in attendance, it was impossible for Dumbledore to fall into a cursed illusion. Therefore, it was imperative to gather all 5 Horcruxes, and only by destroying them simultaneously while vanquishing Voldemort could they ensure his true demise, preventing his soul from escaping and resurfacing years later. Naturally, as a precaution, the ancestral grave of the Riddle family in Little Hangleton had been thoroughly excavated by Dumbledore and Grindelwald, revealing that not a single bone of the father remained. Not only was the father absent, but even that of the great-grandfather had vanished. Thus, all they could do now was wait for Voldemort to reward his followers by handing over the cup and the diary to Bella and Lucius. The Hogwarts Express departed once more, carrying students eager to return home from Hogwarts. To her surprise, Alana spotted Aaron waiting on the platform to greet Severus. She stood beside the Riekman couple, chatting amicably with Mrs. Riekman, appearing remarkably at ease. The Aaron of today was a stark contrast to the one from a few years prior, her body no longer gaunt from poor mental health, her complexion radiant. Clad in a dark green lady's suit and lace gloves, drawing the attention of many parents nearby. Severus was genuinely pleased with Aaron's transformation, as it indicated that his mother had moved on from her previous, tumultuous marriage. Alana followed closely behind Severus to greet Aaron before departing the platform with the Riekman couple. She had made plans with Severus to travel during the summer, but they first needed to return home, as Alana recalled Mr. Riekman mentioning a surprise for her. Previously, they had traveled with Mr. Riekman using multiple apparitions to reach the Riekman estate swiftly. However, this time Mr. Riekman had taken them to the international teleportation magic circle established by the Ministry of Magic, and after returning to Germany through the portal, they took a thestral-drawn carriage back to the estate. By the end of this convoluted journey, Alana felt somewhat disoriented. What had come over her father? Mr. Riekman had always disliked such convoluted travel methods. Alana inquired about it, only to be dismissed by her father with the promise of revealing the secret later that evening. Naturally, Alana's curiosity was piqued, leaving her feeling restless, akin to a cat being teased. Fortunately, after they had finished dinner, Mr. Riekman finally announced that Mrs. Riekman was pregnant again. Really? Oh Merlin, I'm going to have a little brother. I'm so thrilled. Alana could hardly believe it. Her mother was indeed expecting once more. The Riekman family truly needed a boy, given her own health concerns, and the fact that she would not inherit the Riekman name. Being from an ancient German family with the bloodline of Grindelwald, she didn't covet the considerable family fortune. Hence, having her parents bear another son seemed to be the most prudent course of action, even if she were no longer present. There would be someone to keep her parents company. The expected due date was during the new year, 6 months away, which was fortunate as Hogwarts would be on break, allowing her to witness her brother's birth. Alana wrote to Severus, postponing their planned trip in mid-July, as she intended to spend more time with her mother. In the past few years of schooling, most of her holidays had been spent either in Newmungard or with her parents occupied elsewhere, resulting in limited time together. Alana resolved to remain at home with her mother for a month, feeling a pang of regret over her lack of talent in alchemy. Otherwise, she could have crafted some protective charms for her mother. Thankfully, the Riekman family was affluent, and she and Vikia spent an entire day in the storerooms, uncovering several protective trinkets. She also requested Severus to brew some potions to support her mother's pregnancy. Additionally, she wrote to Penny, inquiring if she knew of any suitable dietary remedies for expectant mothers from China, as Penny, being a foodie, surely possessed more knowledge of recipes than Alana, who only indulged in junk food. You cannot imagine how elated I am, Severus. Alana leaned against Severus's shoulder as the summer sun cast a gentle golden glow upon the two of them. I think when we go to Australia, you should bring some gifts for the baby. Severus relished this tranquil afternoon, with Alana by his side. Alana looked up at Severus, and their gazes met, revealing an infinite tenderness in his eyes. Her cheeks flushed, perhaps from the warmth of the sun, she mused, observing Alana's slightly dazed demeanor. Severus couldn't resist leaning down to softly kiss her lips. Alana savored the boy's hesitant yet tender kiss, gently closing her eyes and wrapping her arms around the back of his neck, responding to him with encouragement. Severus, no longer content with mere lip contact, delved deeper into their kiss. Feeling the delightful tingling on her lips, Alana, too, was unwilling to be outdone. She parted her lips to retaliate, only to inadvertently grant Severus an opening. His tongue danced playfully against her lips, as though discovering a new playground, and suddenly, it found its way into her mouth, swiftly ensnaring her delicate, smooth tongue. This kiss lingered for what felt like an eternity. By the time they finally broke apart, breathless and flushed, the sun was nearing its descent. Alana felt a tinge of embarrassment. This was the first time in her life she had engaged in such a passionate and romantic French kiss, and with none other than Severus. Her heart raced uncontrollably, refusing to settle. Chapter 43, The Journey. Alana and Severus had chosen Australia as their travel destination for this summer. At this time, Australia was still in winter. They procured a business pass for the Riekman family from the German Ministry of Magic and were transported to Australia via the International Magical Teleportation Array. Upon stepping out of the portal, they immediately sensed the palpable tension within the Australian Ministry of Magic. Once they arrived at the office designated for receiving foreign wizards, the local wizarding staff informed them that the Australian Ministry had been on high alert due to some unforeseen circumstances. Although the magical teleportation array had been closed, the Riekman family's considerable commercial presence in Australia led the ministry to allow their wizards entry. However, they were surprised to find that two mere children had arrived. The officer in charge, a woman named Lisa, looked at the young boy and girl before her with a hint of exasperation. She attempted to persuade them to abandon their trip, explaining that the current situation in Australia was quite dangerous. It was one thing for adult wizards to take risks, but two children clearly lacked the means to protect themselves. However, are Alana and Severus truly the type of individuals who, after managing to venture out, would retreat at the slightest fright? Thus, both gently declined Lisa's invitation, assuring her that they would merely explore the Muggle world and would not involve themselves in the affairs of Australian wizards or the magical realm. Eventually, Lisa had no choice but to cease her persuasion and allow them to depart. After leaving the Australian Ministry of Magic, the two hastily boarded a Muggle transport to distance themselves from the magical establishment situated on a farm. In this era of Australia, the land was vast and the population sparse. By the time they arrived at their quaint villa, the snow had begun to fall softly. Once inside, Severus promptly gathered firewood from outside and ignited the fireplace, bringing a much-needed warmth to the room. It was nearing evening when Alana retrieved a small pouch from her luggage, extracting the ingredients she had previously prepared and shrunk, and began to prepare a simple dinner. Alana genuinely enjoyed traveling, yet the only inconvenience was the matter of sustenance. Especially without a house elf at her disposal, this pampered Alana, accustomed to a life of luxury from birth, found little joy in cooking, unless it was for a particularly desired dish, such as Chinese cuisine. Fortunately, household magic alleviated some of the burdens, allowing her to prepare a modest meal without much trouble. After dinner, Alana and Severus nestled on the sofa by the fireplace, relishing the warmth of the winter day. Severus, I somewhat regret staying in this villa, Alana remarked, tucking her chilly feet behind him, her eyes blissfully closing. Severus, feeling the coldness of her feet, shifted slightly to provide her with warmth. He set aside his book and took hold of her hand, which was equally frigid, despite his ongoing efforts to cast warming charms upon her. Alana's hands and feet often succumbed to the cold during winter. He had once suggested she visit St. Mungo's or consult Madame Pomfrey, but Alana insisted that it was common for most girls and that no medical attention was necessary. In truth, she merely wished to avoid taking potions. Why the regret? Severus inquired, somewhat perplexed. He was quite content with the warm abode shared between the two of them. Without a house elf, I detest doing housework, Alana pouted, her fingers playfully twirling in his palm. The ticklish sensation compelled Severus to grasp her mischievous fingers firmly. Fear not, I shall assist you with household chores henceforth. Severus believed that Alana should not be burdened with mundane tasks like other women. Having been cherished since childhood, the Riekman family had provided her with a life of privilege. Thus, he resolved that he would not allow her to be ensnared by housework. While he may not possess the wealth of the Riekman family, he was determined to employ a few house elves to manage daily affairs and ensure she had sufficient funds to pursue her passions and acquire her desires. He also contemplated the need for a home, a warm, inviting dwelling that belonged solely to the two of them. Unbeknownst to Alana, Her offhand remark had already set Severus on a path to begin saving money. After indulging in their villa for 2 days, they set off to explore Australia's most renowned forest, the Drayson Woods. This locale was a source of numerous potion ingredients native to Australia, attracting many merchants seeking rare magical materials. As wizards, a visit to Australia would be deemed incomplete without venturing into this forest, especially with Severus, a potion master enamored with his craft. The forbidden forest of Hogwarts had ceased to satisfy his thirst for exploration. As they delved deeper into the woods, they soon discovered something amiss. The forest, which should have been blanketed in snow, revealed increasingly sparse patches of white. Just days prior, a heavy snowfall had occurred. The surrounding atmosphere grew warmer, prompting Alana to don an invisibility cloak for both of them. The further they ventured, the higher the temperature climbed, revealing charred vegetation. Suddenly, they beheld a colossal form in the distance, seemingly engulfed in flames. It was a dragon, its body ablaze, reminiscent of the fire-breathing beasts depicted in television dramas. The dragon had evidently sensed their presence, yet its vigilance was thwarted by their invisibility cloak. It scanned its surroundings with keen awareness. Not far from its claws lay a small figure. Alana, grateful for her 50 vision, discerned that it was a child. Severus too noticed the girl sprawled on the ground. They were perplexed as to why this unfamiliar fire dragon was guarding a girl. They also questioned whether the child was still alive. As they grappled with the dilemma of whether to risk saving her or retreating, a sudden sound pierced the air. Standing still beneath their cloak, a young man with raven hair, in his 20s, appeared nearby. His movements were ghostly, swiftly approaching the fire dragon. The dragon responded with a seemingly joyful call, leading Severus to believe that it recognized this man. Abruptly, the man halted, reaching into his sleeve to retrieve an object which he hurled towards them, and in an instant, they felt themselves ensnared. Alana felt a pang of regret for not urging Severus to leave sooner, as they now found themselves bound. And the man before them did not appear friendly. What to do? Chapter 44. My surname is Lon. Upon awakening, Severus discovered himself tightly bound, with Alana nearby. He attempted to summon his second-hand wand, but to no avail. Surveying the dimly lit environment, he noted the earthen floor, suggesting they were in a cave. Alana remained unconscious, prompting Severus to slowly wriggle his way toward her, needing to rouse her. Alana stirred at his call, and together they struggled to untie the ropes binding them. Fortunately, the ropes were merely ordinary twine, or else they would have been truly helpless. Yet, the moment the ropes fell away, they dissipated into smoke and vanished. A sense of trepidation washed over them. As wizards, losing their wands and being young and less physically capable than adults left them vulnerable against an unknown foe. Come in. A voice echoed from within, and Alana was pleasantly surprised to discover it was in Mandarin. Severus opposed entering the depths of the cave. However, Alana embraced his arm, attempting to lead him forward. Severus, however, pulled her back behind him and shot her a stern glance. He deemed her behavior too reckless, unaware of the stranger's intentions. They should be fleeing the cave instead. Yet, could 2 wandless young wizards navigate their way out of the thicket? Although he disapproved of Alana's actions, they seemed to have no choice but to confront the source of the voice. Resolutely, he advanced, positioning himself protectively in front of Alana. Deep within the cave, Lanshan sat on a carpet, beside which a young girl lay asleep upon a furry pelt. If Alana and Severus were to see this scene, they would undoubtedly recognize the girl as the one who had previously been near the fire dragoness claws. Lanshan was tending to his wounds, his arm severely injured, with some areas already revealing bone. Yet, he appeared to be impervious to pain, his expression utterly devoid of emotion. Once again, he had failed to achieve his objective and had come here for naught. Suddenly, a rope flew in from outside the cave and wrapped around his wrist. The 2 foreign children had awakened. Lanshan glanced at the 2 wooden sticks carelessly discarded on the ground and called out, "Come in." Just as Lanshan was losing patience, he noticed the boy slowly entering, shielding the girl with his body. Alana regarded the young man before her. He had long black hair and wore a loose, flowing robe reminiscent of a Taoist priest, appearing to be around 30 years of age. If she were not aware that it was the 20th century, she might have thought she was witnessing a character from a period drama. "Hello?" Alana tentatively spoke in Mandarin, surmising that the individual before her was likely Chinese. Lanshan was somewhat taken aback. This girl with blonde hair spoke Mandarin quite well. "You can speak Chinese?" His tone was languid, as he had no intention of harming the 2 children. However, their presence could potentially lead to a report to the Ministry of Magic in Australia. Thus, he had temporarily taken them back, planning to release them once he departed from this place. "Are you Chinese?" Alana inched closer. "I have a great fondness for China." Alana noticed the 2 wands carelessly left on the ground and longed to reclaim them, needing at least some means of protection. "You want your wands?" Lanshan followed her gaze and saw the wands, now caked in dirt. "You know that those are wands? Are you a wizard?" Severus suddenly interjected, stepping forward to grasp Alana's hand. His Mandarin was halting, and it took Lan Shan some effort to comprehend him. A wizard? I am no wizard. I am a Gu master. With a flick of his hand, the wands soared toward the two. Upon receiving their wands, the pair breathed a sigh of relief. Having a wand was indeed crucial for wizards. A Gu master? The kind from Miaojiang? Alana inquired, puzzled, for in her memory, only the people of Miaojiang kept Gu. You know of Miaojiang? Lan Shan regarded the girl with curiosity. At that moment, the girl lying nearby stirred and began to awaken. Lan Shan hurried over to assist her, retrieving a water flask from his clothes and offering her a sip. After drinking, the girl looked at the young man and woman before her and smiled gently. Hello, I am Hua Ying. Are you friends of Aiken? Her voice was soft and light. Severus felt something odd about her, but he could not articulate it, only harboring quiet doubts. Hello, I am Alana. This is my friend, Severus. Alana introduced herself. You seem quite weak, Hua Ying. Did that fire dragon injure you? Alana recalled that Hua Ying had been lying beneath the dragoness' feet. Perhaps it was the dragon that had attacked her. The fire dragon? Oh no, I am merely ill, Hua Ying replied. That dragon was her guardian beast, Hua, which she had released to protect her while Lan Shan went in search of medicine. However, she had unexpectedly fallen ill and fainted. When Lan Shan returned, he found Hua Ying unconscious on the ground, with the two foreign children lurking nearby. Ill. Perhaps you require a potion? Alana produced a blood-replenishing potion from her bag, stating, You appear to have lost quite a bit of blood. This is a blood-replenishing potion. It may be of use to you. She extended the potion bottle toward her, only for Lan Shan to snatch it away. He opened the bottle, inhaled its contents, took a sip, and then offered it to Hua Ying for her to drink. This potion, specially brewed by Severus for Alana, had a hint of rose flavor. Delicious. Thank you, Alana. This has helped me somewhat, Hua Ying remarked, feeling warmth spread through her body. However, that was all it did. Her ailment was not something easily remedied. She had tried many remedies over the years, yet none had cured her. She had come to terms with it, though she remained deeply concerned for her husband, Lan Shan. Hua Ying and Lan Shan were actually of the same age. They had met during a family competition and, under the auspices of their elders, were betrothed. After their marriage, they had initially been sweet and loving, only to be ambushed by a Japanese onmyoji who placed a curse upon them. As she looked at her husband, appearing to be in his 30s, she was burdened with the appearance of an 11 or 12-year-old girl. This was all due to the curse upon her. The woman had been exceedingly malicious, imposing a curse that would cause her to grow younger until she became an infant and ultimately vanished. Originally, Lan Shan's family had urged him to divorce her, for a woman afflicted by a curse who was destined to disappear could not bear heirs for the Lan family. Yet, Lan Shan was unwilling. He insisted on seeking a way to break the curse. Chapter 45, The Lan Couple. They had come to Australia upon hearing that a certain herb found in the dense forests could be beneficial for her curse. Hence their journey across the land in search of it. Unfortunately, they were discovered by the Australian Ministry of Magic Aurors. While riding Hua, they collided with the Aurors, who had mistaken them for thieves attempting to steal a fire dragon and sought to apprehend them. They attempted to explain, but language barriers thwarted their efforts. Soon, a scuffle broke out. Lan Shan, outsmarting them, managed to evade capture with Hua Ying, but the exertion had greatly drained her strength, causing her to faint. Seeing that the potion had indeed had some effect after Hua Ying consumed it, Lan Shan's attitude toward the two softened considerably. However, he still intended to send them away. You should leave. Night is approaching, he said, his lips twitching slightly. Two small insects flew back to Lan Shan from Alana and Severus. What have you done to us? Severus regarded the peculiar insects with some trepidation. Should they be poisonous? Both he and Alana could meet their end here. No need to fear. It's merely a precautionary measure, Lan Shan stated, retrieving some items from his belongings to feed his little companions. It's best this way, Alana remarked, tugging at Severus. She felt that these two individuals were unlikely to be malevolent. Having finally encountered two practitioners from China, her curiosity was piqued. Would you care to accompany us back to my place? I have a villa that is far more comfortable than here. Alana sincerely invited the two. But Lan Shan was not so easily swayed as she. It would be inappropriate to impose. A villa is certainly more suitable for recuperation than a cave, Alana insisted, referencing Hua Ying's condition. Lan Shan hesitated. Indeed, Hua Ying's health did not warrant prolonged exposure to the damp, cold cave, especially in winter. Perhaps sensing that Alana bore no ill intentions, Hua Ying spoke up. That would be too much of an imposition. Moreover, bringing strangers home may concern your families. It is only the two of us. There is no one else. Please come. I am genuinely curious about things from the East, Alana urged, taking Hua Ying's hand in persuasion. Although she did not know the specifics of Hua Ying's relationship with this man, she could tell from his demeanor that he cared deeply for her. Thus Hua Ying must certainly have a say in the matter. Ultimately, Alana and Severus brought their two friends from China back to the villa, where Lan Shun and Hua Ying settled in. Lan Shun once ventured out and discovered that the Australian Ministry of Magic had been searching for their whereabouts, yet they had never visited the villa even once. This was a source of pride for Alana, as her father had numerous friends within the ministry. Finally, she was living the life akin to that of her previous existence, where her father was a figure of authority. The fervent youth she once was had transformed into someone who relished the lifestyle of the privileged elite. Alana quickly became acquainted with Hua Ying, only to learn that she was, in fact, married to Lan Shun. Initially, Alana had intended to jest about Lan Shun's preference for younger partners, but Hua Ying enlightened her about the curse that bound them. This revelation piqued the curiosity of both Severus and Alana, as Alana herself was a victim of a curse. As a prodigy in potion making, Severus immediately sought solutions in the extensive library of the Prince family upon learning of Alana's blood curse. Thanks to the lineage of potion mastery passed down through generations, Severus discovered several potions that could potentially alleviate curses, yet regrettably, none proved effective for Alana. His interest was particularly piqued by the curse afflicting Hua Ying, prompting him to collaborate with Lan Shun to explore methods of breaking the enchantment. Initially, Lan Shun regarded the teenage wizard with disdain, considering himself one of the most formidable practitioners of Gu in Miaojiang, having even triumphed over several so-called predecessors. To him, a 14 or 15-year-old British wizard like Severus was hardly worthy of notice. However, after conversing with Severus, he recognized the boy's extraordinary talent in potion making. Indeed, Severus, you are a genius, exclaimed Lan Shun, as he held a parchment densely scribbled with names of various ingredients. If we incorporate these into your potion, it may well succeed in delaying Hua Ying's curse. Lan Shun was elated. He had acquired this recipe from a friend in exchange for a powerful Gu king. Yet many ingredients listed had become extinct, and he had long been searching for substitutes to restore the formula, albeit with little progress. Upon arriving at the villa, Severus expressed his interest in the recipe, prompting Lan Shun to share it with him. After several experiments, Severus theorized that some magical potion ingredients could potentially substitute for the extinct ones. Before they knew it, nearly a month had passed in their Australian retreat. Alana invited the couple to visit the Riekman Manor, where they could assist in the search for the necessary potion ingredients. Furthermore, Eileen, a fellow potion prodigy, had been providing potions for the Riekman family and could lend her expertise in breaking Hua Ying's curse. After much deliberation, Lan Shun and Hua Ying decided to return to China first before visiting the Riekman family, when Alana and Severus utilized the magical transport to return to England. Only a week remained before the new term commenced. They penned letters to Sirius and Penny, arranging to meet in Diagon Alley for shopping. However, to their surprise, Sirius declined their invitation. Penny, occupied with Lily, also chose not to join them. After procuring their required textbooks and supplies in Diagon Alley, they proceeded to Madame Malkin's robe shop to have their garments tailored. As they prepared to enter their 4th year, the time had come to select attire for the upcoming ball. This neckline is a bit low, Severus remarked, observing Alana tirelessly trying on numerous gowns. If only this had sleeves. This skirt is rather short. You would look better in a longer dress, Alana. She tried on 4 or 5 outfits, but Severus consistently found fault with each one. Alana was perplexed by Severus's unusually critical demeanor today, as he had never before voiced his opinions on her attire. What could be troubling him? It wasn't merely that he found Alana's dresses unappealing. He was acutely aware of the attention her exposed thighs and burgeoning figure would attract from their classmates. Gritting his teeth, he firmly selected a long-sleeved, round-neck gown for Alana, which, although cinched at the waist, left little exposed. Severus assessed the garment, feeling a sense of quiet satisfaction. Chapter 46, 4th year. Unbeknownst to him, as they departed Madame Malkin's, a silent exchange of glances transpired between Alana and the plump Madame Malkin. On September 1st, at King's Cross Station, platform 9 3/4. Alana and Severus, their luggage shrunken by a spell, held hands as they boarded the train, awaiting Penny's arrival. They had chosen not to involve their families in the send-off. Eileen had secured the Prince family estate and taken the elder prince to Germany. The atmosphere was growing tense, and as the last remaining members of the Prince lineage, it was imperative to cling to the powerful. Just as the train was about to depart, Penny finally located them. Your disillusionment charm is quite effective, she exclaimed, panting as she stowed her luggage overhead. How was your summer? Alana handed her a parcel she had brought from Australia. Not bad. Although I wish my sister were less lively, Penny lamented while unwrapping the gift, adding, it was indeed wise of the Sorting Hat to place me in Gryffindor. Lily is a quintessential Gryffindor, either visiting classmates or inviting them over. Alana, who preferred tranquility, was less than appreciative of her sister's exuberance. By the way, did you see kangaroos in Australia? Penny produced 3 lollipops from seemingly nowhere and distributed them to Alana and Severus. Guess what? Severus, with a playful nudge, placed the lollipop Penny had insisted upon into Alana's pocket, replying in Chinese. "Oh my, Severus, your Chinese has improved remarkably," Penny exclaimed, astonished that Severus could now joke with her in Chinese after just 2 months. Although he initially struggled with her idiom, he was aware that she was complimenting him. A proud smile crept onto his lips, a testament to his dedication to mastering the language under Lan Chen's guidance. "I've recently developed quite an obsession with Chinese," he admitted. "We even met 2 practitioners from China. Perhaps I can introduce you to them." Alana teased, "My fascination with Chinese is also for you." Penny playfully shoved Alana, her expression filled with jest. "By the way, where's the big dog? Why isn't he with you?" Penny felt a twinge of discomfort at Sirius's absence. "He is likely in the Slytherin compartment," Alana replied with a knowing look. Since graduating from 3rd year, Sirius had begun to distance himself from Voldemort, making their estrangement inevitable. This year's first-year intake was even smaller than the last, yet curiously, Alana noticed that Lucius was absent from the Slytherin table. Sirius, Narcissa, and Regulus sat together. The 3 blacks united. Alana approached Narcissa, saying, "Sissy, why do you look so pale? Where's Lucius?" Narcissa, upon recognizing Alana, managed a strained smile. "Lucius has requested to return to school later. His father is unwell." Throughout the summer, Lucius has been occupied with caring for his father and managing family affairs. "So our time together has been limited." Narcissa's concern was palpable. The last time she had seen Lucius, he had lost considerable weight. "Alana, might I ask Severus to brew some potions for Lucius?" Narcissa whispered to Alana. She was aware that Alana and her companions were reluctant to follow that esteemed gentleman, which is why she spoke in a hushed tone. Alana gently patted Narcissa's hand, reassuring her, "Rest assured, we shall brew some restorative potions for Lucius post-haste." She remembered that Abraxas had succumbed to Voldemort's malice, though the specific ailment eluded her. Perhaps a consultation with Dumbledore would be prudent. After curfew, Alana donned her invisibility cloak and stealthily made her way to Severus's dormitory. Upon hearing a knock, Severus wondered who could be visiting at such an hour. He opened the door to find no one there, but as he was about to close it, he heard Alana's voice. "Sev, it's me." Her soft, melodious voice echoed in his ear, sending a shiver down his spine. He cautiously glanced down the corridor before quickly stepping aside to let Alana in. By the time he secured the door, Alana was already seated on his bed. As Sirius emerged from the bathroom, he was surprised to find a girl perched on the bed of the potions master. Alana, noticing the commotion, turned to face him, and an awkward tableau unfolded. Severus reacted swiftly, striding forward to block Sirius's view and ushering him back towards the bathroom. "Put on some clothes, you foolish dog." Sirius, realizing the situation, hastily wrapped a towel around his waist and darted into the bathroom, his face flushed. Alana could hardly contain her laughter. Severus turned to glare at her. "Have you had your fill of amusement? Is it so laughable? Why are you so irate?" "I'm not mocking you," Alana retorted, poking a finger into Severus's chest, her stature barely reaching his shoulder. "What on earth are you doing here at this hour, and without proper attire?" Severus glared at her for wearing a sleeveless nightgown. He rummaged through his wardrobe and handed her a robe to cover her outfit. "It's a bit warm, Sev," Alana protested, but seeing the determination in her boyfriend's expression, she reluctantly donned his robe. When Sirius emerged from the bathroom, still somewhat flushed, he shot a resentful glance at Alana, annoyed that she had nearly glimpsed him in his entirety and even dared to laugh. "What brings you here?" Sirius grumbled. Alana settled on Severus's bed while he took a seat on the adjacent sofa, initially intending for her to join him there, but she preferred her spot. "Look at you, barging into a boy's dormitory at this hour and sitting on a man's bed. What kind of behavior is that?" Sirius lamented, running his hands through his hair. Severus nodded in agreement, aligning himself with Sirius's critique. "Well, what of it? Did I not merely glance at you?" Alana shrugged nonchalantly. "Besides, I must say, you have quite the abdominal definition. Not a bad physique, young man." She decided to share this revelation with Penny. Severus shot a fierce glare at Sirius, muttering under his breath, "You wretched fool. How dare you?" Sirius retaliated with a glare of his own. "Jealous, are you, potions master?" Severus huffed in exasperation. Alana, undeterred by their banter, pressed on. "Have you seen that person over the summer? What do you know about Uncle Ub?" Chapter 47, Malfoy. By the end of October, Lucius returned to school. According to the Daily Prophet, Abraxas Malfoy, the former head of the Malfoy family, had passed away due to illness, and his sole heir, Lucius Malfoy, had inherited the title. As a prominent family within the magical community, this event was extensively reported. Upon his return, Lucius enjoyed considerable prestige among Slytherin, with families employed by that esteemed gentleman advising their children to steer clear of the newly appointed head of the Malfoy family. indicating Lucius's significant standing in that gentleman's eyes. Within the room of requirement, Alana reclined against Severus, engrossed in a novel. Suddenly, the commotion outside heralded the arrival of Sirius and Lucius, cloaked in invisibility. "Alana," Lucius said as he settled across from them, while Sirius leaned against the doorframe. "The gathering is about to commence. We have little time." Lucius began. "What is it that you seek?" A clandestine gathering had been organized within Slytherin, primarily attended by those aspiring to align themselves with that esteemed gentleman. Lucius and Sirius were among the key members. Standing at a distance, Sirius remained silent, his expression dark and contemplative. "Lucius, take care of yourself," Alana urged, handing him a vial of potion. It was a gift from Dumbledore, intended for Lucius, though she remained unaware of Dumbledore's ulterior motives. After donning their invisibility cloaks again, the two exited as if nothing had transpired, returning to their dark arts study group. Alana had recently developed a penchant for novels, initially acquiring 2 trendy Muggle books from Penny, who had struggled to borrow them from the Hufflepuffs. At first, Alana felt indifferent, but as she delved deeper, she became utterly captivated, neglecting her homework. At times, she even clandestinely attended Hufflepuff reading sessions, much to Severus's bewilderment. What kind of book could captivate so many girls? Transcending their house prejudices? Are there any new releases? Alana and Penny excitedly discussed novels, while Severus cleared his throat. "Alana, you still have 3 essays to complete. And Penny, how is your OWL preparation? Will you achieve all OS?" Severus interjected, placing himself between the 2 chatty girls, prompting them to exchange knowing glances. Once they finally completed their assignments, the trio made their way to the room of requirement. Upon entering, Penny quickly produced a book to present to Alana. "This is a limited edition, deluxe version, and it cost 2 galleons more." Penny lamented. "I'll reimburse you. It's merely 10 galleons, Alana replied, nonchalantly dismissing the expense. Severus, contemplating the notion of earning money, was taken aback by the hefty price of the book, which far surpassed that of standard textbooks. Since returning to the Prince household, he had never lacked for funds, as Eileen always ensured he had ample galleons. However, there were certain matters he preferred not to finance with her money. With just over 3 years until graduation, he needed to amass sufficient wealth to achieve his aspirations. That evening, as Severus lay on his bed pondering how to earn money, Sirius stormed in, fuming. "Foolish dog, what madness is this?" Severus grumbled, his thoughts interrupted. He observed Sirius hurl a book to the ground, which bore a striking resemblance to the one Penny had given Alana that very day. Compelled by an inexplicable force, he picked it up. "How did you come to possess this book?" he inquired with a hint of curiosity, while Sirius, seated on the sofa, wore an expression of fury upon his handsome visage. "Take a look for yourself, damn Hufflepuff. Don't let me discover who it is, or else I would not hesitate to deliver a thorough reckoning," Sirius retorted venomously, brandishing his wand menacingly. Thoughts of the recent gathering flooded his mind, recalling the contemptuous gaze of that accursed knot, along with those wretched women, the insufferable Mulsper, and the detestable Carlo. Sirius felt an overwhelming urge to teach this motley crew a lesson, otherwise they would continue to regard him as a mere child. Severus paid him no heed, taking the book and settling down on the bed to peruse its contents. The more he read, the graver his expression became. His tightening grip betrayed the fury simmering within him. What in the world is this? As he turned further, he was shocked to find illustrations, though scant. They unmistakably depicted him and that foolish dog, Sirius. Severus nearly lost control of his emotions. The impertinent dog was right. The audacity of that Hufflepuff to sell this book for 10 galleons, with so many girls clamoring to buy it, including his own little girlfriend, Alana. As he scanned the explicit descriptions and realized that Alana had actually read this, Severus's face flushed crimson. "Have you discovered which Hufflepuff authored this?" Severus asked hoarsely, offering to accompany Sirius if he intended to confront this troublemaker. "No, the individual is as elusive as a rat, hiding themselves away. It seems all the girls in the school are protecting this person," Sirius replied, his anger mounting. The thought of being portrayed alongside a snotty brat enraged him to the point that he felt he could not remain in this dormitory any longer. The author of this book had penned nearly 10 volumes, and Alana possessed them all. Severus resolved to retrieve those books. He could not allow Alana to gaze upon such filth. "Not just us, Lucius is furious too. It includes writings about him and Sissy, as well as James and me. James and Lupin. Every couple with any semblance of prominence in the school has been depicted." Severus seemed to ponder something, but was interrupted by Sirius, who interjected. "Except for you and Alana." Sweating profusely, Sirius excused himself to take a shower. When he emerged from the bathroom, towel wrapped around his waist, Severus caught sight of the birthmark on his left chest. It was as if a realization struck him. He retrieved the book from under the sofa and flipped to the illustrated pages. Each character bore a birthmark on their left chest. Severus was instantly consumed by rage. Sirius snatched the book from his hands, glanced at the illustrations, and felt his own face heat up. Chapter 48. Hand it over. Alana, Sirius bellowed. And the unfortunate dormitory was soon in disarray, a battleground for two infuriated boys. Damn you, foolish dog, dress yourself properly in the future. Severus lay on the floor, his chest heaving, a testament to his considerable ire. Sirius sprawled on the opposite side, the towel around his lower half now absent, revealing several bruises across his torso. At that moment, their dormitory door was forcefully flung open. Upon witnessing the chaos within, Lucius, as the prefect, felt a wave of darkness wash over him. Enough. Everyone return to your respective dormitories, he commanded, sending away the onlookers before restoring the damaged door and departing. The two sprawled on the floor felt an acute embarrassment, contemplating the prospect of leaping from the window into the Black Lake, imagining the scandalous rumors that would surely circulate the following day. The next day was Saturday, and students had no classes. After breakfast, Severus took Alana to the room of requirement. This space had become their private sanctuary, known only to their friends, who respected their desire for solitude. Alana, today I need to brew a sophisticated potion. Will you assist me? Severus set up the cauldron, meticulously retrieving ingredients from his pockets. Alana, slightly puzzled by his request for assistance, typically he brewed alone while she observed, decided to oblige, recognizing the rarity of his request. They spent the day in the room of requirement, even having lunch prepared by Severus in advance. After a day spent enveloped in cauldron steam, Alana returned to the dormitory, only to discover that her cherished books were all missing. In a flurry, she donned her invisibility cloak and made her way to the boys' dormitory. As she walked, deftly avoiding the bustling Slytherin students, she muttered curses against the thief who had pilfered her beloved tomes. Those books had cost a fortune in galleons. Although she was not lacking in wealth, they had become irreplaceable treasures. Upon reaching the entrance to Severus's dormitory, Alana was about to knock when she spotted Mulsber conversing with Sirius in a somewhat furtive manner. She slipped past Sirius into the dormitory. Sirius felt a gentle nudge. Yet when he turned, he found no one there. He surmised it was Alana and hurriedly dismissed Mulsber, shutting the door behind him. He rushed inside, only to find Alana confronting Severus. Hand over the books, Severus. Alana, still cloaked in invisibility except for her head, appeared oddly unsettling. Severus clutched a stack of peculiar books tightly against him, those he had secretly pilfered from Alana's dormitory at Sirius's behest. Sirius covered his face, realizing he had been discovered far too quickly. He had arranged with Severus the previous day for him to lure Alana out, while he stealthily entered the girls' dormitory to retrieve and destroy the books. However, just as he had returned with the books, Mulsber had called him away. Thus, Sirius had no choice but to leave the books in the dormitory, planning to deal with them later that evening, only to be caught by Alana in the act. You two are insufferable. Those are my treasures, limited editions that I can never replace. Alana exclaimed, her distress palpable. These books were her sustenance for the soul, something she could reminisce about in her later years. Alana, these books are too detrimental to your studies. I'll safeguard them for you and return them after you graduate. Severus lied, maintaining his composure, knowing full well that once Alana departed, he would incinerate those books in a blazing inferno. Just the thought of his girlfriend indulging in such inappropriate literature, filled with explicit content and illustrations, was intolerable to any man. Please, Severus, return them to me. You are the best to me, Severus. Alana began to use her charm, wrapping her arms around Severus's to plead. However, Severus had resolved to deny her, remaining steadfast against her attempts. Eventually, Alana relented, sorrowfully taking a seat on the sofa as she watched Severus shrink the stack of books and place them into a box engraved with runes. Seeing her disheartened state, Sirius felt a surge of triumph. Look at her, we've still got the upper hand. Alana rolled her eyes, dismissing the triumphant Sirius. Feeling frustrated over her dormitory's inadequate defenses that had allowed Sirius to exploit a vulnerability. Alana, confess honestly, do you know this author? Sirius' eyes flickered with mischief as he concocted a plan for revenge against the writer. Yes, I know her. What's it to you? Alana replied, sulking internally as she resolved to reward the author generously, urging her to pen more exclusive content to satiate her cravings. Quick, tell me who she is. Every boy at Hogwarts is eager to teach her a lesson. Teach her a lesson? Why? Alana was perplexed by Sirius' agitation. What has she done to offend you all? Huh? Don't just ask us. Go ask Lucius if he would spare her. Sirius was incensed at the thought of the content. The entire female population of the school was engrossed in that cursed novel, naturally irking their boyfriends. And you? Did you really tell that author about the mole on my chest? The recollection made Sirius want to leap at Alana, but just as he intended to move, he was shot down by Severus' glare. I was just saying it casually. Alana felt a twinge of guilt, indeed, she had divulged that detail to the author. Although she felt a bit remorseful towards Sirius, she reasoned, after all, one must sacrifice for the sake of art. Art? What kind of nonsense art? Sirius was seething. It is art. Penny said your mole is incredibly sexy. Penny. That damned woman. The thought of his body becoming a topic of gossip for that woman further unsettled Sirius. Severus, cloaked in invisibility, escorted Alana back to her dormitory. Initially, he planned to watch her enter before departing, but as she stepped inside, she pulled him in with her. Severus, you and Sirius are utterly despicable. How could you steal my book? Alana feigned anger. Alana, please don't be upset. I just didn't want you to see those things, Severus stammered, a blush creeping across his cheeks. What thoughts might she entertain while reading such content? As he became lost in contemplation, Alana, with a determined bite, encircled his neck and kissed him. It was a punishment of sorts, as she bit his lip with fervor. Chapter 49. To see or not to see. Caught off guard by his girlfriend's sudden embrace, Severus felt his cheeks flush, but he quickly seized the initiative. Boys tend to be instinctively adept in such matters. As Alana was kissed, images from the risque illustrations in the book flashed through her mind. Unconsciously, her hand found its way to his chest. Severus was savoring this rose-flavored delicacy when suddenly, he felt a chill against his chest. Behave, Alana. Her hand had unfastened the buttons of his shirt, her cool fingers gliding across his torso. Severus' body gradually grew warm, and he instinctively grasped her wandering hand. Severus, show me, Alana implored, eager to witness the real him. Previously, she had only feasted her eyes on the illustrations in the book, where Severus always appeared less robust than Sirius, often depicted as the one being pinned against the wall. Yet, the sensation of his body was undeniably truthful. Severus was far from fragile. Alana wriggled free from his embrace and wrapped her arms around his waist, guiding him to the edge of the bed. Severus. And then Severus found himself falling onto Alana's soft bed, enveloped in the fragrant aroma of roses, the scent of the lotion he had crafted for her. Standing at the bedside, Alana admired her exclusive view. The buttons of his white silk shirt were entirely undone, the front flaps dangling helplessly at his sides, revealing expanse of pristine skin adorned with the red marks she had left earlier. Under her fiery gaze, the boy's neck flushed crimson as he glared indignantly at the audacious girl, raising his hand to fasten his shirt. Don't move, darling. Alana leapt forward to stop him, unwittingly falling into his trap. Severus had feigned his movements merely to lure her closer. He swiftly embraced her, flipping her beneath him, punishing her with a kiss that sealed her lips. Unyielding, the girl explored his body, igniting flames of passion. Severus suddenly rolled off Alana, panting as he attempted to calm the heat surging within him. Alana's robes had long been discarded, and her camisole lay in disarray. How could they possibly stop at this moment? Severus, she whispered, her voice slightly hoarse from their prolonged kissing, a sound that was utterly enticing to him. No, Alana. Not now. Severus steadied himself, fastening his buttons once more and pulling a blanket around the disheveled Alana. When will it be then? Alana mused, feeling that now was as good a time as any. I am already 15, though Severus is only 14. Foreigners tend to mature earlier, perhaps when we come of age. Severus was uncertain, but he was adamant that now was not the time. That could still be 2 or 3 years away. Can you endure, my dear? Alana teased, her fingers dancing across his chest. Stop it, Alana. I cannot harm you. Severus grasped her hand, gazing earnestly into her eyes. Before Christmas, the atmosphere in the school was eerily calm, almost oppressive, until Alana heard of a brawl between Slytherin's Black and Gryffindor's Potter. Finally, Alana and Severus exchanged a glance and hurried to the infirmary. By the time they arrived, the other students had dispersed, leaving only Lily by Potter's bedside and the 2 instigators lying in their beds. Penny rushed in behind them. Upon entering the infirmary, Alana and Severus first approached Sirius, whose leg was elevated, likely under the influence of a bone repair potion. Sirius looked exceedingly pale, and recalling the grim expressions of Mulciber and Regulus they had encountered on their way, Alana suspected a significant connection. Meanwhile, Lily was expressing her gratitude to James Potter, whose ear was bandaged, revealing signs of recent bleeding. He seemed to relish Lily's presence, suppressing his displeasure to appease her. As Penny entered the infirmary, she immediately noticed Sirius' suspended leg and instinctively moved to check on him. Before Sirius could utter a word, Lily interjected, Penny, your concern should not lie with that disgusting Slytherin, but rather with James, who was injured while saving me. Her words offended half the room. Alana felt a wave of relief wash over her, grateful that she had altered Severus' fate from the very beginning. Lily, Sirius is also my friend. Penny had intended to comfort Sirius before checking on Potter, but now reconsidered, realizing that associating closely with Alana could tarnish her reputation in Gryffindor. Friend? If he considered you a friend, he wouldn't have teamed up with Mulciber to cast dark curses against me and Mary. Lily shouted, feeling utterly wrong that her sister did not comfort her. Lily, you're overreacting. Penny sighed. Did you see with your own eyes that it was Sirius who attacked you? Lily, being the quintessential Gryffindor, often acted without thinking. I may not have seen it, but he was standing with Mulciber at the time. If it weren't for James blocking the curse, I would be the one lying here. Stunned by Penny's words, Lily quickly retorted, Thank you, Mr. Potter. Penny stood up to thank Potter, offered a greeting to Alana and the others, and then departed from the infirmary. Her mood was somewhat dismal. Lily was always so impulsive. It was reminiscent of the original plot where Morse Mordra attacked MacDonald, only to be mistakenly attributed to Severus, leading to a fierce argument between them. She was aware of Sirius distancing himself from the group this semester, yet she steadfastly believed in him, in Alana, and in Dumbledore. Thus, she never perceived Sirius as having turned to the dark side. However, the trio of Potters and Lily held a different opinion. Ever since Sirius ceased to associate with them, they had concluded that he had become a Death Eater, and no amount of persuasion from her could sway their minds. After all, they were a bunch of Gryffindors. And still quite young, Penny reassured herself. Clutching her books, she continued her studies in the library. For the examinations of her 5th year were far more significant than these trifles. Within the infirmary, Alana emotionlessly drew the curtains at the bedside, isolating herself from the sounds of Lily and Potter. They did not converse much with Sirius either. After Severus left him a few vials of potions, he departed with Alana. It was clear they were not suited to linger around Sirius. Chapter 50. A Kiss Under the Mistletoe. Christmas was swiftly approaching, and the school held a Christmas ball prior to the holiday break. On the eve of the ball, Alana was intercepted on her way back to the dungeon from the library by a Ravenclaw upperclassman. Penny had previously mentioned this individual, who seemed to bear the surname Field. His father was presently the Deputy Minister of Magic. Alana found herself puzzled, for she did not even recognize this Field upperclassman. Miss Riekman, may I have the honor of inviting you to dance at tomorrow's Christmas ball? Field inquired, his demeanor polished, with chestnut hair and warm brown eyes, his voice resonating with clarity. Alana felt inclined to accept. After all, he merely requested a dance, not a partnership. Field, perhaps my girlfriend may not be available to dance with you, came Severus's deep voice from behind. Alana turned to see Severus approaching, clad in his neatly worn school uniform, a gray cashmere sweater visible beneath. He held his wand casually in one hand while the other carried a bag of books, coming to a standstill beside Alana. Slytherin Jr. It is merely a dance, Field attempted to argue, having long desired to dance with Alana. He was quite fond of dancing with attractive girls, having danced with nearly all the beautiful females in the house, save for this Riekman Jr. Perhaps you might consider inviting someone else, Severus retorted, showing no inclination to engage further with the Ravenclaw. He wrapped his arm around Alana, leading her onward towards the dungeon. Left behind, Field rubbed his nose in frustration, calling after them, Riekman Jr., think it over. On the afternoon of the ball, Alana had already begun her preparations in the dormitory. She had previously ordered several gowns from Madame Malkin's, and now faced a dilemma of choice. If only Penny could come to her dormitory to offer advice. But the Slytherin snakes would never permit a Muggle-born Ravenclaw into their quarters. Alana finally settled on a strapless, sky-blue silk gown paired with white lace gloves, accentuated by a blue ribbon in her hair, and around her neck hung a white gemstone necklace gifted by Severus the previous year, her golden hair cascading loosely down her back. When she emerged from the dormitory, Severus awaited her in the common room, dressed in a black suit. She replaced his dark green tie with a sky-blue bow tie, ensuring they resembled a proper couple. Alana circled around Severus with satisfaction. He was broad-shouldered, slender-waisted, and tall, a perfect boyfriend. The two made their way to the Great Hall, where many students had already gathered. Sirius had chosen a younger Slytherin girl named Dale as his partner, whose parents were both Death Eaters. Regulus sat somewhat forlornly to the side, sipping a drink. Sirius had forbidden him from dancing with the daughter of a Death Eater, resulting in an argument between the two. Meanwhile, Penny had become Field's dance partner, after Alana and Severus had danced to two pieces. When Field abandoned Penny in an attempt to invite Alana, Severus took her by the hand and led her outside. Neither of them enjoyed such raucous gatherings. Having danced twice was already pushing their limits, as not everyone was as carefree as Malfoy. Alana found herself being pulled by Severus until they reached the astronomy tower, where they finally paused. Her cheeks were flushed, breathless from the exertion, yet inexplicably elated, much like a princess escaping from her imprisoning castle, led by her prince. Severus transformed his coat into a thick blanket and spread it on the ground, casting a warming charm for both of them. It was a rare day with splendid weather, the stars twinkling above. Sev, you'll come to my house during the Christmas holiday, won't you? Alana inquired as they sat together, gazing at the stars. Hum. Severus embraced Alana, quietly watching the twinkling stars. With her by his side, he felt an overwhelming sense of contentment. Having you with me is truly wonderful, Alana murmured. Severus lowered his gaze to her. You look absolutely beautiful today, Alana. He gently pressed his lips against her rosy ones. Suddenly, a sprig of mistletoe descended from above, its branches unfurling delicately, each tiny white flower blooming one by one. As Severus's family resided in Germany, upon arriving at the station, they were directly escorted by a house elf for a long-distance apparition. They headed straight for the magical hospital in Germany, where Mrs. Riekman was already awaiting her delivery. In this moment, the differences between the magical world and the Muggle world became starkly apparent. Once Mrs. Riekman was wheeled into the delivery room, a nurse soon emerged holding the newborn. The Riekman family was affluent, and various potions for prenatal care, childbirth, and recovery were administered to the mother without cost. The child was exceedingly healthy, with rosy, wrinkled skin and eyes yet to open, but it was evident he had inherited black hair from the Riekman lineage. Alana retrieved a pair of golden baby bracelets from her pocket, placing them on him. These were a gift from Hua Ying, and Severus had inscribed protective runes upon them. Alana's father and grandfather were overjoyed, as it was rare for wizarding families to have multiple children. Most families, like the Malfoys, only had one heir. The child was named Lucas Riekman, a name that had long been desired by the elder Riekman. After Mrs. Riekman returned to her ward, Mr. Riekman attended to her, while Alana and Severus followed the elder Riekman back home, leaving Lucas in the hospital. Sev, the fulfillment of wishes feels truly delightful, Alana sighed contentedly. As she and Severus snuggled on the sofa by the fireplace, an unusual sense of relaxation enveloping them. I hardly know what to do next. The arrival of her brother had alleviated the heavy burden that had pressed upon Alana's heart, yet it also gave rise to an unexpected feeling of emptiness. In her past, she often felt a profound sense of guilt towards her family in this lifetime, burdened since birth by illness that caused them worry. Yet, she never revealed her inner turmoil. She remained cheerful and vivacious, concealing any sign of weakness before them. Severus gently stroked the girl's soft hair, for he had always sensed a certain dissonance within Alana. Her boisterous and lively demeanor sometimes gave way to an inexplicable gloom, a forced smile directed at others that tugged at his heartstrings. Severus could feel the immense pressure she placed upon herself, and on occasion, he would awaken to find her shedding tears in her sleep, as if she had never let down her guard or fully relied on anyone, not even him. Chapter 51. A friend from afar. Shortly after the new year, guests arrived at the Riekman Manor. When Vishya entered through the door, his large eyes were filled with trepidation. Master, little Mistress Alana, two formidable individuals are at the door. His solemn demeanor led old Riekman and Alana to believe that adversaries had come to call. Upon reaching the entrance, they discovered it was the couple, Lan Shun and his wife, Hua Ying. Welcome, welcome, brother Lan, sister Hua. Alana exclaimed joyfully as she embraced Hua Ying. Alana, it's a pleasure to see you. Hua Ying responded with equal delight. Sister Hua, this is my grandfather, Alana introduced. Grandfather, these are Lan Shun and his wife from the east. Old Riekman observed the two dark-haired, dark-eyed Easterners with curiosity. They emitted no magical aura. How, then, had they located the hidden Riekman Manor? Welcome to our home, my dear Eastern friends, old Riekman said with a gentlemanly bow, inviting them inside. In stark contrast to their host's warm hospitality, the house elves of the Riekman family regarded the two guests with utmost caution, particularly the man. They sensed a perilous aura emanating from him. The couple stayed at Riekman Manor for 2 days before departing, as their primary purpose was to address the curse afflicting Hua Ying. Thus, Alana escorted them to the temporary residence of the prince's family. Severus and Eileen greeted them at the door. Eileen had made remarkable strides in potion-making over the years. Had it not been for her desire to remain inconspicuous and avoid unnecessary trouble, she might have even attained the title of potion master. Consequently, during this New Year's holiday, a curse research group formed, comprising Lan Shun and Eileen, convened in an ordinary villa in Germany, with Alana and Hua Ying as their subjects of study. Eileen was taken aback upon learning that Alana had inherited the blood curse of the Greengrass family. As a member of a renowned potion-making lineage, she was aware that such a family curse had never before manifested in the offspring of a daughter who had married outside her family. Upon discovering that Alana bore this blood curse, Eileen felt a flicker of resistance within her. She knew her son had developed deep feelings for the young girl, which made her apprehensive. If they could not cure her, what would become of her son? Severus keenly observed the shift in Eileen's demeanor. Their limited interactions over the past few years had primarily revolved around potion-related matters. Severus found himself at a loss for how to persuade Eileen. When visiting Old Prince, Severus was taken aback by the sight of the ring on his finger. He recognized it as a symbol of the head of the Prince family, which had always adorned Old Prince's hand. Take it, lad, Old Prince wheezed, his frail body barely able to support his speech. The Prince family is now entrusted to you. This ring had previously belonged to Eileen's mother and had remained with him since her passing. After a brief pause, old Prince added, "Eileen has told me, if you love something, don't let it go." His clouded eyes fixed intently on the young boy, certain that the Prince family would once again flourish under his stewardship. After Alana was examined by the three, Lan Shun introduced a specially bred worm into her body, purported to suppress curses. However, its efficacy in Alana's case remained uncertain, and they could only hope for the best. Upon returning to Hogwarts, Alana was required to provide regular blood samples to Eileen and Lan Shun for their research. Upon learning of this, Grindelwald directly proposed to Dumbledore that he should request the Philosopher's Stone from Nicodemus, as it might help Alana escape her fatal destiny. Penny was increasingly occupied, preparing for her OWLs. As a Ravenclaw, she held high expectations for her grades. Meanwhile, Alana and Severus settled into a tranquil yet monotonous routine of studying, brewing potions, and nurturing their burgeoning romance. Yet, such placidity proved too mundane, prompting a yearning for amusement. As Alana soared through the skies on her broom, she noticed Severus gazing up at her from below, and an idea sparked in her mind. Despite her ongoing research into aerial flight, the thrill of broomstick riding had begun to lose its allure. Descending back to the ground, Alana seized Severus's hand and dashed towards the room of requirement. "Sev, I've thought of something delightful." Severus followed her, his well-groomed dark hair trailing behind him. Their swift passage through the castle caught the attention of passing students. Inside the room of requirement, Alana enlisted Severus's help in researching elastic ropes. "Why do you wish to create elastic ropes, Alana?" Severus inquired, puzzled by her intentions regarding this peculiar material. "To play, of course. Bungee jumping." Alana's face lit up with longing. She had never experienced bungee jumping before. Recently, a lack of interest in activities had made her eager to try this exhilarating challenge. This game demanded courage, and the elastic rope had to ensure safety. She explained its necessary functions to Severus, who, having excelled in ancient alchemical texts, should have no trouble crafting such an item. Although he remained somewhat unclear about the game's mechanics, seeing Alana's long-lost excitement motivated him to delve into the project seriously. He even consulted Dumbledore, a recognized master of alchemy. As the weeks passed, and after 2 months of dedicated research, Severus finally completed the elastic rope just before the final exams. Alana could hardly wait until after the exams to try it out. She gathered Penny, Severus, and Sirius, and stealthily made their way to the cliff behind the castle. The two boys were somewhat perplexed by their destination. Despite the arrival of summer, the winds remained brisk. Penny began to understand, but was too timid to participate. Extreme sports like bungee jumping were ill-suited for someone who preferred to follow a structured approach. Ultimately, Penny rode her broom to catch Alana at the bottom of the cliff and brought her back up. One end of the elastic cord was firmly secured by magic into the stone of the cliff, as the two boys stood as if faced with a formidable adversary, their trepidation palpable at encountering this muggle sport for the first time. Chapter 52, Bungee Jumping. Severus Snape gazed at Alana, who stood at the precipice, her golden hair billowing in the wind. For a fleeting moment, he felt as though he were on the verge of losing her. He attempted to step forward to dissuade her. "Severus, the elastic cord you crafted is perfectly safe," Alana reassured him, brimming with confidence in his creation, especially given their numerous trial runs. "Allow me to go first," Severus insisted, reluctant to let Alana take the risk. "No way, Severus. I've been looking forward to this for ages." Sirius soared to the ground below on his broomstick, casting a spell to soften the vast expanse of land beneath the cliff. Alana embraced Severus tightly. "Severus, I love you." As soon as the words escaped her lips, she pushed off from him and tumbled backward. Having prepared for this bungee jump for so long, she was determined to be the first to try it. The sensation of weightlessness filled her with exhilaration, a feeling entirely different from riding a broom. With that sense of conquering the sky, all her anxieties, doubts, and fears about the future vanished into thin air. She could feel the wind whipping past her ears, the misty moisture in the air, and the rapid flow of air making it difficult to breathe. But as she let out a joyful scream, the tension in her chest dissipated entirely. On a distant hill, Dumbledore and Grindelwald observed Alana intently with a piercing gaze, both intrigued by the unpredictable nature of this child. "She truly is an enigma," Dumbledore remarked as Alana was hoisted back to the cliff by Sirius and Penny. "It looks like she is having a splendid time." Grindelwald, standing beside Dumbledore, found himself oddly tempted to partake in this muggle extreme sport. "Let go of your old bones." "Gellert," Dumbledore chuckled. "Do you think I'm old?" Grindelwald replied with a sardonic smile. "You know best whether I am or not." Once back on solid ground, Alana was exhilarated, her cheeks flushed and hair disheveled, as she rushed to embrace Severus. "That was incredible, Severus. So much fun. I want to do it again. It was amazing," Alana exclaimed. And in that moment, Severus felt the vivacious and cheerful Alana had returned. "It's my turn now." Sirius protested from the side, eagerly awaiting his moment since Alana had begun to describe the thrill of the jump. With no objections from the others, they secured the elastic cord to Sirius, who stood at the edge of the cliff, gazing down, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. It didn't feel so daunting before, but now I'm really scared, Sirius admitted, his heart racing at the edge. If you're afraid, then just step down, Severus rolled his eyes, questioning whether it was wise to let this foolish dog undertake such a venture. Are you afraid, or am I? Sirius retorted defiantly, spurred by Severus's words. When I return, it'll be your turn. Taking a deep breath, Sirius shouted as he closed his eyes and leapt into the void. The rush of wind enveloped him as he gradually opened his eyes. The past year had been tumultuous for him. Although his parents had spared him from participating in the heinous acts of that man due to his age, he had been forced to witness the torment of muggles with the unforgivable curse on several occasions. Living under such oppressive circumstances, Sirius had grown increasingly withdrawn, his demeanor becoming more rebellious. He had once been compelled to watch as his father was subjected to the Cruciatus curse for failing to fulfill a task, and he had sat helplessly by, unable to intervene. That feeling had been utterly dreadful. The moment he jumped from the cliff, as the scenery rushed past him, the pent-up tension within him dissipated. His resistance waned, replaced by an exhilarating sense of freedom as he fell through the air. He found himself enamored with this sport. He mused. Soon, Alana's bungee jumping escapade spread throughout the school, while a group of Gryffindor cubs debated the thrill of the jump in the hallways. The Slytherin snakes had already heard Sirius recount the experience multiple times. Following that event, Sirius found himself wanting to jump regularly, leading his companions Regulus, Mulciber, and Rogier to observe as well. After several attempts, more students began to express their desire to try, with Gryffindor students showing the most interest. However, there was only one elastic cord, and each time they went, Alana and Severus had to supervise. Consequently, Alana began charging a fee. The Hufflepuff who wrote novels had made quite a fortune from her, so why shouldn't she and Severus benefit as well? Thus, extreme sports, particularly bungee jumping, became all the rage at Hogwarts. In a previous life, a netizen had remarked that the scarcity of foreigners was not without reason. This notion held true in the magical world as well. Despite the 5 galleon service fee for each jump, students continued to flock to book their turns. By the time Alana boarded the Hogwarts Express, she pulled out a pouch and began counting the coins. They had amassed nearly 1,000 galleons in just half a month. It was clear how popular this activity had become at Hogwarts. Wow, it seems your venture is quite lucrative, Penny remarked, though she felt no envy and had never attempted the jump herself. Indeed, you wouldn't believe it. Gryffindor is practically a golden goose in this regard, Alana laughed. Even Lily has jumped. Comparatively, Slytherin students had also participated, which was somewhat out of character for them, but the Gryffindors' relentless taunting had compelled them. After each Gryffindor cub jumped, they would boast in front of Slytherin, and no matter how cautious they were, it was hard to withstand the jibes of their rivals. Alana had truly reaped a bountiful harvest. Severus watched fondly as Alana counted the galleons, her vitality restored, and he felt a surge of happiness. By the way, this summer, Potter and the others invited us to visit Godric's Hollow. Are you two going? Penny brought up summer plans, idly chatting with Alana. Godric's Hollow? Alana replied with surprise. But glancing at Severus, who was engrossed in a book, she shook her head. Let's hold off for now. Besides, Potter wouldn't welcome us. If we go, it would be on our own, not with you. Chapter 53, Godric's Hollow. Upon returning to the Riekman Manor, Alana first checked on her brother Lucas. The half-year-old Lucas was plump and fair, with large eyes and curly black hair, utterly adorable. After spending a week playing with Lucas, Alana found her interest completely waning. Human infants were undeniably charming, yet one could not linger too long. Alana felt that a week was her limit for babysitting. Lying in bed, she retrieved a double-sided mirror from beneath her pillow. Severus, are you asleep? Last summer, Alana discovered a pair of 2-sided mirrors in the collection room of the Riekman residence, gifting one to Severus so they could converse at night. Sirius, with a hint of disdain, expressed his annoyance at their late-night discussions disrupting his rest. While Severus was brewing potions in the potions room, he felt Alana's mirror vibrating in his pocket. Are you still brewing potions? It's quite late. Why not take a rest? After just a week apart, Severus already bore dark circles under his eyes. He had a new idea he was eager to experiment with, and his thoughts drifted to the recent progress he had made in his research, a flicker of pride illuminating his gaze. As their conversation flowed, Severus noticed the young girl on the other end of the mirror, her eyes heavy with sleep, her words becoming a delightful haze. Once Alana had succumbed to slumber, Severus hesitated to part with the mirror, silently admiring her serene visage, reflecting on the sense of peace she brought him. He mused that she was perhaps the angel Merlin had bestowed upon him. Ultimately, Severus accompanied Alana to Godric's Hollow for a day of leisure. Alana penned a letter to Penny inquiring about their camping location, and the two, accompanied by Teddy in their luxurious tent, made their way to the valley. Their tent was pitched not far from the group of Potters, separated by a river, ensuring mutual privacy. Penny, how could you inform those two Slytherins of our little escapade here? Potter voiced his dissatisfaction. He had always harbored a dislike for Slytherin students, and with Sirius's recent transformation, his contempt for the house deepened, believing they had led his otherwise respectable brother astray. Alana and her friends aren't coming to join us. If I wish to visit them, I shall do so on my own accord. This place is not the Potter family's private property. Anyone is welcome. Penny, harboring her own reservations about Potter, did not temper her words. Lily had recently begun dating Potter, and as a future sister-in-law, Penny felt no trepidation towards him. However, the presence of two Slytherins loitering nearby hindered their enjoyment. Before Potter could retort, Lupin interjected, "James, shall we go fishing?" Lily mentioned wanting roasted fish for dinner. Lupin, armed with a muggle fishing rod, prepared to cast his line by the riverbank. I must catch a big fish for Lily. Upon hearing of Lily's desire for fish, Potter promptly abandoned all other thoughts, excitedly rushing to the river with his rod. Lupin and Penny exchanged exasperated glances. As a werewolf who benefited from Severus's improved wolfsbane potion, Lupin maintained a cordial relationship with him and Alana, albeit privately. He had once advised James to set aside house prejudices, but to little avail. James Potter was notoriously stubborn, viewing the Slytherin's enhancement of the wolfsbane potion as part of some nefarious scheme. Alana and Severus's tent was a luxurious two-bedroom affair that Alana had ordered a few days prior. Initially, Alana had intended to bring along a house elf from the Riekman estate, but since Vikia had begun caring for Lucas, she opted to bring Teddy from Numengard instead. After all, Numengard was devoid of inhabitants. Perhaps Teddy's master was currently residing in some headmaster's home in Godric's Hollow. Teddy was tasked with setting up the tent while Alana and Severus soared into the depths of the forest on their broomsticks. Rumor had it that deep within Godric's Hollow's forest grew a type of magical mushroom, lacking medicinal value, yet exquisite in flavor. And Alana was eager to explore if she might encounter it. This broomstick is truly cumbersome. Alana and Severus navigated the low-hanging branches of the densely wooded forest. Flying close to the ground, Alana still yearned for a spell that would allow her to soar freely, but her progress in that area had been minimal. Despite riding the latest broom model, complete with a comfortable seating charm, it still left much to be desired. If only I could fly on a sword instead. Perhaps in the future, I could raise a thestral to pull a carriage, Severus suggested. A flying carpet would be more comfortable than a broom, but their safety is questionable. The Prince family has an old carpet in their storage. I once retrieved it for a trial. What an inconvenience. Every outing would necessitate harnessing the carriage, Alana replied, reflecting on how, despite her noble lineage, she detested extravagance, especially as someone who had grown up under the red flag for 2 decades, feeling a tinge of guilt. Especially now, as their homeland was in a peculiar state of poverty. As they wandered through the forest, they failed to locate the magical mushrooms, but stumbled upon another edible fruit. Severus recognized the berries, known as Bavarian red berries, from a compendium of magical plants. Noting their sweetness, but nothing particularly special, Alana instructed Severus to gather a basket full, and they returned to their tent. Upon arrival, they spotted black smoke rising from the campsite across the river, where a group of young wizards struggled to ignite a fire with damp branches, attempting to roast fish. Teddy expressed his discontent. Miss Alana, those giants across the river are utterly foolish. Those branches won't cook the fish, and will only produce black smoke. Alana retrieved several red berries from the basket, offering them to Teddy. Do not mind them, Teddy. We gathered some berries for you to enjoy. Alana calmed the agitated little elf, reserving some berries for his unreliable master, knowing that such sweet fruit would surely delight some headmaster. Once Teddy departed, Alana and Severus entered the tent. Their diligent little elf had prepared lunch, featuring Alana's favorite sweet and sour pork, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, white rice, and some additional dishes. Every time she visited Numengard, Alana would specifically request Chinese cuisine, and as a remarkably proficient house elf, Teddy's culinary skills had notably improved. After Severus cleaned up and changed his clothes, having collected numerous leaves in the forest, Alana stepped outside the tent and called across the river, Penny, Penny, come over for some sweet and sour pork. Chapter 54, Chinese Cuisine. Across the river, Penny was pinching her nose, tossing the charred, smoky branches into the water. Without the use of wands outside of school, she could only wish to bury the branches with a spell. The thick black smoke left the group coughing and covered in soot. Penny felt a twinge of exasperation. These young wizards lacked essential life skills. Just as she contemplated abandoning their charred fish, Alana's voice called to her from across the river. Penny's face lit up with joy. I'm coming right away. Without a second thought for the disapproving glances from nearby Mary, She hurriedly tossed aside her branches and raced to Alana's luxurious tent. How could she leave us for Slytherin's food, Lily? Mary commented, a close friend of Lily's and a muggle-born witch. Since the last attack by Mulciber and his cronies, she had developed an intense dislike for Slytherin, convinced that all Slytherins were inherently bad. Previously, in her second year, she had thought Black was a decent boy. Despite being a Slytherin, his charming exterior had captivated her. However, everything had changed since last year. The boy she admired had allied with others to attack her, and she had once believed their camaraderie set her apart from the other girls. Penny, on the other hand, had a great fondness for Chinese cuisine. Lily furrowed her brow as she gazed at the roasted fish Porter offered her, feeling utterly unappetized. Mary, perhaps we should contemplate preparing something else to eat. This fish resembles poison, she remarked, not dissuaded by Lily's evident disdain for his culinary efforts. Porter took a defiant bite of his own creation. Ugh, foul and bitter, he exclaimed, utterly revolted by the taste, and promptly discarded the fish onto the ground. Observing this, the others followed suit, relinquishing their own disastrous culinary attempts. But we have no other ingredients, Lupin lamented. It was their inaugural camping trip, and they had only brought a modest tent, neglecting to pack provisions. The group, gathered by the riverbank, wore expressions of despair. Must they return home with empty stomachs? Penny dashed toward the lavish tactical tent, where Alana and Severus were already seated at the dining table, awaiting her arrival. Ah, Alana, how splendid. I haven't savored Chinese cuisine in ages, Penny exclaimed, her language seamlessly shifting to Mandarin upon entering the tent. I am certain that fish those children roasted could poison a giant. Severus, upon hearing of Porter's culinary failure, felt a twinge of satisfaction. Ignoring them, the trio commenced their meal. As there were still some ingredients left, Penny could bring a few back for the others later. The kitchen held an ample supply of dishes and snacks, meticulously prepared by Vicia prior to their departure. Concerned that Teddy might not adequately care for Alana, Vicia had stocked the kitchen with copious ingredients. Among the house elves, there were often disputes, and Vicia and Teddy had collaborated numerous times. Yet they always found themselves bickering whenever they met. Once school resumes, you will need to decide on your future career path. Any thoughts? Penny inquired as she ladled tomato scrambled eggs over her rice. Alana, with a piece of sweet and sour pork in hand, replied, I have no idea. I haven't formulated any plans at all. What about you, Severus? Penny turned to him. I suppose I might pursue a position as a potioneer at St. Mungo's. Provided it is sufficiently safe, he responded thoughtfully. Penny nodded. Severus's identity as the heir to the Prince family remained undisclosed, and once revealed, no one would doubt his capabilities. Coupled with the enhancements to Wolfsbane potions, securing a position at St. Mungo's would be a mere formality. How is your literary endeavor progressing? Alana asked Penny. Recalling that last year, when Penny was selecting her career path, she had expressed a desire to become a writer. I'm working on it, Penny admitted, feeling a bit shy. She had been crafting her stories in her spare time, but had never shared them with her friends. Perhaps I could also work at a publishing house. I have some experience, she suggested. That's splendid. Right away, and I will fund your publication when the time comes, Alana encouraged. Hee. I shall be ever so grateful for your patronage, my lady, Penny beamed, cherishing the presence of a wealthy friend. Camping lacked excitement. She had heard of a newly opened Disney theme park in America and felt a strong desire to visit. After their meal, Alana perused a Muggle newspaper. Which one? The one in Florida? It is said to be the largest Disney resort in the world. Penny expressed her keen interest. As a girl, who wouldn't be enchanted by Disney? Indeed, it opened when we were in our first year, Alana mused, contemplating a visit. During the summer, there was little to occupy her time. Previously, she would occasionally practice spells with Dumbledore and Grindelwald, but as tensions escalated, they had stopped involving her as much. Alana only knew that Dumbledore had begun assembling the Order of the Phoenix, yet she remained oblivious to any further details. Perhaps that is for the best. It keeps us out of trouble. Shall we venture out for some fun? Alana proposed, noting that she and Severus had no objections, but it primarily hinged on Penny. Two people would be dull. The more, the merrier, she insisted. Will your parents allow you to join us in America? Alana questioned Penny. Penny looked somewhat troubled, knowing that the Evanses would likely disapprove of her accompanying two minors on an outing. I'll ask when I return. If it is feasible, we shall see. But you must wait for me. If I cannot go this time, then you must not abandon me for dates after I graduate, she warned. Alana rolled her eyes, assuring her, rest assured, if we go on a date, we shall keep it a secret from you. After the meal, Severus began emitting an aura of chill, prompting Penny to gather a basket of food and return. A group of famished adolescents eagerly approached her, clamoring to share in the bounty she brought back. Oh, Penny, my dear sister, I knew you wouldn't forget about me, Lily cooed, sidling up to her. Penny affectionately ruffled Lily's red hair, wiping the grime from her face. Despite their differing personalities, she genuinely adored her lively younger sister. Why are you rushing to send her away? Alana nestled against Severus. You ought to take a nap, Severus remarked, noticing the dark circles under her eyes. Alana had stayed up late assisting him with potion making and had risen early the next day, prompting Severus to urge her to rest. Chapter 55. I want to build an amusement park. The dream of visiting Disney was finally realized. To facilitate the trip, Penny informed Lily, and together, the sisters endeavored to persuade Mr. and Mrs. Evans. As the initiator of the journey, Alana invited 2 adults to accompany them for their safety. Thus, a peculiar assembly formed. 2 sprightly elders escorting 4 preteens stood in front of the gates of the Disney theme park, exchanging silent glances. Why must we accompany these giants to this utterly ridiculous amusement park? Grindelwald grumbled, puffing on a recently acquired pipe. Dumbledore, ever cheerful, though devoid of his lengthy white beard, still exuded a jolly aura reminiscent of Santa Claus. Those rides appear rather thrilling, don't they, Gellert? His calm and amiable voice succeeded in soothing the irritable man beside him. Oblivious to the dynamics between the two, Lily trailed closely behind Penny, her face alight with excitement. Though she restrained herself from expressing it too exuberantly in the presence of the headmaster, her cheeks flushed with anticipation. Although she was unaware of the identity of the man beside Professor Dumbledore, he certainly did not seem like a figure to be trifled with. Despite her eagerness to dash inside to behold the fairy tale castles and princesses, she obediently remained by Penny's side, craning her neck to glimpse the wonders within. All right, children. I believe your itinerary will differ from that of the adults. Dumbledore addressed the enthusiastic Lily and the other relatively composed children. After your adventures, please meet us at our designated spot, all right? And remember, absolutely no magic, understood? With Dumbledore's admonition and Grindelwald's disapproving glare, the 4 hurriedly distanced themselves from the adults. Goodbye, Dumbledore. Farewell, grandfather. Have a splendid day. Alana winked at them, tugging Severus along as they dashed inside. This was the largest Disney park in the world. What were they waiting for? Their first destination was It's a Small World, a themed area primarily featuring attractions suitable for children. For the older kids, the allure was somewhat diminished, yet they eagerly attempted every entertainment option available. Then they arrived at the Tomorrowland region, a place whose construction was remarkably modern compared to the 1970s. They could even take excursions to the moon. Severus and Lily were utterly astonished. Muggles had managed to reach the moon and had replicated its scenery in amusement parks. In the wizarding world, the moon was shrouded in mystery. For Severus, the moon held extraordinary power, as certain potion ingredients needed to be harvested on the night of a full moon to be effective, while others required specific procedures during that time for successful brewing. They then proceeded to the red roller coaster they spotted upon entering the amusement park, a wildly popular attraction that necessitated standing in line. Fortunately, they secured seats in the first 2 rows. Alana eagerly dragged Severus to the front row, where he clutched her hand tightly throughout the ride. Alana, on the other hand, screamed with abandon, joined by Penny and Lily, whose collective shrieks enveloped Severus like a surround sound experience. Once the ride concluded, observing Severus's pale complexion and Penny's hurried retreat to vomit, Alana and Lily exchanged glances. Their journey continued, and as they passed a tea house along the city avenue, they were surprised to spot Dumbledore and Grindelwald enjoying tea. Considering their next destination was the underwater world, Alana sincerely extended an invitation to the two, believing such a less thrilling activity might suit the elder gentleman. Ultimately, Grindelwald succumbed to Dumbledore's persuasion and accompanied their group to the underwater realm. The 6 of them boarded a specially designed submarine, arriving at the tropical seafloor to marvel at the peculiar creatures dwelling beneath the waves. Their exploration continued at the World Showcase, where they experienced the customs and cultures of over a dozen different nations. Alana and Penny even acquired 2 Chinese-style masks. Lastly, they took to the skies in hot air balloons, splitting into 3 groups. Severus, I am so happy, Alana shouted towards the heavens, while Severus stood behind her, his arms wrapped around her. He harbored reservations about these muggle-flying contraptions. Have you abandoned your noble decorum in your joy? Severus remarked, feeling a sense of happiness himself, yet still teasing Alana about her rather uncouth behavior today, such as kissing him in public. Recalling that kiss in the underwater world, Severus felt his ears warm slightly. It was their first kiss before others. Once Alana had sent off the souvenirs she brought for her friends via owl, the time for school to commence had arrived. As they entered their 5th year, anxiety set in. This year, they faced not only the OWL's examinations, but also career consultations. Hello, Professor, Severus knocked on Slughorn's office door, while Alana waited outside. Ah, Severus, Professor Slughorn greeted, assessing the boy before him. Unremarkable, with a somewhat protruding nose, and his grades in all subjects seemed to hover around mediocrity. Do you have any career aspirations? Slughorn inquired routinely. I have a keen interest in potions, Perhaps I could try my hand at being a potion master at St. Mungo's. Severus articulated his aspirations. The portly professor hesitated. Would you not reconsider your career direction? It's hard to imagine that your potion grades are quite average. Perhaps you may not pass St. Mungo's recruitment exam. No, Professor, I truly enjoy potions, Severus replied, aware of the professor's doubts, but unconcerned. Feeling no need to clarify his intentions. The fact that Slughorn had never invited him to join his slug club only reinforced his perception that the professor did not regard him highly. Well, that is commendable. Is it not? Severus exited promptly, while Alana understood that to Professor Slughorn, ordinary, unremarkable students held little value. This career consultation felt more like a mere formality to them. Oh, dear Miss Riekman, thank you for your gift. Slughorn's demeanor softened towards Alana, for the Riekman family possessed boundless wealth. I'm glad you like it, Professor. Alana smiled at the portly old man. So, what do you wish to do after graduation? Perhaps open a wizarding amusement park? Alana suggested somewhat bashfully. Chapter 56, Careers. In truth, she had no concrete plans for her future. As she was merely 16, the thought of working felt distant. An amusement park sounds delightful. But perhaps you could pursue something greater, such as a position in the Ministry of Magic? Slughorn observed the noble young lady before him, noting her lack of typical aristocratic qualities. The Ministry of Magic? Oh, no. I do not wish to toil away at a 9-to-5 job. That would be dreadfully dull. Alana promptly dismissed the notion. Working at the ministry would be akin to courting danger, especially with Voldemort poised to seize control. Perhaps you could inherit the family business or become a distinguished scholar. Slughorn continued to offer suggestions. No, Professor, as you know, I have a younger brother. The family business can be entrusted to him. I desire a career that allows for freedom. Alana resolutely rejected the elderly man's various recommendations. Why not run her own amusement park and be the boss? Besides, the Riekman family had wealth to spare, and with Severus as a master of potions, he could earn handsomely as well. Alana simply aspired to be a layabout, living off her family's fortune. Eventually, Professor Slughorn resignedly allowed Alana to leave. Recognizing she embodied the quintessential traits of the idle offspring of nobility, lacking in any practical skills. Consequently, the Slug Club ceased extending invitations to Alana, as Slughorn had given up on attempting to forge a connection with the Riekman heiress. Alana, do you truly wish to open an amusement park? Penny inquired curiously after learning of her aspirations, while Lily widened her eyes, their summer trip to Disneyland having piqued their interest. I only began to entertain that thought. I am not entirely sure yet, Alana replied, multitasking between writing her essay and chatting with them. At least, we should wait until it is safe. She wondered if Dumbledore had forgotten about searching for Horcruxes, fearing he might be too engrossed in his own affairs with Grindelwald to remember more pressing matters. Exiting the library, Alana returned to the Slytherin common room alongside Severus. Upon entering, they immediately sensed an unusual atmosphere within. This year, Sirius had been appointed as the head boy, standing in the center of the common room flanked by Regulus, Avery, and Mulciber. Meanwhile, 6th year Not stood opposite them, accompanied by Rosier and Travers, both groups adopting a confrontational stance. The arrival of these two students, who hovered on the fringes of Slytherin, elicited no comment from either side. In their eyes, a German and a half-blood held little utility. Black, we are your upperclassmen. Do you really think you 5th years can take us? Not declared. Arms crossed and a dismissive expression on his face. He had no fear of these 5th-year youngsters, despite Black's somewhat respectable standing with that particular adult. Avery and Mulciber were nothing short of fools. It is precisely due to their folly that they, along with their forebears, find themselves in a state of disgrace before that esteemed individual. How dare you challenge me, Not? Sirius scowled, harboring a profound disdain for both Not and his father. Old Not. The Not family had been nothing more than a third-rate nobility, only gaining favor from that esteemed individual due to old Not's commendable performance in several ventures. Thus, after Lucius graduated, Not audaciously presumed himself to be the foremost figure in Slytherin. Such presumption is laughable. Did he truly believe he could command the respect of 6th years and dictate terms in Slytherin? He was oblivious to the fact that the 7th-year Carrows had yet to utter a word. Amidst the strife between the 5th and 6th-year prefects, the 7th-year Carrow siblings remained composed on the other side of the common room, seemingly indifferent to the unfolding drama. The younger students gathered at a safe distance, observing the spectacle. The Carrow family lacked notable members, relying solely on these two siblings. Though they had aspirations to lead Slytherin, they had been consistently suppressed by Lucius over the previous years. With Lucius's departure, they finally glimpsed a ray of hope, only to have Not emerge unexpectedly. After all, the Carrow family possessed far greater depth than the Not family. Blake, let us engage in a duel, Not declared, his ire clouding his judgment as he glared at Sirius's arrogant visage. He raised his wand, unleashing a crimson bolt of malevolence, a curse. Sirius, recognizing the threat, instinctively cast a shield charm. Blake, showcase the skills you've acquired from that esteemed individual. Nod's wand erupted with a barrage of dark curses, interspersed with numerous malevolent incantations. Initially, Sirius had no intention of truly engaging this foolish adversary. But provoked by Nod's actions, one of which nearly struck Regulus, he felt his anger ignite. Alana and Severus stood resolutely by Sirius' side, wands raised in defense against Nod. In an instant, the Slytherin common room became a battleground of curses, prompting the younger students to retreat to their dormitories, too intimidated to intervene. Meanwhile, the seventh years remained seated near the Caro siblings, observing the conflict with detached curiosity. Alana's shield charm shattered, and Severus swiftly cast a silencing spell on the opposing Rosier, rendering him incapable of uttering spells. With his combat capabilities nullified, Rosier dangled helplessly in midair, inciting Nott to intensify his onslaught. At that moment, the door to the common room burst open, and the rotund Professor Slughorn entered, accompanied by a first-year student, his nephew. The Caro brother shot a disapproving glance at the young Slughorn. Instances of internal strife within Slytherin were numerous, yet none had ever escalated to the point of involving the headmaster until now. Upon seeing the professor's arrival, the students reluctantly lowered their wands. Professor Slughorn, who had been savoring a fine red wine in his office, was irate at being summoned to quell a student brawl. "Mr. Nott, your father did not engage in such barbarism during his tenure at the school," he chastised, casting an irritated glance at the furious Nott. "Slytherin loses 100 points, and you, Mr. Nott, and you, Mr. Blake, shall serve detention for an entire term." As the headmaster, Slughorn was reluctant to deduct points from his own house. Yet the severity of the incident necessitated disciplinary action. "Now then, Miss Riekman, I believe I must escort you to the infirmary," he said, directing his attention to Alana. Chapter 57, Injuries. At this juncture, all eyes turned to Alana, who leaned pale against Severus, her arm bleeding profusely. A ricocheted slicing curse had struck her arm. Had Severus not pulled her aside, it would have landed squarely in her abdomen. Upon witnessing her injury, Severus intended to escort her to the infirmary. But before they could leave, Professor Slughorn entered. He guided Alana to the infirmary, grumbling under her breath, "That old fool, knowing I'm injured yet making me wait." Just to assert his authority, Madame Pomfrey, upon seeing her blood-soaked robes, promptly cast a healing charm, though Severus had already administered some treatment. The urgency of the situation warranted the expertise of Madame Pomfrey. She provided Alana with a potion to apply to her wound to minimize scarring, after which they were swiftly ushered out of the infirmary. "Off you go, you little rascals. Curfew is approaching," Madame Pomfrey admonished the students still bickering at such an hour. She turned her attention to the other Slytherin students who had arrived behind Alana. The aftermath of the brawl had a wide-reaching impact, with nearly all of the 5th and 6th years participating and sustaining injuries to varying degrees. The following morning, when students from the other 3 houses observed a significant drop in Slytherin's points, they swiftly became aware of the incident. "Internal strife seems all too fitting for Slytherin, does it not?" remarked a disdainful Gryffindor, sauntering past a gaggle of younger Slytherins. The small serpents seethed with indignation, yet, mindful of Professor Slughorn's warning from the previous night, they opted for restraint. Following the recent events, the atmosphere within Slytherin grew heavy, lingering until just before the Christmas holidays. While seated in the Great Hall for breakfast, a flurry of owls swooped in. Alana, engrossed in the freshly delivered Daily Prophet, noted the increasingly turbulent state of the magical world, which was beginning to encroach upon the Muggle realm. Reports indicated a series of supernatural assaults in Muggle London, with the police unable to ascertain the cause, attributing the incidents to either paranormal activity or accidents. However, wizards understood that the majority of the deceased or missing Muggles had fallen victim to the deranged Death Eaters. The dark mark occasionally darkened the skies above the wizarding community, signifying that someone had met a grim fate. Sirius received a letter from Malfoy, indicating that the esteemed individual would be visiting Malfoy Manor for Christmas, and Sirius was summoned to meet him. Soon after, Nott learned of this development, but realized he had not been invited to the gathering at Malfoy Manor, nor would he be granted an audience with that esteemed individual. He comprehended that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, the title of Slytherin's foremost figure would soon belong to Blake. Nott clenched his fists in frustration. Rosier had already shown signs of defecting to Blake's side. "What are your plans for Christmas, Alana?" Penny inquired, placing her manuscript on the table and retrieving her transfiguration assignment. "I'm not sure. The deadline hasn't arrived yet," Alana responded, perusing Hufflepuff's latest novel. "There's nothing much at home. My parents plan to travel to France. And Lucas is with my grandfather." "And Severus?" Penny turned to ask. "I'll follow Alana's lead," Severus succinctly replied. as he would be brewing potions regardless of the location. What about you, Penny? Lily and I are staying at school. Our parents are off to Scotland to visit relatives. Penny said, scrunching her nose in disdain. I don't see what's so special about that aunt who can't stop talking about the house hunting list. So Lily's staying. And Potter will surely remain as well. Alana exclaimed, setting her book down. It seemed tranquility would soon be a thing of the past. Penny felt quite helpless. Lily had yet to agree to be Potter's girlfriend, leaving him to flit around her like a pesky fly every day. By the way, how is your Patronus charm practice going? The current situation is rather dire, and everyone has begun to hone their Patronus spells. Who knows when they might encounter a Dementor? It's going reasonably well, albeit still somewhat vague. Alana raised her wand and called, Expecto Patronum. A white light emanated from the tip of her wand, slowly coalescing into a small creature, its form not particularly large, yet indiscernible. Severus gazed at Alana's Patronus, somewhat entranced, until Penny poked him with her wand, urging, Show me your Patronus, Severus. Startled from his reverie, Severus shot her a glare, but under Alana's eager gaze, he unsheathed his wand and intoned, Expecto Patronum. His Patronus manifested with clarity, a lithe leopard leaping gracefully through the air. Alana gazed in awe, exclaiming, How beautiful! The glowing leopard bounded over to her, nuzzling her cheek before vanishing. Hee, I've heard that the patron uses of two people in love may be the same. Penny teased with a playful smile. It seems your Patronus is also a feline, Alana. Oh, hush. What about yours? Let me see. Alana replied, a hint of shyness creeping in. Penny, too, conjured her Patronus, declaring, Expecto Patronum. A white dove soared from the tip of her wand. After admiring each other's patron uses, they shifted their discussion to animagi. Sirius and Potter had mastered their animagus transformations back in their 4th year, a feat that took 2 long years, having faced numerous failures during the preparatory stages. As 3rd year drew to a close, all but Lupin had successfully transformed into animals. Potter into a stag, Sirius into a large black dog, and Peter remained a rat. I quite wish to become an animagus. Generally, one's Patronus and animagus form are closely related, Penny mused, longing to transform into a dove so she could soar freely. But the process is indeed quite cumbersome. I admire your courage, Alana encouraged her, confessing that she too was intrigued by the idea, yet daunted by the convoluted procedures and the need to wake before dawn each day. In the past, rising early for work would have been acceptable to Alana. But after such a long time, her once well-catered upbringing had dulled her resolve. Do you wish to try, Severus? Alana inquired. Severus tucked his wand away into his pocket, shaking his head. I find this spell rather unnecessary. There's no harm in not practicing it, as most people are not animagi. He believed it would be better to devote that time to practicing spells and brewing potions. Chapter 58. Have we succeeded? This year, only Alana and Severus remained at Hogwarts for Christmas, as most students had departed to attend the Malfoy Manor festivities. In the Great Hall, the remaining students and professors from the 4 houses gathered around a round table. Unsurprisingly, Potter's trio also stayed, resulting in more Gryffindor students remaining than from any other house. Despite sitting among the professors, they continued their noisy banter. Professor Flitwick, embodying childlike wonder, conjured numerous glowing stars that hung from the ceiling, while Dumbledore, clad in a simple burgundy robe devoid of ostentatious embellishments, seemed to have prepared this attire under Grindelwald's guidance, Alana mused. After a brief time with the group, Dumbledore excused himself, evidently summoned by urgent matters. Alana and Severus soon followed suit, preferring solitude over the raucous company of others during the holiday. Upon returning to the Slytherin common room, Alana summoned a familiar house elf and requested a fruitcake. The two nestled together to enjoy the cake, after which Severus produced a pendant, preparing to engrave it with runes in ancient runes. What is this, Severus? Alana asked, curiosity piqued by the pendant she had never seen before. It's a pendant I made for you. I just need to inscribe a few protective spells to complete it, Severus replied gently, returning to his task. Is this my Christmas gift? Alana inquired, knowing Severus had studied ancient runes for several years and had crafted many of her jewelry pieces through alchemy. Certainly not. I have already prepared your Christmas gift, which I shall present to you on the morrow. This is merely an ordinary gift, he clarified. Having seen a pendant of similar function at Lucius's, he thought it a splendid idea and decided to create one for Alana, enhancing it with a few additional spells of his own design. Watching Severus work intently made Alana yearn to kiss him. It was said that a man engrossed in his work was at his most handsome, and Severus, in that moment, was utterly enchanting. Alana, feeling her stomach full, mused that satiation often sparks desires. The sight of the boy she adored, with his silky black hair cascading mischievously over his face and his striking nose, was undeniable alluring. Alana swallowed nervously. Severus, acutely aware of her fervent gaze, remained silent, biding his time. His hands continued their meticulous task, engraving the intricate runes, while his heart brimmed with anticipation. However, until he completed the pendant, Alana refrained from making any further moves. Severus felt a twinge of confusion, pondering what might have gone amiss. Alana, on the other hand, had been watching him intently, longing to leap forward and kiss her little boyfriend, yet hesitant to interrupt his concentration, knowing that any misstep in the delicate runes could ruin her gift. Both were waiting. Once Severus finished his work, he turned to Alana, his prolonged focus leaving his lips parched. Unconsciously, he licked them. "Oh, Merlin," Alana exclaimed, unable to resist the urge to pounce on him at the sight of his adorably distracted expression. The Christmas holiday passed swiftly, during which Alana communicated with Mr. Creature through a two-way mirror, catching a glimpse of her nearly one-year-old brother, Lucas. The adorable Lucas could already call her sister, and as Alana gazed upon the charming infant, her maternal instincts surged. Indeed, human infants are best admired from a distance. Witnessing her frail grandfather made her chuckle. "Rest assured, grandfather, I shall send you a rejuvenating potion," she promised. Throughout the Christmas holiday, Alana and Severus remained in the Slytherin common room, venturing out infrequently. With only the two of them present, they were free to pursue their activities without restraint. Alana continued her exploration of Voldemort's technique for levitating in midair. Grindelwald had gifted her an antiquarian book on dark magic, reportedly discovered in his ancestral home. From it, she gleaned some insights. Previously, she had attempted to control her magical energy to lift herself, focusing it in her legs to achieve flight. While she could manage to float slightly, it was exceedingly taxing on her magic and highly unstable, preventing her from soaring swiftly forward. It is known that Voldemort's flying spell rivals that of a broomstick, with adept practitioners capable of soaring even faster than the latter. Inspired by her readings of ancient cultivation novels featuring sword flight, Alana contemplated an alternative approach. She resolved to first experiment with the art of sword flight. Manipulating air currents to elevate an object proved to be considerably more challenging than lifting oneself. She began by attempting to harness the airflow to lift her broom, relying on the forces of wind rather than the broom itself, gradually attempting to stand atop it. Evidently, once her weight pressed down, the broom, which had been steady, began to sway precariously. Alana quickly focused her concentration, amplifying her magical energy to stabilize the broom, and then cautiously floated through the common room. Severus, emerging from his dormitory, beheld Alana precariously hovering on her broom within the lounge. The slender broom made it difficult for her to maintain her balance, and her body swayed alarmingly, prompting Severus to worry that she might fall at any moment. Thus, he remained silent, fearful of startling the exuberant girl. As Alana maneuvered the broom and caught sight of Severus standing at the entrance to the boys' dormitory, she exclaimed, "Severus, Severus, I did it!" Sword flight. Her excitement was palpable. After extensive study, she had finally achieved some results, although her control over the air currents was still far from proficient. Severus swiftly approached, taking her hand and gently guiding her down from the broom. The brief flight had left beads of sweat on Alana's forehead, evidencing the challenge of mastering airflow. "Marvelous, Alana. I knew you would succeed," Severus said, embracing the elated girl. "You must teach me, my girl." Alana spent a restless night, exhilarated by the progress she had made on a subject she had contemplated for so long. However, she felt a twinge of guilt, as her research had been sporadic. She had only delved into it intermittently. Nevertheless, she had finally made significant strides. With sword flight accomplished, how far could she be from mastering levitation? Chapter 59. The Quidditch World Cup. The upcoming Quidditch World Cup was set to take place in France. Following the Christmas holidays, when the news broke in the Daily Prophet, the wizarding community buzzed with excitement. Even the British wizarding world was no exception, despite Voldemort's brutal reign casting a shadow over many lives. The majority of wizards still eagerly anticipated the Quidditch World Cup. Students at school were particularly animated, especially those who cherished the sport. "Oh dear, why must it be held in France? My parents would never allow me to travel there alone to witness the matches," lamented a Gryffindor boy as he returned with his broom alongside his companions. Alana recognized him as Oliver Wood, a fervent enthusiast of Quidditch and a member of the Gryffindor team. In the original narrative, Harry Potter had an upperclassman who shared a similar passion for the sport, also bearing the surname Wood, likely this boy's father. It seemed that such a love for Quidditch was indeed hereditary. The Slytherins were equally thrilled. For a sport as beloved as Quidditch, even those who considered themselves noble and refined could not resist its allure. It was said that Sirius's mother, Walburga, had been a member of the school team during her time, not to mention that Abraxas had once captained the Slytherin team. Even Voldemort had participated in Quidditch during his school days. Dressed in green training robes, the Slytherin team strode into the Great Hall beside Gryffindor, their discussions markedly distinct from those of their rivals. Many Gryffindors hailed from Muggle backgrounds and were of mixed blood, whereas Slytherin children, if they wished to attend the matches, would undoubtedly do so. After all, for adults, attending a Quidditch match also served as a social occasion. Ha ha ha, my entire family will be attending the matches, boasted fourth-year Macmillan to his companion Regulus. My grandmother owns a castle in France, and we vacation there every year. My family will likely go as well. My mother adores Quidditch, and my brother and I will join her, Regulus replied excitedly. I aspire to join a professional team someday. I wonder if my mother would support me. Fourth-year Regulus was currently a chaser for the Slytherin team. Perhaps he would realize his dreams, especially since Sirius, as the heir of the family, had not been sorted into Gryffindor, ensuring that the Black family legacy would ultimately fall to him, allowing Regulus, as the younger son, the freedom to pursue any career he wished. All right, children, I know you are all excited, but you must still focus on your classes, understood? Professor Flitwick, standing atop a stack of books, amplified his voice with a charm to calm the exuberant students stirred by the prospect of the Quidditch World Cup. You are soon to undertake your OWL examinations, and the Charms exam is no trivial matter, especially with the World Cup looming. Therefore, if you wish to avoid a disappointing report card, it is imperative that you pay attention in class. Professor Flitwick spoke kindly, determined to steer the restless fifth-year students back to their studies. Time flew by swiftly, particularly in the 2 months leading up to the exams, as 5th and 7th-year students engaged in frenzied revision, making library spots highly coveted. Alana enrolled in 8 courses while Severus took 10, thus their study burdens were considerable. After completing her final defense against the Dark Arts exam, Alana felt utterly drained. She tugged on Severus's sleeve, leaning against him, immobile. This semester has truly been the most arduous of my academic journey, Alana lamented, to which Severus gently stroked her soft hair. We will have ample time to rest during the summer. Let us go to France together to witness the Quidditch World Cup. Severus gathered Alana's somewhat disheveled golden locks with a hair tie. Indeed, as a sponsor of the Quidditch World, the Riekman family enjoyed a distinct advantage. Alana had long since requested sufficient tickets from Mr. Riekman to distribute among her friends. However, there were not many. Primarily, she intended to invite the Evans sisters and Lupin. As for Potter, he would procure his own ticket. With their report cards in hand, the students once again boarded the Hogwarts Express, leaving the school behind. Most had arranged to meet their friends in France. Alana and Severus arrived in France ahead of everyone else, as the daughter and friend of a sponsor, and they toured the construction site of the Quidditch Stadium. The French Ministry of Magic was keen to demonstrate their commitment and prowess before the international wizarding community, placing significant emphasis on this event. They even negotiated with the International Magical Association to procure a rare erumpent. It was said that Mr. Newt Scamander would accompany the erumpent to France, showcasing it before taking it away once more, as Mr. Riekman had stated. Hence, Alana and Severus ventured to France early. Alana was particularly curious about Newt Scamander. She longed to meet the legendary figure and, of course, was eager to see her great-grandfather's reaction. It promised to be quite the spectacle, the legendary encounter between Dumbledore's first and second apprentices. Dumbledore is accompanied by 3 notable figures, Gellert, Newt, and Potter. Such a momentous gathering cannot be overlooked by Alana and Penny, who are in unanimous agreement. However, Penny can only attend the event with Lily prior to the commencement of the match, leaving Alana as the sole representative. Penny insists vehemently that Alana bring along a wizarding camera to capture this remarkable scene. The match is scheduled for early August, and Alana, along with others, departs for France in late July, accompanied by Lan Xun and Hua Ying. Eileen will join the Riekman couple before the match begins. This year, Lan Xun and Eileen have meticulously researched the curse afflicting Hua Ying, discovering some wondrous effects when combining wizarding potions with traditional Chinese herbal remedies. Although they have not entirely unraveled the curse, they have successfully concocted a potion that halts Hua Ying's physical deterioration. Consequently, Hua Ying has had a rather pleasant year, as she has not regressed from a young woman to a mere girl. Their subsequent research will now focus on Alana's blood curse. Eileen and Lan Xun's collaboration on complex topics has significantly strengthened their friendship. Eileen has developed a keen interest in the cursed insects Lan Xun studies, and with his assistance, she has even managed to keep a jar of these insects herself. She has also confided in Severus her desire to visit China after his graduation, captivated by the mysterious practitioners of that land. Severus is delighted by Eileen's transformation and discreetly mentions to Alana his hope that Eileen encounters a loving partner and remarries. Chapter 60, The Quidditch World Cup 2. The 4 of them arrive at the French Ministry of Magic, where the Riekman family, as sponsors, is treated as esteemed guests. When Alana inquires about the alchemy with the seemingly freshly graduated Mr. Cutton, he shyly informs them that the alchemy arrived in France yesterday, along with Mr. Scamander, who will be responsible for caring for it for the time being. How splendid, Mr. Cutton. Where is Mr. Scamander currently residing? Alana asks, her bright eyes sparkling as she gazes at the blushing young man. The Quidditch organization has arranged a hotel for Professor Scamander. Just over there, Mr. Cutton replies, pointing towards a nearby Muggle hotel. A Muggle hotel? Severus questions, somewhat perplexed. Yes, indeed. The accommodations are rather nice, and the French president has stayed here before. To be honest, Mr. Cutton is uncertain as to why Mr. Scamander was assigned to a Muggle hotel, as many attendees of this event have been placed in such lodgings. I mean, our villa is quite spacious. Perhaps we could invite Professor Scamander and the Alchemy to stay with us. The Riekman family is more than willing to offer all services to our esteemed guests, Alana generously suggests. Only by hosting Mr. Scamander at the Riekman residence can they discreetly witness the meeting between the Triwizard champions. Mr. Scamander must have many magical creatures with him. I've heard he even has a niffler, which must be inconvenient in a Muggle hotel, Alana adds. Just as she finishes speaking, a commotion arises from the direction of the hotel. The group moves closer to discern the cause of the disturbance, only to find several police cars parked outside, with multiple Muggle officers disembarking. The hotel manager, accompanied by several elegantly dressed gentlemen and ladies, hurriedly approaches the police to recount their predicament. Upon hearing the details, Alana asserts that she is certainly not a jinx. The individuals express to the police that their jewels and gold have mysteriously vanished. One gentleman even claims that an antique gold bracelet he purchased from a Chinese merchant has disappeared, costing him a staggering 10,000 francs. An elderly man stands awkwardly to the side, clutching a rather worn suitcase. Observing the situation, Mr. Cutton quickly approaches. Mr. Scamander, are you all right? Oh, of course. I'm fine, Mr. Scamander replies, somewhat shyly. As he watches the commotion unfold with the police entering the hotel, his expression grows increasingly anxious. Perhaps you would prefer a change of accommodation, Mr. Scamander. Alana steps forward to introduce herself. I am Alana Riekman, a student at Hogwarts, and I share a cordial relationship with Professor Dumbledore. Perhaps you would consider staying at my home? Mr. Scamander gazes at the young girl in surprise. Ah, yes, Miss Riekman. I have heard of you, he responds, kissing the back of Alana's hand in a bashful manner. Professor Dumbledore mentioned you. That is splendid. Would you be willing to stay at the Riekman Villa? Dumbledore will also be coming. Alana continues her invitation. That would be marvelous. Thank you for your invitation, Alana. May I call you that? Of course, Newt, she replies, both sharing a smile. This is my fiancé, Severus Snape, a genius in potion making. These two are practitioners from China. Alana introduces her companions to Newt. Oh, greetings. China is a remarkable country, rich in magical creatures, Newt says, somewhat nervously, recalling his own travels there in search of magical beings. Alana leads the group back to the Grand Riekman Villa, where Newt eagerly releases a niffler from his suitcase. Holding the niffler by one foot, he retrieves an impressive array of treasures from its pouch. Apologetically, he selects some items to offer Mr. Cutton. I'm afraid I'll be more comfortable residing in a wizard's home. Oh, rest assured, Mr. Scamander, I shall handle everything, Mr. Cutton assures him as he departs with the collection of stolen goods, heading back to the French ministry to report the incident. Newt is a remarkably affable individual, warmly inviting Alana and the others into his suitcase to explore his menagerie of magical creatures. This place is enormous, Alana exclaims, marveling at the numerous compartments within the suitcase. Did you create this yourself, Newt? Indeed. These little ones are quite restless. I must carry them with me, hence my efforts to master the extension charm. Alana observes the alchemy, which is several times larger than an elephant, and muses, what a small creature this is. 3 days remain until the match begins when Penny and Lily arrive. Initially, they intended to visit Beauxbatons Academy of Magic, but like Hogwarts, Beauxbatons is closed during the summer holidays, leaving them with no choice but to abandon that plan. On the eve of the match, attendees set up their tents in the vicinity of the event. Alana brings along a luxurious large tent, nearly as spacious as a villa. Newt also resides with them. As they finish setting up their tent, Dumbledore's Patronus arrives to convey that he will be arriving shortly. Soon after, Dumbledore appears at the tent entrance, accompanied by a gentleman, expressing his desire for a room of his own. Grindelwald, having consumed a polyjuice potion, follows closely behind. Initially dismissive of the Quidditch World Cup, but insisting on accompanying Dumbledore to meet Newt Scamander. Of course, Professor, a room has been prepared for you right next to Newt's. You may have a wonderful discussion, Alana says, embracing Dumbledore with a mischievous smile. She feigns curiosity as she gazes at Grindelwald. Is this gentleman your friend, Professor Dumbledore? Grindelwald was seething with indignation, that insufferable girl. Ah, indeed, he was Mr. Green, my dear friend, Dumbledore remarked with a sly smile. Hey, Professor Dumbledore, Newt exclaimed as he returned from outside, catching sight of Dumbledore and Alana standing together, alongside a somewhat familiar yet unrecognized gentleman. Long time no see, Newt. How is Tina? Dumbledore embraced Newt, while Mr. Green let out a heavy grunt nearby. Newt cast a curious glance at him. Tina is well. She asked me to convey her regards to you. Chapter 61. The Quidditch World Cup on the day of the match. Alana and her companions followed the Riekman couple to the sponsor's exclusive box. It was the most prime location, offering the broadest and most comfortable view. Alana craned her neck in anticipation of the match. Though she held no particular affection for Quidditch, the atmosphere was undeniably exhilarating. Much like those who watch the Olympics without a passion for the sports, it was the spectacle that drew them in. In the distance, Alana spotted Sirius and Regulus mingling with some aristocrats, following the black couple. She tugged Severus along as they exited the box to seek out their classmates. Penny and Lily's box was one level below, where Mr. Riekman had prepared a special area for the children. He understood Alana's aversion to such social gatherings, but recognized that since he was present, socializing was inevitable, so he allowed the children to frolic. Alana and her friends made their way to Penny's box, encountering numerous figures from the British wizarding world, including several notable Death Eater families. You finally made it. We've been dreadfully bored here, Penny exclaimed, pulling Lily to welcome Alana and her friends. Penny, this is Blanchard and Hwaying, Alana introduced, knowing that Penny had long anticipated meeting Blanchard and the others. Hello, Penny, Hwaying said, embracing her, then Lily, who was filled with curiosity about this delicate, charming Eastern girl. As it was her first encounter with someone from the East, she spiritedly pulled Hwaying away to play. I heard that the Meow people have a love curse that can make one utterly devoted to their beloved. Is that true? Penny, recalling a novel from her past life, eagerly inquired of Blanchard. Blanchard's lips twitched slightly. Of course not. That's all a fabrication. He glanced at Alana, his eyes brimming with incredulity at her choice of company. Alana responded with a look of helplessness. Before long, the opening ceremony commenced. Four teams were competing in the World Cup, each taking turns to showcase their prowess. The first to perform was the Chudley Cannons, clad in vibrant orange uniforms, soaring onto the field on their flying broomsticks, striking a dazzling formation. On the ground, their cheerleaders donned traditional Scottish attire, energetically dancing to the delight of the crowd. Next up was the team from the host nation, the French team known as the Niffler Stars. Notably, they featured two Vila players, a first for them to be introduced as competitors rather than mere mascots. Their exquisite features incited cheers from the male spectators, many of whom abandoned their allegiance to their supported teams in favor of the Stars. To hell with it. We only support the Stars. Following them was the Bulgarian team, composed predominantly of robust, muscular men, whose uniforms did little to conceal their brawn. Penny and Alana watched in excitement, exclaiming over the rare sight of such muscular athletes. Alana's enthusiastic screams elicited a frown from Severus, who scowled in displeasure. While Lily attempted to restore normalcy, to no avail. The two girls were far too engrossed in the spectacle to heed the brooding figure behind them. Blanchard, seated with Hwaying in a booth, was trying to entertain her, having momentarily lost his composure when the Vila appeared. The most vexing part was that Hwaying had caught him off guard. The Silver Arrows team soon followed, clad in light blue robes adorned with shimmering silver arrows, glistening under the sun. As Alana and Penny diverted their gaze, they noticed Severus's sour expression and Lily's awkwardness. Penny quickly took Lily to get some juice. Realizing she had acted somewhat inappropriately, Alana mustered her courage to sit beside Severus, who ignored her, engrossed in fiddling with his wand. Sev, Alana called out, feeling a twinge of guilt. Oh, has Miss Alana finally remembered her pitiable, soon-to-be-abandoned boyfriend? Severus began to flaunt his penchant for grandiose vocabulary, knowing she was in trouble. Alana quickly clung to his arm, disregarding the Evans sisters' amused gazes, and began to sway. Sev, I'm cheering for all the teams, truly. You know I don't care for Quidditch at all. Severus remained unmoved. Alana continued her playful antics. Miss Alana seems uninterested in the Bulgarian team? How mistaken I was. Severus wavered slightly, but maintained his stoic demeanor. Observing his lingering annoyance, Alana's mischievous spirit ignited an idea. She stood up and swiftly leaned down, planting a kiss on Severus's lips, smearing her lipstick across his mouth. Taken aback by her sudden advance, Severus was momentarily stunned, his cheeks flushing from his face to his neck. He shot a fierce glare at the mischievous girl, but upon meeting her pitiful gaze, his resolve weakened. As they exchanged playful glances, the Evans sisters and the Blanchard couple watched, their expressions betraying their delight at the unfolding romance. However, Alana was not one to shy away. She beamed brightly, as if basking in praise. With the opening ceremony concluded, the organizers presented the magnificent creature they had painstakingly procured, a majestic erumpent. Alana spotted Professor Newt Scamander perched atop the creature's head from afar. Yesterday, Dumbledore and Grindelwald had met with Newt. What they discussed remained a mystery, as they had hurried back to England overnight. Aside from their small group, no one was aware of their visit. Before departing, Dumbledore had expressed hope that Alana might return to England with Newt. With the ceremonies complete, the morning had slipped by. The first match was set to commence at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, featuring Bulgaria against the Silver Arrows. Alana had initially intended to forego the match, preferring a leisurely stroll through the streets of Paris with Severus. However, Penny insisted she stay, at least to witness Bulgaria's first game. Think of the muscular athletes from Bulgaria, she urged, glancing at Severus. Alana boldly declared, "You're absolutely right." Severus's expression darkened once more. Penny and Lily erupted into laughter. "Severus, you wouldn't be so petty, would you?" Penny's jest only deepened Severus's scowl. Meanwhile, the Blanchard couple had long since vacated the box, their whereabouts unknown. Chapter 62, France. Ultimately, Alana did not finish watching the match between the Bulgarian team and the Silver Arrows before she departed. Just as they exited the arena, they beheld a carriage, drawn by 3 magnificent winged horses, gracefully descending before them. The wind tousled Alana's hair as she cast a glance at Severus, who seemed in no hurry to leave. She gently tugged him aside, her curiosity piqued by the grand spectacle before them. Such an extravagant entrance was a rarity, even for her favorite pretentious friends, Black and the Malfoys. Once the carriage came to a halt, the door opened and a middle-aged gentleman, clad in a black suit and white cravat, resembling a butler, emerged. He extended a gloved hand, from which a delicate, snow-white arm reached out. Subsequently, a young lady in a cerulean gown alighted from the carriage. Truly enchanting. This was Alana's immediate thought. She quickly turned to Severus, only to find him momentarily spellbound. Without hesitation, Alana jabbed him with her elbow, eliciting a sharp intake of breath from him. Their playful interaction caught the attention of the young lady and her butler. "Greetings." The young lady approached them, extending her hand adorned with long white lace gloves. "I am Helena Drackle." Severus remained still, while Alana naturally shook hands with the young lady. "Hello, I am Alana Riekman." She introduced herself. "Drackle, do you possess Vila lineage?" Helena inquired. "Oh, I believe so. The surname Drackle is rather uncommon, is it not?" She added with a smile, her hazel eyes sparkling. The sight of this Vila-blooded Drackle reminded Alana of her aunt, the current matriarch of the Sirius family, who bore merely a quarter of Drackle blood, and whose Vila heritage was even more diluted. Yet, she shone brighter than the rest, a fact that explained why Mrs. Riekman always brought her glowing potions to every gathering. Such rivalry among sisters-in-law was well understood. "Did you not attend the Quidditch match?" Helena asked, noticing they had just exited the stadium. "I had to persuade my parents to allow me to come to the match. Indeed, it was rather dull. We left after the opening ceremony," Alana replied. Despite her lack of interest in befriending Helena Drackle, she felt reluctant to respond coldly when the beautiful girl smiled at her. After bidding farewell to Helena Drackle, Alana and Severus set off to explore the streets of Paris. Helena followed her butler into the stadium, arriving at the front row box. The Drackle family boasted a long-standing history in France, and the family head and his wife were engaged in conversation with other nobles. Initially, they had no intention of attending the match, but with 2 Drackle girls participating this year, their presence was deemed essential for support. As Helena approached her parents, she found them in jovial conversation with another couple. "Father, Mother," Helena greeted them. "Helena, darling," Mrs. Drackle embraced her daughter and introduced her to the couple. "This is my daughter, Helena. Helena, meet Mr. and Mrs. Riekman from Germany." "Riekman?" Helena's eyes widened. "What is it, Helena? May I call you that?" "Mrs." Riekman tilted her head, gazing at the beautiful young lady before her. Mr. Riekman and Mr. Drackle's eyes turned toward them as well. "I encountered a young lady when I entered. She bears the surname Riekman," Helena explained. "Oh, that must be my daughter, Alana." Mrs. Riekman beamed at the mention of Alana. "She is indeed a lovely girl," Helena remarked. Later, when Alana returned to her family's tent after a day of shopping, she found 3 Vila-blooded Drackles seated elegantly on the sofa. "Alana, Severus, come here. I have introductions to make," Mrs. Riekman called, pulling Alana closer. "These are Mr. and Mrs. Drackle, and their daughter Helena. You must have met already?" "Delighted to meet you, sir, madam, and Helena." Alana greeted them with a smile, with Severus following suit. Little did they know how overwhelmed she felt, having spent the day in Paris with Severus, looking rather disheveled, her hair in disarray. In contrast, the 3 Drackles appeared impeccable in their formal attire and exquisite makeup. What a stark contrast it was. "Mother, I shall return to my room briefly. I will be quick," Alana said, pulling Severus along with her. Quick, Severus, do you still have the glamour potion?" Once inside her room, Alana rummaged through her wardrobe, realizing there was to be a grand banquet that evening. Luckily, she had brought several gowns, ensuring she had something suitable to wear. As Severus blushed at her frantic outfit change, he retreated to his own room to prepare himself. When he returned, having collected the glamour potion, Alana had just finished dressing and was applying her makeup. "You are already beautiful, Alana," There is no need to be so anxious, Severus offered her the potion, attempting to soothe his girlfriend. He found it somewhat perplexing, this competition among girls. While Alana adjusted her makeup, Severus transformed his suit into a deep green hue. Although his black ensemble was quite fine, he felt inexplicably as though he were mirroring the Drackle family's butler, coordinating with Alana's gown. He changed his tie to a soft yellow, complementing the tie clip she had gifted him. Gazing at his reflection, Severus nodded in approval. The evening's banquet was held in the open space outside the Riekman family's tent. The 3 house elves of the Riekman household had toiled diligently all afternoon in preparation for the event. As Alana linked her arm with Severus and stepped outside, dusk had already begun to settle. In the crowd, she spotted the Blacks alongside Sirius and Regulus, who had also arrived. Numerous British wizards mingled, along with many unfamiliar faces to Alana. The children were few, most gathered around Helena, curiously observing the girl of Vila descent. Penny and Lily did not attend the soiree, as they were of Muggle-born heritage and would stand out among the pure-blooded guests. Thus, they remained in their room to rest. Upon seeing Alana, Sirius pulled Regulus over to greet her. Chapter 63, Helena. The evening banquet proved rather dull. In such a setting, the children clustered together, mimicking the adults in their social interactions. As the host, Alana became the focal point for greetings among all the children. She held Severus's hand, warmly welcoming each guest. Once all the guests had arrived, the children formed their small circles to pass the time. The 2 young men from the Black family openly sat beside Alana. No one approached them, for although Sirius was strikingly handsome, his brooding demeanor deterred many. Of course, this did not include Helena, as she was acquainted with a number of attendees from France. She found herself quite intrigued by the few students hailing from Hogwarts, despite her firm belief that Beauxbatons was the premier school of magic. Alana, would you be so kind as to introduce me to these 2 handsome gentlemen? Helena inquired, her eyes twinkling, as she harbored a particular interest in Sirius. They belonged to the Black family, Sirius and his younger brother, Regulus, Alana graciously introduced. Sirius and I are about to enter our 6th year, while Regulus is a year below us. Helena was slightly taken aback. I hadn't realized you were a year my senior. I assumed you were younger than me, Alana. Good day, Ms. Delacour, Regulus said, a faint blush adorning his cheeks as he extended his hand towards Helena. She regarded the bashful boy with a soft smile and gently shook his hand. Since her enrollment, nearly every boy she encountered had turned crimson at the sight of her, much like young Mr. Black at that moment. However, there were a rare few who remained unfazed, such as Mr. Snape and the elder Mr. Black, who were predominantly adults. Thus, Helena found herself particularly captivated by the 2 boys before her. Yet, as Mr. Snape was Alana's boyfriend, her attention shifted to the elder Mr. Black. Hello, may I call you Sirius? Helena asked. Sirius leaned back in his chair, his gaze fixed sulkily on the adult wizards congregated in the center of the hall, a smirk playing on his lips. He chose to ignore the charming girl addressing him. Finally free from the pretense required in front of those Death Eaters, he longed to quietly enjoy the evening. Helena presumed that perhaps the music was too loud for Sirius to hear her, and she stepped closer to tug at his sleeve. This action startled Sirius, who brusquely brushed off the attractive girl, squinting at her. Keep your distance, Delacour. Alana, who had been enjoying the spectacle with Severus, felt compelled to intervene. Hey, Sirius, what are you doing? Have your manners been swallowed? She shot a glance at Regulus, urging him to comfort Helena while she tugged at Sirius's sleeve, presenting him with a donut. Have something sweet, brother, it might lift your spirits. Alana tossed Severus towards Sirius before preparing to check on Helena. After all, in accordance with her father's wishes, the Riekman family was set to engage in more business dealings with the Delacour family. Thus it was her duty to look after the daughter of their business partner. Helena, please don't be upset. My brother has been in a rather foul mood lately, Regulus said, producing a handkerchief from his pocket and offering it to Helena. He didn't mean it. Thank you. Your brother's temperament is truly dreadful, Helena replied, accepting Regulus's handkerchief, dabbing at the tears that had escaped her eyes due to her distress. Always confident in her beauty, it was the first time Helena had been treated in such a manner. Alana couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy at how lovely Helena looked even while crying. A true winner in life. Regulus, now a young man, adeptly engaged Helena in conversation. Observing their pleasant exchange, Alana returned to Severus's side. Sirius, I believe Regulus has taken quite a liking to Helena, Alana teased. When alone, Sirius relaxed, although his feelings towards Severus remained ambivalent. Yet, it seemed they had found some common ground, and the atmosphere was amiable. Good luck to him, Sirius remarked, casting a glance towards them. That charming girl hardly seemed like a saint, and he felt a twinge of concern for his naive brother. Enough of that. It's rare for Regulus to fancy anyone, Alana retorted, rolling her eyes. Regulus was soon to enter his 5th year, and being Sirius's brother, he was undoubtedly handsome. While there were certainly beautiful girls vying for his attention at school, He had never shown any particular interest in anyone. The trio turned to observe the two conversing merrily, pondering the implications of a potential relationship that might lead to long-distance romance, given they were in different schools. Alana felt a flicker of worry. You're overthinking it. They're merely chatting, Sirius countered. They can still see each other during the holidays. A two-way mirror would be ideal. Severus contemplated the complexities of maintaining a long-distance relationship, while Sirius, feeling somewhat exasperated, found it hard to relate as a single person. I believe I may have seen Penny today, Sirius suddenly recalled. Indeed, both Penny and Lily have arrived. How is it that you only noticed Penny and not Lily? I merely caught a glimpse from afar, Sirius stammered. They've been quite well behaved tonight, avoiding the foolishness of attending the ball. Scanning the area for Penny, he sighed in relief upon finding her absent from the festivities. As they exchanged light-hearted banter, a figure suddenly sprinted towards them from a distance, clad in a pristine white suit, adorned with a diamond-studded black bow tie that sparkled under the lights. The person reached them before they could react, scooping Alana into his arms and spinning her around. Oh, my dear cousin, did you miss me? The newcomer towered over Sirius, a muscular frame with broad shoulders rendering Alana petite and delicate in his embrace. Severus's expression soured upon witnessing Alana being held by this man. I trust this gentleman understands that embracing another's girlfriend is not the conduct befitting a gentleman, Severus remarked coolly. His wand at the ready, eyes narrowed at the man. Sirius wore a similarly displeased expression, wand clutched in hand. Put me down, Mac. Alana gritted her teeth, delivering a couple of light punches to the man's shoulder. Oh, darling, how very unladylike of you, Mac laughed, releasing Alana, who shot him an irritated glare. Are these two your little boyfriends? He asked, eyeing the two boys with a mischievous grin. Helena and Regulus, alerted by the commotion, approached. Chapter 64, Sirius. Hey, Mac. What brings you here? Helena exclaimed, her surprise evident as she greeted Mac. Oh, little Helena, you're here too, Mac replied, raising an eyebrow in amusement. Mac, it's so wonderful to see you. It's been years, Helena engaged in cheerful conversation with him. Finally free from Mac's grasp, Alana angrily rearranged her hair, muttering. Damn that Mac. Severus shot a glare at the infamous Mac, wondering why Alana's cousin thought it appropriate to behave in such a manner when they should be of similar age. He waved his wand, smoothing Alana's hair and adjusting the wrinkles in her dress. Is this truly your cousin? Sirius asked, visibly displeased. Although he himself was no stickler for rules, he had never encountered a nobleman so lacking in decorum. With a demeanor like his, he would have been disowned at the Black family home long ago, Sirius remarked. Why has he suddenly appeared? Severus inquired, as it was unusual for nobles to arrive midway through a gathering. Who knows? Every encounter seems to bring trouble, Alana replied tersely. To hear you say that truly wounds me, Alana, Max said, stepping back into her line of sight, a glass of wine in hand, seemingly procured from nowhere. Wasn't he our first meeting when you sent me flying off a swing? Oh dear, that was when you were 3. How could you possibly remember? Mike wore a sorrowful expression. You cannot hold a grudge like that, Alana. What brings you here so unexpectedly today? Alana was too apathetic to pay attention to his antics. I just returned from America, where the girls are truly exuberant. Mike raised his eyebrows at the 3 boys. How could the Quidditch World Cup be complete without the Black family? Just as he was about to elaborate, a female voice interrupted him. Mike, I see you're here. Hello, I am Mike's girlfriend, Queenie Goldstein. The group turned to look at the girl approaching with a glass in hand. Donned in an exquisite strapless gown that revealed ample skin, her golden hair styled in a blossom atop her head. Hello, Mrs. Goldstein. Alana extended her hand. But the girl showed no intention of shaking it, merely arching an eyebrow at Mike. Alana awkwardly withdrew her gesture of friendship. If you cannot show respect to my friends, I would appreciate it if you vanished from my sight immediately. Upon witnessing this, Mike's mischievous grin vanished, and he coldly addressed Goldstein. Despite her being his girlfriend, it did not grant her the right to treat Alana in such a manner. The camaraderie between the Black family and the Riddle family was not to be trifled with. Your girlfriend certainly has a strong personality, much like your aunt. Alana cast a sidelong glance at him, and Mike immediately comprehended the unspoken implication. Indeed, Mrs. Black is not one to be trifled with. It was evident that Mike's mother would never accept a woman like her as the future matriarch of the Black family, which would be a grave affront. Mike swiftly took his leave with Mrs. Goldstein. Wouldn't he actually consider marrying that woman, would he? Helena gazed at their retreating figures in disbelief. Mrs. Black was Helena's aunt, thus making her and Mike relatives. How could that be? Do you think his mother is naive? Alana countered. As far as I know, he has already changed girlfriends more than 10 times during these 3 years at Ilvermorny. So this Goldstein won't be by his side for long either. As the most reckless heir of their generation, Mike Black's romantic escapades could fill 3 days and nights with tales. The Quidditch World Cup spanned a week, culminating in Bulgaria's triumph. On the day the tournament concluded, the merchandise for the Bulgarian team sold out rapidly. Penelope and Alana squeezed through the crowd, finally managing to purchase 2 flags emblazoned with the players' images, earning disapproving glances from Severus and Sirius. During this time, Helena had been with them, and upon learning that Alana and the others wished to visit Beauxbatons, she promptly sent a letter to her father. Mr. Delacour, one of the board members of Beauxbatons, generously utilized his influence, dispatching a butler to escort the group of children on a tour of the school. The campus of Beauxbatons during summer break was quite desolate, with every word spoken echoing throughout the courtyard. "Is that the beautiful fountain?" Penelope exclaimed, darting toward the enormous fountain she and Lily had spotted in the square. Alana followed closely behind. "Slow down, Alana," Sirius shouted as he ran. Meanwhile, Regulus and Helena maintained a more composed pace beside the butler. Watching his friends joyfully dash ahead, Regulus felt a tinge of envy. However, as a proper nobleman, he was destined to not flaunt himself like his brother. "They are truly exuberant," Helena remarked to Regulus. "Indeed. My brother possesses an endless reserve of energy," Regulus replied with a smile, then turned to Helena, who was slightly blushing. "Ahem, miss, let us proceed." The Delacour family's butler shot Regulus a disapproving glance. "Rude British boy." "I heard this fountain can enhance one's beauty," Penelope said, rushing to the fountain's edge, cupping the water in her hands and splashing it into the air. "You actually believe that?" Sirius scoffed from the side. "This fountain was built by Nicholas Flamel, who reportedly lived for centuries. It is said that he buried the secret to his longevity beneath it. If such a secret truly existed, would this fountain still be standing? Voldemort would have unearthed it long ago." Alana stood at the fountain's edge, skimming her fingers through the crystal-clear water. She exchanged a glance with Penelope. When the group of children finished their water fight, everyone was drenched, especially Sirius, whose dark hair clung to his face in a disheveled state. "Ha ha, Sirius. You look utterly ridiculous right now. Those girls chasing after you ought to see this." Penelope unabashedly teased him, furious and embarrassed. Sirius drew his wand and cast a drying charm on himself. Once everyone composed themselves, they continued their leisurely exploration of the campus. Under the guidance of the butler, they visited the Flamel Museum, which housed numerous alchemical creations of Nicholas Flamel, as well as portraits of the past headmasters of Beauxbatons. "Hey, it's summer. Shouldn't the students be out of school?" A portrait of a headmaster remarked upon seeing them. "Oh, you are the descendants of the Delacour family." Another portrait's lady elegantly fanned herself, addressing the previous portrait. Chapter 65, 6th year. After the competition, Alana sent out invitations to her friends, inviting them to her coming-of-age celebration at Riddle Manor at the end of the month. Indeed, Alana would turn 17 on August 31st, marking her transition into adulthood as a witch. Apart from Sirius and Regulus, everyone else expressed their willingness to attend the festivities. "You all better prepare me some oversized birthday gifts," Alana declared, hands on her hips, addressing the 2 blacks. On August 30th, the house elves at Riddle Manor began their bustling preparations. Their young mistress was about to come of age, and the evening's feast must showcase the grandeur of the Riddle family. As an auxiliary house elf of the Riddle family, the poor Teddy was also enlisted by Alana. "Thank you, Teddy. I appreciate your help in fetching my friends." Alana affectionately ruffled Teddy's large head. Teddy was honored to serve Miss Alana. He stood before her with utmost reverence. Penelope and Lily awaited the arrival of the house elf at home. Among Alana's friends, only their family lacked a house elf. Mr. Evans felt a tad anxious. While he knew his daughters possessed extraordinary abilities unlike ordinary folk, he was nonetheless curious about the magical house elf. It was said that house elves greatly disliked muggles. Suddenly, a crackling sound filled the air, and Mr. Evans beheld a short and unattractive creature standing in their living room. "Oh my God!" He trembled as he stood and rushed to his daughter's side. "Don't be nervous, Dad. This is Teddy," Penelope explained to her father with an exasperated expression. "He is a very kind house elf." "Hello, Teddy. It's a pleasure to meet you," Penelope greeted warmly. "Hello, Miss Penelope. Teddy is also very happy to meet you," Teddy replied, rubbing his hands together, somewhat bashfully. The expressions of Mr. and Mrs. Evans, who had just come from the kitchen, were quite peculiar. "Would you like to try some pineapple pudding?" Mrs. Evans offered the pudding she held out to Teddy with a stiff demeanor. "Oh, is this for Teddy, madam?" Teddy was somewhat incredulous. Although he did not harbor a strong dislike for muggles, this was the first instance where a muggle had encountered him without fear, instead offering him a morsel to eat. Of course, Teddy. I hope you enjoy it," Mrs. Evans remarked. After finishing the pineapple pudding, Teddy departed the Evans residence with Penny. After numerous apparitions, when Penny found herself outside the Riekman Manor, she felt as if the French fries she had consumed yesterday were about to make a reappearance. Having a foreign friend was indeed a bittersweet experience. Teddy guided her into the estate. It was Penny's first visit to Alana's home. Alana was in the front yard, perched on a swing. directing Vishia and tending to the flowers that would be needed for the following day. Happy birthday, Alana, Penny exclaimed. Let us discuss that tomorrow. My birthday is only then. Dear, Alana embraced Penny warmly. You live so far away, Penny lamented. Lily said she wouldn't come. You know, last week her friend's parents were murdered by Death Eaters. It's all right, I know her well enough. She's quintessentially Gryffindor, Alana replied nonchalantly. The invitation to Lily was primarily due to Penny. Her absence was of little consequence. While not many German nobles were acquainted with them, the guests who came to congratulate were predominantly from pureblood families. Lily's disposition would surely not thrive in such a setting. Come now, let us try on the dress I prepared for you, Alana urged, leading Penny to the guest room that had been arranged for her. The following day marked her coming-of-age ceremony, as well as her engagement to Severus. As the little princess of the Riekman family, her engagement ceremony to the heir of the Prince family was, under the wishes of Mr. Riekman and Old Prince, to be conducted in a grand and ostentatious manner. On the morning of August 31st, guests arrived at Riekman Manor in a steady stream. Dumbledore had arrived early, accompanying Grindelwald. The Riekman family had prepared special guest rooms for every important visitor, allowing them to rest and freshen up, as well as take a brief respite after drinking. The banquet was set to commence in the afternoon and continue into the evening. In the afternoon, Mike arrived at Riekman Manor with his parents, the Slytherins. Alana, are you in there? Alana was seated before a mirror with Penny, applying her makeup. As the protagonist of the day, Alana had to ensure she looked her absolute best. Yes, come in. Alana called upon hearing Mike's voice. Congratulations, Alana. Mike was dressed in a sleek black tailcoat, his hair no longer as unruly as it had been previously. What's this? Miss Goodfry, didn't he accompany you? Alana teased him through the mirror. She returned to America, Mike replied with a dismissive pout. Can't you say something cheerful? Why bring her up? You are rather heartless. Turning your back so quickly, Alana shot him a look. Mike chuckled, turning his attention to Penny. I still lack a dance partner today, my lady. This is my dear friend, Penny Evans, Alana introduced. Mike is my distant cousin, but he is quite the rogue, Alana solemnly informed Penny. Hey, Alana, how can you speak ill of me in front of such a lovely lady? Mike protested, slightly miffed. Hello, Mr. Slytherin. I am a muggle-born witch, Penny boldly stated, deploying her trump card. Knowing that most pure-blood wizards would shy away from her upon learning of her muggle parentage. You are quite amusing, dear Penny, Mike waved his hand dismissively, indicating that he was unfazed. This left Penny somewhat bewildered. Ha ha ha, Alana laughed heartily. I think you two are quite in sync today. After all, neither of you has a dance partner, right? Penny wore a delicate yellow chiffon gown, which complemented her chestnut hair beautifully, making her charming and delightful. No wonder Mike, the rogue, was showing interest in her. Typically, he favored bold and glamorous women with dramatic makeup and curvaceous figures. As the banquet approached, Severus arrived at Riekman Manor, accompanied by Eileen and Old Prince. Go on, Sev, check to see if Alana is ready, Mrs. Riekman said, noticing Severus's nervousness, and gave his shoulder a reassuring pat. I shall go see her now, ma'am. Severus politely bowed to the adults before hastily departing. Wonderful, Eileen. May they find eternal happiness, Mrs. Riekman said, clasping hands with Eileen, who watched her son's retreating figure, her eyes brimming with uncontainable joy. Chapter 66, The Forbidden Forest. That person has learned of the Prince family's affairs. Sirius, cloaked in invisibility, stealthily entered the room of requirement, where Severus awaited him. What was the reaction? Severus asked, furrowing his brow. Their ostentatious engagement had already made its way from Germany to Britain. The students at Hogwarts were also privy to the news, and those in Slytherin had relayed home. Not pleased at all. Lucius has even faced punishment for this, Sirius expressed his concern. While he did not particularly care for Lucius, the latter had shown him kindness during their time at school, excluding their familial ties. You should take some calming drafts. Be cautious, especially regarding the Lestranges, Severus advised, pinching the bridge of his nose. I understand. You must remain vigilant regarding your family. Sirius took the bag, which had been expanded using a space-enhancing charm, donned his invisibility cloak, and hurriedly departed. Upon entering their 6th year, nearly all of Slytherin's students had aligned themselves with that person, leaving only Alana and Severus, along with a few younger half-bloods, who were deemed insignificant. Watching Alana leave the Slytherin common room with a book in hand, Sirius was approached by the brooding Mulciber. Sirius, the Riekman family possesses considerable wealth. Are you certain you want to introduce such a beautiful lady to that esteemed individual? Sirius narrowed his eyes at the portly Mulciber before glancing around at the eavesdroppers. Do not let me discover that you have set your sights on the Riekmans, or I will show you the true strength of the Blacks. His emphatic words caused most to avert their gazes, save for Nod, who was already in his 7th year. Having joined that individual's organization, Nod had even used the Avada Kedavra curse on Muggles, thus harboring a deeper resentment towards the Blacks. What did he say? Alana entered the room of requirement and found Severus seated on a sofa. Nothing of significance. Someone has informed that person about our engagement, Severus said, pulling Alana's hand toward him, caressing the ring she wore. I will write to my family, urging them to employ the unbreakable vow. It would be best to include your mother and grandfather in the secrecy. You shall be the one to oversee it, Alana proposed. She understood that once the Prince family officially stepped into the public eye, they would face numerous challenges, yet they could not remain hidden forever. The Order of the Phoenix had previously received word that that person was searching for old Prince, seemingly in need of some potion. At that time, they were unaware of Eileen and Severus's existence. However, now that Severus, as the heir of the Prince family, had made his appearance in the public domain, the associated dangers had significantly escalated. At Hogwarts, all is well, though the most perilous threats lie in the form of Eileen and old Prince. I am aware that shortly we shall embark on a journey to send a letter together. Severus cradles Alana in his arms, and upon returning home for Christmas, I shall establish the unbreakable vow. After curfew, Alana, cloaked in invisibility, stealthily makes her way to the common room, where Severus awaits her arrival. You shouldn't have come, Alana. The Forbidden Forest is far too dangerous, Severus chides gently as he slips beneath her invisibility cloak, gazing into her excited eyes with a mix of exasperation and concern. With you by my side, I fear not, Alana replies, wrapping her arms around his. Will you not protect me? Seeing her look of distress, Severus tenderly grips her head and kisses her soft lips fervently, playfully biting them as if to punish her. Severus, you've become quite the rogue, Alana exclaims, her cheeks flushed with a playful reproach. The pair deftly navigates past Filch and Madame Pants, arriving at the edge of the Forbidden Forest, where Hagrid's hut still glows with light. They cautiously skirt around the hut, striving to avoid drawing the attention of Hagrid's dog, successfully entering the depths of the forest. Tonight is the full moon. We should first seek out some fluxweed, Severus remarks, glancing at the luminous orb in the sky. All right, I shall follow your lead, Alana responds, wand in hand, feeling somewhat apprehensive, for her ventures into the forest have mostly been confined to its periphery. The Forbidden Forest is fraught with danger. Yet Severus often ventures here to gather potion ingredients for his practice, rendering him quite familiar with its paths. The autumn night carries a chill, and Alana feels goosebumps rising on her skin. Severus, do you hear any sounds? She asks tentatively, inching closer to him. Not at all. Do you hear something? Severus halts, wand raised as he scans their surroundings. They find themselves in a relatively safe area, devoid of dangerous creatures or plants. It sounds like a rustling, which is rather unsettling. Alana swallows nervously, uncertain if her fears are merely a product of the oppressive darkness surrounding them. Perhaps we should return today and come another time, Severus suggests, wrapping his arm around her shoulders, enveloping her in his robe. Absolutely not. We've come this far. We cannot return without doing anything, Alana insists, having summoned the courage to delve deeper into the forest. Then let us proceed. If you feel uneasy, we shall turn back, Severus reassures her, continuing onward. After approximately 10 minutes, he comes to a halt. Before them lies a vast expanse of fluxweed, just as midnight approaches, signaling the imminent ripening of the plants. Gazing at the seemingly ordinary flora, Alana is in awe of Severus's expertise. How does he distinguish the fluxweed from mere weeds? As midnight strikes, the ordinary grasses begin to undergo a transformation. Their mundane leaves unfurl, basking in the moonlight, gradually exuding a sap that glimmers with ethereal radiance. Now is the moment, Severus declares as he retrieves his tools to harvest the fluxweed. Alana, in turn, produces a box to gather the precious herbs he collects, though the patch appears abundant. The quality is scarce, and they soon complete their task. What shall we do next, Severus? Alana inquires, placing the box into her magically expanded pocket. Next, we shall continue forward. There exists a type of devil's snare that serves as an ingredient for the calming draught, he explains, guiding her onward, for he needs to brew more for Sirius, who has taken the previous batch. Chapter 67, The Unicorn. After another 10 minutes of walking, Severus suddenly comes to an abrupt stop. What is it, Severus? Alana queries, perplexed by his sudden tension. He instinctively shields her behind him, his posture rigid. Alana swallows hard, cautiously peering around him. Not far from their position, two creatures emitting a soft, luminescent glow, a large and a small one, are gazing at them. They resemble horses, adorned with a single horn atop their foreheads. A unicorn, Alana exclaims, captivated by the beauty of the creatures, stepping gingerly from behind Severus. They appear to be a mother and her foal, the little unicorn blinking its large eyes in curiosity, while the larger one remains on high alert. Do not move, Alana, Severus whispers, his voice low with tension. Unicorns are benevolent creatures, yet that does not negate their capacity for aggression, particularly a mother with her young, Protectiveness often breeds fierceness. He fears the larger unicorn may charge at them. Alana gazes at the majestic beings, utterly enchanted. Sacred and beautiful. These are the only words she can conjure to encapsulate the essence of a unicorn. From her pocket, she retrieves some delicacies crafted for her by Huaying, extending her hand slowly towards them. Severus's anxiety escalates at her gesture, his vigilance heightened as he observes the unicorns and remains alert to any surrounding disturbances. The aroma of the treats wafts through the air, enticing the little unicorn to approach, yet it is restrained by the protective stance of its mother. Turning to the now rigid Severus, Alana encourages, "Relax, Severus, they will not harm us." "This is far too reckless, Alana," he counters, though he finds himself easing slightly. Sensing his relaxation, the young unicorn nudges its mother and gradually approaches Alana. The mother, too, displays less wariness than before. The little unicorn delicately takes the exquisite floral-shaped treat from Alana's hand, joyfully consuming it, before returning to nuzzle against its mother's neck, emitting a sound of delight. The two unicorns then nod their heads in acknowledgement before darting deeper into the forbidden forest, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Were it not for the two shimmering strands of unicorn hair left behind, Alana might have doubted the encounter's reality. Severus steps forward to retrieve the luminous hairs, offering them to Alana. "I believe these are gifts from them," he says, exhaling in relief. Thank goodness nothing went awry. "Oh no," Alana gasps suddenly. "What is it, Alana?" Severus's heart races anew. "I forgot to make a wish upon the unicorn," she exclaims in frustration, recalling the lore that one may make a wish upon encountering a unicorn, and it will come true. Severus observes her earnest expression, a smirk tugging at his lips. "It is all right, share your wish with me." Alana glances at the serious Severus, the moonlight casting a soft glow upon his hair, the silhouette of his noble nose creating a shadow across his face. "I wish for your eternal love." "Can you grant that, Severus?" she murmurs, as though entranced by his presence. Had it not been for the profound silence of the forbidden forest, Severus might have doubted his own hearing. "I will," he promises, enveloping the girl before him in an embrace, his vow whispered fervently in her ear. "What? You actually saw a unicorn?" Penny's shriek reverberates throughout the room of requirement. "And two of them, Merlin. Did you make a wish?" Penny gazes at Alana with eager anticipation. Do not inquire as to why she has not cast her gaze upon Severus. One might surmise that even Severus would not wish upon a unicorn. Ahem. Alana felt a twinge of embarrassment as she stole a glance at the composed Severus, engrossed in his book. "I have wished upon Severus," she blurted out. "Oh, what good would that do?" Penny interjected, exasperated. "Surely you do not wish for him to love you eternally? How did you know?" Alana gasped in astonishment. While the normally unflappable Severus felt a flush rise to his earlobes, awkwardly rubbing his nose. Could it truly be? Penny wore a perplexed expression. "I knew it. Your mind is entirely occupied with your big-nosed boyfriend." Alana quickly countered. "Severus's nose is not particularly large." "Ahem, it is said that a larger nose indicates greater prowess." Penny winked mischievously, inching closer to Alana. The suddenness of her remark caused Alana's face to redden. She discreetly glanced at Severus, relieved to find him oblivious to their conversation, and playfully pinched Penny's waist. He. You don't mean to imply you have something to share?" Penny grinned deviously. Alana's curiosity piqued. "You've never been seen with a boy before." Penny laughed awkwardly. "Well, not really. But we are all adults now, the girls in our dormitory." "So, you two are experiencing infatuation?" Alana inquired with a gossiping glint in her eye. "Any prospects?" "I could play wingwoman." "None." Penny quickly retorted. "The attractive ones are unattainable, and I have no interest in the unattractive. But honestly, British youths are quite open-minded." Alana remarked as she picked up an apple from the table and took a bite. "Indeed, though it is understandable, most wizards marry shortly after graduation." Penny, currently on a diet, refrained from reaching for the fruits. "Do you remember that field from our house? The one who invited me to dance?" Yes, that one. He is engaged now, to a Hufflepuff, and they say they will marry right after graduation next year," Penny lamented. "Is he really getting married so soon?" "I thought he was a bit of a rogue," Alana concurred. "Who could argue with that? But such is life. One cannot help but notice the disparity in their pairings." Penny said nonchalantly. "And who has captured your fancy, then?" "I," Penny began, only to be interrupted. "Ah, Alana, you're trying to pry my secrets," Penny exclaimed, playfully wrestling Alana to the ground and tickling her. I concede. Quickly, release me, Penny." Alana gasped. "Severus, come save me." Severus observed the playful scuffle between the two girls, choosing not to intervene. A smile gracing his lips as he returned to his reading, a tome on dark magic borrowed from Grindelwald. He needed to finish it quickly before returning it. Ever since Grindelwald's appearance in Dumbledore's office, the headmaster had turned a blind eye to their exploration of dark arts. Chapter 68, The Christmas of Sixth Year. The Halloween Feast. Dumbledore adorned himself in a golden-yellow wizard's robe, a garb Alana speculated was inspired by pumpkins. With Grindelwald absent from the school, Dumbledore could once again indulge in his penchant for flamboyant attire. Clang, 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 the pumpkin-colored Dumbledore tapped his golden goblet with a fork, the sound resonating throughout the great hall. Alana and Severus were dressed as a vampire count and a captive princess, seated at the Slytherin table, sharing a bloody steak. The students and professors paused their activities to direct their attention to Dumbledore at the staff table. Children, children, Christmas is rapidly approaching. Dumbledore beamed at the oddly attired students below. I have decided that each house must prepare a theatrical performance as a surprise for the Christmas festivities. The announcement sparked a flurry of whispers among the students, a buzzing chorus filling the hall. A play? Good heavens, when did Professor Dumbledore develop a penchant for such pastimes? Akin to Professor Flitwick? Pondered a Ravenclaw student, who deemed rehearsing a play a frivolous waste of time, preferring to bury himself in books instead. A play, how fantastic! I could portray the knight who rescues the princess, exclaimed James Potter from the Gryffindor table. Lily must play the princess. Laughter erupted among the Gryffindor students, while Lily shot James an embarrassed glare, yet refrained from voicing any retorts. Dumbledore tapped his goblet once more, prompting silence as students awaited his next words. All professors will be judging the performances, and the winning house shall receive a reward of 100 points. Upon hearing this, the students murmured excitedly among themselves. What shall we perform? Sirius, as the head boy, addressed the Slytherin common room, considering their options. This year, the head boy from Slytherin was absent, leaving Sirius to lead the other Slytherins. I think the tale of the Hairy Heart could be splendid. What do you think, Not? A seventh-year student suggested. Most seventh-years were preoccupied with their upcoming Newt exams, but Not and Rosier were exceptions. Oh, perhaps head boy Black could portray the Hairy Heart himself, Rosier quipped, and the two erupted in laughter. With no one joining their jest, they soon departed the common room. I'll inquire what the other houses are performing. It wouldn't do to have the same act, young Barty Crouch noted, followed by Regulus who accompanied him out. On Christmas Day, the first to perform were the Gryffindors, who presented the Fountain of Fortune. Lily, Mary, and another girl played the three witches, while James Potter portrayed the knight. In the end, he and the witch played by Lily lived happily ever after. As the actors took their bows, James held Lily's hand, earning applause from the audience. It seems that Lily and Potter are indeed together, Severus, Alana remarked to the engrossed Severus. It appears so, Severus replied, and Alana discerned no change in his demeanor, turning her gaze back to the stage. Slytherin's actors had now taken the stage, opting for the tale of the three brothers, with Not as Death and Rosier, Barty, and Regulus portraying the three brothers. Following Slytherin was Ravenclaw's Babbity Rabbity and her cackling Stump, and lastly, Hufflepuff's the Wizard and the Hopping Pot. The four houses' theatrical competition replaced the traditional Christmas feast and ball. The performances began in the afternoon and continued until evening. After evaluations by the professors, Slytherin emerged victorious. From the actors' charisma to the elaborate props, costumes, and magical scenery, Slytherin's production far surpassed the others in sophistication. Slytherin earned the coveted 100 points. Exhausted yet exhilarated, the students buzzed with excitement as they discussed the performances. Undoubtedly, the actors garnered more admiration than ever before, particularly Regulus. Hey, Senior Riekman, a Hufflepuff called out, stopping Alana and Severus in their tracks. Could you please hand this to Mr. Black? Alana inquired, gazing at the blushing girl before her. Without a moment's hesitation, she accepted the gift box from the girl's hands. Not a problem, darling. I shall ensure it reaches him. Alana gently patted her shoulder and departed alongside Severus. Her kindness was a refreshing contrast to the usual demeanor of other Slytherins, the girl remarked to her companion. Upon returning to the common room, Alana spotted Sirius lounging on the sofa and promptly handed him the gift. Sirius, this is a present from your admirer. Just toss it, Sirius replied, taking it and shaking it lightly, preparing to discard it. However, Mulciber, witnessing this, swiftly intervened. Don't throw it away. It might be chocolate. He began to unwrap the package, adding, if you don't want it, I would gladly take it. Mulciber was an aficionado of chocolate, relishing every variety. And their essay letter, he announced as he unveiled a note. Dear Mr. Black, Regulus, may I call you that? Oh, Sirius, this letter is for Regulus, he exclaimed. What? A letter for Reggie? Let me see. Sirius' interest piqued at the notion that a girl had pinned a love letter to his charming younger brother. He snatched the parchment from Mulciber's grasp. But before he could decipher its contents, it slipped into Alana's hands. He looked up to see Severus retracting his wand, while Alana regarded him with a challenging expression. If anyone is to read it, it shall be me first. Besides, it is Reggie's letter. He ought to see it himself. Alana rolled up the parchment and handed it to Severus for delivery. Hey Snape, let me have a look. Sirius teased, exchanging sly glances with Severus. You must be curious too, especially since Alana never allows you to read letters from other girls. Mulciber erupted into laughter at this. Snape, who would have thought you were so intimidated by Riekman? Severus, red with embarrassment from their jeers, shot a glare at Sirius and departed with the parchment to find Regulus. Chapter 69. Severus's Christmas. Upon boarding the Hogwarts Express back to London, 2 house elves awaited their arrival. Severus needed to return to the prince's estate to prepare the unbreakable vow. According to Sirius's pre-holiday message, this Christmas break promised anything but tranquility. Alana had intended to accompany Severus to the Prince Manor. However, due to the nature of the vow and confidentiality, she followed Vicia back to the Riekman residence. As one of Europe's foremost affluent families, the Riekman estate was also safeguarded by the unbreakable vow, with Grindelwald as the secret keeper. Lucas, now 2 years old, spotted his sister in the garden and joyfully ran towards Alana, arms wide open. "My dear Lucas, I have missed you so much," Alana exclaimed as she scooped him up, planting a kiss on his cherubic face. "I missed you too, sister," Lucas replied, burying his head in Alana's shoulder. "Alana." The commotion drew Mrs. Riekman out from the house. "Children, how are you?" Alana rushed to her mother, nestling her head against her, inhaling the comforting scent of her perfume. "I am well, mother. How is everyone at home?" Despite their frequent correspondence, nothing compared to the warmth of seeing one another in person. "We are all well, dear," Mrs. Riekman assured, leading the 2 children inside. Mr. Riekman was engaged in conversation with old Mr. Riekman in the living room, and the children happily settled beside them. "Business has taken quite a hit in England," Mr. Riekman lamented as he discussed their affairs with his father. The Death Eaters had escalated their reign of terror in Britain, adversely affecting the Riekman family's enterprises in both the Muggle and Wizarding worlds. Just last month, a tragic incident occurred outside one of their hotels in Muggle London, leaving 2 Muggles dead in gruesome circumstances. The investigation by the Muggle police had yet to yield results, but the Wizards knew all too well who was responsible, as the site bore the invisible mark of dark magic. Diagon Alley had grown quieter, with patrons wary of when the Death Eaters might strike again. Families with young witches and wizards were particularly stringent in their precautions. "Why did they choose to murder outside our hotel? Are they threatening us?" Alana asked Mr. Riekman. "Perhaps it was mere coincidence, Alana," he replied. "Is it because I am in Slytherin yet have not joined their ranks?" Alana frowned. "Do not worry, my dear. The Riekman family is not easily toppled," old Mr. Riekman said leisurely, as if such matters were of little concern to him. Observing her grandfather's unwavering demeanor, Alana felt her anxiety gradually dissipate. Severus, having returned to the Prince family's island with the house elves, surveyed the damaged protective enchantments with a cold smirk. The Death Eaters, aware that the princes were absent, had merely caused some destruction without successfully breaching the defenses. He took some time to cast the unbreakable vow over the island, ensuring that none could find it without his express permission. He then returned to the modest manor where Eileen and old Prince resided, situated not far from the Riekman estate, serving as a temporary refuge for them. Eileen tirelessly supplied the Riekman family and Dumbledore with potent potions. Voldemort, in desperate need of a potions master, had initially sought to recruit Slughorn, his former professor. However, the cunning Slughorn would never overtly side with Voldemort at such a precarious time. Thus, the resurgent Prince family became a primary target for Voldemort's recruitment efforts. This was why the Death Eaters had only tested the waters rather than launching a full-scale assault on the Prince Island. Many students from Slytherin had approached Severus, attempting to persuade him to join the Dark Lord's ranks. Upon arriving home, Severus found Eileen and old Prince seated in the living room. "Sev, you're back," Eileen exclaimed, rising from her seat while old Prince remained comfortably on the sofa. The 3 of them proceeded to the dining room for their meal. "Your mother has specially baked you an apple pie," old Prince remarked, glancing at Eileen, who still appeared somewhat reserved around Severus. Despite the years that had passed, Eileen remained unsure of how to connect with him. Both were not particularly effusive by nature. Old Prince felt a sense of duty to keep the 2 of them together for a few more years. "Thank you, Mother," Severus said, graciously accepting a slice of apple pie. Interestingly, his fondness for apple pie had been something Alana had inadvertently revealed. He had never been particularly fond of sweets. But after consuming an extra slice in her presence, Alana had assumed he enjoyed it. Nevertheless, it mattered little. He could indeed enjoy apple pie. The dinner at the Prince residence was sumptuous. Although it was not yet Christmas, a diligent house elf had already roasted a turkey, presenting it at the table. Severus, if asked, would confess a preference for fried chicken over a roasted whole chicken, deeming the latter's meat excessively thick and lacking in flavor. After enjoying dinner with his family, the 3 potion masters descended into the basement. During this time at school, Severus had concocted a new potion, eager to present it to Eileen and old Prince for their insights. The trio immersed themselves in the ocean of potions, and thus, Severus spent his Christmas holiday in the potions room. On January 9th, the three princes had to emerge from the basement, for today marked Severus's coming of age. Although they were currently ensnared in a phase of being hunted by Death Eaters, it did not deter them from celebrating Severus's birthday with a certain grandeur. Alana and her family were invited to the prince residence, albeit limited to a select few from the Riekman household. The birthday cake was personally prepared by Alana, who had spent the previous week experimenting with new flavors alongside Vikia in the kitchen. Severus's coming-of-age ceremony was quite understated. The two families gathered around the dining table by the fireplace to indulge in food and drink, while the men engaged in discussions of politics and economics. And the women conversed about enhancing their beauty. Severus and Alana sat to one side, as he observed Eileen and Mrs. Riekman deliberating on how to develop a new beauty potion, confidence shimmering in his eyes. Thank you, Alana, for being a beacon of light in the darkness, illuminating my life. Chapter 70, Conflict. Alana and Severus were escorted to the train station by house elves. As for the past few years, Vikia had been responsible for their returns home and journeys back to school. Once they mastered apparition next year, they would likely have to manage on their own. As they boarded the train, their Slytherin robes drew numerous wary glances. The two ignored the peculiar stares from passers-by and made their way to the seats reserved for them by Penny. The compartment housed not only Penny but also Lily and her gallant protector, Mr. Potter, along with his entourage. Upon their entrance, Potter's demeanor shifted to one of suspicion. "You finally made it. I thought you would return to school on your own," he remarked. Penny and Lupin occupied their seats, facing Potter and Lily. "I would have liked to, but the key wasn't ready," Alana replied, taking a seat next to Penny while Lupin slid over to join Potter. After stowing their luggage in the overhead compartment, Severus settled beside Alana. "Where's your PD?" Alana inquired, noticing only Potter and Lupin. "None of your business." Potter shot back sharply at her question. "I don't believe I've provoked you, Mr. Potter," Alana retorted, her earlier good mood beginning to wane. "Apologize, Potter," Severus snapped, closing the book in his hands and narrowing his eyes at Potter. Lily leaned against the window, observing the exchange in silence, while Lupin tugged at Potter's robe. As Gryffindor's prefect, he had planned to head to the prefect's compartment, but with Sirius there and his concern for James, he had opted to stay with them. "Apologize? I see no reason to apologize to you repugnant Slytherins." Potter's voice grew sharp. He suddenly fell silent, his face darkening as he recalled something. Alana cast a puzzled glance at Lupin, who explained when he saw Potter's sudden quietness. Peter's parents were victims of a Death Eater attack in Nocturne Alley. They were inadvertently caught in the crossfire. His father was killed, and his mother was injured and hospitalized at St. Mungo's. Lupin's expression reflected sorrow. Peter, though timid, had been their friend since their first year, trailing behind them. They both felt a profound sadness for their friend's misfortune. But Peter's family isn't Muggle. So why were they attacked? Alana questioned. "They don't care whether you're Muggle or not," Penny said with resignation. "If my mother hadn't had an urgent matter that day, Lily and I might have been caught up in the attack too." In fact, before leaving that day, Penny had received an owl with a timely warning, allowing her to devise a way to delay Mrs. Malkin. She recognized the handwriting despite the unfamiliar owl, grateful for the message's arrival, knowing it had been sent at great risk. The atmosphere at school was tense. This year, aside from Peter, several other students had not returned. Hufflepuff alone had lost 2 students, while every Slytherin had made their way back. The Death Eaters had stepped into the limelight, emerging as the overt dark force, with Slytherin becoming their reserve. Although there were rumors of graduates from other houses joining the Death Eaters, it was merely a handful, unlike Slytherin, where many students aspired to enlist before even graduating, as most of their parents were already involved. The New Year's elective course in apparition was set to commence, available only to students of age. Thus, Alana, Severus, and Penny enrolled in the Ministry of Magic's apparition course. Mastery of apparition was a crucial skill for wizards, especially in times of danger. Penny faced a daunting year ahead, having to prepare for her nude examinations while also juggling apparition lessons. As the course and exam review schedules coincided, she was compelled to secretly request a time-turner from Dumbledore. "I see no need for it. Your studies are sound, and you'll manage the newts with ease," Alana remarked as the trio gathered around the ever-demanding hot pot. They utilized Alana's cauldron, which, aside from potion classes, collected dust. For who would need to brew potions when one had a wealthy boyfriend who was a potions master? "You don't understand. You aren't under employment pressure," Penny retorted, fanning herself from the spicy heat. "Why don't I have your good fortune, being blessed with such a wealthy father? And why don't I have your good fortune, blessed with good health?" Alana shot back, unceremoniously pilfering a piece of beef from Penny's bowl. "Aren't you working on your novel, Penny?" Severus inquired, placing the cooked meat into Alana's bowl. Upon seeing his actions, Penny, seizing the opportunity before Alana could eat, swiftly transferred the large piece of beef into her own bowl. "Of course I am, but if it doesn't sell, it's worth nothing," I still need to work to support myself. I recall your potion grades were commendable, Severus remarked. Would you be interested in joining my workshop? Your workshop? Penny paused, her chopsticks halting, perplexed. When did you open a workshop? Alana, equally surprised, turned her curious gaze toward Severus. It's still in the planning stages. I discussed it with my mother over the Christmas holiday, Severus admitted, feeling somewhat bashful under their scrutiny. Developing many potions requires collaboration. I can't do it all alone. He had long harbored aspirations of earning money and had been discreetly selling high-grade potions. Now, he had amassed a sum to serve as startup capital, having deliberated his future development with old Prince and Eileen during the Christmas break. Although he is currently the heir of the Prince family, he cannot openly apply for the title of Master of Potions until the Dark Lord is truly defeated. At present, he has several promising potion research projects, mostly in collaboration with Eileen, but they are somewhat taxing. Therefore, he considers the possibility of recruiting students who excel in potion making to join him. Penny hesitates. Although she enjoys brewing potions, the thought of pursuing it as a career seems rather daunting. The three of them shared a jovial meal of hot pot, only for Alana to end up in the hospital wing the next day due to a stomach upset from the excessively spicy food. Chapter 71. Why is apparition so difficult? Your stomach is weak, Penny remarked, sitting beside Alana's bed and observing her pale complexion, launching into her usual teasing. If dear Miss Alana hadn't sneaked into the kitchen at midnight for 10 ice creams, perhaps the hospital wing wouldn't have had to accommodate the esteemed Riekman family's lady. Ah, splendid. Severus's grandiloquent sentences have begun anew, Alana thought, her eyes brimming with tears as she looked at the two, genuinely suffering from her stomach pain. The hospital wing had prepared a potion for stomach ailments, but, quite coincidentally, they had run out just the day before. The new batch had yet to be brewed, leaving her to wait. Why didn't Severus brew the potion for her? You ought to remember this, Alana, Severus remarked. Yet, seeing Alana sweating from the pain, he obediently took out the potion. Alana always downed Severus's potions in one go, especially those he prepared specifically for her, as he would take the time to adjust the flavor, knowing she was not fond of the taste of potions. The result was that she was tormented by the strange, nauseating taste, rendering her voiceless. She leaned over the bed, retching for what felt like an eternity, then looked up at the smirking Severus. You, how cruel. Penny burst into laughter, tears streaming down her face. In terms of healing, it seems you are still the best, Severus. After leaving the hospital wing, the students enrolled in the apparition course began rigorous practice. This course consisted of only one class per week, conducted by a specialist professor sent by the Ministry of Magic. Following 2 theoretical lessons, the remainder was practical training, during which St. Mungo's healers would assist, as there were always students who struggled to master the technique, leaving parts of their bodies in peculiar places. For instance, where's my ear? My ear is gone, Mulsaber screamed, while Sirius rushed to find a healer for him. Poor child, this is your 5th visit to me for treatment, the healer sighed, looking at the chubby boy. Can't you concentrate? Mulsaber felt a bit guilty. If he failed to master apparition, would that esteemed figure reject his application? Next, the healer dismissed Mulsaber. The next patient in line was Alana. Oh, I remember you, miss. This is your 3rd visit today. Alana covered her arm, receiving treatment while internally weeping, realizing she was only marginally better than that foolish Mulsaber. Severus and Sirius were utterly baffled by the duo, wondering how anyone could consistently leave their ears and arms behind. Can't you focus and bring all your parts with you? Severus expressed his frustration. Each failure was agonizing to witness, and seeing Alana repeatedly seeking treatment made him both anxious and angry. Alana was quick to learn and had a natural talent for spells, so why was apparition such a struggle for her? It could only be attributed to her lack of effort. I'll try again, Alana weakly insisted, her complexion growing paler after multiple failures. Enough for today. You need to rest, Alana, Severus said, tenderly embracing her. Meanwhile, Sirius was listening to Mulsaber's incessant chatter. Sirius, I want to really be rejected by the Dark Lord for not mastering apparition. Will I? How should I learn apparition? Are there any Death Eaters who can't apparate? Shut up. Sirius, unable to tolerate it any longer, used a silencing charm on Mulsaber. Finally, the world fell silent. He cleared his ears and left the tearful Mulsaber behind to head to the Great Hall for a meal. By the end of April, the apparition course was to undergo examinations, and students who passed would receive a certificate of competence, indicating that the ministry deemed them capable of safe apparition. Alana stood behind Severus and Penny, feeling particularly anxious. I feel like I need to go to the restroom, she said nervously. You just went 10 minutes ago. Penny pulled her back to prevent her from escaping. I think I'm a bit thirsty. I want some water. Severus produced a bottle of peach juice from his pocket. Your favorite peach juice. Alana accepted it with a hint of melancholy, but didn't drink, merely holding it in her hand. Seeing her so tense, Sirius approached. No way. No way, the heiress of the Riekman family is afraid of exams. If you don't speak, no one will think you're mute. Sirius, Penny quickly intervened, trying to prevent him from causing further distraction. Alana was already anxious enough without the big black dog adding to her distress. However, unexpectedly, Sirius's teasing seemed to calm Alana, who, emboldened, straightened her back and squared her shoulders, standing before Penny and Severus. See, it's still me. Sirius raised an eyebrow at Penny, having had his fun. He returned to his previous line, where Mulsaber awaited his consolation. Upon entering the examination room and seeing the examiner inside, Alana's nerves flared once more. Suddenly, Dumbledore's figure appeared in the classroom. Ah, Dumbledore, you've come? The examiner, an old man with a white beard, seemed to be of similar age to Dumbledore and greeted him with familiarity. Indeed, Wolfrey, I came to see if this student has completed her exam. Dumbledore's gaze shifted to Alana, as if his arrival were merely coincidental. With Dumbledore present, Alana's anxiety gradually subsided, allowing her to focus and begin the exam. This cohort of students successfully received their certificates of competence, including Mulsaber, who had struggled the most. Time swiftly passed to June, and Penny was soon to take her nude examinations. After completing her exams, her 7 years of study at Hogwarts would come to an end. Facing the impending separation, friends were reluctant to part ways, yet they had to earnestly prepare for their exams. After all, an additional A-level could mean an extra opportunity in the job market. Penny ultimately declined Severus's invitation, feeling that her passion for potions did not yet warrant a career in it. She aspired to be a writer instead. Alana invited her to work as a shop assistant in the small potion shop she and Severus would open in Diagon Alley after graduation, offering flexibility to balance her writing endeavors. Chapter 72, The Graduation Ball. With the end of the final exams, the graduation ball for the 7th years arrived. Every year, Hogwarts hosts a grand graduation ball for its graduates, a ceremonial farewell for the children poised to embark on their journey into the world. Penny, a 7th-year student representing Ravenclaw, is tasked with delivering a speech on stage. Perhaps due to the long-held anticipation, all students, except for the 1st and 2nd years who are not permitted to attend, are fervently preparing for the evening's festivities. Alana brings all her dresses to the room of requirement, determined to transform Penny into the most exquisite queen of the night. The two girls spend the afternoon in the room of requirement, applying makeup and changing into elegant gowns, while Severus, her fiancé, sits bored on the sofa. As it becomes evident that the girls will take some time, he sets up a cauldron in the corner to brew potions. Initially, Alana complains about the unpleasant aroma of his potion ingredients, fearing they might stain their dresses, but upon closer inspection, she discovers that Severus is concocting a new body lotion for her, imbued with a delicate peach fragrance. You truly have a knack for this, Severus. Penny teases during a pause in her makeup application. Pray tell, lovely Miss Penny, might I inquire who your dance partner will be this evening? Severus asks, stirring his cauldron. Alana, too, is curious. Although many boys are enamored with Penny, she has never shown interest in any of them. Surely someone will invite the beautiful Queen Penny for a dance. Penny dismissively waves her hand. There's no rule stating one must have a partner to attend the ball. Is there? I think you could give that Slytherin, Silenus, a chance. I noticed he was keen to invite you today, Alana suggests. Oh heavens, you have no idea. His body odor is overpowering. I feel as though I might suffocate the moment he approaches, Penny retorts, picking up an eyebrow pencil to enhance her brows. It seems we lack suitable boys around us. Lupin has already accepted an invitation from a 4th-year Hufflepuff, Alana laments. I do not require a partner. My dear Alana, all you need to do is keep your potion prints in check, Penny sincerely assures her, setting down the pencil and watching Alana apply her lipstick. Severus, dubbed the potion prince, casts a sidelong glance at Alana but remains silent. The ball soon commences. Severus, elegantly escorting a lady, arrives at the entrance of the Great Hall, only to encounter Lily, who is accompanied by Potter. Penny, I've been searching for you all afternoon, Lily exclaims, releasing Potter to joyfully embrace Penny. Oh, I won't be able to see you at school next semester. Do not be so melancholic, Lily. Go find your Potter. His gaze is nearly lethal, Penny quips, teasing Potter, who shoots her a glare before turning to the two troublesome Slytherins. Ah, 3 lovely ladies. Might I have the honor of inviting one of you to dance? Sirius's voice calls from behind. The group turns to see him clad in a pristine white tuxedo, adorned with a dark green tie and a diamond collar pin. Playfully tousled curls dancing in the breeze. As Penny gazes upon Sirius, her cheeks flush with warmth. Uncomfortably, she takes a step back, using Severus's shoulder for cover. Perhaps the impending feast has relaxed the atmosphere, for Sirius's arrival receives no objection from Potter. They share light-hearted banter at the entrance before entering the Great Hall together. Professors Flitwick and McGonagall, responsible for the hall's decoration, have utilized their remarkable spell work to create a breathtaking ambience. The 4 long tables have vanished, and the spacious hall is adorned with ethereal ribbons, while the central dance floor is dressed in sumptuous crimson carpeting, radiating opulence. The graduation ball becomes a jubilant celebration for the students. After dancing for a while, Alana, feeling parched, indulges in 2 cocktails, her cheeks flushed from the exertion. Penny approaches with a glass of red wine, boldly downing its contents. She refrains from dancing, opting instead to observe the swirling couples on the dance floor. "Why aren't you dancing? Several of those who invited you appear quite promising," Alana remarks, following Penny's gaze to see Sirius engaging in a dance-off with Potter. "Are you watching your dear sister or Sirius?" Alana refrains from voicing her inquiry. She senses Penny's distinct feelings towards Sirius, yet neither dares to shatter the unspoken tension. Had Sirius joined Gryffindor and not taken on his burdens, perhaps after the downfall of the Black family, they might have had a chance. But for now, it seems they must leave it to fate. The ball continues into the late hours of the night, with Dumbledore graciously lifting the curfew for the evening. Penny is reluctant to depart, and Alana feels uncomfortable leaving Severus behind. Lily has already left with Potter, and Alana is uneasy about entrusting Penny to someone else. The two sit together in a booth, consuming drink after drink. Penny is heart heavy with sorrow. She sits there, downing glass after glass of red wine, watching Sirius accept invitations from every girl, acutely aware that she cannot approach. Those girls are all pure bloods, at the very least half-bloods, while she, a muggle-born witch, knows that her presence would pose a significant complication for Sirius. She can only watch from a distance. "Alana, you needn't stay with me." She turns to see Alana slightly tipsy. "Severus, please take her back to the dormitory. I shall see you on the train tomorrow. Are you sure you're all right?" Severus, also contemplating taking Alana back, notices his dear girlfriend has had quite enough to drink. He feels a twinge of annoyance, but cannot deny his concern for Penny. Perhaps this is the essence of friendship between girls. Severus rises and strides to the center of the dance floor, speaking with Sirius before returning to escort Alana away. "Don't pull me, Sev. I must stay with Penny." Alana protests, gripping the booth's backrest tightly, playfully resisting Severus. "We must leave now. If we linger, we shall miss the train tomorrow," Penny urges, setting down her wine glass and pulling Alana's hand away from the booth. "Take her back. I'm fine. Do not worry about me." Penny smiles brightly, and Severus casts a lingering glance at her before lifting Alana in his arms and departing. Watching them fade into the distance, Penny feels a sense of emptiness wash over her. She lifts her skirt and exits the great hall, wandering aimlessly, unsure of where to go. Before long, she finds herself atop the astronomy tower. Chapter 73. Penny has disappeared. Alana is carried back to the Slytherin common room by Severus. Tonight belongs to the students' revelry. The common room is empty, enveloped in silence. "Stay here. I'll fetch some hangover potion for you." Severus gently places Alana on the sofa before heading back to their dormitory for the remedy. "No, don't leave." Alana clings to his arm, her cheeks flushed, her gaze dreamy. "Then come with me." Severus glances around, noticing no one is present, and decides to take her to the boys' dormitory. It is not their first visit. He carries Alana onward to the boys' dormitory. After consuming the hangover potion, Alana still feels a bit dizzy, yet her senses are considerably clearer. "Sev, you've turned a bit naughty. Bringing me to the boys' dormitory." She slurs softly due to her intoxication. Severus enveloped the restless Alana in his arms, unable to resist the overwhelming desire to kiss her. Thus, Alana found herself cradled in his embrace, their lips meeting fervently. She felt as though she were gasping for air, lost in their passionate kiss. Alana sensed a rising warmth within her, pressing herself tightly against Severus, her hands wandering restlessly across his chest. Suddenly, he released her, stating, "Alana, you must return." She clasped him tightly, insisting, "I do not wish to go back." With a gentle push, she urged him toward the bed. "You are intoxicated. We cannot," he cautioned. "Do you still doubt your own potion?" "Severus, I am quite lucid." Alana leaped into his arms, kissing the hollow of his throat. "Is that permissible?" Severus, dazed by her kiss, lifted her, pinning her beneath him. "Of course." Alana hastily yanked his disheveled tie free and cast it aside. The spacious dormitory was now illuminated solely by flickering candles and filled with intimate sounds. When Alana awoke, she found Severus gazing at her. Her cheeks flushed slightly. Yet she quickly asserted herself. "You were far too rough yesterday, Severus. Did you not enjoy it?" He teased, pinching her cheek. "Does it still hurt?" Alana's face deepened in color as she extricated her arms from the covers, exclaiming, "Look, these marks are all you're doing." On her snowy white arms were conspicuous red marks, not to mention the others hidden beneath. Severus retrieved a vial of potion from the bedside and gently applied it to her skin, causing the marks to vanish instantly. As Severus accompanied Alana, cloaked in invisibility, out of the boys' dormitory, they encountered Sirius, lost in thought, in the common room. Alana felt a pang of guilt and discreetly pinched Severus. He escorted her to the common room before approaching Sirius. Alana glanced back at them nervously before hastily returning to her dormitory. Why did you not return last night? Severus inquired with a smirk at the distracted Sirius. Return? I would need to be allowed back in first. Sirius snapped back to reality, casting him a glance. Has Alana gone back? What about Penny? Severus refrained from answering, instead inquiring about Penny. The previous evening, he had specifically asked Sirius to keep an eye on her. Sirius's expression grew peculiar at the mention of Penny. It's nearly time to leave. I must pack, he said abruptly, rising to retreat to his dormitory. With their luggage in tow, Alana and Severus boarded the Hogwarts Express. Shortly after the train departed, Sirius appeared, visibly anxious. Where's Penny? He exclaimed, rushing in, beads of sweat dotting his forehead and his shirt dampened. Alana was taken aback by his sudden display of distress. I just checked with Gryffindor. Lily said she hadn't seen Penny and thought she was with you. Sirius's urgency was palpable. She wasn't with us. We assumed she was with Lily, Alana clarified. We haven't seen her all day. Have you checked the Ravenclaw carriage? Severus inquired, furrowing his brow. Why has Penny gone missing? Sirius's face turned ashen as he slumped into a seat. After we parted this morning, she vanished. This morning? Alana's eyes widened. Sirius raked his fingers through his hair in a fit of agitation. It's all that damned red wine's fault. You don't think you two actually? Alana asked, her tone hopeful, aware of Penny's feelings for Sirius. No, nothing happened. We were just drunk in the room of requirement. Sirius stammered, I will take responsibility. He asserted firmly. Oh, Merlin. Alana was astonished. How swiftly things had progressed. They had been dating for years, and she had just managed to claim Severus. Whereas they had yet to even begin their own relationship. Is Penny on the train? Severus asked, focusing on the critical issue at hand. I don't know. No one saw her. Sirius replied. I can't make a scene looking for her, but as far as I know, no one saw her board the train. That is my greatest concern. Sirius shuddered at the thought of Death Eaters infiltrating the school to abduct Penny. Alana, too, felt a chill run down her spine. I will go check in Ravenclaw. She dashed out, and Severus glanced at the despondent Sirius before following her. Sirius sat there, lost in thoughts of the previous night. And slowly, tears began to well in his eyes. Penny. Alana made her way to the Ravenclaw compartment, discussing with Severus where Penny might be. Noting that she had no particularly close friends there, aside from a few roommates. They soon found Penny's roommates, who all claimed not to have seen her. This morning, she was bustling about, packing her things, saying she was going to find her sister in Gryffindor to catch the train together, they explained. The two were left with no choice but to head to the Gryffindor compartment. Inside, James, Lily, and their friends filled the compartment, animatedly sharing amusing tales. Alana opened the door, calling, Lily, could you step out for a moment? I need to ask you something. Unsure of Alana's sudden intent, Lily rose to follow her. Only for James to tug her back. What's this, Mr. Potter? Just because you're Lily's boyfriend doesn't mean you can keep her from talking to others. Severus interjected, prompting the hesitant Lily to break free from James's grasp and exit the compartment. Have you seen Penny? Alana inquired. Chapter 74, A Letter. After disembarking the train, a house elf named Visha presented Alana with a letter. A letter sent by an owl. Miss, it is for you, Visha announced. Alana opened the letter and read, Alana, do not worry. I was delayed and missed the train. I will apparate home. Please rest assured. The letter was signed by Penny. Alana finally breathed a sigh of relief. Sirius, noticing her demeanor from a distance, received a reassuring glance from her, calming his anxious spirit. On the second day of the summer break, Alana encountered Penny in Diagon Alley. Why didn't you board the train yesterday, Penny? Alana asked as they sat at the bar of their newly rented, modest shop. Penny appeared flustered. Well, that night with Sirius. Alana teased. Penny quickly stood, covering her mouth in embarrassment. Do not mention it. It is too humiliating. She blushed profusely. How was his technique? Alana inquired, glancing outside for Severus, who had gone off to buy ice cream. Penny, caught off guard by the question, hesitated but eventually began to vent to Alana. It was too painful. He has no idea how to be gentle. Despite wizards possessing significantly better physical capabilities than ordinary folks. The aftermath of a night of passion left her walking awkwardly the next day. Alana stifled a giggle behind her hand. So, what are your plans moving forward? Alana asked. No plans, just drinking and being reckless, Penny declared, attempting to convince herself, though Alana could hear the struggle in her tone. Please watch the shop for us, Alana said. Severus has brewed numerous potions that he intends to sell here. Together, Alana and Severus had leased this quaint little shop, which was divided into an upstairs and downstairs. Albeit modest in size, with the upstairs accommodating only a single bed. During the day, they could manage the shop, and at night, they had the option to either rest upstairs or return home. The shop was not overly busy, allowing you ample time to muse over your novel. As Alana spoke, Severus returned from outside, holding a colossal ice cream cone. "Thank you, my dear," Alana said, accepting the gigantic ice cream that she had long implored him for. "I hope your stomach will thank me for this." Severus handed another ice cream to Penny, not missing the opportunity to tease Alana. She stuck out her tongue and began her battle with the ice cream. "I've nearly finished my writing. I'll polish it up and send it to you," Penny said between bites. The three spent the day organizing various potions and casting protective enchantments, as Penny was the only girl watching the shop. And many precious potions required formidable magic for their safeguarding. "Be cautious as well. Death Eaters may strike at Diagon Alley at any moment," Severus warned Penny as they prepared to leave. "The potions are of little importance. Your safety comes first." Penny was taken aback by Severus's candid concern. The acerbic bat professor from the original story would never have uttered such sentiments. She admired Alana, thinking, "You certainly have a way with him. Nurturing a boyfriend is indeed delightful." Penny had been working at the apothecary in Diagon Alley, so Alana felt assured in trusting the shop to her. A week before school commenced, while Alana was digesting her meal in the garden, Vishia mentioned that her muggle friend had arrived. Alana was somewhat perplexed. How could Penny have made her way from Diagon Alley to the Riekman residence at this hour? She entered the foyer to find Penny had already been ushered in by a house elf, looking disheveled and carrying a suitcase. "What's wrong, Penny?" Alana asked, grasping her hand. Noticing the urgency etched across Penny's face. "What should I do? What should I do?" Penny exclaimed in a flurry of panic, leaving Alana bewildered. "Is something the matter?" Alana gently urged her to sit on the sofa while offering her a glass of juice. "I have to leave here. I can no longer stay at the apothecary," Penny said, struggling to articulate her distress. "Why not?" Alana inquired, confused, as this was not typical behavior for Penny, who was usually more composed. "I have reasons that compel my departure, Alana. Please, I beg you, do not ask." Penny was on the verge of breaking down. Alana could only embrace her in silence. "Rest assured, Penny, if you do not wish to share, I will not press you. Have you decided where you intend to go?" "Not yet," Penny admitted. "What about your parents?" "I told them I was going to study in America." "So, will you go to America?" "I don't know." Penny leaned against Alana, her turmoil evident. After a moment of contemplation, Alana suggested, "Perhaps you could accompany Lan Shun and the others back to China for a visit?" Lan Shun and his companions had been in England for several years, and the curse on Huaying had been lifted, leaving only the gradual recovery. As for Alana's own curse, Lan Shun mentioned he needed to return to China to consult with certain hidden families for more information. He had heard of a family that possessed a potential remedy for such a curse. Thus, they were preparing to return to China. Penny considered this and felt it might not be a bad idea. "What about Sirius?" Alana probed cautiously. The moment she mentioned his name, Penny grew agitated. "Don't tell him. Please don't tell Sirius." Alana understood immediately. It seemed Sirius had done something that made Penny wish to avoid him. "All right. I promise not to disclose anything if he asks," Alana assured Penny. "But you must write to me regularly. I need to know where you are, all right?" Penny was in a fragile state of mind, so Alana decided to let her follow her instincts for the moment and would later devise a plan to ensure her safety. As a witch, Penny possessed the ability to protect herself, but with Voldemort still at large, it was prudent for her to leave England for now. 3 days later, Penny boarded a cruise bound for Hong Kong with Lan Shun and his wife. "Goodbye, Penny. You are my dearest friend." Alana embraced her. Penny's spirits had noticeably improved. Filled with anticipation, after all this time, she was finally returning to China. In truth, Alana felt a twinge of envy. After graduation, she too wished to return to China. As she bid farewell to Lan Shun and his wife, Alana and Severus watched the ship sail away, gradually vanishing into the vast ocean. Alana began to speak Penny's name, but Severus interrupted her. "Do not pressure her, Alana. She will come to terms with it. Trust in her." Indeed. Chapter 75, News. On the train to school, Sirius approached Alana's compartment to inquire about Penny. Over the summer, Alana had written to Sirius, informing him of Penny's situation at the Diagon Alley apothecary. As the school year approached, Sirius finally summoned the courage to seek Penny out. He went to Diagon Alley, only to find that the apothecary staff had changed. He came to ask Alana where Penny had gone. "To be honest, I'm not entirely sure where she is," Alana replied. "That won't do," Sirius exclaimed, agitated. "Is she safe?" His greatest fear was that Penny had fallen into the hands of Death Eaters. "She is certainly safe. Death Eaters won't know where she is," Alana assured him. Sirius left in disappointment. This year, the number of new students was alarmingly low. The sorting ceremony at the welcome feast concluded swiftly. Any wizard with means would have sent their young ones to Beauxbatons, Ilvermorny, or even Durmstrang during these turbulent times. Although Hogwarts was under the esteemed leadership of the great white wizard Dumbledore, the situation in England was unstable, and many renowned wizards had vanished overnight. The Ministry of Magic could provide no sensible explanation. Wizards were experiencing an unprecedented crisis of confidence in the British Ministry of Magic. That year, Each of the 4 houses welcomed a few transfer students. Mr. Riekman had suggested transferring Alana and Severus to Beauxbatons, but Alana reasoned that with only 1 year left, it would be best to remain at Hogwarts, where Dumbledore's presence would shield them from Voldemort's influence. This year, Alana felt a desire to make waves. She began to diligently study and review her coursework from the previous 6 years, aiming to achieve outstanding results in her 10 NEWT examinations. Severus welcomed this newfound determination, pleased that Alana had chosen to focus on her studies rather than indulge in trivial novels. While Severus believed he could protect Alana, he recognized that no one's protection could replace her own abilities. He wished for Alana to master her spells so that she could defend herself when necessary. Alana took it upon herself to acquire a publishing house to publish the novels she adored. The former Hufflepuff who graduated from Hogwarts had successfully secured a position as an editor at the publishing house, which was also why Alana was so eager to help Penny publish her works. The renowned couple, Alana and Severus, began to frequent the library more often. Gradually, Alana noticed a consistent group of individuals surrounding her. Among them were members of Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff, and even a couple of Gryffindors. This situation left Alana somewhat disheartened. Just imagine, she used to study normally with her boyfriend, and when fatigue set in, they could share sweet embraces. Yet now, surrounded by a circle of onlookers, their furtive glances rendered such tender moments nearly impossible. Merlin, Severus, what on earth are these people doing here? Alana whispered conspiratorially to Severus. They are a group of wizards of Muggle descent, Severus revealed, disclosing his findings. What purpose do Muggle-born wizards serve in our midst? The way many Slytherin students were now regarding her made her uneasy. Surely, they wouldn't think she had gathered these Muggle-borns to incite rebellion against Voldemort. Was she not, in a sense, unwittingly obstructing their view? The Slytherins were too intimidated to confront her directly, and this crowd of giants believed that proximity to her would shield them from scrutiny. Severus, equally vexed, found his naturally cold demeanor further disrupted by this intrusion, which was indeed far from pleasant. Sirius had advised them not to trouble her, and it seemed this group had taken note. Alana pouted, however. She couldn't simply send them away. Being surrounded by them significantly diminished the possibility of attack, whereas if they acted alone, they would likely become targets for the Slytherins. Yet, this situation could not persist indefinitely, otherwise she would inevitably become a thorn in Slytherin's side. A solution must be devised. Ultimately, Alana resolved to seek out Dumbledore. As the most esteemed white wizard and the students' beloved headmaster, he had both the obligation and the capability to rectify this matter. After dinner, Alana stealthily made her way to the headmaster's office. The statue at the entrance seemed to anticipate her arrival, automatically unveiling the spiral staircase. Dumbledore sat behind his desk clad in a pristine white wizarding robe, while Fawkes languished in a corner of the office, his feathers noticeably thinned. "Good evening, Professor." Alana greeted Dumbledore before hastening to observe Fawkes. "Is he nearing his rebirth?" "I believe so, Alana," Dumbledore replied kindly. "Would you care for some red tea?" "Yes, please." "But without sugar," Alana said, casually pocketing a phoenix feather she had picked up from the floor as she sank into the soft sofa. The house elf brought them red tea and pudding. Alana watched as Dumbledore conspicuously added 4 sugar cubes to his tea, nearly causing it to overflow. Silently, she lifted her own unadulterated cup, savoring the pure flavor. "Professor, I suspect you know why I have come, do you not?" Alana initiated. "Indeed, Alana. I appreciate your protection of those students," Dumbledore replied with a warm smile. Alana caught a glimmer of cunning in the reflection of his glasses. She inwardly scoffed, confirming him to be quite the sly old fox. "There is another matter. Sirius has conveyed information that Mrs. Lestrange has boasted to many about her master's unwavering trust in her." He peered at Alana through his spectacles. "Are you referring to the cup?" Alana inquired, somewhat uncertain. She had no knowledge of when exactly Voldemort had bestowed the cup upon Bella. "Do we possess any concrete information?" Alana pressed. "None. Even Sirius, as her cousin, cannot glean any details about that individual from Mrs. Lestrange. She is a truly loyal follower," Dumbledore lamented. "Have there been any updates from Lucius?" Alana continued, pondering whether, if Voldemort had given the cup to Bella, the Malfoy family, as another of his devoted servants, might have already acquired that diary. "Not as of yet. Perhaps we should wait a little longer. According to the timeline, aside from the locket, which may not yet be timed to conceal, the other Horcruxes should have already been created." Upon returning to the Slytherin common room, Alana encountered Mulsaber, who was just about to step out. "Look, our benevolent Slytherin has returned," he remarked with a mocking tone, causing Alana's hair to stand on end. Chapter 76, The Date in Progress. Stepping out of the school, Alana and Severus strolled leisurely along the country lane. Beside them were other students, equally merry as they made their way to Hogsmeade. "It has been ages since we last visited Hogsmeade," Alana said, linking her arm with Severus's. "Shall we sit at the cafe?" Severus suggested. I'd prefer to grab a butterbeer first, Alana pondered, recalling how long it had been since her last. Maybe we can also check on Aberforth at the Hog's Head? Are you certain he won't throw us out? Severus questioned, recalling the disheveled state of the Hog's Head. He even doubted it would still be in operation were it not for Dumbledore's influence. Perhaps we could enjoy a stronger drink at the Hog's Head? Alana proposed excitedly, having never tasted anything stronger than a butterbeer. No, you really don't want that. Do you wish for me to carry you back to Hogwarts? Severus interrupted her daydream. Alana's tolerance for alcohol was famously poor. She enjoyed a bit, yet that often led to her becoming tipsy. A typical case of someone with a low threshold, yet a high desire. Then let us have our butterbeer, and afterward indulge in some desserts at the cafe. Alana suggested anew. A splendid idea. Severus concurred, generally willing to indulge her as long as she didn't propose anything too fanciful. Ah, you're going to spoil me. Alana pouted, her smile radiant. It is my utmost honor, my lady. Severus replied, suppressing a smile, though the corners of his mouth betrayed his delight. They first purchased some parchment and quills, as Alana had been diligently studying and had consumed a considerable amount of both. Then, she was captivated by a suit displayed in the elegant wizarding attire shop window, insisting that Severus try it on. It was a silver gray, finely checked cashmere suit, glistening delicately in the sunlight. While waiting for Severus to change, Alana struck up a conversation with the shopkeeper. Miss Riekman, you truly are quite generous to your fiancé. The shopkeeper's demeanor was exceptionally friendly, considering Alana's yearly expenditure in her store. He is a wonderful person. Alana replied sweetly. It's evident you are quite happy, dear. The shopkeeper remarked, rummaging beneath the counter for a piece of silver fabric. Are you interested in this fabric? It would pair wonderfully with that suit. Ultimately, Alana decided on that silver fabric for a dress, envisioning matching outfits with Severus for Christmas. This butterbeer is exceedingly sweet, Alana complained after a few sips, pushing the cup away in disinterest. Shall we seek some desserts? Severus echoed her distaste for the overly sugary beverage. I'm a bit tired, Alana whined. I can't walk anymore. Severus affectionately ruffled her hair. Then you wait here while I fetch some. Okay, you're the best, Severus. After he left, Alana, feeling bored, pulled out a novel to read. However, after quite some time, he had yet to return. Alana grew puzzled, attempting to call Severus through the two-way mirror, but received no response. Had he forgotten to bring it? Alana stowed the mirror away. Logically, Madame Putafoot's cafe shouldn't have a wait this long at this hour. She rose from her seat, leaving behind the 3 brooms, and made her way toward the cafe. As she stepped outside, she was met with a scene of chaos. Numerous students were in a state of panic, scattering in all directions. Alana seized the arm of a younger student, demanding to know what had transpired. Death Eaters. The Death Eaters are here. The frightened child shouted, wrenching free from her grasp and fleeing in terror. The mere mention of Death Eaters sent a wave of dread through Alana. Severus was still over there. Grasping her wand tightly, she ran against the tide of students, casting her Patronus to inform Dumbledore. Surely, Dumbledore must be at the school. After running a short distance, she beheld 4 Death Eaters shrouded in black cloaks and masks confronting Severus, Potter, and Lily. Alana paused, grateful for the spatial expansion spell she had cast on her pocket. It was indeed an essential tool for any journey. Taking advantage of their distraction, she slipped into the shadows, donning her invisibility cloak and stealthily maneuvering to their flank. The battle had already commenced, and Severus appeared unsteady, likely struck by a curse. His evasive maneuvers were sluggish, despite his high proficiency in spells and extensive knowledge. He had absorbed his fair share of curses. Meanwhile, Potter and Lily, despite their commendable academic performance, were no match for the seasoned and ruthless Death Eaters. As the urgency of the situation escalated, Alana aimed at the taller Death Eater and cast a stupefy spell, incapacitating him. The remaining 3 Death Eaters became aware of her presence, their vigilance heightened. Rodolphius, quickly, take this little brat away. A sharp female voice commanded. Crucio. She hurled a curse in the direction where Alana had been moments before, but nothing struck her. Alana had already vacated the spot after casting her spell. Severus, catching on, hastened his movements. In the meantime, Potter was struck while trying to protect the slower Lily, blood pouring from his arm. Lily, momentarily stunned, quickly regained her composure and retaliated fiercely. The man identified as Rodolphius attempted to close in on Severus, aiming to capture him. Their mission in Hogsmeade was to seize the heir of the Prince family. As Rodolphius approached Severus, who was already injured, Alana felt a surge of concern. Severus's white shirt was now stained crimson. Yet, she dared not reveal herself, acutely aware of her own limitations. Instead, she resorted to remote harassment to buy time, awaiting the arrival of the professors. In no time, Rodolphius reached Severus, extending his hand to seize him. If he succeeded, it would be too late. Alana rummaged through her pocket and retrieved a chair, hurling it toward Rodolphius. He deftly dodged, shattering the chair with a spell, which allowed Severus to distance himself from danger. At that moment, a clear phoenix cry echoed from the horizon, signaling Dumbledore's proximity. The atmosphere shifted with renewed hope. However, the woman soon spotted Alana, a sinister gleam in her eye. Alana felt as though she had been struck by a hammer, followed by the relentless stabs of numerous needles. Unable to suppress her cries of pain, she collapsed to the ground. The invisibility cloak slipped from her grasp, revealing her pale, sweat-drenched face. "I've caught you, you wretched rat." The woman cackled maniacally. Alana was certain that this woman was none other than Bellatrix Lestrange, a fervent follower of Voldemort. "Crucio." Bella seemed in no hurry, relishing the torment she inflicted upon Alana, watching with delight as she writhed in agony. "Hurry, Bellatrix. Dumbledore is on his way," Rodolphus urged, attempting to halt her cruel game. "I want to take this rat back." "The mistress will be most pleased," she retorted. As a relative of the Lestrange family, she harbored a deep-seated hatred for the Riekman family, resenting their refusal to join her master's ranks. "Those damn merchants. They should know better than to withhold their galleons from the master." Rodolphus, dismissing her, continued to pursue Severus, eager to complete their mission. Severus, concerned for Alana, dragged his injured leg toward her, taking advantage of Rodolphus's distraction. Sectum Sempra. Severus's spell struck Rodolphus, leaving him with numerous lacerations, blood flowing freely. In a panic, he cast a healing charm, feeling the chill of blood loss seep into his bones. Damn it! Rodolphus collapsed to the ground, rendered incapable of further combat. As Bellatrix prepared to taunt Rodolphus, the sound of a spell being cast interrupted her. She quickly moved to assist him while another Death Eater seized the unconscious one, and they vanished into thin air. Dumbledore and Professor Flitwick soon appeared not far from the fray. "Professor, please check on Alana." Severus gritted his teeth, calling to Dumbledore. Flitwick rushed to Potter's side. Dumbledore lifted Alana into his arms, grasping Severus firmly. "Flitwick, take them to the hospital wing." The two professors, carrying their injured charges, disapparated to just outside Hogwarts and proceeded on foot into the school. For the first time, Severus learned that Hogwarts could not be accessed via apparition. He clutched Alana's hand tightly, noting her pallid complexion. She had succumbed to unconsciousness from the pain. "Pomfrey, Pomfrey," Professor Flitwick called out as they arrived at the hospital wing. The area was largely empty, most students having gone to Hogsmeade. Madame Pomfrey, accompanied by her nurses, settled the injured students onto beds. "Merlin, Dumbledore, what has happened?" Madame Pomfrey exclaimed, recognizing immediately that Alana had been subjected to the Cruciatus curse. Severus and Potter primarily bore external injuries, and the nurses tended to their wounds, administering potions that would mitigate any serious repercussions. Lily's injuries were the least severe, while Alana suffered the most, having endured the Cruciatus curse until Dumbledore intervened. The hospital wing lacked a specific soothing potion for the effects of the Cruciatus curse, leading Dumbledore to notify Professor Slughorn. The potion required time to brew, and Madame Pomfrey administered a vial of Skeelgrow to Alana. It was best for her to sleep through the ordeal. After ensuring the injured were settled, several other professors arrived at the hospital wing. "Professor Dumbledore, were they Death Eaters?" Professor McGonagall inquired gravely. "I fear so, Minerva," Dumbledore replied, his expression somber. Voldemort had audaciously extended his grasp into Hogwarts, igniting Dumbledore's fury. Upon hearing of the incident, Sirius boldly made his way to the hospital wing to check on Alana. Mortimer urged him, knowing that Bella would undoubtedly make things difficult for him. Regardless of Bella's disposition, no one at school could harm Alana. Sirius was resolute. He feared not the wrath of Voldemort. Everyone was aware of his previous close ties with Alana, and to feign indifference now would be utterly disingenuous. Every individual possesses vulnerabilities and aspirations. In Voldemort's eyes, Sirius Black had never been a heartless or apathetic soul. It would be far easier to control such a subordinate. The following day, Sirius received a letter from his father. It was reported that Bella had returned to the Dark Lord and lodged a significant complaint against the Riekman family. The Dark Lord was infuriated and demanded that Bella bring Alana Riekman before him. He even dispatched someone discreetly to the Riekman household in Germany. Sirius clenched the letter tightly. Cursed be Bella, she was nothing but a lunatic. He had always harbored disdain for Bella, believing her to be akin to the intellectually impaired offspring of a consanguineous union. As Alana had remarked, she was truly deranged. Sirius eagerly awaited action from Dumbledore's side to retrieve that golden cup from Bella's vault. When the time came, he would surely report to the Dark Lord, letting Bella bear the brunt of his fury for the lost reward. When Alana finally awakened, 3 days had already passed. Severus leaned against her bedside, engrossed in a book. "Severus," Alana croaked, her throat parched. "Alana, you're awake. You finally awakened." Severus cast aside the book, delightedly stroking Alana's hair, and then handed her a glass of water. "Drink some water. You have slept for 3 days." "No wonder. I am so hungry," Alana replied, feeling her stomach's emptiness. "The house elf has prepared a convalescent meal for you." Severus affectionately touched her hand and summoned the house elf to bring her food. This is the meal that Penny suggested, best suited for the ailing. I want meat, Severus, Alana said, gazing at the bland convalescent meal with little appetite. She truly couldn't fathom why Penny would recommend such fare for the sick. No, this is easily digestible. Your body is still somewhat weak. Severus firmly dismissed Alana's playful pouting. Her condition had already been frail, and Bella's torment had exacerbated it. Not to mention the blood curse suppressed by the cursed insect, which was now stirring restlessly. This was the true cause of Alana's 3-day slumber. Lucas sought you out with the two-way mirror yesterday. I did not inform him of your illness, Severus stated, watching her eat. However, I have already written to your father. This matter cannot be concealed from them. Voldemort has begun to take notice of the Riekman family. Chapter 78, Turmoil. Mr. Riekman, upon receiving Severus's letter, was so enraged that he shattered his favorite piece of Oriental porcelain. Quick, Mary, we must make further preparations. Mr. Riekman called upon his equally furious wife, swiftly commencing arrangements for defense. As an established noble family, the Riekmans were not a feeble lot. Since that Englishman desired a thrill, how could they not allow their impending guests to experience the warmth of Riekman hospitality? Old Mr. Riekman had gone to a friend's house in America, making arrangements even more convenient. The Riekman estate was already surrounded by numerous magical formations, along with a Taoist array gifted by Lanshan, which ensured that anyone attempting to intrude without the owner's consent would either find themselves trapped in a maze or, if fortune did not favor them, meet Merlin directly. As the estate appeared normal, yet was fraught with peril, the Death Eaters quietly gathered near the mansion. Leading the operation, Bella wore a cruel smile. To her, securing the Riekman family under the Dark Lord's banner would only earn her greater trust. However, should the Riekman family prove ungrateful, she would not hesitate to remove this obstacle for her master. Thus, the Riekman family's wealth would also become the master's. If Sirius were to learn of Bella's intentions, he would undoubtedly applaud her, for though her appearance was unremarkable, her ambitions were grand. Within the estate, managing the formations was Mr. Reed, the Riekman family's head butler. Unlike the butler of the Malfoy family, he seldom made appearances at the Riekman household. Yet, as the loyal steward of the Riekman family, he managed the bulk of their business affairs. Even Mr. Riekman would refer to him as Uncle Reed, a testament to his immense contributions to the family. A dozen Death Eaters surrounded the castle, observing the seemingly normal interior illuminated by bright lights, their faces twisted into cruel smiles. As servants of their master, the Cruciatus Curse had become their favorite spell, without exception. Accompanying Lucius, who discreetly retreated, he remained uncertain of the Riekman family's defenses, but was sure they would not permit easy entry. Moreover, today, he was not the main combatant, but rather the closest relative, representing the Dark Lord to persuade them to capitulate. Thus, Lucius stood back, allowing that madwoman Bella to lead the charge. Bella exchanged glances with Lestrange before hurling several blasting curses at the Riekman estate's door. The thunderous explosions reverberated in their ears, yet when the cacophony subsided, the Riekman family's door remained unyielding. A couple of the more timid among them gasped in astonishment. They frequently engaged in such activities and were well aware of the potency of those blasting curses. No door should withstand such formidable explosions. Yet, the Riekman family's door stood resolute, showing no signs of damage. If they still could not comprehend that they had encountered a formidable adversary, they truly did not deserve to be called Death Eaters. What's the matter, Mrs. Lestrange? Unable to open this damn door? A raspy male voice taunted, inciting Bella's fury. Mind your own business. Not. I wouldn't hesitate to let you experience the agony of a heart-wrenching curse, Bella retorted coldly. She had no fear of not. Ever since the Dark Lord had bestowed treasures upon her, his jealousy had become palpable. Mr. Riekman and Mr. Reed stood by the castle's window, gazing out at the gathering of ominous figures cloaked in darkness. Uncle Reed, we must teach them a lesson, Mr. Riekman seethed. They harmed Alana. They dared to use the Cruciatus Curse on her. Mr. Reed frowned, clearly displeased. No one could treat a member of the Riekman family in such a manner. Not even the saints of yore would have dared. It was time to make those Englishmen remember their place. Long before Grindelwald wreaked havoc across Europe, Mr. Reed had already established a formidable reputation. As the Riekman family's butler at that time, he had provided them with powerful protection. In the eyes of many German wizards, Mr. Reed's abilities rivaled those of Grindelwald. However, they could not fathom why such a powerful wizard would willingly serve as the Riekman family's steward. Unbeknownst to the Death Eaters, Mr. Reed discreetly deactivated the estate's protective array, leading them to believe their attack had succeeded. Smirking, they rushed into the estate, oblivious to the fact that this was merely Mr. Reed's cunning strategy. Once all the Death Eaters had entered the formation, he slowly began to reveal his true nature. As a prodigious student of Durmstrang, renowned alongside Grindelwald, Mr. Reed's mastery of the dark arts was certainly on par with that of Grindelwald himself. Gradually, the Death Eaters who ventured into the Riekman Manor began to sense something amiss. No matter how they moved, they remained perpetually distanced from the castle. Had Alana been present, she would have informed them that this phenomenon is known as a ghost wall. Yet, no one was there to enlighten them. The manor was already ensconced with anti-apparition charms, rendering escape impossible, regardless of their movements. They ultimately found themselves returning to their original positions. Fear of the unknown now pervaded the hearts of every Death Eater. Bella, something feels off. Should we consider retreating? A Death Eater approached her, lowering his voice in consultation. He was Rodolphius Lestrange, Bella's husband. Hearing his words, Bella hesitated momentarily. However, recalling the oath she had sworn before their master and the punishment she had faced following their last failed mission, she shuddered. No, tonight's operation must succeed. Failure is not an option, Bella declared resolutely, her teeth clenched. Everyone, cast your spells upon the castle. We must blast this accursed fortress to smithereens. Bella rallied the Death Eaters, issuing her command. Though fear gripped them all, they were compelled to follow her lead as their commander. Mr. Reed stood by the window, observing their actions with a cold smirk. He had been waiting for this moment. The collective spells of the crowd converged upon a single point of the castle. For an ordinary magical array, such a targeted assault could indeed be pivotal in breaching its defenses. Yet, this was no ordinary magical array. Mr. Reed had intentionally modified it. As the onslaught of spells struck the array, its brilliance began to flicker. The Death Eaters, believing their attack to be effective, intensified their efforts. But before they could rejoice, the array's luminescence surged, instantly rebounding their previous attacks. Caught unawares, the Death Eaters were struck down by their own spells, collapsing to the ground. Chapter 79. Turmoil 2. Lord Voldemort surveyed the 7 subordinates kneeling before him, feeling an ire that could no longer be contained. The anguished cries of Bella, who knelt at the forefront, echoed throughout the castle. Lucius, positioned behind her, lowered his head even further. None of the few who returned unscathed had escaped the Dark Lord's wrath. As the architect of it all, the Riekman family found themselves inscribed upon Voldemort's blacklist. This family, which had cost him several loyal followers, was now regarded as a formidable adversary. Awaiting conquest of England, he would annihilate them. Meanwhile, the daughter of the Riekman family, studying at Hogwarts, would bear the brunt of Voldemort's fury. Dumbledore burned the letter in his hand and seated himself beside Grindelwald. The latter offered him a cup of red tea. Thank you, Gellert. What is the situation? Dumbledore inquired. Not ideal. Tom has suffered significant losses at the hands of the Riekman family, and he has now set his sights on Alana. Dumbledore's expression grew grave. Fear not. As long as Alana remains at school, she will be safe, Grindelwald reassured him. I shall also dispatch someone to monitor the movements of the Death Eaters. Yet, Alana is soon to graduate. Dumbledore remained apprehensive, primarily concerned about Alana's secret. Although her acclimacy was commendable, Tom's legitimacy was even more formidable. Rest assured, I shall stay at Hogwarts this year, Grindelwald said, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Severus received the news as well. He cradled Alana, who was drowsily waking. What is it, Sev? Is there an earthquake? Alana murmured, bewildered. No, it's nothing like that. We should return to the dormitory, Severus replied, pinching her rosy cheek. Have you finished brewing your potion? Yes. Hand in hand, they exited the room of requirement, making their way to the dungeons. Alana could distinctly sense the hostility emanating from Slytherin. Why are they suddenly so antagonistic towards me? She remained unaware of the fact that her father had slain several Death Eaters. That individual dispatched Death Eaters to your home, and several of them perished. Including a child from Slytherin, Severus explained, furrowing his brow. Alana could hardly fathom such events. As a member of the Riekman family, it was only natural that she would be despised. She could only hope they would recognize the futility of their actions and refrain from any reckless endeavors, lest. Severus escorted Alana to the entrance of the girls' dormitory, watching her enter before returning to his own quarters. Inside, Sirius lounged on his bed with a book. Upon seeing Severus enter, he closed the ancient tome. What are your thoughts? The casualties were not limited to the younger Slytherin students. Nott's uncle had also perished during the recent operation. Bella had witnessed Nott's uncle's body torn asunder. Typically, magical attacks result in bleeding, yet such gruesome dismemberment was unheard of. Consequently, whispers circulated among the Death Eaters that the Riekman family possessed exceedingly powerful curses, inciting Voldemort's envy for absolute power. Alana's situation at school suddenly became precarious. Within Slytherin, due to Sirius's influence, the attitude towards her was one of indifference, yet following that incident, most students began to harbor animosity against her. Many younger students began to conspire, covertly setting traps for Alana. Some girls would cast jinxes upon her dormitory door, while others would deliberately bump into her in the corridors, or sneer disdainfully upon encountering her. Though these acts were relatively harmless, they nonetheless troubled Alana. Since the attacks were conducted in secrecy, Sirius felt constrained to intervene. Alana could only cast a detection charm on her dormitory door before entering to check for any hexes. After several days, Alana managed to catch the culprits. She had placed a rebounding charm on her door, ensuring that any attempts to hex it would rebound upon the perpetrator. During breakfast, Alana noted that several younger Slytherin girls, their faces swollen like pig heads, hastened to the hospital wing. Thereafter, her door remained undisturbed. Take that. After the Christmas break, Dumbledore relayed good news. The diary had arrived at the Malfoy family's warehouse. During the holiday season, as a loyal subordinate, Lucius had led several Death Eaters in a brutal massacre of Muggles on the streets of London, with the Ministry of Magic's cleanup efforts continuing into January. For this, Voldemort generously gifted Malfoy a diary, purportedly his favorite from his own school days. Lucius Malfoy, elated, displayed the diary in his study to signify the trust Voldemort placed in the Malfoy family. This was common knowledge among all Death Eaters. What they remained unaware of, however, was that upon returning to the Malfoy estate, Lucius had sealed the diary in a box obtained from Dumbledore, effectively isolating it from all magical fluctuations. He then replaced the contents of the box with a carefully crafted counterfeit made by Grindelwald. Only the locket box remained. Alana gazed at the soul artifacts nestled within, yearning to draw closer for a better look, but Severus swiftly pulled her back. Be cautious, Alana, it's perilous. As a relatively adept practitioner of dark magic, Severus sensed the potent aura of malevolent enchantments emanating from those objects. He scrutinized them warily, fearful that an unexpected surge of dark magic might harm Alana. To him, she was merely an inexperienced witch, capable of wielding charming spells, yet utterly defenseless against formidable dark magic. However, this did not imply that Alana lacked knowledge of magic. Rather, she simply possessed no inclination for combat. She was a girl well guarded, and it was his duty to protect her, even more so than the Riekmans had. This was a responsibility Severus felt compelled to fulfill. Come on, Severus, I'm not a child. Alana protested, though she obediently distanced herself from the soul artifacts. Dumbledore observed their interaction with a slight pursing of his lips. Now we await Sirius. I hope Voldemort acts swiftly, Alana remarked to Dumbledore. Their defense against the dark arts professor had been ensnared in the forests of Norway by Grindelwald, who had assumed the professor's identity through a polyjuice potion to safeguard Alana and the other students. A tinge of dissatisfaction flickered within Dumbledore, as he could hardly bear returning to his office only to find that individual lounging on the sofa with a glass of red wine, which irked him slightly. Chapter 80. Once again, graduation season had arrived. With winter fading into spring, the time for graduation was upon them. Throughout the year, Alana had remained quietly at the school, never venturing out. This infuriated Voldemort and his Death Eaters, yet they were powerless to act. The only hiccup lay with the last soul artifact. Voldemort had yet to request the use of a house elf from the Black family, leaving them unsure of the situation. They could not afford to act rashly, for any hint of suspicion from Voldemort could spiral the situation entirely out of control. As time patiently crept forward, the moment of graduation finally arrived. This summer was exceptionally sweltering. As seventh-year students on the brink of graduation, they had completed their major coursework and were merely awaiting the final week to undertake their nude examinations. Alana and Severus sat beneath the stout beech tree by the Black Lake, watching the sunset paint the sky as time lingered peacefully. Severus, after graduation, I wish to visit the East, Alana confided, feeling a strong urge to go, especially after receiving a letter from Huaying. Very well, I shall accompany you. And we might also seek out the Chinese family that Lanshan mentioned. Perhaps they can cure your affliction, Severus replied, having long desired to visit the East himself. He had been in correspondence with Lanshan, who, after returning with Huaying, had traversed many places seeking news of that secluded family and recently had gained some leads. Alana's blood curse was best resolved as soon as possible. Of course, if it cannot be resolved, that is acceptable too, he reassured himself. In June, after completing their newts, the seventh-year students commenced their final week of revelry at the school. The melancholy of parting affected everyone, even those less amicable Slytherin students, who began to feel the pangs of separation. After all, they were about to leave the place that had filled their lives for the past 7 years, a place they would likely never return to. Such a prospect stirred profound reluctance in anyone. This year's graduation ball was even more grand than the last, with the sweltering heat stirring the hearts of the attendees. Young men and women twirled in splendid gowns at the center of the dance floor, while others held glasses, gazing into the distance. Do you have any sentiments, Sirius? Alana inquired, holding her glass in the shadows. Sirius furrowed his brow, staring into the distance, silent. What are your plans after graduation? She pressed. What plans could I possibly have? Kneeling to kiss the hem of the Dark Lord's robes. Does that count as a plan? He replied bitterly. I will help you check on Penny. She seems to be doing quite well, Alana offered. Sirius seemed momentarily taken aback. The name Penny had not graced his ears in what felt like an eternity. Will she return for James and Lily's wedding? He suddenly wondered, feeling a dryness in his throat as he downed the champagne in his glass. Probably not. She cannot leave, Alana carefully replied, acknowledging the difficulties of travel in that era. Oh, Alana watched Sirius's retreating figure, feeling a sense of nostalgia. The once vibrant boy had morphed into this brooding, tempestuous man. Time, after all, had the power to change everything. At times, Alana questioned her own decisions, pondering whether she should have confided in Sirius and Severus about those matters. She felt responsible for the pain Sirius now endured. Yet, someone must bear the weight of the journey, mustn't they? Whether it be Severus, the double agent from the original narrative, Sirius, or any other member of the Order of the Phoenix embedded within the ranks of the Death Eaters. They were all heroes of their time, ordinary people confronting extraordinary circumstances. Severus embraced the melancholy Alana from behind. Do not worry, he will manage. I just feel that the Sirius of our childhood is lost, Alana lamented. I hope he can find himself again when all this is over. He will, Severus assured softly. I have already booked our flights. We will first go to Hong Kong, then meet with Lan Shun before seeking out that hidden family. Severus shared his plans with Alana. He prided himself on meticulous organization, preparing a detailed itinerary before any trip. He even packed Alana's belongings, ensuring everything was in order. Fortunately, wizards could utilize shrinking charms to fit their luggage into space-expanding pockets, greatly facilitating travel. They had prepared their belongings well in advance to avoid unforeseen incidents. They planned to disapparate directly to the airport upon disembarking from the Hogwarts Express, without any delay, to evade detection by the Death Eaters. Alana Riekman was undoubtedly high on their target list. I believe King's Cross Station isn't safe either. What if there is an anti-disapparation jinx? Alana suggested. Don't dismiss my caution as cowardice. If you were in my position, you would understand. Should we be captured, it would be excruciating. I, as the one directly involved, believe that being overly cautious is prudent. Survival is paramount. Alana was grateful to be a Slytherin rather than a Gryffindor. Ultimately, they altered their plans to disapparate directly from Hogsmeade. This last-minute decision was known only to them. So when most wizarding parents arrived at King's Cross Station to collect their children for disapparition, they found themselves unable to leave, leading to the appearance of Death Eaters. Frustrated by the absence of their target, the Death Eaters unleashed their rage upon the station, killing indiscriminately. Failing to capture Riekman, they took pleasure in eliminating ordinary wizards to vent their frustrations, knowing that failure would bring punishment upon their return. The Death Eaters had descended into madness, disregarding the presence of neutral wizards who should not have been provoked, attacking anyone they encountered. When the Aurors of the Ministry of Magic finally arrived, it was too late. The Death Eaters had already departed, leaving behind a grim tableau of lifeless bodies, blood, and grieving relatives. This incident sent shockwaves through the wizarding community, reaching even Alana and Severus in Hong Kong. The Ministry's response remained as tepid as ever, with the Daily Prophet providing a comprehensive account of the event. A lengthy commentary by journalist Kister reignited public outrage over the inaction of the Aurors and officials. Consequently, concern for Hogwarts emerged. Once deemed the safest place in Britain under Dumbledore's watch, the recent troubles with the Hogwarts Express prompted fears about its security. Chapter 81, The MO Family. As Alana and Severus boarded the flight to Hong Kong, a sense of relief washed over them. They were finally headed to China. Alana settled into her seat and stretched languidly. I've never understood your fascination with China, Alana, Severus remarked. Perhaps this trip will provide some answers. I hope you find what you're looking for, Alana winked at him playfully, her demeanor making Severus wish to kiss her. Upon their arrival in Hong Kong, they were greeted by a representative sent by Lan Shun. After nearly 30 hours of travel, even with their enhanced wizarding endurance, both felt utterly exhausted. The Lan family escorted them to their headquarters, the Lan Mansion. While Lan Shun and Huaying were occupied with social engagements, Penny was there to welcome them. Upon seeing them enter, she rushed over and embraced Alana. Oh, you finally graduated, she exclaimed in fluent Chinese, nuzzling against Alana. You're a mother now, and yet you still cling to me? Alana teased, playfully pulling Penny away. I'm exhausted. Hurry and bring out the baby for me to play with. Alana collapsed onto the nearby sofa, utterly spent. Severus stood in stunned silence, taken aback by the revelation that Penny had become a mother in just a year. Had a Chinese man truly captivated her enough to surpass Sirius and lead her to motherhood? Penny's laughter echoed at his dazed expression as a servant quickly handed her the child. Look, this is my son. She proudly presented her 2-month-old baby to Alana. I hadn't planned on confinement, but Huang insisted I take care of myself. I had no idea foreign women also observe such traditions, Penny chattered. How striking he is, Alana observed, noting the infant's brown eyes and black curls, resembling Sirius remarkably. What do you mean striking? P.S. My son. Penny rolled her eyes and bears the surname Evans. Severus gazed at the infant, piecing together the events of the past year, his expression shifting to one of shock. He hadn't anticipated that Sirius would have hoped that he would not let it interfere with his duties. As his roommate, Severus had come to understand Sirius's feelings for Penny. Despite their unspoken bond, circumstances had kept them from addressing it. Moreover, Severus was astonished that such a moment had resulted in a child. Truly impressive, Sirius. Severus mused, curiosity piquing as he leaned closer to the chubby baby, who indeed had a certain charm. He glanced at Alana, whose excitement was palpable, and felt a blush creeping across his cheeks. After some playful moments with the baby, Penny urged them to retire to their rooms, as Lan Xun and Hua Ying would likely return late into the night. Exhausted, Alana sank into the plush bed, falling into a deep slumber until Severus knocked on her door. Upon awakening, she felt momentarily disoriented, unsure of her surroundings. Hearing Severus' voice outside, she quickly opened the door to let him in. Severus entered, his gaze falling on the strap of Alana's nightgown slipping down her shoulder. He instinctively reached out to adjust it as they prepared to join the Lan couple. It's been a while, Alana, Severus. Lan Xun and Hua Ying greeted them warmly in the living room, enveloping them in hugs. Compared to a year ago, Lan Xun had undergone a significant transformation, buoyed by the changes in Hua Ying as well. Though she had not physically matured overnight, time had brought her growth, and the despondency that once lingered around Lan Xun had vanished, replaced with newfound vitality. It's wonderful to see you again, brother Lan, sister Hua. They exchanged embraces, acknowledging that their reunion in the Australian wilderness had marked a turning point in their destinies. You've grown so much, Alana. Hua Ying remarked excitedly as she held Alana's hand, clearly fond of the young British woman. You too, sister Hua, Alana replied with a playful wink. The servants soon set the table, having prepared a meal. Lan Xun and Hua Ying had already dined but stayed to keep Alana and Severus company. They shared stories from the past year, including Penny's pregnancy. To be honest, it was quite chaotic, Hua Ying recounted, still shaken by the memory. On the ship, Penny was terribly seasick, and her health seemed to deteriorate. Had it not been for the resilience of wizards and Brother Lan's magical aid, I fear she might not have made it off the ship, Penny candidly shared, viewing the ordeal as nothing to be ashamed of. So, I've asked Cindy to call Brother Lan and Sister Hua godfather and godmother, Penny continued. What do you mean by that? Severus whispered to Alana. Although he could understand Chinese, he was unfamiliar with the terminology. It's akin to what you would call a godfather and godmother, Alana explained thoughtfully. The conversation then veered towards the current political climate in China, with the nation undergoing a significant transformation during its initial phases of openness. As established Chinese families, both the Hua and Lan clans harbored aspirations to return and thrive in Hong Kong. Lan Xun also informed Alana about the elusive family they sought, the Mo family. Renowned as a leading Taoist family, the Mo clan had long been shrouded in secrecy. However, due to some undisclosed circumstances, they had remained dormant for many years. With no Mo descendants seen in public, Lan Xun had gathered information about them through a Mo descendant who had recently returned from America, seeking to reconnect with his roots, and was discovered by the Lan family. That Mr. Mo is over 100 years old. I've arranged for him to stay in a separate residence to avoid any disturbances, Lan Xun explained to Severus and Alana. The Mo family possessed unique and profound methods regarding the soul, and since external alterations to Alana's blood curse were impossible, perhaps an internal approach could yield some advancements. The Mo family excels in soul purification, Hua Ying added, echoing her husband's sentiments. The Hua and Mo families had been close allies for generations, and Mr. Mo's willingness to treat a foreigner was a testament to Hua Ying's influence. Chapter 82. Mr. Mo appears remarkably youthful, even seeming to be 2 years younger than Lan Xun. Coupled with the fact that individuals of Asian descent often exhibit a more youthful visage than their Caucasian counterparts. This gentleman, who is of a similar age to Dumbledore, stands alongside Alana, making them appear contemporaneous. This phenomenon leaves Severus, an embodiment of pure British lineage, utterly baffled. Reflecting on Dumbledore from a few years past, whose beard nearly grazed the ground, and contrasting it with the current visage of Mr. Mo, Severus muses to himself about the marvels of the East. It is I who am extraordinary. Not every individual from China possesses such wonders. Mr. Mo seems to have pierced through Severus's thoughts, speaking up and playfully winking at him. In an instant, a cold sweat drenches Severus's back. He is certain that Mr. Mo did not glean his innermost thoughts through any form of mind reading. This deepens his intrigue regarding Eastern magic. After demonstrating something to Alana, Mr. Mo dismisses the others present, leaving only Alana behind. Severus, feeling uneasy, hesitates to depart. It's all right, Severus. You should wait for me outside, Alana reassures him, wrapping her arms around him. Now, only Mr. Mo and Alana remain in the room. Your soul is troubled, Mr. Mo states languidly while cradling a teacup. Indeed, Alana responds without hesitation, openly acknowledging her predicament. She is a reincarnated soul, having inhabited this body for nearly 2 decades. I have calculated that without your soul, this body should not exist. Mr. Mo continues, having discerned that this body and soul are not original, yet he sees no reason to intervene. The curse you speak of affects this body. Your spirit's arrival has suppressed its power, allowing you to be born smoothly, he elucidates. So, if I hadn't transmigrated, would my parents have lost this child? Alana's heart constricts at the thought. Precisely. The curse's power rendered the original soul exceedingly weak. Your arrival rejuvenated this body with a soul, enabling a successful birth, Mr. Mo explains, setting down his teacup and regarding Alana intently. As a practitioner of soul magic, his curiosity is piqued, though over the years he has encountered various soul-related issues. Just as with the woman who had recently given birth, her soul was also not original. Yet, these 2 otherworldly souls have ignited a spark of hope in the world. Is there a way to resolve the curse within me? Alana inquires of Mr. Mo. Since he can perceive her otherworldly soul and the issues with her body, she believes solutions must exist. It can be resolved, Mr. Mo replies with a smile, but it certainly cannot be accomplished by my efforts alone. We will require the Mo family's heirloom in conjunction with the spell. His words cause Alana's anxious heart to settle slightly, as long as it can be resolved. However, Mr. Mo's next statement raises her apprehension anew. But when I left home in my youth, the Mo family disowned me, making it difficult to borrow the heirloom. Upon hearing this, Alana is rendered speechless. Why didn't you mention this sooner? Young one, it is wise to temper your impatience, Mr. Mo advises as he smooths his long hair. One must maintain composure, like me, to preserve one's youthful appearance. You are quite narcissistic. Severus paces restlessly outside, as the conversation between Alana and Mr. Mo lengthens. His mood darkens. Had it not been for Penny's persistent tugging, he might have barged in to ascertain the nature of their discussion. When the door swings open, Severus stands at the threshold. Alana, how is it? Noticing his concerned expression, Alana steps forward to embrace him, burying her head in the crook of his neck. It's fine. It's fine, Alana. I'm working hard. There will surely be potions that can heal you. Severus comforts her. Alana chuckles softly. Severus is taken aback. Mr. Mo claims it can be treated, but there are still some issues. The group then returns to the Lawn family mansion. Alana shares Mr. Mo's words with everyone. So, we must first help him reintegrate into his family? Penny is the first to voice her thoughts. I believe that is the case. Otherwise, he would not have allowed the Lawn family to discover his whereabouts. Lanshan replies with resignation. It appears that it was not they who found him, but rather Mr. Mo who deliberately exposed his location, seeking to re-establish connections with the Mo family through the Lawn family. Indeed, what a cunning old fox he is. Days later, the group officially enters Huagua under the guise of Hong Kong merchants. At this point, Huagua is in a state of reconstruction. Yet the smiles adorning the faces of the people on the streets invigorate everyone's spirits. According to Mr. Mo, the Mo family is presently located in their ancestral land in the northwest. Thus, the group journeys toward the northwest, but the transportation in Huagua is quite inconvenient. They do not register with the Huagua Mystical Arts Association upon entry, precluding them from utilizing magic freely, and they must rely on ordinary means of travel. Fortunately, the Lawn family has connections within the military, securing a military transport plane, allowing them to reach the northwest, albeit they must walk after disembarking. The Mo family's ancestral land is concealed by a complex array of formations atop a northwest mountain. Even with Mr. Mo's acquaintance, the group must still painstakingly navigate the formation step by step up the mountain. The Mo family had been on high alert since the moment they set foot at the mountain's base. It has been many years since anyone dared to breach the protective formations of the Mo family. As the current head of the Mo family witnesses the array of defenses being dismantled, his expression darkens ominously. Father, who could it be? Who possesses the prowess to so easily unravel the formations left by our ancestors? Mo Qingshan, the head son, stands anxiously beside him. Qingshan, notify your mother to prepare. The visitors do not come with good intentions, the head of the Mo family utters, his hand trembling around his magical artifact. The Mo family has faced considerable adversity in recent years, and the younger generation has been reluctant to venture down the mountain, instead languishing in their secluded existence. It has been generations since a child with exceptional magical talent has emerged, marking the Mo family's decline. As the elder of the children, he must vow to protect the family at all costs, fighting against the intruders to buy time for the younger generation to escape. Father, Mo Qingshan weeps, knowing he lacks extraordinary talent and has not mastered magical arts, once placing his hopes on his son, only to find him equally unremarkable. Father, I stand with the Mo family in life and death. Ultimately, the youngest of the Mo family does not escape the mountain. Mr. Mo quickly discerns that the protective formations are exceedingly weak. In no time, the group stands before the gates of the Mo family estate. While Mo Qingshan continues to argue with his father, unwilling to leave and determined to stand with the Mo family. Unfilial descendants of the Mo family, come forth. Mr. Mo, hearing the bickering within, feels an acute sense of embarrassment. Who could have anticipated that the once mighty Mo family, renowned in the realm of Huagua's mystical arts, would have fallen to such depths? The external threat arrives, yet they dare not confront it, opting instead to flee. Mr. Mo's frustration mounts. Inside, the Mo family head and Mo Qingshan realize the strength of the adversaries outside, understanding that escape is no longer an option as they quickly knock on their door. With a forceful strike, the door of the Mo family was flung open, revealing a father and son standing resolutely in the courtyard, embodying the spirit of heroic sacrifice. My Mo family has long remained in seclusion, and we have not harbored any grievances against you. May I inquire, esteemed elder, why you have come to assail our mountain gate? The head of the Mo family fixed his gaze upon the figure of Mr. Mo, who stood at the forefront of the group of youthful intruders. To which generation of the Mo lineage do you belong? Mr. Mo, uninterested in engaging in trivial discourse, reflected upon the current dismal state of the Mo family. He had anticipated resistance from the elders upon his return, yet now, the Mo family would surely welcome his reemergence with open arms. An amused chuckle resonated within him. The Mo family was in dire need of a pillar to uphold their legacy, and Mr. Mo's presence was akin to a timely blessing. Despite having been expelled from the family decades ago for various reasons, the head of the Mo family was elated to receive back this esteemed ancestor of the highest lineage. In his eyes, the circumstances surrounding Mr. Mo's expulsion were trivial. The severity of such a punishment was unwarranted. The stark contrast between Mr. Mo's venerable age and his youthful appearance, more akin to that of his own son, served as a testament to his formidable skills in the arcane arts. With such an illustrious ancestor in their midst, who would dare to insult the Mo family? Given this context, it would be a simple matter for Mr. Mo to utilize the family heirloom to heal Alana. Submerged in the frigid waters of the Mo family's back mountain pond, Alana was shivering uncontrollably. She trembled as she gazed at the glowing orb hovering above her, its crimson light casting warmth upon her. Before long, she succumbed to unconsciousness. When she awoke, the night had fully descended. Severus was crouched beside her on the bank, while her body remained ensconced in the chilling waters. The family heirloom had vanished without a trace. Are you awake, Alana? Severus, roused by the commotion, approached her. He grasped her hand and pulled her from the pond, draping a coat around her shoulders. You've been asleep in the pond for 3 days. Mr. Mo said that upon your awakening, you would be able to meet him, he explained. I slept for 3 days? Alana gazed at her wrinkled, waterlogged hands in disbelief. Her skin was swollen from the prolonged exposure. Severus escorted her back to the Mo family estate, where they found Mr. Mo dozing in his chamber. The son of Mo Qingshan was kneeling beside him, reciting something in a low voice. As they entered the courtyard, Mr. Mo stirred awake, hastily wiping his mouth with his sleeve and sitting upright. He appraised Alana with a discerning eye. Quite good. The results are promising, he remarked, stroking his chin contemplatively. Could it be that my curse has been lifted? Alana pondered, perplexed. How could merely soaking in the pond for 3 days suffice to rid her of her affliction? Of course not. Mr. Mo's response shattered her hopes, declaring that this was merely the beginning. From that point on, Alana was to immerse herself in the pond for 3 days every 3 days. The Long couple and Penny were unable to adjust to life in the mountains and returned to Hong Kong after a few days. Throughout Alana's treatment, Severus remained at the Missouri estate, where the head of the Mo family, a skilled alchemist, found a kindred spirit in Severus, a master of potions. They often engaged in discussions about blending Eastern and Western remedies. After nearly a year of treatment, Alana, already fair-skinned, felt as if she were becoming translucent from the constant immersion. At last, she heard Mr. Mo declare, "Tomorrow, you need not soak in the pond any longer." Alana was nearly overcome with excitement, yet her limbs felt weak and her body frail, rendering her incapable of such vigorous movements. Just when she thought her ordeal was at an end, Mr. Mo led her to a formation. This formation has been prepared for a year. You will sit at its center, and whether it succeeds or fails hinges upon today, Mr. Mo proclaimed, shaking his head animatedly like a charlatan. Gritting her teeth, Alana settled cross-legged in the middle of the formation. A year's worth of effort had led her to this final trial. She steeled herself for the challenge. Mr. Mo produced the family heirloom again, tracing his fingers over it, allowing his blood to seep into the orb. With wide eyes, he cast the orb into the air, where it seemed to be drawn toward the formation. In an instant, Alana lost consciousness and collapsed to the ground. Alana, Severus called out in alarm. Yet he hesitated to rush in, for Mr. Mo continued to chant incantations, while the Mo family members observed the proceedings. At last, after what felt like an eternity of immobility, Mr. M.O. concluded the ritual. "Take her back," he said, his voice heavy with exhaustion. M.O. Qingshan hurried to support him as they departed. Severus dashed into the formation, carrying Alana back to her chamber. This time, Alana awoke swiftly, clinging to Severus. She wept uncontrollably. During her unconsciousness, her soul had been expelled from her body, as if another spirit had taken residence within her form. She witnessed her illness remaining untreated. Manifesting at the age of 30, she and Severus had a daughter who passed away before she graduated from Hogwarts. Severus returned to Hogwarts as a professor, feared by all as the dreaded bat of the dungeons. Their daughter, resembling Alana, inspired in Severus a restrained love, compelling him to avoid her presence. Ultimately, their daughter harbored resentment toward him. Alana was bewildered by the loss of control over her own body. Yet soon, she awakened, and those events felt like a fleeting dream. Gazing into the concerned eyes of Severus, she abruptly embraced him, sobbing. Now that she had returned, did this mean her illness had been cured? Would she not meet the same swift demise as in that dream? "Take me to see Mr. M.O., Severus," Alana implored, having wept enough. Chapter 84, The Final Horcrux. With Alana's illness cured, plans to return to England were set in motion. Dumbledore relayed news from England that Voldemort had bypassed Sirius and sought the freshly graduated Regulus to borrow Creature. Poor Creature was forced to drink poison by Voldemort. Given the relationship between Regulus and Sirius, the latter learned of Creature's fate immediately after he was borrowed. Thus, Dumbledore was quickly informed. However, retrieving the locket from the stone basin of poison posed a significant challenge. While it was possible to have another house elf drink the poison, such an act would be deeply inhumane. As the greatest white wizard, Dumbledore would never resort to such measures. Therefore, the task of addressing the poison fell to the potion genius Severus. This matter must remain a secret from others. Sirius commanded Creature to venture into the cave and retrieve a sample of the poison for Severus to analyze. However, considering Alana's recovery, Severus decided to return to England by cruise ship from Hong Kong. Regrettably, Alana's frail condition caused her to succumb to seasickness shortly after the ship set sail. Severus had no choice but to use apparition to return to the Lon family estate. Upon their return, Lonshan promptly instructed the servants to escort them back to their room. "You should rest. If necessary, we will arrange for a flight to take you back." Lonshan gently patted Severus on the shoulder. "Thank you for your trouble, Brother Lon." Severus nodded, cradling Alana as they returned to their room. Alana lay on the bed, her face pale, filled with self-reproach. "It's all my fault. If I hadn't insisted on taking the cruise, we could have flown back much sooner." She was acutely aware of the urgency of the situation. Lily's child was about to be born, which meant that the savior, Harry Potter, was imminent, and the time since Voldemort's first downfall was drawing near. With Severus not revealing the prophecy regarding the savior to Voldemort, the impending battle's occurrence was now uncertain. Alana felt an overwhelming desire to return to England, to grasp all the Horcruxes in her hands for peace of mind. Although she had always hoped to avert war and avoid direct confrontation with Voldemort, believing that with Dumbledore and the Order of the Phoenix at the forefront, she could simply wait for the outcome in tranquility, the reality weighed heavily upon her. Until she witnessed everything come to a conclusion, she would not truly feel at ease. Under Lonshan's arrangements, the two boarded a plane the following day. This private aircraft, procured through Huaying's connections, was significantly more comfortable than a regular one, catering to Alana's frail condition. "Alas, my body feels excessively weak," Alana complained to Severus as she gazed out at the white clouds from her seat. "Do not dwell on it, Alana. You shall recover swiftly," Severus reassured her, already contemplating which potions he could brew to hasten her recovery. He mused that perhaps a potion with a flavor reminiscent of Hong Kong milk tea would be delightful. Upon disembarking, Alana immediately spotted Grindelwald waiting not far away. He had previously concealed his identity with Polyjuice Potion, but now he boldly revealed himself. As if he could read her thoughts, Grindelwald cast her a sidelong glance. "Let us hurry. Can the portkey be used?" "Yes." The trio grasped the portkey and were transported to the headquarters of the Order of the Phoenix. From the outside, it appeared to be a dilapidated church. This was the headquarters of the Order, protected by the unbreakable vow, Grindelwald's villa. The appearance of the two students surprised the remaining members of the Order. In their eyes, these two Slytherin students had been hunted for not joining the Death Eaters and had vanished after graduation. What could have brought them here now? Grindelwald ushered them in and then disapparated away, leaving them in the living room without anyone approaching to greet them. It was not until a voice emerged from the fireplace that they were acknowledged. Severus assisted Alana to her feet as Dumbledore stepped out from the hearth. After more than a year, Dumbledore seemed to have regained much of his youth. Alana smiled at him, inwardly thinking how love truly serves as a fountain of youth. Dumbledore embraced both Alana and Severus warmly. "Welcome, my children," he beamed, inquiring about Petunia's well-being. At his words, Alana instinctively bristled, recalling the child and Sirius. She couldn't help but feel wary. Dumbledore had a history. Sensing her unease, Dumbledore swiftly changed the topic to discuss potions with Severus, as if he had never posed the previous question. Yet, the matter lingered in Alana's mind. Would it be Sirius who informed Voldemort this time? What would happen to Petunia and Sandy? While Alana sat on the sofa lost in thought, Severus managed to obtain samples of the potion from Dumbledore. Alana, are you all right? Severus approached her, noticing her complexion had grown even paler, and felt a pang of concern. I'm fine. Have you finished your discussion? Alana returned her attention to them. Severus, I still recommend you and Alana stay here. After all, this is arguably the safest place in England, Dumbledore suggested once more. Professor Dumbledore, I believe this location is not suitable for us, Severus firmly declined. Alana observed in silence. While it was indeed safe here, the constant influx of people made her uneasy, as there could be traitors among the order. If Voldemort discovered that Severus had returned to England with her, he would undoubtedly go to great lengths to cause trouble. It is better not to be in the public eye, Professor Dumbledore. We should ensure that those who just saw us forget that we were here, Severus reiterated. All right. Young people do require some privacy, Dumbledore conceded, refraining from further argument as he escorted them out. After leaving the fireplace, Severus produced a portkey. Alana, I've prepared a place that only I know of. Would you like to join me? Severus asked cautiously, his eyes filled with anticipation and a hint of nervousness. Of course. I was just thinking we still have nowhere to go. If you have a place, that would be splendid, Alana replied, embracing Severus and resting her head on his shoulder. Chapter 85. The cottage and the dream entwined by the portkey's magic, the two arrived in a serene little grove. Severus held Alana's hand as they traversed the woodland. Alana felt that Severus had indeed acquired many wonderful things from Lanchun. The protective enchantments of this grove bore some resemblance to the Emo family's mountain defense spells. A single misstep would lead one irretrievably astray. As they ventured deeper into the grove, they came upon a grassy clearing. Alana gazed at the empty lawn with confusion until a quaint white villa gradually materialized before her. It was a 3-story cottage, complete with a small loft and a spacious terrace, surrounded by blooming rose bushes that playfully climbed the pristine walls, leaving vibrant flowers in their wake. Where's this, Severus? Alana asked in disbelief, and before he could respond, she pushed open the villa's door. Upon entering, she found the left side adorned with soft, plush sofas in the living room, while the dining area featured a minimalist Japanese-style table alongside rooms upstairs. Each chamber mirrored exactly what she had envisioned in her dreams. Before graduation, Alana had jokingly mentioned to Severus in the room of requirement about a dream she had of a house she wished for. She never anticipated that Severus would remember her words so precisely and truly prepare such a little haven for her. With a garden, a swimming pool, a terrace, soft sofas, and playful decor, Alana felt her eyes welling with tears. She dashed down the stairs and leapt into Severus's embrace. Severus, she called out. I'm here, he replied, tightening his hold on the girl in his arms, relieved to see her delight. Thank you, Severus, thank you, Alana choked out, overwhelmed by the surreal feeling that enveloped her. Since her arrival in this world, she had never worried about food or clothing, always possessing an abundance of galleons. And her parents and grandparents had showered her with affection, experiences she had never known in her past life. Subsequently, upon encountering Severus, albeit motivated by a desire to alter the narrative, she found that throughout their interactions, he always indulged her to the fullest extent, consistently supporting her and ensuring she never felt sorrow or distress. He possessed an innate understanding of how to provide her with solace, allowing her to feel secure in his presence. Perhaps the stark contrast between their respective lives contributed to her persistent sense of unease. She meticulously sought to appease her parents and grandfather, maintaining superficial relationships with her peers, never engaging in the whimsical antics typical of ordinary romantic relationships. This was not due to her maturity, but rather her trepidation. Such experiences were foreign to her. She feared that if she did not meet expectations, everything she cherished might vanish. Would their affection for her dissipate? Alana's unease inexplicably vanished upon her arrival at the villa. This house resembled a quaint cottage she had once seen in an anime during her past life, where the protagonists lived blissfully together. While in the room of requirement, she had witnessed Severus brewing potions and had dreamt of that anime. Upon awakening, she described the house and the love story of the characters to Severus, merely uttering it in passing. To her astonishment, Severus discerned her yearning for such happiness. Alana had long been aware that Severus was preparing their marital abode, a dwelling entirely her own, a place that would instill in her a sense of belonging. Alana, will you marry me? Severus knelt before her, producing a ring he had meticulously prepared for quite some time. Although they had already undergone an engagement ceremony, Severus felt compelled to propose once more before their wedding. During their time in Hong Kong, they had attended a proposal ceremony with Lan Chun, and he could tell that Alana envied the girl immensely. She desired everything other girls possessed, and even more. This was a sentiment Severus often expressed to himself. I do. Alana felt her tears betray her. Hastily trying to wipe them away, yet they only multiplied. Severus slipped the ring onto her finger and embraced her. Thank you, Alana, for providing me with a home, he murmured, holding her tightly. For him, Alana's presence was what constituted a true home. They resided in the villa, while ordinary provisions and the potion ingredients Severus required were delivered by house elves under the direction of Dumbledore or Grindelwald. Their precise location remained a secret, even from the house elves, who could only communicate with Severus through a unique method, allowing him to retrieve items from the protective enchantments. After over 3 months of research, Severus finally concocted the antidote. Voldemort, indeed the second Dark Lord, had crafted a potion that, though not lethal, was sufficiently repugnant. Despite Severus's antidote, 2 individuals accompanied him to retrieve the locket. A month later, when they returned to the Order of the Phoenix's headquarters and laid eyes on the 5 Horcruxes once more, Lily had successfully given birth to Harry Potter. Voldemort, too, had learned of the prophecy foretold by Trelawney regarding the boy born in July who would defeat him. The members of the Order reconvened at their headquarters. Upon seeing Severus and Riekman seated beside Dumbledore, expressions of astonishment spread among the crowd. Dumbledore, radiating warmth, introduced them, stating, "These 2 have been our steadfast allies. I believe you all recognize them, so I shall refrain from further introduction." The onlookers exchanged peculiar glances. After all, these 2 were ranked among the most wanted Death Eaters. The primary purpose of this meeting was Dumbledore's belief that he was prepared for the final confrontation with his beloved student, Tom. He intended to destroy all Horcruxes upon encountering Voldemort, thereby inducing panic, which would enable him to eliminate Tom for good. Naturally, such plans would remain undisclosed to the members of the Order present. This gathering of the Order seemed devoid of significance for the ordinary members, who were required only to appear when needed and participate in battles. Yet, the focus lay squarely on Severus and Alana, as well as Lily and Potter. This was the strategy devised by Dumbledore and Grindelwald. They needed to draw Voldemort out, necessitating Severus and Alana's visibility to the Death Eaters. As the parents of Harry Potter, Lily and Potter were similarly required to actively lure the Death Eaters. Chapter 86, The Wedding. The nuptials of the Prince Heir and the eldest daughter of the Riekman family from Germany were set to take place in England. The Daily Prophet dedicated an entire page to report on this event. To celebrate the couple, the Riekman family offered a month-long discount of 20% at their shop in Diagon Alley. Voldemort became aware of this news. For a man who had rarely tasted defeat, the audacity of these 2 youngsters to appear publicly in England was akin to dancing atop a grave. Naturally, the suspicious Voldemort would not simply march forth for revenge. He summoned Sirius and Malfoy, who had significant ties to Alana, using the Dark Mark. Soon, the typically discordant Sirius and Lucius met outside Voldemort's estate. Ignoring one another, they both gazed upward, awaiting their master's summons. The one who entered first certainly held his chin a fraction higher than the other. Just before Sirius stepped inside, he let out a disdainful snort directed at Lucius's envious countenance, inciting the noble Malfoy patriarch to grit his teeth in anger. "Master, good day," Sirius declared with a rebellious tone as he entered the hall, where Voldemort was admiring a dragon heart. "Ah, dear Sirius, you have finally arrived," Voldemort's cold voice echoed slowly. "Always at your service, master," replied Sirius, kneeling and kissing the hem of Voldemort's robe that brushed the floor. Voldemort regarded the defiant youth kneeling before him with satisfaction, rising to personally assist the future head of the Black family to his feet. "Sirius, my child, I hear your cousin is to be wed." Sirius, head bowed, concealed his hands within his sleeves, tightly clenching his fists, yet dared not reveal any emotion on his face. "Indeed, my master. I believe, as her cousin, you ought to attend her wedding, should you not?" "Yes, my master. I shall present a grand gift at the wedding," Sirius affirmed. Shortly after, he departed. As he brushed past Lucius, their shoulders collided with a jolt. Lucius, as the cousin closer to Alana, was honored with Voldemort's invitation to the gathering. Regrettably, Lucius's memories were limited to childhood scenes of play, devoid of any useful information. Having dismissed Lucius, Voldemort instructed him to convey a significant gift to the future Mrs. Snape as a token of goodwill at the wedding. Additionally, Voldemort dispatched others to discreetly verify the authenticity of this event. Caution was the hallmark of a true Slytherin. As a member of the Order, Mr. Peter Pettigrew had frequently observed Severus's presence at the Order's headquarters in recent days. Based on his observations, Severus Snape was assisting Dumbledore in concocting a complex potion reputed to possess the ability to restore youth. Very well, Severus, that will be all for today, Dumbledore remarked, peering at Severus through his half-moon spectacles. This young man was utterly transformed from the sullen boy who had first arrived at Hogwarts. The metamorphosis was indeed largely attributable to Alana. So it is settled. Let that insufferable little Potter hide in our wedding carriage as we depart from England. Severus, catching Dumbledore's subtle hint, uttered the prearranged phrase. I trust you to protect him, Severus, Dumbledore continued, while outside, Mr. Pettigrew nervously covered his mouth. Soon enough, the Dark Lord would learn from his followers that the Order of the Phoenix intended to safeguard a boy named Harry Potter. There were 2 children born in July, one Potter and one Longbottom. Initially, the Dark Lord had yet to ascertain who his adversary was, but upon Dumbledore's request to the Rookwood family to smuggle Potter to Germany, it was clear that it was indeed this Potter. The repeated failures in pursuing the Longbottoms and the Potters only heightened Voldemort's urgency to eliminate the prophesied foe. No one can kill him. The impending marriage of the Rookwood family's daughter to the Prince family in England captured the attention of the wizarding community. News of their wedding, set to take place on the Prince family's island, spread like wildfire. Back at the forest cottage, Severus removed his robe and treaded softly upstairs. Alana was napping, a habit she had developed during her time in Hogwarts. Whenever circumstances allowed, she would indulge in an hour of slumber. Upon awakening, she felt the weight of Severus's arm and leg draped over her. With some effort, she turned to face him, noticing his furrowed brow even in sleep. Gently, she prodded his nose. Severus had been summoned by Dumbledore the previous morning and had only just returned, suggesting another sleepless night. Alana's heart ached for him. Reluctant to disturb his rest, she nestled in his embrace, observing his features. Severus's sleep was restless. He felt as though he were being pursued, his body fluctuating between chills and warmth, at times struggling to breathe. Just as he sensed impending suffocation, he jolted awake to find Alana mischievously pinching his nose. Sev, you're finally awake, she cooed, snuggling closer. If you don't awaken soon, I might perish from hunger. Severus, realizing he had slept for an extended period, turned to glance outside. Dusk was approaching. Stretching, he tightened his hold on Alana and playfully exhaled against her neck, asking, what would you like to eat? Alana giggled, pushing him away as he tickled her. Anything you make, but it must be you, Severus. Alana dashed down to put on her shoes and head to the restroom, having been quite uncomfortable all afternoon. It's been 2 days since I last had your cooking, you know? Her voice echoed from the bathroom. Severus stretched lazily before heading downstairs to prepare her meal. Since moving in with Alana, he had taken on the responsibility of ensuring she was well fed. Their wedding was scheduled for the winter, between Halloween and Christmas. Alana's wedding gown had undergone 2 significant alterations, owing to an unexpected arrival. One evening during dinner, the aroma of Severus's pan-fried fish reached her, causing her to expel the fruit pudding she had just consumed. Severus, startled by her reaction, promptly set the plate down to assist her. What is wrong, Alana? Are you feeling unwell? He inquired anxiously. Since returning from Hogwarts, Alana's health had been somewhat fragile, but this reaction was unprecedented, causing him concern. Alana felt as though she might regurgitate yesterday's meal, eventually succumbing to a wave of sour bile. Severus cast a healing charm, but it proved ineffective. She continued to feel nauseous. Sev, please take that fish away, it's too pungent. Alana complained, holding her nose as she retreated upstairs. The scent of fried fish permeated the lower floor, and remaining there felt suffocating. Alana seated herself in the study, convinced that she had absorbed the fish's odor. Hastily returning to her bedroom to change clothes and take a shower, emerging from the bathroom feeling rejuvenated. She pondered the sudden aversion to the fish's smell, for she had always relished seafood and adored Severus's pan-fried fish, often indulging in 2 or 3 pieces whenever he prepared it. Suddenly, an idea struck her. She retrieved her wand and cast a detection charm upon herself. To her dismay, there was no response. When Severus entered, he caught sight of her performing the charm, realizing it was meant for pregnancy detection. However, seeing no reaction, he felt a sense of helplessness. Alana's charm had failed. He approached to reassess the situation, but Alana promptly covered her nose. Sev, you smell of fish. Go take a shower. She protested, pushing him out. Reluctantly, he complied, noting, your charm didn't succeed. So let me clean up and I'll check again afterward. Handing her some fruit, he hurried to the guest bathroom to wash up. Alana felt her cheeks flush. She was embarrassed that she had failed at such a simple charm. Severus soon returned, freshly cleaned, to find Alana sitting on the sofa, enjoying the fruit. Let me give it a try, Alana, he said, casting the detection charm on her. A soft yellow glow enveloped her lower abdomen, leaving them both speechless. Then, Alana's ears flushed crimson. They had previously run out of contraceptive potion and, driven by a sense of luck, had not consumed any, only to find themselves unexpectedly in this situation. Severus stood, momentarily at a loss, glancing between Alana and her belly, his expression a mixture of disbelief and joy. "We're going to have a baby, Alana," he exclaimed, a hint of trepidation in his voice, fearing Alana might be upset, especially since their wedding had yet to occur. Seeing Severus's bewildered yet endearing expression, Alana burst into laughter. "Indeed, Sev, you are going to be a father." From that day forward, Severus never left the villa. Even when Dumbledore sent letters or summoned house elves to relay messages, he steadfastly remained by Alana's side. He had house elves deliver numerous books and potion ingredients pertaining to pregnancy, concocting various potions to ensure her well-being, as he worried about her frail constitution. Soon enough, both Dumbledore and Grindelwald were informed of Alana's pregnancy, originally scheduled for October. Severus repeatedly wrote to Dumbledore, seeking to amend their wedding plans. He feared that a conflict would erupt during the ceremony, endangering Alana. The initial plan was for him to remain close to her, equipped with protective artifacts obtained from Mr. Imo, but with Alana expecting, the risks had multiplied. Severus was unwilling to take any chances. After deliberating together, Dumbledore and Grindelwald did not entirely acquiesce to Severus's proposal, for their wedding was an indispensable element in the scheme to lure Voldemort into the open. Nevertheless, Severus was unwavering in his resolve, firmly declaring that he would never allow Alana to be put in harm's way. The weekend following Halloween witnessed the nuptials of the Miss Riekman and the heir of the Prince family at Prince Manor. The guest list was meticulously curated, as both had few friends from their school days. Thus, most attendees were partners of the Riekman family and a select few friends from the Prince family. Additionally, Dumbledore was present. Not a single member of the Order of the Phoenix was in attendance. As the ceremony commenced, Mr. Riekman took Alana's hand, leading his beloved daughter step by step to Severus. Upon releasing her hand, Mr. Riekman's eyes suddenly glistened with tears, revealing a rare moment of vulnerability from a man who had long dominated the business world. Mrs. Riekman approached to embrace him. Dumbledore, serving as the officiant, delivered a heartfelt address. Just as the couple exchanged rings, a commotion erupted. Several figures clad in black robes abruptly materialized at the wedding, their distinctive attire unmistakably identifying them as Death Eaters. The Death Eaters did not hinder the panicking guests, but directed their focus solely on the three individuals at the altar. Bellatrix, upon seeing the trio remaining stationary, erupted into laughter. Members of the Order of the Phoenix appeared from unknown origins, and chaos ensued as both sides engaged in a fierce struggle. Severus remained steadfastly by Alana's side, alongside Dumbledore, shielding her from the onslaught of the Death Eaters. Soon, Bellatrix discerned a discrepancy. The Dumbledore before her appeared to lack the formidable prowess she expected. Yet, the ferocity of Mr. Riekman's attacks was astonishing. Recalling her memories of him 2 years prior when he seemed utterly ineffectual, the members of the Order fought valiantly, each determined to contain the Death Eaters, ensuring none could escape. A silver-white feline Patronus circled around Severus before he decisively activated the protective enchantment from the east. No one could leave the island. Alana and her parents stood upon a carriage drawn by a thestral, gradually ascending away from Prince Island. Within the confines of the enchantment, Alana and Dumbledore began to transform. Alana morphed into an elderly figure previously unseen by Bellatrix, her gaze icy, while Dumbledore's form shifted into that of a young man. The battle intensified, with both sides sustaining injuries as the Death Eaters attempted to flee, yet the enchantment thwarted their efforts. Some Death Eaters, summoned by the Dark Mark, found themselves unable to disapparate, their anxiety mounting as they realized the consequences of failing to return promptly to their master. In a desperate bid for escape, they unleashed relentless assaults on the members of the Order and the three at the forefront. The elderly figure derived from Alana released a powerful wide-range curse, white flames erupting from the ground, consuming all in their path. The Death Eaters widened their eyes in shock. This was Grindelwald's signature spell. The elderly figure before them was none other than the legendary Grindelwald himself. Chapter 88 concludes. The events unfolded more favorably than Alana had anticipated. The day after returning to the Riekman household, Severus returned. "How are you, Severus?" Alana inquired, embracing his waist and scanning him for injuries. "I am unharmed. How about you?" "Alana?" Severus grasped her hand and led her into the sitting room. Given Alana's pregnancy, Severus adamantly refused to allow her participation in this venture. Ultimately, Grindelwald consumed the polyjuice potion in her stead, unbeknownst to Mr. and Mrs. Riekman or the other guests, so as not to raise any alarm. Following the appearance of the Death Eaters, they rendezvoused with Alana and departed Prince Island using the enchanted carriage. The wedding's arrangement was merely a facade to ensnare the Death Eaters present, while the true battlefield lay at the Potter residence. Upon Voldemort's arrival at the Potters, he encountered the couple emerging with their child. Before he could act, Dumbledore appeared, brandishing the Horcruxes. In a stunning display, He destroyed all of Voldemort's Horcruxes before the Dark Lord's eyes, inciting his wrath to an explosive degree. With the simultaneous destruction of the Horcruxes, Voldemort, now incomplete, was swiftly vanquished by Dumbledore. Thus, the once mighty Dark Lord was reduced to ash. Meanwhile, the Death Eaters trapped on Prince Island were apprehended and subsequently incarcerated in Azkaban. The Daily Prophet devoted extensive coverage to Voldemort's downfall, plunging the entire wizarding community of Britain into jubilation. As Alana rested at the Riekman home, she felt an overwhelming sense of unreality. Could it truly be that Voldemort was dead? Would he return after several years? Yet, such matters were beyond her concern. Half a month later, they held a second wedding, determined to finalize the ceremony before the baby's arrival, which had become Alana's fervent obsession. This wedding was understated. With only a few close friends and family invited, Penny and Huaqing traveled from China to attend their nuptials. "Congratulations, Alana. Congratulations, Severus," Penny exclaimed, embracing her two friends. As she gazed at Alana adorned in a snow-white gown, with Severus standing by her side, Penny felt tears welling uncontrollably. Had it not been for these two friends, the trials she would have faced in this magical world were unfathomable. She was acutely aware of her own nature. As a Muggle-born witch, she found herself in treacherous times. "Mom, are you all right?" Sandy tugged at her mother's skirt, pulling her back to reality. Penny quickly wiped her tears away and bent down to scoop Sandy into her arms. "I'm fine, Sandy. Would you like something to eat?" Penny pinched Sandy's cheek affectionately as she carried him toward the dining table. This scene did not escape the notice of Sirius, who observed from the shadows. Watching the child who bore such a striking resemblance to him, his eyes widened in astonishment. Beside him, Regulus gasped in disbelief. Sirius quickly turned to cover Regulus's mouth. "Quiet, Rail." Regulus's eyes widened, struggling to break free from his brother's grasp. He recognized the child in Evans's arms, who resembled his brother in his youth. He could hardly believe that the Muggle-born which had given birth to the next generation of the Black family. "Don't speak, Rail," Sirius warned his brother. His teeth gritted in anger. How could Penny have secretly borne a child? Did she doubt his ability to protect them? Sirius was furious, yet he found himself lacking the authority to confront her. Moreover, it was Alana's wedding. He could only bide his time, seeking retribution when the moment was right. Equally astute to this revelation was Lucius Malfoy of the Platinum family. As an undercover member of the Order of the Phoenix within the Death Eaters, both the Malfoy and Black families had been released from Azkaban by Dumbledore following Voldemort's demise. As Alana's cousin, he was also among the invited guests. Lucius, with one arm draped around Narcissa and the other wielding his serpent-headed cane, approached the Black brothers huddled in the corner. "Surely, a family name like Black shouldn't require such shadows." Lucius chuckled with an air of triumph. In the time since Voldemort's demise, the Malfoy family's wealth had ascended even further. "Isn't that Malfoy?" Sirius scoffed, disinterested in Lucius' presence. Despite both being spies, there was an undeniable mutual disdain between them. "Tell me, doesn't Miss Evans' child bear a striking resemblance to Sirius? What do you think, Sissy?" "There is a certain likeness," Narcissa mused, furrowing her brow as she turned to regard Sirius. "What is the matter, Sirius? Is that truly your child?" Sirius held a deep-seated affection for Narcissa, yet at that moment, he was at a loss for words. He feared that the revelation of Penny and the child's identity might provoke a violent reaction from the Black family, and the thought sent a shiver down his spine. He didn't even know the child's name. After the wedding, Alana and Severus continued their stay in the quaint villa. Alana had taken a liking to the residence, and Severus remained by her side, with the Riekmans and Eileen visiting periodically until the arrival of their baby. One night, as Alana slept soundly, she felt a sudden pain in her abdomen and nudged Severus awake. Upon waking, Severus found Alana, eyes closed, clutching her belly, drenched in sweat. "Alana?" He gently roused her. "Is it time? Your due date is still 2 weeks away, but the books say childbirth can occur early." He quickly disapparated with Alana. In the stillness of the night, the lobby of St. Mungo's was devoid of patients, and the on-duty nurse rushed over upon their arrival. The birth went smoothly. Before the Riekmans and Eileen could arrive, Alana had already delivered a wrinkled little one. The attending healer approached Severus. "Mr. Snape, might you consider selling some of the potions you administered to Mrs. Snape to the hospital? These potions could significantly alleviate the pain of childbirth." Severus, anxious to see Alana, interrupted the healer and hurried into the delivery room. Alana, are you all right?" he called, gazing at the pale-faced woman on the bed. As he looked at the girl who had now become a mother, memories flooded back to that afternoon when she had come to his home in a princess dress, offering him a sweet and imparting the importance of family. "Thank you, Alana," Severus whispered, pressing a soft kiss to her eyes. "Thank you for gracing my life." Chapter 89, Epilogue. In Harry Potter's first year at school, he encountered his second-year cousin, Cindy Black, a Slytherin of notable renown among his peers, especially Draco Malfoy, who regarded Cindy with utmost deference. Consequently, Draco's father frequently chastised him with his serpent-headed cane. Harry shared a strong bond with Cindy, for after the war, James had come to understand the suffering Sirius endured as an undercover agent. James often invited Remus and Sirius to gatherings, claiming they needed to make up for lost time at school, while Lily indulged their antics. When Cindy entered his third year, he felt a wave of nerves as he spotted a dark-haired girl among the new students and excitedly waved at her. That girl was Selena Snape. Professor McGonagall observed the children with a sense of nostalgia for youth. She had now become the headmistress of Hogwarts. Dumbledore officially stepped down from his position that academic year. While the youngest head of Slytherin, Professor Snape, watched his daughter from the staff table, a barely perceptible smile breaking through his typically stern demeanor. However, upon locking eyes with Cindy, displeasure crossed his face. The son of that wretched dog dared to covet his daughter. At the Black family residence, Sirius packed his belongings, preparing to confront Penny in China. The day after Alana's wedding, Penny left England with the Blanchards, leaving Sirius with a sense of urgency. Regulus observed his brother's retreating figure, a resigned smile gracing his lips. The elder Mr. and Mrs. Black had become portraits hanging on the wall. No amount of shouting could rein in their rebellious sons. Regulus had just married Helena, but Walburga could not abide having a half-blood daughter-in-law. Regulus chose to remain silent, knowing that soon his mother would have a daughter-in-law of Muggle heritage. He shrugged nonchalantly, shaking off the thought. It remained a mystery how Sirius had managed to persuade Penny. But Alana would not see her again until 3 years later. The tale of the Muggle-born witch eloping while pursued by a nobleman played out repeatedly between them. Ultimately, the Black family was inherited by Sirius, and despite Walburga's relentless outcry in her portrait for a month, she failed to dislodge the Muggle-born from the household. In fact, Penny, worn thin by her rants, had the house elf tossed the portrait into the basement. After Voldemort's defeat, Dumbledore gradually withdrew from the school, entrusting its affairs to Professor McGonagall. No one knew where the greatest wizard had gone, and many questioned why, having captured the first Dark Lord and vanquished the second, he chose to vanish from the wizarding world at the height of his renown. Rumors even swirled that he sought to become a third dark wizard to rule the world. Dumbledore remained indifferent to the gossip. For now, he desired only to wander with the boy of his heart, exploring every place they wished to go. Making amends for the years lost, they spent some time traveling before finally returning to that tower. The end. If you enjoyed this, please like, comment, and subscribe. Thank you for your support.